Chapter 1. The Debut. At the American Airlines Center in Miami, the season opener between the Celtics and the Heat has reached its final moments on the court. Under the gaze of thousands of fans, Paul Pierce, adorned in the Celtics number 34 jersey, executed a deft spin, evading the Heat's starting small forward Quentin Richardson. In a climactic moment, he stepped back and released a jump shot. Swish! The basket is good. Pierce has secured a crucial 2 points, extending the Celtics' lead to 8. There are only 30 seconds remaining in the game. It can be said that Pierce's step-back jumper has sealed the fate of this match. With a beep, a timeout was called. As the commentators from CCTV5, Yujian and Zhangji, noted, Pierce's step-back jumper had indeed extinguished the Heat's hopes. With just 30 seconds left on the clock and a score of 80-88, trailing by 8 points, no one believed the Heat could turn the tide. Even the Heat's head coach, Spoelstra, shared this sentiment that he called a timeout, preparing to substitute his starters, deeming the last 30 seconds of the game as futile. Soon, the veteran bench players began to rise one by one, ready to take the court. Number 50, the undersized blue-collar player and the team's third center, Joel Anthony. Number 42, the power forward Sharif Randolph, who is on a non-guaranteed contract and could be cut at any moment. Number 22, the small forward James Jones, who had recently returned from injury and had yet to regain his form. Number 11, the street ball king and third-string guard Rafer Alston, who was in the twilight of his career. And finally, from the very end of the bench, a player with a Chinese visage stood up, shedding his training jacket to reveal the number 6 jersey beneath. Meanwhile, domestic fans watching the CCTV5 broadcast erupted in astonishment. What's happening? Lin Yu is standing up and taking off his training jacket. Is he about to enter the game? The fan referred to as Lin Yu is Lin Yu, standing at 2 meters tall, playing as a swingman. He was selected by the Heat as the 52nd overall pick in the second round of the 2007 NBA draft, thus joining the team. However, during the 200,708 and 200,809 seasons, he spent 2 entire seasons as a bench warmer, never stepping onto the court in preseason, regular season, and even playoffs. His playing time amounted to a string of zeros. At the time of the draft, he was heralded as one of the 3 Chinese overseas stars alongside Jianlian and Sun Yu. Yet, 2 seasons later, the trio had transformed from promising players into forgotten names. Who entered the NBA with notable acclaim as the 7th overall pick, has not developed as anticipated and has been relegated to New Jersey. Sun Yu played only 10 regular season games last season before being benched. But the most absurd case is Lin Yu, who, unlike who at least had stable playing time, and Sun, who managed to play a handful of games, remained entirely absent from the court. Lin Yu, however, had not even managed a minute of playing time, becoming the most ineffectual among the trio of underperformers. Titles such as True Water Cooler Guardian, Bench Cheerleader, VIP Sideline Seat Holder, and the Heat keep him solely for his ability to attract domestic commercial revenue were all derogatory labels and malicious speculations unfairly thrust upon him. This, indeed, was the source of astonishment for domestic fans upon witnessing Lin Yu's imminent entry onto the court. Not only were the fans surprised, but Lin Yu himself was taken aback. After all, he had spent 2 entire seasons as a water cooler attendant, and sitting on the bench had become second nature to him. He never anticipated that Spoelstra, who had consistently relegated him to the sidelines, would finally call his name for this opening match. This signified that he was about to make his professional debut in the NBA, albeit with only 30 seconds remaining. In that moment, Lin Yu gently closed his eyes. 30 seconds. Trailing by 8 points, this is sufficient. He felt an inexplicable surge of confidence, for unbeknownst to anyone but himself, he had undergone a transformation a year prior. To be precise, he had exchanged souls. The Lin Yu of today had traversed from the distant year of 2022. His past life was now merely a memory, with the sole noteworthy mention being that, in addition to his transmigration, he had acquired the assistance of a system. Named the King of Meme System, it promised rewards for Lin Yu upon the successful creation of memes. Over the past year, he had succeeded in crafting the Meme Water Cooler Guardian, but all he received from the system was a selectable time extension card. His actual personal abilities had seen no enhancement whatsoever. The original Lin Yu possessed only the skill level of a CBA player. The previous incarnation of Lin Yu had, rather ambitiously, engaged a professional management team to propel himself into the NBA, disregarding the fact that his abilities were not adequate for such a league. That CBA-level Lin Yu was evidently incapable of impressing Spoelstra during training sessions with the Heat. Without winning over Spoelstra, Lin Yu naturally had no chance to step onto the court. Without playing time, he would struggle to replicate new memes. Inability to generate new memes, combined with the constraints of his innate talent, would hinder Lin Yu's potential for further growth. Without growth, conquering Spoelstra would remain an impossibility. Thus, a vicious cycle was formed. The current season marked the final chapter of Lin Yu's rookie contract. Perhaps Spoelstra intended to find a definitive answer regarding Lin Yu. These last 30 seconds represented a trial for him. As he gazed at the timer frozen at 30 seconds. Lin Yu recalled a meme, or rather a legendary moment. 35 seconds, 13 points. Coincidentally, among the selectable time extension cards, there existed a 35 seconds, 13 points Tracy McGrady experience card. It was from this that Lin Yu drew his confidence. Just as Lin Yu was eager to make his mark, the game at the Heat's home court had already lost its suspense, with fans beginning to trickle out. Unfortunately, the location of the American Airlines Center was rather inconvenient. Those who lingered risked getting caught in traffic or missing the subway. If the team had been winning, the congestion would have been tolerable, but with the game lost, the frustrated home crowd was eager to leave without delay. By the time Lin Yu officially stepped onto the court, a significant number of seats in the American Airlines Center were already vacant. Fans back home, tuning into the broadcast, shook their heads as they witnessed this historic moment of Lin Yu entering the arena. A 30-second debut? My assessment is that merely touching the ball would be a success. Touch the ball? Will Alston even pass it to him? He might as well just jog back and forth. If Lin Yu can manage to run back and forth on an NBA court, it's already an accomplishment worth mentioning. The game is lost, with no statistics to record. Lin Yu's debut is destined to be a tale of sorrow. At the end of the day, it's simply a matter of insufficient skill, relegating him to the role of a mere statistic filler during garbage time on the court. However, Lin Yu was not preoccupied with such thoughts. It wasn't that he was overly confident due to any advantages. Rather, he regarded the concerns of domestic fans as trivial. If Lin Yu were to compare himself to Jianlian or Wang Zhizhi, he might indeed worry about his ability to even touch the ball. But he was Lin Yu, a time traveler with memories spanning over the next decade. As a time traveler, he was well aware of how to establish rapport with the seasoned players of the NBA. Over the past year, while diligently guarding the water cooler, Lin Yu had not been idle. He hosted numerous parties and countless gatherings. As a result, he had forged friendships with the majority of his teammates on the Heat, particularly with Alston, who had previously enjoyed the benefits of the Chinese market while with the Rockets. Upon entering the game, Lin Yu turned to Alston and said, "Hey bro, it's my first time on the court. Could you pass me the ball?" "Is this really your first time?" "My goodness, I never would have guessed," Alston exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in agreement. "No problem, brother. When LeBron inbounds the ball, they'll make sure he passes it directly to you." James Jones, who had overheard their conversation, chimed in, "Brother, just wait by the sideline to receive the ball. You can play however you like with the remaining 30 seconds. Thus, Lin Yu secured the promise of his teammates. Unbeknownst to them, within the hidden system, the 35 seconds, 13 points Tracy McGrady experience card had already been activated, and Lin Yu felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his body. With a sharp whistle from the referee, James Jones inbound the ball as promised. The basketball found its way into Lin Yu's hands. Meanwhile, back home, astonishment and jubilation erupted. Lin Yu touched the ball. He succeeded. Goodness, the Heat have actually handed the ball to Lin Yu? The other players on the Heat are certainly setting the stage for Lin Yu. It appears his relationships within the team are quite solid. Setting the stage? Spare me the jest, they have merely passed the ball to Lin Yu, prepared to witness his blunder. Just wait, within 3 seconds, Lin Yu will record his first statistic in the NBA turnover. Amidst the light-hearted banter, it gradually morphed in a mockery directed at Lin Yu. However, while domestic fans engaged in fervent discussions, Lin Yu was already in motion on the court. Aware that time was of the essence, he took a step forward the moment he received the ball. In a second, from just beyond the three-point line, he leapt for a shot. Bill Walker, tasked with guarding him, was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that this fellow water cooler attendant would audaciously attempt a three-pointer right away. A large question mark loomed in his mind. Is he truly that bold? Consequently, Walker offered no response to Lin Yu's attempt. Simultaneously, domestic fans continued their jesting. "Well, since the game is already lost, if it were me, I'd just toss one up casually if it goes in. It's a miracle shot, but if it doesn't, well, who cares?" Yet, mid-jest, they all became stammerers. For that three-pointer they deemed impossible unexpectedly swished through the net. Swish! The crisp sound of the net left everyone following the game in utter astonishment. Did that shot actually go in? What incredible luck! Bill Walker's eyes widened, while Alston, filled with excitement, rushed towards Lin Yu for a celebratory high-five. Yet, the American Airlines Center remained eerily quiet. Even Spoelstra, who had substituted Lin Yu into the game, displayed only a fleeting moment of surprise. Nearly everyone regarded Lin Yu's jump shot as sheer luck. Only Lin Yu himself understood that this three-pointer was merely the beginning. Chapter 2. The Marvel. On the court, Lin Yu exchanged high-fives with Alston, and upon seeing the Celtics initiate play from their backcourt, he urged Alston, Press them, press them. Alston was perplexed, although Lin Yu's three-pointer had swiftly narrowed the Heat's deficit to 5 points. Only 26 seconds remained. The Celtics merely needed to maintain possession for one more possession to secure victory. In such a scenario, what purpose did a full-court press serve? Despite his confusion, Alston complied and advanced defensively. Then, Alston witnessed Lin Yu's extraordinary maneuvers. Lin Yu has positioned himself in front of Lester Hudson. He's putting up one last struggle. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he shot, and the ball is loose. Lin Yu has seized the ball. He has executed the steal and is launching a counterattack. As the basketball was severed and controlled, the timer resumed its relentless march. Marcus Landry and Lester Hudson frantically attempted to reclaim possession, yet Lin Yu executed a swift turn, leaving them only with a view of his broad back. 1 second, 2 seconds amidst a sea of astonished gazes. Lin Yu once again reappeared beyond the three-point line with remarkable speed, ISDU sprinting in the opposite direction of the basket to attempt yet another three-pointer. Lin Yu released the ball, and it soared once more toward the hoop. This time, no one dared to confidently declare, that shot is bound to miss. In truth, the moment Lin Yu released the ball, the crisp sound of netting sent a wave of astonishment through the already empty American Airlines Center. The ball went in? It went in. Another three-pointer. Is the small universe erupting? In the broadcasting room of CCTV 5, Yu Jia and Coach Zhang were both somewhat exhilarated, but more so in disbelief. Upon Lin Yu's entrance, they had anticipated a perfunctory debut, believing the significance would outweigh the actual performance, presuming Lin Yu would not deliver anything spectacular. Thus, they merely mentioned him in passing, striving to temper domestic fans' expectations. However, within a mere 7 seconds, Lin Yu had landed 2 three-pointers and made an incredibly crucial steal. The Heat, who had nearly conceded the match, suddenly found themselves only 2 points behind the Celtics. The game was reignited with suspense, and it could all be attributed to Lin Yu's influence. Such a level of performance could only be described as extraordinary. Consequently, the broadcasting room erupted in praise. Eric Spoelstra granted Yu a mere 30 seconds for his debut, and yet Yu responded with 2 three-pointers and a steal. Why has Spoelstra only now afforded Yu the opportunity for his debut? Yu Jia questioned Spoelstra from afar, while Coach Zhang chimed in with a rather redundant remark. Regardless of the final outcome of this match, Yu's playing time in the upcoming regular season is certainly secured. Lin Yu's remarkable performance of 6 points and 1 steal in just 7 seconds could not be overlooked by Spoelstra. Following this match, he would undoubtedly receive increased playing time. Yet, Coach Zhang's comment carried an implicit meaning, suggesting he still did not believe the Heat, now trailing by merely 2 points, could turn the game around. After all, the Celtics retained possession, and their head coach, Doc Rivers, promptly called a timeout, signaling for his starters to return to the court. Previously, Lin Yu had scored 6 points and made a steal against the Celtics bench players. Now he would face the starters as the intensity of the game escalated dramatically. For instance, Lin Yu managed to seize possession from Lester Hudson. Could he likewise wrest control from Rajon Rondo? Director Zhang was unaware that from the very beginning, Lin Yu was driven by the ambition of achieving a resounding victory. The 6 points and 1 steal against the Celtics bench were merely an appetizer before the main course. The true challenge lay ahead with the newly entered Celtic starters. Point guard Rajon Rondo, shooting guard Ray Allen, small forward Paul Pierce, power forward Kevin Garnett, and center Kendra Perkins. This formidable lineup had once hoisted the O'Brien Trophy in 2008, undeniably showcasing their strength. Yet, Lin Yu remained undaunted. He was resolute in his belief that during the final 30 seconds, he would be unstoppable. After the timeout concluded, the Celtics resumed play with an inbound pass. Rondo managed to receive the ball amid tight defense. However, in the very next moment, Lin Yu, who had been obstructing the Celtics inbound, suddenly pivoted and delivered a heavy blow to Rondo. The referee promptly blew the whistle, halting the timer just 1 second after it had resumed. A foul was called. Yu was quick on his feet, and this meant Rondo would be sent to the free throw line. Despite the foul and the opportunity it granted the Celtics for free throws, Coach Zhang remained all smiles. It is well known that Rondo's free throw shooting is notoriously poor, earning him the nickname Rondo the Center. Lin Yu's foul was undoubtedly a correct decision, beyond reproach. Soon, at the free throw line, a grimacing Rajon Rondo missed his first attempt, sending the ball careening away from the basket. Although he managed to convert his second attempt, the score shifted to 86-89. The Celtics maintained a slender 3-point lead, yet possession had now shifted to the Heat. This was indeed a pivotal moment, as the Heat found themselves with a genuine opportunity to overturn the game. With just 22 seconds remaining and trailing by 3 points, the Heat held the ball, needing merely a 3-pointer to equalize the score. On the sidelines, Erik Spoelstra promptly called a timeout. During the pause, he regarded Lin Yu with a complex expression. Lin was somewhat unfamiliar to Spoelstra. He recalled that when he first took the helm of the Heat last season, he had not hesitated to give Lin Yu a chance. In practice games, he had afforded Lin opportunities to compete against both starters and substitutes. However, Lin's performance had been dismal, lacking the caliber required to secure a foothold in the NBA. Today, however, Lin Yu's performance had genuinely astonished him. Upon reflection, Spoelstra realized that he had not provided Lin with opportunities in internal practice games for nearly half a year, indicating significant progress on Lin's part during that time. Earlier, during a timeout called by the Celtics, Spoelstra had decisively put his starters back on the court. Dwayne Wade, Jermaine O'Neal, Udonis Haslem, and Mario Chalmers all took their positions, with only Lin Yu replacing Michael Beasley. The sole contributor to their scoring was not to be removed from the game. In this timeout, Lin Yu remained on the court, absorbing Spoelstra's strategy for the final 22 seconds. The plan was to manage the clock and take a shot at the last moment, aiming for a decisive equalizer to push the game into overtime. However, Lin Yu harbored a different perspective. The time-sensitive enhancement card he was currently utilizing was named 35 seconds. 13 points, a Tracy McGrady experience card. This card explicitly stated its effect lasted only 35 seconds. Should the game be extended into overtime, he would no longer be the Lin Yu who had just scored 6 points and made 1 steal. Nevertheless, Lin did not voice any objections to Spoelstra's plan. He understood that the Heat's current position, trailing by merely 3 points, was solely due to his efforts. And Spoelstra would unlikely heed the advice of someone who had just moments ago been the waterboy. Lin Yu merely uncovered a flaw in Spoelstra's strategy, resolutely determined to conclude the match within regulation time. As the timeout concluded, a sparse chorus of cheers resonated throughout the Heat's home arena. Amidst the applause, Haslem initiated the sideline inbounds pass to Wade. Wade, controlling the ball for 2 seconds, seized the opportunity to deliver a pass to Lin Yu, who maneuvered around a screen to position himself beyond the three-point line. This play was a component of Spoelstra's tactical arrangement. In essence, he decided to allow the red-hot Lin Yu, who would inevitably attract the Celtics' focused defense, to handle the ball, thereby drawing attention away from his teammates. Wade, pulling to the side, ultimately entrusted the decisive shot to the unheralded yet resolute Chalmers. During his NCAA tenure, Chalmers earned the MOP title in the Final Four by delivering a game-tying three-pointer in the closing moments of the championship. It can be asserted that Chalmers has the experience and audacity to take such shots. On the surface, Spoelstra's tactical deployment appeared flawless, yet Lin Yu received the ball and cast a fleeting glance at the hoop. Then, amidst the expectant gazes of Coach Zhang, Yu Jia, and countless domestic fans, as well as the astonished looks from Spoelstra and his Miami Heat teammates, he lifted his hand and released the ball. The three-point shot was taken. Was it a tad premature? On the sidelines, Spoelstra was already cursing under his breath. In his eyes, whether it resulted in a basket or an air ball, it was a foolish decision. Scoring would merely tie the game, yet it handed the Celtics a chance for a decisive victory. Should he miss, what had rekindled the suspense of the match would likely evaporate once more. But the next moment, swoosh. The crisp sound of the net sent the Heat's bench into a frenzy, leaving Spoelstra, who had been shaking his head, momentarily stunned. It went in. He did it again. Lin Yu was nothing short of miraculous. With 3 consecutive three-pointers, he had amassed 9 points in a mere 12 seconds since his entry onto the court. 9 points in 12 seconds. Was he attempting to replicate McGrady's legendary 13 points in 35 seconds? Alas, with only 17 seconds remaining, the Celtics would likely control the clock to secure a victory. Coach Zhang shook his head, reiterating, Lin Yu was too hasty. He should have played it slow. We still had a chance for overtime. On the court, the Celtics had already called a timeout, and in one corner of the Heat's bench, Lin Yu found himself facing Spoelstra, who was visibly frustrated yet restrained. Although Spoelstra was annoyed by Lin Yu's disregard for the game plan, he understood that without Lin Yu, the Heat would not even be on equal footing with the Celtics. Nevertheless, he resolved to impart a lesson to this rookie. Just as Spoelstra was about to speak, Lin Yu interrupted him. I know what you want to say, Erik, but right now you need to listen to me. When the Celtics inbound the ball, do not hesitate. Foul them immediately and send them to the free throw line. As he spoke, Spoelstra hesitated, realizing Lin Yu's intent. You mean to continue with tactical fouls? Give them 2 free throws, regain possession, and then make a three-pointer to clinch the victory? Lin Yu nodded emphatically, prompting David Fizdali, the assistant coach beside SPO, To voice his skepticism, "Can you guarantee that we will hit the game winner after falling behind due to a tactical foul?" No sooner had the doubt been expressed than Lin Yu unwaveringly replied, "Then you may as well sit back and await a victory." Chapter 3. A place to witness miracles in the eyes of David Fizdali and the other Heat coaches. Lin Yu had made an audacious claim, one that was likely to backfire. It was not that they underestimated Lin Yu's ability to score 9 points in 12 seconds. Rather, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Celtics' defense. Lin Yu's feat of scoring 9 points in a mere 12 seconds can be deemed miraculous. However, upon closer examination, it becomes evident that none of these points were achieved against the formidable defense of the Celtics. The first 2 three-pointers were made against the Celtics substitutes. The third three-pointer, while it did face the Celtics starters, took everyone by surprise, including the Heat, as Lin Yu audaciously attempted a quick shot. The Celtics were utterly unprepared, with Pierce, who was supposed to guard Lin Yu, merely raising his hand in a token effort to disrupt the shot. In summary, although Lin Yu's 9 points in 12 seconds are indeed astonishing, he has yet to contend with the Celtics' true defensive prowess. However, the situation has now changed. Once the timeout concludes, the Heat plan to implement strategic fouls against the Celtics, revealing their intentions. No matter how dense Doc Rivers may be, he must recognize that Lin Yu, who scored 9 points in 12 seconds, poses the greatest threat to the Celtics. Yet for Spoelstra, he finds himself cornered with no alternatives left but to place his trust in Lin Yu. As the timeout ends, it is the Celtics' turn. Rivers, having learned from previous mistakes, opts to bench Rondo and Perkins in favor of Eddie House and Rasheed Wallace. At this moment, the Celtics' 5-man lineup is devoid of any free throw vulnerabilities. As the ball is in play, the Heat unhesitatingly commit a foul. Beep. It is Lin Yu again, delivering a fierce foul on the receiving Eddie House. The referee's whistle cuts through the air, followed by a chorus of surprised gasps from the crowd. Another foul? What is happening? The remote commentator, Zhang, appears bewildered, struggling to comprehend the Heat's or Lin Yu's intentions. On the sidelines, Rivers immediately furrows his brow, evidently having discerned the Heat's strategy. The Heat intend to send the Celtics to the free throw line first and then regain possession. Although this leaves the Heat in a trailing position upon regaining the ball, it grants them the opportunity for a game-winning three-pointer. Yu Jia, quick on the uptake, articulates the Heat's objective, while Zhang shakes his head, exclaiming that this is far too risky. On the court, Eddie House steps up to the free throw line. With a career free throw percentage of 85.1, House confidently sinks both shots. With both free throws successful, the score stands at 91-89, granting the Celtics the lead they sought. However, the ball returns to the Heat, and in the final 15 seconds, they find themselves with a chance to clinch victory in this game. Off the court, Rivers exuded confidence, firmly believing in the Celtics' defense. He was not inclined to resort to any tricks like the Heat. For the final defensive play, he had already devised a strategy, merely awaiting a timeout from the Heat. However, on the court, Lin Yu seized the basketball, retreating to the sidelines. With remarkable swiftness, he executed a bounce pass to Wade. Upon receiving the ball, Wade accelerated forward into the offensive zone. Timeout? There was no timeout. Following the previous timeout, Spoelstra had already devised tactical strategies for the next 2 plays. During the defensive possession, a strategic foul was executed, granting the Celtics 2 free throws. Such a straightforward and somewhat brazen tactic was evidently devoid of any surprises. Consequently, Spoelstra's focus shifted to the offensive possession, which represented the Heat's chance for a game-winning shot. By eschewing another timeout, he aimed to catch the Celtics off guard. At that moment, the slight look of trepidation on Rivers' face indicated that the Heat's scheme had indeed succeeded. The Celtics' defense could certainly be likened to an impenetrable fortress. However, being human, there would inevitably be vulnerabilities. Particularly, the Celtics lineup on the court was primarily offensive. Eddie House could shoot from beyond the arc, yet his frail physique and poor defensive capabilities rendered him virtually ineffective. Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and Rasheed Wallace had all succumbed to the ravages of time, experiencing varying degrees of decline in their defensive prowess. As for Kevin Garnett, following a significant injury last season, he was no longer the formidable force capable of dominating a zone single-handedly. Rivers was deeply concerned. His anxiety stemmed from the possibility that, without his guidance, the Celtics players would continue to focus their defensive efforts on the lightning-fast Dwayne Wade, thereby neglecting Lin Yu, who had already scored 9 points in just 12 seconds. While standing on the sidelines to offer a reminder could be a potential solution, Rivers feared that doing so might lead the Celtics players to shift their entire attention onto Lin Yu, an unheralded rookie in the NBA. In that moment, he found himself uncertain as time inexorably ticked away. As Wade advanced the ball into the front court, only 11 seconds remained in the game. He did not rush to find an opportunity, but protected the ball at the top of the arc. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was running aimlessly on the wing, as was Chalmers. Pierce hesitantly attempted to keep pace with Lin Yu, but struggled to do so. After all, he was a veteran, having played nearly 40 minutes, while Lin Yu had only just entered the game moments ago, leading to a significant disparity in stamina. As Pierce seemed on the verge of being left in Lin Yu's wake, Garnett shifted his steps, redirecting his focus toward Lin Yu's side. The entire Celtics defense appeared to be leaning toward Lin Yu. On the opposite side, Chalmers was nearing a breakthrough against House's defense. Logically, the Heat's game-winning shot should have been entrusted to Chalmers. However, with only 5 seconds left, Wade passed the ball to Lin Yu, leaving Coach Zhang momentarily stunned. The situation on the court could aptly be described by his famous three-word phrase, utterly unreasonable. At the moment Wade passed the ball, Garnett lunged directly at Lin Yu, while the relentless Pierce also caught up with him at the last moment. In other words, when Lin Yu received the ball, he was confronted by the dual defense of both Pierce and Garnett. Such a level of defense would intimidate not only Lin Yu, a rookie making his debut, but even Wade would likely face a similar fate. However, on the court, as Lin Yu counted down the final seconds, 3, 2, 1, he leapt into the air, braving Garnett's long arms and Pierce's formidable physique, and decisively released the ball. From the broadcast perspective, Coach Zhang found Lin Yu's shot to be astonishingly peculiar. Yu Jia exclaimed, "Garnett's gigantic hand is nearly in Lin Yu's face. He can only shoot with an extreme lean back." The ball had been released, and the timer had run out. The nearly empty American Airlines Center was bathed in crimson, yet silence prevailed, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the few fans present. Swish! As the crisp sound of the ball netting echoed, the American Airlines Center ignited as if set ablaze. Although sparse, the crowd erupted into a fervent cheer that was thrilling to behold. The ball went in, the ball went in, the ball went in. Lin Yu had withstood the double team of Garnett and Pierce, bearing the immense pressure like a boulder, and against all odds, he secured victory for the Heat in this match. 12 points in 30 seconds. This was indeed 12 points in 30 seconds. After sitting on the bench for 2 years, he stepped onto the court and created a miracle, replicating a legendary feat. On CCTV-5, Coach Zhang and Yu Jia shouted in unison, showering Lin Yu with an array of extravagant praises as if they cost nothing. Meanwhile, at the game venue, although few fans remained, when the victory was secured, the American Airlines Center was still abuzz with excitement, especially in the inner court. As the ball went in and the scoreboard flashed, announcing the Heat's comeback victory, Lin Yu was enveloped by ecstatic teammates. "WTF, bro, do you realize what you just accomplished? You led us to win a game that was deemed impossible to win. A game winner, a game winner. That was unbelievably impressive, bro. Today, this is not my house. Today, this is your house." The final exclamation came from Wade, who seemingly disregarded his own exhaustion, a testament to his overwhelming excitement at that moment. In truth, this match held little significance. It was merely a regular season game, perhaps augmented slightly by the novelty of an opening night. However, Lin Yu's astonishing performance, scoring 12 points in merely 30 seconds, elevated his decisive shot to an extraordinary level. Tracy McGrady's 13 points in 35 seconds is hailed as miraculous, and Reggie Miller's 8 points in 8 seconds is frequently recalled. Thus, Lin Yu's 12 points in 30 seconds undoubtedly stands on par with these feats. Moreover, considering Lin Yu's remarkable debut, this 30-second showcase bears even greater significance. At the edge of the court, Doc Rivers gazed at Lin Yu amidst the crowd, pondering the origins of this remarkable player. Not only Rivers, but also the media reporters on the sidelines fixated their eager eyes on Lin Yu, who was being playfully piled upon by his teammates at the center of the court. Just 30 seconds earlier, the Heat trailed the Celtics by 8 points. Yet, in that fleeting half-minute, they accomplished the seemingly impossible comeback, all thanks to the unassuming Heat player number 6, who had just stepped onto the court. In those 30 seconds, he amassed 12 points, a miraculous feat, echoing the legendary performances of McGrady and Miller. As far as I am aware, this Heat player number 6 joined the team in 2007 and only recently made his NBA debut, achieving 12 points in a mere 30 seconds, an extraordinary occurrence indeed. The reporters' headsets crackled with the voice of Mike Breen from TNT Sports, their fascination with Lin Yu intensifying. His debut, which mirrored a miracle, perfectly encapsulates the NBA's motto, where amazing happens. Chapter 4, The Reward Coach SPO. In the last 30 seconds, your player Lin Yu scored 12 points, nearly replicating McGrady's miraculous 35 seconds of 13 points. What is your perspective on this? Why has this talented player, Lin Yu, spent 2 entire seasons as a bench warmer under your guidance? Why did you only grant him 30 seconds for his debut? Is it a matter of distrust? Or are there other reasons? After the conclusion of the game at the Miami American Airlines Center, Coach Spoelstra found himself besieged by reporters, his expression one of utter exasperation. He had anticipated being questioned about why Lin Yu had remained on the bench for so long, or why he had only granted him a mere 30 seconds for his debut. The former inquiry was something he could address, citing that Lin Yu had spent 2 seasons as a bench warmer, with the first season under the coaching of Pat Riley. Thus, Spoelstra could easily retort, Riley did it too. However, the latter was beyond his explanation. Even if Lin Yu had not achieved the miraculous feat of scoring 12 points in 30 seconds, his debut should not have been limited to such a brief appearance. A 30-second debut could only signify one thing. Spoelstra held no trust in Lin Yu, and this appearance was merely a hasty formality. Yet, no one expected Lin Yu to transform that rushed 30 seconds into a dazzling performance that would etch his name into the annals of fame. Spoelstra, who had initially harbored no hopes for Lin Yu, was caught off guard. At that moment, he undoubtedly felt a twinge of anger, but it was not directed at the hollow slap of reality he had just experienced. In truth, he was pleased to witness his team's victory, particularly a comeback from dire circumstances, and he welcomed the emergence of new talent, as it signified the fortification of his team. Spoelstra's irritation stemmed largely from Lin Yu's refusal to partake in post-game interviews. Having just celebrated with his teammates, Lin Yu swiftly slipped into the players' tunnel, leaving the pack of reporters, who had been like ravenous wolves, without a target. With their eyes ablaze, they redirected their ire towards Spoelstra. He believed that had Lin Yu accepted an interview, the narrative would have shifted to highlight his keen eye for talent, showcasing how he had identified Lin Yu's potential to turn around a game that was trailing by 8 points with only 30 seconds remaining. However, Lin Yu's refusal to engage turned the spotlight onto Spoelstra, transforming the scene into an interrogation by the ravenous journalists. Spoelstra surmised, albeit helplessly, that Lin Yu's actions were a form of retaliation against him. In his view, the post-game stage had become solely Lin Yu's. If Lin Yu were an ordinary individual, he would not decline such an opportunity. Yet, Spoelstra was mistaken. He was unaware that Lin Yu's refusal had its own underlying reasons. Just as Spoelstra grappled with his frustrations, Lin Yu had retreated to the locker room. He concealed himself in a secluded stall within the restroom, unseen by anyone, and, following the system's prompt, closed his eyes. Soon, he found himself in a peculiar realm. There were no tangible objects for Lin Yu to grasp. Rather, the only thing visible in this space was a colossal virtual screen before him. The virtual screen swiftly displayed a message. Host has created a memorable scene with 30 seconds and 12 points. Meme successfully generated. Within the confines of the system space, Lin Yu stroked his chin. As anticipated, iconic moments were indeed mere tropes. Prior to this debut, Lin Yu harbored some apprehensions, fearing that even if he successfully replicated the 35-second, 13-point feat, it might not qualify as a trope. Yet, upon reflection, his anxieties were entirely unfounded. The jocular moniker of Guardian of the Water Cooler was a trope, and the remarkable achievement of 30 seconds and 12 points was also a trope. Expanding on this, it seems that positive nicknames ought to be considered tropes, while negative iconic moments should be as well. Henceforth, his journey to create tropes would undoubtedly be much smoother. As for the present, the paramount concern was the rewards that the 30 seconds and 12 points achievement could bestow upon him. The difficulty of this trope was exceedingly high, and the system promised a maximum reward. The mere mention of maximum reward stirred a sense of excitement within Lin Yu. After all, Tracy McGrady's 35 seconds and 13 points had already been heralded as a miracle. Lin Yu's 30 seconds and 12 points, while perhaps not vastly different in difficulty, carried an even greater legendary weight. It could be said that Lin Yu's 30 seconds and 12 points had reached its zenith from every conceivable angle. The maximum reward would undoubtedly be immensely generous, and Lin Yu eagerly focused on the virtual screen. Soon, he beheld 3 resplendent icons. The first icon bore the inscription, Peak McGrady Single Match Experience Card. Utilizing this card grants the user all abilities of Peak McGrady for the duration of one 48-minute match. Yet again, it was a timed item, but this time it was not a selection. Lin Yu murmured to himself softly, and immediately, the system provided an explanation. The reason the reward for successfully creating a meme last time was a customizable time card is that, having succeeded in his inaugural attempt, the system elevated the quality of the reward. Lin Yu was suddenly enlightened. The system's explanation was tantamount to a veiled announcement that any future time-limited card rewards would no longer be selectable. Unless Lin Yu could create a challenge more formidable than the 30-second, 12-point threshold, such a feat seemed insurmountable. Yet, it mattered little to him, for he was not in pursuit of transient tools. What Lin Yu truly required were permanent items capable of enhancing his abilities indefinitely. The second and third icons on the virtual screen were precisely the permanent items he sought. Tracy McGrady's 3-point attribute. Utilizing this card will permanently elevate the host's 3-point capability to McGrady's standard, 91. McGrady-style step-back 3-pointer, a special skill that can be equipped in the skill slot. Once equipped, it will enhance the host's resistance to interference during step-back 3-point shots. Upon realizing this, Lin Yu understood that these two rewards were interconnected, one augmenting his 3-point attribute, while the other was a relevant special skill. When combined, his 3-point shooting could be deemed a lethal weapon. He inhaled deeply. At last, he had attained a qualitative enhancement. Lin Yu was quite familiar with McGrady's 3-point shooting. During his prime, McGrady's accuracy from beyond the arc was highly reliable. As a star player, he boasted a near 40 shooting percentage, averaging over 2 3-pointers per game. Even when regarded as an ordinary role player, such a level of proficiency from the 3-point line could be considered elite. Now, I should possess the capability to establish my presence in this league. With McGrady's 3-point attribute activated and the McGrady-style step-back 3-pointer equipped, Lin Yu stood up, rubbing his tingling thigh. With a content smile, he limped out of the restroom stall. Alston, bare-chested, caught sight of Lin Yu, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he prepared to approach him with joyous congratulations. However, upon witnessing Lin Yu's expression, a misunderstanding immediately arose. Like Lin Yu, Alston wore a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of peculiarity, as if to imply, "Brother, I understand you." Patting Lin Yu on the shoulder, he exclaimed, "Bro, next time don't handle it alone. If you need something, come to me. I'll take you to a great place." Lin Yu listened in a daze. Yet he grasped Alston's intention. He could not articulate his feelings and could only mutter shyly, "Brother, you have misunderstood." Observing Lin Yu's flushed cheeks, Alston presumed he had been too direct. Having interacted with the Yao, he was aware that individuals from Huaxia tend to be conservative and easily embarrassed. Consequently, he embraced Lin Yu and reassured him, "No need to feel bashful, bro. You must realize that after tonight's battle, you too shall become a star. There will be countless admirers eager to draw near to you. All you need to do is wave your hand, and they will obediently climb into your bed." As Alston spoke, Lin Yu's face grew increasingly crimson. While he understood the reasoning behind Alston's words, discussing such matters with a black man still made him feel somewhat restrained. Yet, as Alston had foretold, after this night, Lin Yu would indeed ascend to stardom. His explosive performance of 30 seconds and 12 points was nothing short of sensational. Even though Lin Yu declined all post-match interviews, the headlines of major media outlets the following day would undoubtedly be dominated by him. The adage of becoming famous with a single play was essentially epitomized by Lin Yu. Glancing around the locker room at young teammates like Daquan Cook and Jacoba Diakite, who had yet to make a name for themselves, he noticed their envious gazes directed toward him. Lin Yu remained unfazed. In the presence of his teammates in the locker room, he first responded to Alston, saying, "Thank you, brother." He then boldly declared, "Today I am in high spirits. I invite all my brothers to a night out at the club, and I shall cover all expenses." A cacophony of jubilant roars erupted within the locker room. Outside, SPO, who had just dealt with a throng of ravenous reporters, stood bewildered, utterly perplexed by the commotion inside. Chapter 5. A new trial in an international community in Miami. The morning light began to break through the sky. Lin Yu awoke unusually early, before 7 o'clock. It is worth noting that just last night, under the influence of Alston, he had indulged in 2 large glasses of liquor. Returning home at the late hour of 2 in the morning, he had only managed to secure a mere 4 hours of sleep by the time he rose at 6:46. Yet, he felt invigorated, brimming with excitement to discover the public's reaction to his astonishing achievement of scoring 12 points in just 30 seconds the previous evening. The first thing Lin Yu did upon rising was to step outside, purchasing a taco for breakfast, along with several newspapers from a nearby kiosk. His first stop was the USA Today, a prominent national publication with significant influence. To his delight, he found his name splashed across the front page, accompanied by a striking close-up photograph of him executing a three-point shot. The headline read, "A star is born. The Chinese prodigy scores 12 points in 30 seconds." This brief segment filled Lin Yu's heart with immense satisfaction. Next, he glanced at the Miami Herald, where another large photograph adorned the front page, this time capturing Lin Yu post-game, surrounded by Wade and Alston, waving to the scattered audience at the American Airlines Center. Although the caption varied, the essence remained the same. In just 30 seconds, Heat's number 6 conquers the American Airlines Center. Moreover, Lin Yu eagerly turned to the basketball section of Sports Illustrated, where he encountered a column by renowned basketball analyst Bill Simmons. After skimming through the article, one particular passage resonated deeply with him. Many have drawn comparisons between Tracy McGrady's 35 points in 13 seconds and Lin Yu's 12 points in 30 seconds. However, in my opinion, Lin Yu's 30 seconds are even more extraordinary. Before this match, he was merely an unremarkable benchwarmer for the Heat. Yet, with his entrance, trailing by 8 points and seemingly resigned to defeat, he scored 12 points in 30 seconds, leading his team to an astonishing comeback. This debut, which could have been utterly mundane, transformed into a miraculous spectacle due to Lin Yu's remarkable performance. In simpler terms, while McGrady was already a celebrated superstar before his 35 points in 13 seconds, Lin Yu's 12 points in 30 seconds, as an unknown player, were even more astonishing. Unsatisfied with just the 3 publications, Lin Yu hurried home and turned on the television. On the Miami Sports Channel, a reporter was interviewing a young man clad in basketball attire, who exclaimed, "It's incredible, truly incredible. I had already turned off the TV by the time he entered the game. Who could have imagined he would score 12 points in just 30 seconds? A sharply dressed elite Caucasian faced the camera with a hint of exasperation. "You know, I was actually at the game as a ticket holder. When our team was trailing by 8 points towards the end, it seemed hopeless for us to win, so I chose to leave early, which resulted in a magnificent performance." Meanwhile, a robust woman expressed her excitement to the camera. "I can only say that I was incredibly lucky. I was about to turn off the television, but at that moment, my young son was clamoring for his milk. While preparing it, I witnessed what can only be described as a miraculous display." Another man, adorned in hip-hop attire and sporting sunglasses, beamed with enthusiasm. "I can't say that my luck has been particularly good, nor am I one of those die-hard fans. But let me tell you, I am a fan of the Boston Celtics, and how could I possibly leave when my team is on the verge of victory?" The reporter, puzzled, asked, "Your team ultimately lost the game. Why are you still so cheerful?" The man replied, "What do you mean, my team? I can tell you that right now. I am a fan of Lin Yu." His fervent declaration left the reporter bewildered. They had never encountered such a swift and unapologetic shift in loyalty before. Only Lin Yu, watching from the screen, broke into a wide grin. In truth, compared to the reactions of these American media journalists and fans, Lin Yu was more eager to learn about the sentiments of domestic fans. Regrettably, it was only a decade ago. The internet was not yet omnipotent, and news from America took time to reach China. Thus, he remained unaware of the immediate reactions back home. He did not know that across the ocean, the criticism was not directed at him, but rather at Spoelstra. With such a strong Lin Yu, why didn't you put him in sooner? Why not? It was evident that discrimination was at play. Spoelstra, a Filipino-American, was indeed showing bias against Lin Yu. If Lin Yu were a simple-minded individual, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of joy upon witnessing the shifts in domestic public opinion. However, he is not. He is a deep thinker concerning the current public sentiment. Should he observe it, he would only perceive that this group of critics has conveniently chosen to deny their previous acts of online disparagement, opting instead to place all blame upon Spo. It must be said that the immense pressure Lin Yu has endured from public scrutiny has been directly inflicted by these online antagonists. Nevertheless, Spo is not entirely blameless. Had he granted Lin Yu an opportunity to debut sooner, Lin Yu's circumstances would not have been so dire. At this moment, Lin Yu harbors complex emotions towards Spo. He understands Spo's decision to keep him on the bench for an entire year. After all, before the last match, Lin Yu was indeed unworthy of gracing the NBA court. However, the mere 30 seconds Spo allotted him for his debut left Lin Yu feeling quite discontented. The day following the season opener, the Heat continued their regular training without interruption. Lin Yu glanced at the time, noting it was nearly 8 o'clock. He switched off the television and set out for the training facility. His previously exuberant expression transformed into one of seriousness upon arrival at the gym. However, as he pushed open the door to the locker room, he was met with the exuberant cheers of his teammates. "Look who has arrived. It's our 30 seconds, 12 points man." Alston led the jubilant welcome, his enthusiasm for Lin Yu growing ever warmer, as he, a former teammate of Yao Ming, was well aware of the secrets to success across the ocean. Following Alston, the locker room erupted in a chorus of excitement. Notably, Wade patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and remarked, "Welcome to the locker room of the Miami Heat, yesterday's host of the American Airlines Center." Amidst the flattery from his teammates, Lin Yu could not suppress a slight smile. However, as his gaze swept across the left side of the locker room, he noticed the only teammate who remained indifferent, Michael Beasley. Lin Yu remained unfazed, for he possessed an understanding of Beasley. Following Lin Yu's explosive performance that rekindled the suspense of the match, Spoelstra reinstated nearly all of the starters, with Beasley being the sole exception. In other words, should Lin Yu indeed ascend like a comet, he would be vying for Beasley's position. As the second overall pick of the 2008 draft, Beasley has had a rather mediocre career. His inconsistent playstyle, which heavily relies on ball dominance, has hindered his ability to find his footing within the Heat. He was already at risk of losing his starting role, and Lin Yu's emergence has only intensified that threat. Consequently, animosity naturally brewed within him towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not regard Beasley with disdain. Rather, he recognized that he and Beasley did not conflict with one another. The reason Coach Spoelstra did not deploy Beasley in the final moments of the previous game was primarily due to the Heat's need to bolster their defense. In reality, it was Haslam who usurped Beasley's position, not Lin Yu. If Lin Yu truly aspired to seize a starting position, it would only be at the expense of Quentin Richardson's role. Soon, the door to the locker room swung open, revealing another individual who harbored little warmth towards Lin Yu, head coach Eric Spoelstra. The moment Lin Yu laid eyes on Spoelstra, his expression turned frigid. Thus commenced another day of training. The morning session unfolded without incident, but in the afternoon, Spoelstra summoned everyone. "Next, we shall engage in a scrimmage." With that single utterance, Lin Yu felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware that he was about to face yet another trial. Spoelstra evidently deemed Lin Yu's performance from the previous night unconvincing. After all, a mere 30 seconds of brilliance could not definitively reflect Lin Yu's true capabilities. Sometimes, such fleeting moments of exuberance could merely indicate a stroke of luck, not necessarily a sign of genuine skill. There were even some who absurdly posited that Lin Yu had merely experienced a momentary lapse of brilliance, and that should he be given another chance, he would surely revert to form. This sentiment was shared by many, including media experts, journalists, and fans from both China and the United States. Even Lin Yu's teammate, Michael Beasley, harbored similar doubts. Moments ago, Spoelstra had orchestrated the teams for the scrimmage, and unsurprisingly, Lin Yu found himself included, not in the starting lineup, but rather among the substitutes. This was a clear signal that he was to face a rigorous challenge. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. The astonishing feat of scoring 12 points in 30 seconds had evidently left an indelible impression, prompting Spoelstra to subject Lin Yu to the most intense evaluation possible. Meanwhile, Beasley, from the starting team, had set his sights on Lin Yu. He did not believe that Lin Yu's 12 points in 30 seconds were indicative of his true talent. The upcoming scrimmage would serve as a perfect opportunity for him to decisively undermine Lin Yu. Lin Yu met Beasley's fiery gaze, and a wave of amusement washed over him. This foolish man, it must be said, inadvertently assisted Lin Yu. The challenge posed by SPO had thus diminished in its intensity. Chapter 6. The McGrady-esque pull-up three-pointer. Why has the difficulty of the challenge lessened? Simply put, Beasley, in his desire to suppress Lin Yu during the internal training match, could only resort to the direct approach of seeking a one-on-one confrontation with him. Lin Yu is not foolish. He is acutely aware that with his virtually non-existent defense, should he confront Beasley, renowned for his offensive prowess during high school and college, he would undoubtedly be exposed. Thus, he refrains from seeking out Beasley. If Beasley desires a one-on-one encounter with Lin Yu, his only recourse would be to engage in direct defensive matchups. In comparison to potential defenders like Quentin Richardson and Wade, Beasley's defensive capabilities are markedly inferior. To be precise, Beasley's defense is as inadequate as Lin Yu's. In such a scenario, the challenges facing Lin Yu are significantly diminished. Soon, following the whistle of assistant coach David Fizdali, the scrimmage commenced. Wade led the starting lineup, which included center Shaquille O'Neal, power forward Beasley, small forward Quentin Richardson, and point guard Carlos Arroyo, who had just returned from injury. On the bench, Lin Yu partnered with Dorel right on the wings, with no clear distinction between shooting guard and small forward roles. Alongside them were point guard Chalmers, power forward Haslam, and center Jamal Magloire. Shaquille triumphed over Magloire, securing the opening jump ball. Wade received the ball, poised to initiate the first offensive play. However, before he could make a move, Beasley surged from the wing. Eager to intercept the ball, a determination so formidable that even Wade could not disregard it. Before long, Beasley had possession of the ball, but to his dismay, Lin Yu was steadfastly focused on Quentin Richardson, showing no intention of switching defensive assignments. Opposing him was the veteran leader of the Heat, Haslam, whose game is built on staunch defensive skills, honed techniques, and a wealth of experience. This was not Beasley's first encounter with the seasoned captain. In past duels, he had often found himself at a disadvantage. Lin Yu did not switch defenses, and Beasley could only silently curse as he braced himself to begin his isolation play. He made a breakthrough, only to be thwarted by the veteran captain, who pressed him down. Ultimately, he forced a high-arching jump shot that clanged off the rim, barely grazing the edge of the hoop. Underneath, Dorell Wright swiftly snatched the rebound. On the sidelines, Spoelstra shook his head. As the second overall pick, Beasley's development had not met expectations. In Spoelstra's view, it was not solely a matter of skill, but rather one of basketball IQ. This play starkly revealed Beasley's low basketball acumen. Clearly, the opportunity had passed. He should have passed the ball. On the court, Wright swiftly turned and charged toward the frontcourt after securing the rebound. The primary team's transition defense was rapid, especially Wade, who had already positioned himself closely in front of Wright. After just a few dribbles, Wright passed the ball to Chalmers. Chalmers brought the ball up the court and, upon stopping, began to search for the next passing option. Ultimately, the Heat's bench players thrived on off-ball movement. Handling the ball was not their forte. As Chalmers sought a passing target, Lin Yu emerged from the corner, receiving Chalmers' pass seamlessly. On the sidelines, Spoelstra immediately sat up straight. Meanwhile, Lin Yu did not disappoint Spoelstra. Upon receiving the ball, he was intent on going one-on-one. The defender approaching Lin Yu was none other than the fiercely determined Beasley. Beasley put forth great effort. Yet to Lin Yu, his defense appeared riddled with gaps. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained cautious. In a one-on-one scenario, one must adapt to the opponent's moves. But Lin Yu possessed only a singular maneuver, which minimized the margin for error in his isolation play. He opted for a deceptive feint to create space from Beasley. However, Beasley did not bite. He stood firm, a mere pole before Lin Yu. Lin Yu had no alternative but to take the shot on the spot. It was his first time employing McGrady's signature technique. Despite the assistance from the system, Lin Yu still faced interference from Beasley. The ball clanged off the rim. Although it didn't go in, Spo was observing intently from the sidelines, narrowing his eyes. This shot resembled the 4 three-pointers he had taken in the previous game. He was convinced that the step-back three-pointer appeared to be Lin Yu's sole method of scoring at this moment. Whether it would succeed or not was another matter. After all, it was merely one attempt. On the court, Beasley exuded confidence. However, as he turned to attack, he found himself unable to locate Lin Yu. Consequently, he opted to take a backseat in that play. Once again, he found himself defending against Lin Yu, but this time, Lin Yu also chose to remain passive. Frankly speaking, both he and Chalmers, along with Dorell Wright, lacked ball-handling skills. It was only natural that their opportunities would be limited if they were solely playing off the ball. During this round, Chalmers attempted a mid-range shot, but failed to score. With Wade having made a basket in the previous play, the training match score now stood at 2-0. In the subsequent plays, both Beasley and Lin Yu continued to play passively. The score gradually widened, escalating from 2-0 to 4-2, then 6-2, and eventually 8-2. While it was expected for the starting team to triumph over the substitutes, Coach Spoelstra still felt a sense of disappointment. The reason lay in Lin Yu's lack of activity during this period. He either ran various routes without receiving the ball or caught it only to pass it after a moment, never taking a shot. Meanwhile, Beasley's expression grew increasingly jubilant as he became more convinced of his assessment of Lin Yu. The Lin Yu who had scored 12 points in 30 seconds in the previous game was merely a stroke of luck. Now, under Beasley's defense, the true Lin Yu was revealing his true self. "Come on, shoot. Don't hesitate." Beasley, brimming with excitement, began to taunt Lin Yu, who merely smiled in response. It was not that he lacked the courage to shoot. Rather, he felt that the opportunities were consistently unpromising, as Beasley was defending him too tightly. Furthermore, Lin Yu believed that this was how he should play at present. With only a three-point shot capable of withstanding NBA-level competition, he had no other scoring methods available and could only assume the role of a role player. To put it differently, he was indeed a role player. Taking a shot like Wade did upon receiving the ball was not his style. If he were to shoot every time he received the ball, it would undoubtedly be reckless. There was a chance that Spoelstra would label him as having poor shot selection and low basketball IQ. As a role player, he needed to play with a sense of reason. Just as Beasley was mocking Lin Yu received a pass from Chalmers. He glanced at his teammates, but found no opportunities, so he dribbled once and faked a step forward. To his surprise, Beasley bit on the fake. Seeing Beasley fall for the feint, Lin Yu immediately launched a three-point shot. As the ball left his hands, Spoelstra once again rose from his seat. Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball passing through the net echoed in the air. It went in. It truly went in. Spoelstra nodded. With this shot, he was assured that Lin Yu indeed possessed a reliable three-point shot. Judging by the current stance, that was likely the extent of his shooting prowess. Lin Yu's three-pointer, skillfully executed to shake off Beasley, was not particularly challenging. Spoelstra, feeling no sense of surprise, made a rough assessment. The Lin Yu from the previous game had been somewhat erratic, yet the current Lin Yu has indeed shown improvement compared to before. However, the extent of this improvement is modest, amounting merely to an additional three-pointer. On the court, Beasley was seething with anger over Lin Yu's shot. On the offensive end, he found it difficult to match up with Lin Yu. He could only bide his time until he faced Lin Yu again on defense. At which point he erupted. You have no sense of sportsmanship, launching a sneak attack. If you have the ability. Lin Yu felt a twinge of annoyance. If it were a formal match where he could exchange trash talk with his adversaries, he might find it somewhat engaging. However, engaging in banter with teammates during a practice game stripped the experience of its excitement. He turned to Beasley and barked, "Shut up." The abrupt command silenced Beasley, who was taken aback. With an air of bravado, Lin Yu pointed to the spot on the floor beneath him and declared, "Right here, at this very spot, I shall sink a three-pointer." Beasley paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Are you serious?" Lin Yu disregarded him and directly raised his hand for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Chalmers passed the ball over, still remembering how Lin Yu had taken them out for a night of revelry the previous evening. Upon seeing Lin Yu catch the ball, wearing a serious expression, Beasley too adopted a more earnest demeanor. Lin Yu, however, remained entirely silent, casting a fleeting glance at the hoop before launching himself into the air with all his might. In a moment of urgency, Beasley raised his hands, attempting to block Lin Yu's shot with his large hands directly in front of Lin Yu's face. Would he really attempt to shoot under such pressure? On the sidelines, Spoelstra furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, in the next instant, with a swish, the ball found its mark. The tension in Spoelstra's brow eased, and he expressed his mild surprise. Did that shot really go in? In his estimation, this shot was an extraordinary display against Beasley's defense, which had effectively obscured Lin Yu's face. If such a shot could succeed, he would have to reassess Lin Yu's three-point shooting skills. In truth, Spoelstra indeed needed to re-evaluate Lin Yu's prowess from beyond the arc. At the outset of this practice match, Lin Yu's first three-pointer had carried an experimental essence, as he was still coming to grips with McGrady's three-point abilities and techniques. The second three-pointer was taken with caution, akin to shooting in a completely open space, allowing him to regain his rhythm. The audacity with which he confidently boasted about the shot against Beasley was not entirely unfounded. The second shot had indeed helped him rediscover his feel for the game, and he had pinpointed the nuances of McGrady's signature pull-up three-pointer. In simpler terms, he relied on his extraordinary leaping ability to evade his opponent's interference after taking flight. Lin Yu's leaping ability pales in comparison to that of McGrady. Yet his opponents are unlikely to exert their utmost efforts to disrupt his jumps. Take this particular shot, for instance. Beasley anticipated Lin Yu's slight leap. However, Lin Yu actually soared with great determination, revealing a significant disparity in height. Once the ball swished through the net, Beasley's frustration intensified. In the ensuing scrimmage, Lin Yu chose to disregard Beasley entirely. The act had already been performed, and there was no need to take another risk. More importantly, Lin Yu had already met Spoelstra's expectations during this training match. Even if he wished to exceed those expectations, he found himself lacking additional elements to showcase. For him, securing playing time in the upcoming match through this scrimmage was entirely sufficient. Thus, even amidst Beasley's relentless mockery, Lin Yu merely retorted, "Shut your incessantly chattering beak. And do not forget that I just sank a three-pointer right over your head." Chapter 7. The next battle. The training match concluded swiftly, with the starting team achieving a predictable victory. Although the bench players suffered a loss, those who were expected to perform delivered commendably. Spoelstra expressed his satisfaction with the scrimmage. As Lin Yu accepted a towel from the sidelines, he scrutinized Spoelstra's expression for a moment. Although he gleaned little insight, he surmised that his playing time in the forthcoming match would not be insignificant. This upcoming contest could aptly be termed the Florida Derby, as their opponent was none other than the Orlando Magic, also based in Florida. Why did Lin Yu believe his playing time in the next match would be ample? Simply put, facing the Magic, whose interior was fortified by the formidable Dwight Howard, the Heat were in dire need of perimeter shooters to create space. The Heat boasted several adept long-range shooters, including Chalmers, Quentin Richardson, and DeQuayne Cook, all proficient in the art of three-point shooting. Lin Yu's three-point shot is by no means inferior to theirs. In fact, the one he took under Beasley's defense appeared even more formidable than those of his peers. In this scenario, if Spoelstra chooses not to utilize Lin Yu, it would either indicate a lapse in judgment or a bias against him. Lin Yu perceives no discrimination, and it seems unlikely that Spoelstra would make such a mistake. Therefore, Lin Yu can ascertain that during the upcoming game against the Magic, his playing time will be substantial. Consequently, he has devised a plan. Holding on to the time-sensitive items serves little purpose. In the next match, should the score remain close, he will employ them without hesitation. Having secured the iconic moment of the 30 seconds, 12 points moniker, Lin Yu has not only inherited Tracy McGrady's three-point shooting prowess and his signature pull-up technique, but has also acquired a peak McGrady single-game experience card. What defines peak McGrady? It is the McGrady of that season, averaging 32.1 points per game, a true embodiment of excellence. Peak McGrady embodies agility, leaping ability, penetrating skill, shooting finesse, and playmaking prowess, making him a versatile and formidable six-dimensional warrior. Lin Yu resolved to utilize this time-sensitive item directly, aiming to create a memorable scene or a positive narrative. Of course, this hinges on the condition that the score in the upcoming match remains closely contested. Should the game begin with a significant lead, Lin Yu would find little purpose in employing this item, as it would be deemed wasteful. However, if the scores remain tight, Lin Yu would once again take center stage, embodying the role of the solitary savior. The matchup between the Heat and the Magic occurred merely 2 days after the season opener. During this brief interlude, the league buzzed with discussions surrounding Lin Yu's remarkable feat of scoring 12 points in 30 seconds. As time progressed, not only journalists and fans engaged in discourse, but players began to weigh in as well. The Heat's opponent in the season opener, the Celtics, faced relentless inquiries regarding their thoughts on Lin Yu's astounding performance. Ray Allen expressed his discontent, stating, "I believe he exploited an opportunity, as he was previously obscure, leaving us completely unprepared." Kevin Garnett refrained from comment, asserting, "That game has concluded, and I prefer not to elaborate further." In contrast, Paul Pierce lauded Lin Yu, declaring, "Clearly, he rose to prominence at our expense. Yet he earned it. That night, he was indeed on fire and utterly unguardable." Tracy McGrady, known for his own 13 points in 35 seconds, was approached for his perspective on the new record holder. Lin Yu, 12 points in 30 seconds. "I witnessed that game. His performance was nothing short of astonishing." However, in private, McGrady confided to his Detroit teammates, "He cannot be compared to me. The Celtics defense posed no pressure on him. Revisit my 35 seconds, 13 points, and witness the formidable nature of the Spurs defense." Undoubtedly, the most sensational remarks came from the Magic star player, Dwight Howard, who asserted, "I can only say that if I were defending him, Lin Yu wouldn't score a single point in those 30 seconds. I harbor no disdain for the Celtics defense. I merely wish to convey that Lin Yu is not as formidable as you all believe. Just wait for the next game. Lin Yu will score nothing in my presence." On the surface, Howard's 3 statements, coupled with his playful demeanor, seemed innocuous. It's typical to engage in pre-game bravado, even if it occasionally strays into exaggeration. Yet, unscrupulous media outlets took his words and distorted them, transforming them into a serious proclamation. "If I were defending, Lin Yu wouldn't score a single point." Indeed, I have no respect for Lin Yu. I believe the media's adulation is excessive. In the next game, I will demonstrate to everyone that Lin Yu will score nothing against me. Lin Yu received a paraphrase from the media and, being a clever individual, he certainly understood that Howard's original words were not merely those 3 sentences. Nevertheless, he cooperated quite well, directly addressing the multitude of reporters with a bold proclamation. He would make Howard pay for his braggadocio. What cost, you might ask? Well, not only will I score over him, but I shall do so in a manner most humiliating, such as a poster dunk. Upon uttering these words, The entire league's attention was once again drawn to Lin Yu. Did he really claim he would dunk on the beast? While it is true that many have managed to dunk on Howard, most of those instances did not involve the peak version of him. Or the so-called dunks were not authentically representative of a posterization. Dunking on Howard is indeed a noteworthy achievement. Kobe Bryant's iconic dunk over the rookie Howard during his debut season remains a classic moment. When the Lakers considered erecting a statue of Kobe post-retirement, the online poll selected this memorable dunk as the top choice for the statue's design. However, it is essential to note that this was not the peak Howard, thus diminishing the accomplishment's value. As for dunking on the prime Howard, numerous individuals have attempted this feat. Take Rajon Rondo in last year's Eastern Conference Finals, or the Spanish sensation Rudy Fernández during the 2008 Olympics, for instance. However, the dunks by these two cannot be classified as true posterizations. Rondo's dunk involved him bypassing Howard, resulting in minimal physical confrontation. Similarly, Fernández had already maneuvered past Howard, leaving a significant gap between them before the dunk, resulting in little physical contest. Therefore, as of today, the achievement of posterizing the peak version of Howard remains unclaimed. Lin Yu's audacious claim to dunk over the peak version of Dwight Howard has undeniably captivated the attention of the entire league. What a jest! Does he genuinely believe that achieving a miraculous 30 seconds for 12 points grants him the liberty to act without restraint? Trust me, Dwight will impart a harsh lesson, reminding him that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Alas, it seems a meteoric rise is destined to plummet. In an instant, North America is rife with skepticism regarding Lin Yu. Meanwhile, across the ocean in China, his interview has sparked fervent discussions. Has Yu become too arrogant to dare utter such fierce words about dunking over Howard? Unlike Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, who embody humility, Yu appears to be excessively self-assured. Such overconfidence teeters on the brink of hubris, and I sense a monumental downfall is imminent. Similar to the sentiments in North America, domestic opinion also casts a shadow over Lin Yu. Even within the Heat, there is considerable doubt regarding his capabilities. You claim you intend to dunk over Dwight Howard? How absurd. Are you even capable of dunking Lin? At the Heat's training facility, Alston scrutinizes Lin Yu with a face full of skepticism. Lin Yu shrugged and replied, "Rest assured, I am aware." Aware? What the hell do you know? If you have the ability, show me now. Alston pointed at the hoop. Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly. Not right now, but I can assure you, just wait for tomorrow's match. During their exchange, Spoelstra squinted from the sidelines of the training facility. Do you think that kid is just boasting? David Fizdali rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? You saw the last training game. Aside from making a few three-pointers, what else can he do? He shook his head. In my opinion, you should keep him off the court in the next match. That way, there will be a reason after the game. Spoelstra chuckled. Are you implying that I should take the blame? Absolutely. Why should I take the blame? I certainly won't. I've made my decision. Lin from China will start in the next game. Chapter 8. The iconic scene of Kuri Tion in the blink of an eye. The day of the Florida Derby between the Heat and the Magic had arrived. Lin Yu did not believe he could immediately secure a starting position after an astonishing performance of 12 points in 30 seconds. This sentiment was not rooted in a lack of confidence, but rather stemmed from the awkwardness of his role. Standing at 2 meters tall, he could play as a shooting guard, small forward, or power forward. However, prior to his 32nd feet, he epitomized a state of ambiguity. As a shooting guard, he lacked the requisite speed, while as a small forward, he fell short in terms of physicality when matched against power forwards. Although 12 points in 30 seconds was indeed remarkable, during team practices, Lin Yu exhibited only a modicum of proficiency in three-point shooting. Under such circumstances, even if Lin Yu were akin to Spoelstra, he would not grant himself the opportunity to start. However, in the matchup between the Heat and the Magic, the Heat found themselves on the road, having just arrived at the visiting locker room of the Amway Center in Orlando. Lin Yu, as usual, found a secluded corner to take a seat, preparing to change his equipment. The coaches of the Heat followed closely behind the players as they entered the locker room. As Spoelstra settled in, he raised his voice and declared, "We have little time to spare, so let's make haste. I am about to announce the starting lineup for this game." Lin Yu remained indifferent, for he did not believe that SPO would call out his name. The first name that the coach, Eric Spoelstra, mentioned was Dwayne Wade, which momentarily stunned Lin Yu. What was happening? Wade playing point guard? Who would then take on the role of shooting guard? Other teammates in the locker room shared Lin Yu's bewilderment. Wade's transition to point guard implied that another individual would step into the starting position at shooting guard. The dilemma lay in the fact that Wade's presence meant that the Heat had limited depth at the shooting guard position. Aside from an out-of-form Quinn Cook, Lin Yu was the only one left who could fill in. The astute minds in the locker room quickly turned their attention towards Lin Yu. Shooting guard, Lin Yu. As expected, the second name that SPO called was Lin Yu. Following Lin Yu, there is the small forward Quentin Richardson, the power forward Michael Beasley, and the center Jermaine O'Neal. It was at this moment that Beasley realized that his prior animosity towards Lin Yu was indeed a futile endeavor. Even if Lin Yu were to vie for a position, it would bear no relevance to his role as a power forward. At this moment, as Spoelstra has arranged the starting five, it appears that Lin Yu has claimed the shooting guard position, but in reality, he has usurped the point guard role, which has nothing to do with Beasley. Yet, memories of the previous day's scrimmage, where he had been humiliated by Lin Yu, stirred a sense of irritation within Beasley. He had no desire to forgive Lin Yu for that. At that moment, Lin Yu cast a glance at Beasley, their eyes locking for a brief instant. And Lin Yu discerned the animosity reflected in Beasley's gaze. This guy is acting like a fool, Lin Yu thought, shaking his head as he shifted his focus back to the game. He had initially planned to come off the bench, allowing the circumstances of the game and the score to dictate whether he would employ his time-sensitive item. However, there was no need for such hesitation now. He would start and utilize it immediately. Yet, after using it, the weight of the game's objectives would be considerable. The foremost task was that Lin Yu had boasted before the game that he would dunk over Howard. As a relatively unknown rookie, even a failed attempt at the dunk would not tarnish his personal image. Nevertheless, having the opportunity to achieve the feat after employing the time-sensitive item was too enticing to ignore. Furthermore, this peak Tracy McGrady single-game experience card was the last of Lin Yu's time-sensitive items. Once used, it would be gone. Upholding the principle of sustainable development, Lin Yu aimed to leverage the enhancement from this item to create another memorable moment in this game. Waiting until the item was exhausted and then attempting to create a memorable moment without its benefit would be akin to climbing a steep mountain. Ultimately, Lin Yu was determined to continue his explosive performance in this game. He could already envision the scenes he would face after several consecutive bursts of brilliance. Indeed, it would be a spectacle reminiscent of Lin Madness, a pinnacle of memorable moments worthy of being hailed as the king of all memes. Lin Yu was lost in various fantasies at the commentary booth of the Only Center, while the dynamic duo of Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith from TNT had just received the starting lineup for the match. The Orlando Magic had little to remark. Their center Dwight Howard, power forward Rashard Lewis, small forward Matt Barnes, shooting guard Vince Carter, and point guard Jameer Nelson were all as expected. However, it was the Miami Heat that sparked intrigue, as Dwayne Wade surprisingly took on the role of point guard. Even more astonishing was the fact that Lin Yu was announced as the starting shooting guard. Kenny Smith gaped in disbelief, only to be met with Barkley's disdainful eye roll. Are you really surprised? I'm not. Lin just set a remarkable record of 12 points in 30 seconds in the last game. His performance speaks volumes. It would be odd if SPO didn't start him. Kenny Smith shook his head, stating, I have inside information suggesting that Lin Yu's performance in practice has been rather average. He only demonstrated a modicum of three-point shooting ability. This seemed to align with Lin's previous game, where he primarily showcased his three-point shooting, with perhaps a steal to add to his accolades. Smith implied that if Lin were merely a three-point shooter, he did not merit a starting position. Barkley, however, rolled his eyes once more, positing, perhaps SPO has his unique strategy in mind? Or maybe your inside scoop is completely erroneous. Kenny Smith, undeterred, asserted that's impossible. At that moment, both teams took to the court. As a starter, Lin Yu stood at the sidelines, shedding his training jacket. He turned to face Howard, locking eyes with him. Howard, typically characterized by a jovial demeanor, appeared approachable. Yet, that was only if one had not provoked him. Once riled, he could become exceedingly brooding. In this instance, Howard maintained a sunny disposition. Despite Lin Yu's pre-match bravado having irked him, he did not regard Lin with any seriousness. His indifference prevented him from wearing a scowl. However, the smile on Howard's face bore a hint of mockery, revealing a flicker of anger simmering beneath the surface. Lin Yu is no ordinary opponent. Upon noticing Howard's mocking smile, he promptly approached him. Howard was taken aback by Lin Yu's swift advance. But what astonished him even more was the taunt Lin Yu threw at him. Are you ready to be dunked on? The smile vanished from Howard's face in an instant. He was eager to question Lin Yu's audacity, wondering what gave him the courage to confront him so provocatively. Yet, before he could utter a word, Lin Yu turned and walked away, leaving no room for inquiry. In close-up shots, the arena and television viewers erupted in astonishment. This rookie means business. He is serious. On the commentary panel, Barkley was somewhat excited, while Kenny Smith shook his head. He had heard whispers that during practice with the Heat, someone had challenged Lin Yu to dunk, and he had outright declined. Thus, he harbored doubts that the fervent declaration of dunking on Howard was credible if Lin Yu couldn't even execute a simple dunk. After leaving that bold remark, Lin Yu became the center of attention, standing in front of the technical area with his eyes closed, seemingly in a meditative state. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had activated the peak Tracy McGrady single-game experience card. With the infusion of McGrady's power, Lin Yu felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. The game commenced swiftly, and during the opening tip-off, Howard effortlessly defeated Shaquille O'Neal, securing the first possession for the Magic. Nelson controlled the ball, racing forward at breakneck speed. With Lin Yu as his match, Lin Yu originally intended to guard Carter. As per the designated positions, he should have matched up against him. However, given that Carter was the Magic's primary scorer from the perimeter, Wade expressed his lack of confidence in Lin Yu's defensive capabilities and had already decided before the game that he would take on Wade, leaving Lin Yu to defend against Nelson. As Nelson rushed into the front court and established his position, Lin Yu immediately closed in on him. Though peak Tracy McGrady's defense was not particularly stellar, it does not imply he was incapable of defending. In fact, McGrady's career trajectory bears resemblance to that of Kawhi Leonard, both emerging from humble beginnings before evolving into superstars. Early in his career, McGrady was known for his gritty, hard-working defense while playing behind his cousin Carter. Thus, his defensive abilities were commendable. The misconception that peak McGrady's defense was mediocre arises from his dedication to the offensive side of the game, which led to a certain laxity in his defensive efforts. Now, Lin Yu seemed to embody peak McGrady. With Wade on the court, he need not conserve energy for offense. Consequently, he exerted tremendous effort on the defensive end. Nelson found himself in a difficult position, attempting to pivot and break through, yet Lin Yu effectively cut off his path. With no room to maneuver and after wasting 7 or 8 seconds of the shot clock, Nelson had no choice but to pass the ball to Carter. From the commentary booth, Barkley's eyes lit up. That defense is impressive. If your insider information is accurate, Kenny, I can understand why SPO would start Lin Yu. In essence, with his three-point shooting and exceptional one-on-one defense, Lin Yu is indeed a top-tier perimeter player. Such a talent should not be relegated to a non-starter role. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement. His defensive display has been remarkable, yet his opponent is merely Jameer Nelson. As the two were discussing Lin Yu's defensive prowess, Carter had already launched a mid-range shot that clanked off the rim, concluding the Magic's offensive sequence. With no need to mark the ball handler, Lin Yu swiftly darted toward the basket, leaping high to snatch the rebound with his long arms. In a seamless transition, he initiated a lightning-fast counterattack. Lin Yu had seized the ball, and with the Magic's transition defense lagging, it was a splendid opportunity. Kenny Smith's anticipation surged, as his statement held 2 layers of meaning. On the surface, the Magic's gameplay leaned towards a half-court style, making them vulnerable to fast breaks. A successful counter from the Heat would essentially guarantee a scoring opportunity. The underlying implication, however, was that Lin Yu, with the ball in hand and Howard unable to retreat in time, faced an unprotected rim. Logically, this moment presented Lin Yu with an excellent chance to execute a dunk, serving as a test of his dunking capabilities. On the court, the determined Lin Yu indeed resolved to make a dunk. Although Howard was absent from the defensive play, initiating the dunk would serve as a statement to all that he was not merely boasting, making it a commendable choice. Lin Yu quickened his pace, drawing ever closer to the hoop. Estimating that he was merely 2 steps away, he felt it was time to take flight. With a mighty leap, he heard a resounding crash. But do not be mistaken, it was not the triumphant sound of Lin Yu completing a slam dunk. Instead, the Amway Center erupted with laughter. As the 2,000 fans present, along with millions upon millions of viewers watching from their televisions, witnessed Lin Yu, who had leapt into the air, unexpectedly slip and fall. Amidst the uproarious laughter, lying on the polished floor, Lin Yu recalled a famous scene, the gif of Logician attempting a 360-degree dunk only to slip and fall. At that moment, with no time for contemplation, he was left pondering one singular question. Is this considered a meme? Chapter 9. He truly dunked over. Lin Yu lay sprawled on the floor, his ears filled with the raucous laughter emanating from the commentary center. He even caught sight of Sibo, who was leaning against his forehead and sighing not far away. Yet, his mind was consumed by a singular question. Is this a classic moment? A meme, perhaps? Nearby, at the commentary booth, Buckley could not contain himself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "He must have been aiming for a dunk, right?" To which Kenny Smith shook his head and replied, "I told you, my insider information is absolutely reliable. This guy simply cannot dunk." Back on the court, mere seconds after Lin Yu had fallen to the floor, Howard finally arrived at his team's backcourt. Lin Yu pretended to stumble and fall, causing his previously icy expression to break into a boyish grin. Moreover, he leaned closer to Lin Yu and teased, "Is this really your attempt to outdo me?" Lin Yu's lips twitched momentarily. To be candid, the outcome of that dunk was unexpected even for him. With his current prowess reminiscent of a peak Tracy McGrady, executing a dunk on an unguarded basket should have been effortless. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Lin Yu had seldom dunked prior to this moment. One could even assert that he had never truly performed a dunk, despite his towering height of 2 meters. The inherent physical limitations of the Asian physique meant that even if he could dunk, it would only be in a non-confrontational manner. Thus, Lin Yu had always refrained from dunking. Even when opportunities arose, he opted for the more secure layup. Lacking experience in dunking, compounded by the unfamiliarity of his newfound strength reminiscent of McGrady's prime, he inadvertently exerted too much force, resulting in the comical slip during his attempted dunk. Sighing softly, Lin Yu chose not to dwell on his failed dunk. Howard had evidently let his guard down, diminishing the difficulty of subsequent dunks, leaving him with a mere forward remark: "Fortune and misfortune are interdependent." As the game resumed, a misstep from Lin Yu curtailed the Heat's offensive efforts. It was now the Magic's turn. Nelson controlled the ball but found himself once again tightly guarded by Lin Yu. After 2 consecutive impressive defensive plays, Spoelstra on the sidelines was visibly impressed. On the wing, it was Carter versus Wade in a one-on-one duel. The Magic's offensive strategy was characterized by chaotic skirmishes and long-range shots. Yet, with Howard anchoring the paint, this approach proved effective. During this possession, Carter attempted a fading jumper that clanged off the rim. However, beneath the basket, Howard showcased his remarkable leaping ability. He soared high, snatching the rebound with ease. In his descent, he also managed to execute a putback dunk. Boom. Once again, the Amway Center erupted, this time with resounding cheers. After completing the putback, Howard triumphantly pointed at Lin Yu, a gesture that could not be more explicit. "Did you see that? Now, that is what a dunk looks like." For Lin Yu, this was nothing short of a blatant provocation. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, simply intending to convey that there was no need for haste. As the match had only just commenced, he turned, and the Miami Heat initiated their offensive play. As the point guard, Dwayne Wade took possession of the ball, preparing to take matters into his own hands, a privilege of a star player. His defender was Matt Barnes, who would later become infamous for his involvement with Fisher. At this moment, Barnes had only recently made a name for himself with the Magic, and he excelled in defense. He closely shadowed Wade. And with the formidable Dwight Howard guarding the paint, Wade found his offensive efforts exceedingly challenging. Just then, Lin Yu emerged, positioning himself in the passing lane intended for Wade. Wade hesitated for a moment, weighing the options of shooting or passing under pressure. In that fleeting instant, he spotted Lin Yu and decided without further ado to pass the ball. After the pass, Wade circled out, raising his hands to receive the ball again. However, the basketball did not return to him as anticipated. Puzzled, Wade lifted his gaze, only to see Lin Yu swiftly maneuvering past his defender, Jameer Nelson. With an electrifying first step, a breakthrough, Kenny Smith gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if to accommodate 2 apples. His insider information indicated that during training with the Heat, Lin Yu seldom handled the ball. Yet now, he witnessed Lin Yu's adept dribbling and formidable drive. After 2 or 3 steps, Lin Yu found himself face-to-face with the imposing Howard, a matchup that countless spectators had eagerly anticipated. Would Lin Yu attempt a dunk? The crowd held its collective breath, anticipating a thunderous slam over Howard or, conversely, Howard swatting Lin Yu down. However, neither scenario unfolded. Lin Yu opted against a dunk, as Howard had already established his position in the paint. The distance between them precluded any possibility of a spectacular dunk, so Lin Yu shifted his focus to simply scoring. He executed a smooth turnaround, finishing with a graceful hook shot that successfully found its way into the basket. Thunderous applause erupted. Kenny Smith's jaw dropped once more, and the arena buzzed with excitement. Although Lin Yu did not dunk, his play was undeniably impressive. His rapid breakthrough, culminating in a deft turnaround hook shot while bearing the weight of Howard's defense, showcased a remarkable display of skill, despite not securing a dunk. This play affirmed Lin Yu's prowess. Particularly, it left Kenny Smith with a bruised ego. As Lin Yu scored the first 2 points for the Heat with an exceptional drive and hook shot, contrary to Kenny's claims that Lin Yu was merely a three-point shooter, Barkley swiftly turned to aim his verbal fire at Kenny Smith, a hallmark of their commentary style. In every match, they take opposing stances, exchanging barbs that infuse the atmosphere both on and off the court with a palpable tension, enhancing the spectacle of the game. At this moment, as Barkley directed his ire at Kenny Smith, the latter, at a loss for words, flushed with indignation, retorted, "My inside scoop is never wrong." His expression bore a striking resemblance to that of Kong Iji. Yet, Lin Yu's recent breakthrough had already demonstrated that he possessed more than just a three-point shot. Barkley pressed on relentlessly, while Kenny Smith stammered, ultimately conceding. That must mean he is concealing his true prowess. Hiding one's abilities during intra-team scrimmages? Would you engage in such folly as a player? The commentary booth was on the brink of escalating into a heated argument, while the court maintained an air of serene tranquility. After scoring, Lin Yu was met with a high five from Wade, who exclaimed, "Well done, Lin. I didn't expect you had that in you." Lin Yu smiled and remarked, "In the forthcoming offensive, if the Magic continue to closely guard you, pass the ball to me." Wade's eyes sparkled with understanding. He grasped Lin Yu's intent. To put it succinctly, the current Miami Heat function as a singularly focused team, with Wade as their sole star player. Consequently, opponents typically center their defensive strategies on him, rendering each game a formidable challenge for Wade. Nevertheless, bolstered by his extraordinary prowess, he consistently delivers impressive performances, even amidst adversity. However, the Heat's recent record has not been commendable. Wade is acutely aware of the root of their struggles. He lacks a teammate capable of alleviating his burden. Yet, Lin Yu's recent words seem to offer a glimmer of hope. He nodded in agreement with Lin Yu's suggestion. In short order, during the Magic's offensive, Carter managed to score a mid-range jumper against Wade's individual defense, bringing the score to 4-2, prompting the Heat to initiate their attack once more. Unlike the previous offensive sequence, this time Wade served as the conduit for ball possession. Having crossed half court, he swiftly passed the ball to Lin Yu. Subsequently, Lin Yu assumed a posture indicative of isolation play. Is Lin Yu about to engage in consecutive individual plays? Such treatment is typically reserved for star players. Kenny Smith was momentarily taken aback. He had previously convinced Barkley that Lin Yu was concealing his abilities during practice sessions. Yet now, he found himself doubting his own convictions. With Wade's unwavering support for Lin Yu, could it be that his insider information was indeed flawed? During this instance of isolation, Lin Yu did not disappoint Wade. Nor did he let Kenny Smith, Barkley, or the fans watching from the sidelines down. To Lin Yu, Jameer Nelson's defense resembled a wide-open highway, easily traversable. Although Howard remained vigilant against Lin Yu, his focus was primarily on defending against Lin Yu's incursions into the paint. However, in this particular play, Lin Yu opted to create separation from Nelson with a quick step back, followed by a sudden mid-range jump shot. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball slicing through the net resonated, succeeded by Barkley's exuberant exclamation, a sudden stop, and a mid-range jumper. Lin Yu scores for consecutive points. Didn't they say he could only shoot threes? As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Kenny Smith. This time, Kenny Smith refrained from indulging in his usual antics, obediently closing his mouth without engaging in any debate with Barkley. Subsequently, Lin Yu took command of the game like a true superstar. He began with a driving hook shot, followed by a sudden stop and pull-up jumper from mid-range. Soon after, Lin Yu sank 2 three-pointers, making one, and added a layup in transition. Scoring 9 consecutive points, Lin Yu compelled the Magic to call a timeout. Barkley was astonished. Within a mere 4 minutes, Lin Yu had scored 9 points, propelling the Heat to a 12-7 lead over the Magic by as much as 5 points. Stan Van Gundy was forced to call a timeout, clearly caught off guard by Lin Yu's explosive performance. Reminiscent of his miraculous feat of scoring 12 points in 30 seconds in the previous game. Not only was he unprepared, but even we had not anticipated this, more precisely. Kenny had not foreseen it, while I had held on to a glimmer of possibility. It was truly remarkable for a seasoned rookie who had spent 2 seasons on the bench to deliver such a performance upon his entry. I think it is fitting to bestow upon him the nickname of the Marvelous Boy. On the other side, the frequently humbled Kenny Smith was also extolling Lin Yu's prowess. Albeit with a touch of regret, Lin Yu's performance was undeniably stellar, catching the Magic off guard. The only lament was that in his 9-point barrage, he failed to execute a dunk. In one succinct statement, he brought everyone back from the astonishment of Lin Yu's 9-point run to the topic of his dunk over Howard. On the court, the now widely watched Lin Yu stood with his hands on his hips, attentively listening to SBO's tactical instructions. Lin Yu believed there was no rush regarding the dunk over Howard. After replicating Curry's iconic slip during a dunk attempt, he realized that while he was channeling peak Tracy McGrady, he still needed to acclimate to the latter's jumping ability and power. Presently, he found himself in a phase of adaptation. As for why he had not dunked during the recent fast break, the reason was simple. He wished to maintain the illusion for Howard that he would not dunk. He awaited the perfect moment to strike decisively. Meanwhile, SPO was in high spirits on the sidelines. Lin Yu's explosive performance not only alleviated Dwayne Wade's burden, but also illuminated the possibility for Coach Spoelstra to elevate his coaching achievements this season. Consequently, any lingering dissatisfaction he harbored towards Lin Yu due to the media uproar following the previous game dissipated entirely. During this timeout, the Miami Heat found themselves in a position of advantage, with Spoelstra's strategy being straightforward. The Orlando Magic would inevitably shift their defensive focus towards Lin Yu's side. Thus, it was time for Dwayne to step up. In essence, Lin Yu's consecutive 9 points had transformed the Heat into a team powered by dual cores. Lin Yu's fervent performance is undeniably evident, compelling the Magic to allocate additional defensive efforts towards his side, regardless of their reluctance. Consequently, this liberation allows Wade to flourish, highlighting the advantages of a dual-core-driven team. Wade grinned and nodded in acknowledgement. However, Lin Yu was somewhat reluctant, as he wished to continue dribbling and pressing forward. Only by maintaining possession could he seize the opportunity to dunk over Howard. Yet upon reflection, passing the ball to Wade might indeed prove advantageous. If Wade were to reach his peak performance and draw the attention of the Magic, particularly that of Howard, Lin Yu would stand a considerable chance of outsmarting Howard. After some strategizing, the timeout concluded and the game resumed. As Spoelstra anticipated, the Magic's defense against Lin Yu had indeed transformed following the break. Jamal Nelson was utterly incapable of containing Lin Yu, prompting Stan Van Gundy to substitute Carter to guard him. Moreover, Lin Yu observed that even though Wade was the one handling the ball during this offensive sequence, the Magic's defense still seemed to keep a watchful eye on him. Notably, Howard in the paint was scanning attentively, oscillating between Wade and Lin Yu. Fortunately, he relinquished possession. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared by Carter and Howard during this offensive play. Lin Yu felt a surge of gratitude, and soon he realized that after Wade's lightning-fast initiation, all of Howard's attention was completely absorbed by Wade. What a splendid opportunity. Lin Yu sensed an opportunity and swiftly adjusted his pace, initiating a movement without the ball. His counterpart, Carter, diligently shadowed him, never straying a step away. However, Lin Yu paid Carter little heed. The once great Carter had aged, no longer embodying the demigod he once was. In truth, even during his prime, Carter was not particularly renowned for his defensive prowess. Now, with his aging limbs, he was unable to keep up with the youthful vigor of Lin Yu. In a matter of moments, Lin Yu created a gap of a step between them through a swift change of direction, accelerating further until Carter was completely left behind. At that moment, the defensive focus of the Magic had entirely shifted toward Wade's side. For instance, the tenacious Matt Barnes struggled to remain close behind Wade. Meanwhile, Howard, stationed in the paint, had already turned half his body toward Wade, his attention wholly captivated by Wade, his movements unconsciously mirroring Wade's rhythm. Lin Yu seized his opportunity, suddenly pivoting and accelerating towards the paint. Just a step away from the restricted area, he planted his right foot firmly on the floor, exerting tremendous force, and soared above the Amway Center. At the very moment he leapt, he called out Wade's name, Dwayne. Hearing this, Wade glanced up and beheld Lin Yu ascending into the air. Instantly understanding the cue, he launched the basketball high into the arena. Meanwhile, Howard, alerted by Lin Yu's shout, adjusted his previously angled body, twisting into an awkward position. When he finally noticed Lin Yu hovering above him, panic ensued, causing him to lose his footing. With a resounding crash, a massive yellow hand slammed down on the ball, forcefully stuffing it into the hoop. Stumbling, Howard fell to the ground, while Lin Yu soared triumphantly above him, suspended near the rim. A hush fell over the Amway Center, the home crowd holding their breath. Only Kenny Smith's whispered astonishment broke the silence. He just dunked over Dwight Howard. He truly dunked over Dwight Howard. Moments later, Barkley regained his composure, raising his voice to an astonishing volume. "Oh my God, Jesus. Lin Yu just dunked over Dwight Howard. He really did it." The pregame boast he had made had materialized. "What did I say? I told you he was a miraculous kid, didn't I?" Simultaneously, a cacophony of boos erupted throughout the Amway Center. After hanging on the rim, Lin Yu landed, defiantly shaking his head while biting his mouthguard. The Magic fans near the sidelines could no longer contain themselves, showering him with jeers. Amidst the boos, the large screen above the arena began to replay the dunk. It displayed Lin Yu seizing the moment, leaping over an unsuspecting Howard, and effortlessly slamming the ball into the basket with his elevated right hand. It appeared simple and effortless. However, it is crucial to recognize that Lin Yu had just dunked over Howard, a player who had rarely been truly dunked on, amplifying the significance of this particular dunk given Howard's pregame bravado. This was a legitimate dunk over a formidable opponent, truly an extraordinary feat by the miraculous young man. In the commentary booth, Barkley acknowledged this achievement, while Kenny Smith, in a rather deflating manner, reminded everyone of Lin Yu's earlier slip during the opening dunk. It seemed that Lin Yu's initial attempt had indeed been a misstep. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the court as Howard rose from the floor. Everyone anticipated he would be deeply embarrassed, and the onlookers were thrilled, expecting an entertaining spectacle. To their astonishment, Howard flashed a brilliant smile and exclaimed, "Bro, you truly surprised me. I never expected you could dunk over me. This may very well be the pinnacle of your career." Lin Yu revealed a smile. One must admit, Howard possesses an exceptional talent for diffusing awkwardness. He is acutely aware that Howard's statement is far from his genuine intent. A deeper interpretation of Howard's words suggests that he is implying, "You, my friend, have forsaken the principles of fair play, resorting to a sneak attack. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for you to outmaneuver me." Chapter 10. The dual-core engine of the Heat. Lin Yu's dunk certainly carried an element of surprise. However, even if it was a sneak attack, it remains a legitimate and emphatic dunk. Howard could only resort to a forced smile to alleviate the awkwardness. Lin Yu had to concede that this individual possesses a rather high emotional intelligence. Lin Yu harbored no ill intentions towards Howard, for their prior exchange had merely been a playful verbal sparring match, devoid of any genuine conflict. Now, having successfully executed a remarkable dunk over Howard, coupled with his earlier slip during a dunk attempt, he had managed to create two iconic moments in a single game. In high spirits, Lin Yu chose to disregard Howard's veiled taunt. Instead, he turned to celebrate with his teammates, exchanging high fives and joyous camaraderie. "You are truly extraordinary, Lin." "Astonishing," they exclaimed. "Who would have thought you could actually dunk over Dwight Howard? You possess remarkable skill." Lin Yu exchanged celebratory high fives with Alston, who had rushed up from the bench. Quentin Richardson, stationed in the corner during the offensive possession, and Wade, who had delivered the alley-oop assist. Thus concluded the jubilation following the spectacular dunk. While the in-game festivities had come to an end, discussions outside the court were just beginning. In the commentary booth, Barkley reveled in Howard's misfortune, remarking that Howard had made bold claims before the game, vowing to prevent Lin Yu from scoring a single point. Now, not only had Lin Yu scored, but he had done so with a thunderous dunk over Howard, securing 2 points in a most dramatic fashion. Kenny Smith analyzed the potential repercussions of Lin Yu's dunk, after achieving the miraculous feat of scoring 12 points in 30 seconds in the previous game. He had now dunked over Dwight Howard, propelling him into the spotlight. For Howard, this moment was more than just being a mere backdrop. He needed to be wary of the ensuing wave of imitators inspired by Lin Yu. Ultimately, their discussions circled back to Lin Yu. It is safe to say that the moniker "the Magical Kid" rightfully belongs to him. Who could have predicted that the previously unheralded Lin Yu would etch his name in history with feats such as 12 points in 30 seconds and a dunk over Dwight Howard in just the first 2 games of the new season? Truly, it is astonishing. On the court, the game had resumed. Having accomplished the feat of dunking over Howard, Lin Yu felt an immense weight lifted off his shoulders, allowing him to play with newfound ease. His remaining objective was clear: to deliver a performance and statistics befitting a superstar and lead his team to victory. Given the performances of the Heat and Magic thus far, this task seemed quite manageable, as the Heat had established a commanding 14-7 lead over the Magic. It appeared that the dual-core strategy of the Heat was proving effective. However, the reality was that Lin Yu's dunk had ignited Howard's competitive spirit. In the ensuing moments, the league's premier center, Dwight Howard, showcased his dominant prowess in the paint. Inside the key, Howard was unstoppable, dismantling the already vulnerable Heat interior defense. Jermaine O'Neal quickly found himself in foul trouble, exiting the game prematurely. His replacement, Jamal Magloire, struggled to withstand Howard's relentless onslaught. While he may not have accumulated many fouls, he left significant defensive gaps. Nonetheless, the defense in the paint was not the crux of the issue. The pivotal concern lay in the Heat's offense. With Lin Yu occupying a significant portion of the Magic's defensive focus, Wade was expected to thrive. Yet, his performance in this game was rather lackluster. After Lin Yu executed a stunning dunk, Wade attempted to take control of the game. His first shot, however, ricocheted off the rim under the interference of Matt Barnes. Following this, a three-pointer also clanged off the iron. After 2 consecutive misses, Wade attempted to penetrate the key, only to be met with a soaring block from Howard, who swatted the ball away with authority. It is understandable, as Wade's style predominantly revolves around driving to the basket. After all, he is nicknamed Flash for a reason. Long-range shooting has never been his forte. He can make them, but he lacks precision. Faced with a dominant presence like Howard in the paint, he naturally found himself at a disadvantage. Following 3 consecutive misses, Lin Yu approached Wade and quietly inquired, "What's wrong?" Wade furrowed his brow and replied, "My back feels a bit sore. It's uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu understood and patted Wade on the back, saying, "Take your time to find your rhythm. For the next offensive possession, I'll take the lead." When Lin Yu regained possession of the ball, the score had shifted to 14-12, with the once substantial 7-point lead diminished to a mere 2 points. During the Heat's possession, Lin Yu seized the ball, and in light of Wade's lackluster performance, the team found itself relying on an aging rookie, a rather unusual circumstance. On the court, this seasoned novice confronted Carter's defense and suddenly took a swift step, deftly bypassing Carter. In a flurry of urgency, Carter turned, yet Lin Yu had already positioned himself behind, rising up to execute a clean mid-range jumper. Swish! The ball found its mark, and the remarkable Lin Yu continued to score. After a lull of 3 offensive possessions, Lin Yu reignited his scoring prowess, having amassed 11 consecutive points. Who could have anticipated that this game marked only his second official NBA appearance? Once again, I am compelled to exclaim his nickname, the Marvelous Kid. On the sidelines, Barkley enthusiastically praised Lin Yu, while Carter furrowed his brow on the court. This particular shot represented Carter's first one-on-one defense against Lin Yu. And with just that one play, he sensed an uncanny familiarity. It bore a striking resemblance to the style of his cousin, Tracy McGrady, to be precise. Although they only recognized their kinship in college, their familial bond was evident, having been teammates and frequently facing each other on the court. Carter was well acquainted with McGrady's distinctive style. After defending one shot, and considering Lin Yu's previous scores, Carter discerned that Lin Yu's style bore a resemblance to McGrady's. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and knowing one's opponent leads to victory in countless battles. With a newfound strategy forming in his mind, Carter understood how to defend against Lin Yu in the next possession. Soon, the Magic initiated their offense. Nelson found an opportunity to pass the ball into the paint, and Howard once again overpowered Magloire, sending the ball into the basket. The score now stood at 16-14, with the Heat still clinging to a 2-point lead and maintaining possession. Lin Yu received the basketball and once again launched an assault against the Magic's defense. This time, Carter's defensive positioning exhibited some alterations. He did not closely shadow Lin Yu, but instead maintained a slight distance. Lin Yu suddenly comprehended Carter's intentions. The veteran was attempting to thwart his initial move. At the pinnacle of his career, Tracy McGrady's unparalleled skill lay in his first step, widely regarded as the swiftest in the NBA during those years. Yet, McGrady's prowess extended beyond just his initial burst. He possessed an extraordinary ability to execute precision jump shots, particularly when in a rhythm. Observing Carter's keen focus on his drive, Lin Yu cast a glance at the hoop and abruptly elevated for a shot. He believed he had caught Carter off guard, but the veteran swiftly reacted, launching himself toward Lin Yu. Nevertheless, Lin Yu's jump shot soared over Carter, swishing through the net with impeccable accuracy. It was not that Carter's defensive strategy was flawed. Rather, he had underestimated Lin Yu's leaping ability. This young man could leap with remarkable agility. Was he not reminiscent of McGrady? In Carter's eyes, Lin Yu was simply an Asian player. African Americans were known for their aerial prowess, embodying the likes of Jordan's divine talent, Dominique Wilkins' cinematic brilliance, and Carter's own semi-divine athleticism. While there were white players like Brent Barry, who famously proclaimed that white men could jump, Carter had never encountered an Asian player capable of such feats. His misjudgment of Lin Yu's vertical leap led to the unraveling of his defensive efforts. On the court, Lin Yu looked at the astonished veteran and chuckled inwardly, thinking, "He must not have seen my 30 seconds of 12 points." Lin Yu's remarkable achievement of 30 seconds and 12 points featured an exquisite pull-up three-pointer, utilizing his extraordinary vertical leap to evade the opponent's block. One can only remark that Lin Yu was previously rather obscure, leaving his adversaries unfamiliar with his capabilities. With a single three-pointer, the score transformed to 19-14. The Heat, who had been gasping for breath under the relentless pursuit of the Magic, immediately exhaled a sigh of relief. The ensuing match took on a somewhat tug-of-war dynamic. After all, both sides possessed the ability to effortlessly dismantle the opponent's defense. The Magic primarily relied on Howard, whose prowess not only shone in his post-up plays but also dominated the paint, thereby constraining the defense and granting his teammates greater space and opportunities. Conversely, the Heat showcased similar strengths on their end. Lin Yu's explosive performance significantly restrained the majority of the Magic's defense. As he regained control of the ball, he swiftly scored another 5 points, which only intensified the defensive pressure against him. The Magic deployed a formidable defense to encircle Lin Yu, consequently providing his teammates with ample opportunities. Quentin Richardson rose to the occasion, sinking a three-pointer, while Beasley seized the moment to execute a series of one-on-one plays, adding another 4 points to the tally. It appeared that Lin Yu's scoring for the quarter would be firmly established above the number 16. As the first quarter drew to a close, he unexpectedly launched a sudden three-pointer. Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball net echoed through the Amway Center, eliciting a thunderous roar from the home crowd of Magic fans. In truth, Lin Yu's three-pointer was not entirely unforeseen. He had resolved to take the shot as soon as he received the pass in the backcourt. The impetus for this decision was the fact that, during the latter part of the quarter, the Magic had regained the lead, thanks to Howard's dominance over the Heat. Before Lin Yu made his three-pointer, the score stood at 28-30, with the Magic leading by 2 points. However, following Lin Yu's remarkable shot, the Heat once again seized the lead. Shortly after Jamal Nelson received the ball in the backcourt, the red light indicating the end of the first quarter illuminated. As the first quarter concluded, the score was 31-30, with the Heat leading by a mere point, a difference so slight it could be deemed negligible. The score remained tense, suggesting that the match was exhilarating. Yet what was even more captivating was the phenomenal performance of the extraordinary Lin Yu. In just the first quarter, he amassed 19 points, falling just short of a 20-point quarter. This was a display worthy of a superstar, indeed. It is fair to say that even the most elite players cannot consistently achieve such feats. For instance, Lin Yu's teammate Dwayne Wade struggled in this game, managing only 5 points in the first quarter. It is evident that without Lin Yu, the Heat would have faced a significant deficit in that opening period. Now, the previously obscure Lin Yu had emerged as a savior for the Heat, while it may be premature to label him a savior. As noted by analysts Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith, the Heat's performance hinged heavily on Lin Yu's singular prowess. In the second quarter, it was again Lin Yu who, despite the Magic's formidable defense, led the Heat and kept the score tightly contested. During this quarter, he played only half the time, contributing 5 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists. By halftime, Lin Yu had accumulated an impressive 24 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 steal, showcasing dazzling statistics. He matched the formidable Dwight Howard, who recorded 17 points, 9 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 3 blocks, creating a thrilling duel. However, the pressure on Lin Yu had considerably eased, for in the latter half of the second quarter, Wade seized the opportunity while Howard was off the court and significantly boosted his performance. By halftime, Wade had tallied 14 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists, indicating a marked resurgence. In the third quarter, the revitalized Wade took control of the ball and scored consecutively. Yet, it was evident to discerning observers that Wade's scoring spree was made possible largely due to Lin Yu's contributions. Lin Yu has effectively restrained the Magic's defensive efforts, allowing Dwayne Wade to engage in one-on-one confrontations. Following his resurgence, Wade has demonstrated proficiency in mid-range shooting, rendering Matt Barnes's defense largely ineffective. Without assistance in defense, Wade has gradually reclaimed the moniker of Flash. Ultimately, the credit lies with Lin Yu, who has been the cornerstone of the Heat's performance in this match. Dwayne Wade is undoubtedly relishing the benefits of having a formidable teammate, and he must be hoping that Lin Yu continues to excel. Charles Barkley suddenly remarked. As a prominent figure who experienced a championship-less playing career, he understands the significance of having a reliable ally. In the third quarter, Lin Yu, playing a supporting role alongside Wade, contributed 7 points, along with 2 rebounds and 1 assist. By the end of the third quarter, he had amassed an impressive tally of 31 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal, showcasing remarkable statistics. With an entire quarter still to play, the score stood at 86-83, with the Heat leading by a mere 3 points, a margin that was still minuscule. It can be asserted that the fourth quarter would be crucial, representing a decisive showdown between the two teams. On the Magic side, Dwight Howard was determined not to succumb to defeat. Having been humiliated by a poster dunk from Lin Yu, as Barkley aptly put it, he had suffered a significant blow. The awkward laughter following the dunk merely alleviated the immediate embarrassment. To salvage his dignity post-game, he needed to secure a victory. On the Heat side, the unstoppable Lin Yu was resolute in preventing any loss. Victory had long been predetermined in his mind. Wade, too, was unwilling to accept defeat. Especially with Lin Yu in such explosive form, had he performed even slightly better, the outcome would have been a straightforward win. If they were to lose, it would only reflect poorly on him. Wade was determined not to be perceived as a liability, thus he steeled himself for the pivotal final quarter. The last 12 minutes would ultimately determine the fate of the match. Chapter 11. The madness of the final quarter. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the start. Quentin Richardson initiated the play from the baseline, and Wade received the ball, marking the official commencement of the fourth quarter showdown. Wade accelerated towards the front court, directly penetrating the defense without hesitation. He swiftly darted into the paint, and as Howard struggled to establish his footing, Wade executed a layup, bringing the score to 88-83, extending the Heat's lead to 5 points. Elated by his success, Wade raised his right hand and exchanged a high five with Lin Yu. At this juncture, the game had evolved into a stage for the superstars. Wade had found his rhythm, and naturally, he assumed control of the ball. Lin Yu yearned to snatch that damned basketball from Wade's grasp, yet he was acutely aware of his own limited experience. To claim possession in the decisive final moments was, for him, an insurmountable challenge. Even though he had performed exceptionally well throughout the first 3 quarters, he could only reluctantly exchange a high five with Wade, silently wishing for successful shots. As the final quarter commenced, the Heat had established a promising 5-point lead, suggesting a favorable turn of events. However, a swift transition revealed the Magic's offensive maneuver. Rashard Lewis suddenly emerged from the baseline, receiving a pass from Carter, and with a poised lift, he executed a 3-point shot. Beasley's defense proved ineffective, and moments later, the unmistakable swish of the basketball traversing the net resonated throughout the arena. With that 3-pointer, the illustrious Rashard Lewis made a pivotal contribution, as Kenny Smith aptly noted. This singular shot transformed the score to 86-88, reducing the Magic's deficit to a mere 2 points. Wade remained unperturbed, confident in his form. With Lin Yu poised to assist, Wade felt assured about the game's outcome. Yet, in the ensuing offensive play, Wade's abrupt mid-range shot clanged against the rim. In a swift response, Howard charged into the paint, drawing a foul from Shaquille O'Neal, and astonishingly sank both free throws. Thus, the Magic seized the lead. "This one is mine," he declared, as the Heat prepared to inbound the ball. Lin Yu called for the ball, and Wade nodded in agreement without hesitation. In the backcourt, Wade promptly passed the ball to Lin Yu. After having missed a shot, Dwayne was keen to transfer the possession to Lin Yu, eager to see how he would handle the situation. In the frontcourt, Lin Yu faced Carter's defense once again. After several encounters in the first half, Carter had come to understand Lin Yu quite well. He was acutely aware that Lin Yu resembled his cousin T-Mac in style, characteristics, and playing style. The only distinction was that Lin Yu seldom drove directly to the basket. Most of his offensive prowess lay in mid-range shooting, predominantly through pull-up shots. This time, Carter's defense focused solely on Lin Yu's mid-range pull-up. He no longer guarded against Lin Yu's drives, directing all his attention to his shooting. Consequently, Lin Yu, without a hint of hesitation, accelerated past Carter in a single stride. He surged straight into the paint guarded by Howard. The Amway Center erupted in cheers as Barkley exclaimed, "Lin Yu is once again face-to-face with Dwight Howard. Will he go for the dunk?" However, Lin Yu swiftly dashed Barkley's hopes. Not only did he refrain from dunking, but he also chose not to attempt a shot himself. Instead, He maneuvered around Howard and delivered a pass to the unguarded Shaquille O'Neal beneath the basket. Although Shaquille was no longer capable of leaping high, he exerted all his effort and emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. Lin Yu's pass was surprisingly astute. He was about to face Howard's resistance, and whether the shot would succeed was uncertain. After passing, the 2 points were assured. With a score of 90-89, the astute Lin Yu helped the Heat reclaim the lead. In the following possession, Carter successfully executed a mid-range shot, placing the Heat at a disadvantage once more. Wade took control of the ball again, confidently executing a quick stop-and-pop jumper that swished through the net. With a score of 92-91, the Heat regained the lead. The game had once again devolved into a tug-of-war, primarily due to the inability of both teams to effectively counter each other's offenses. The Magic's offense saw Howard overpowering O'Neal for another emphatic dunk. On the Heat's end, Wade executed a penetrating drive, scoring another 2 points with a close-range floater. In the subsequent possession, Lewis attempted another three-pointer, but the ball clanked off the rim. O'Neal secured the rebound and immediately passed the ball to Wade. Upon receiving the pass, Wade recognized the opportunity to extend the lead. He shouted, "Fast break, fast break." Then, accelerating, he charged towards the front court. The Flash's speed was indisputable. It wasn't long before Wade established an overwhelming momentum. With his gaze fixed on the hoop, he resolved to deliver a powerful dunk. In this climactic battle, an extraordinary basket was essential to uplift the team's spirit. Thus, in the front court, after a couple of swift strides, Wade leaped into the air, his body extending gracefully. Right hand gripping the basketball, forcefully slamming it against the rim. A resounding clang echoed through the Amway Center, which fell silent amidst a chorus of gasps. Only the Heat's bench erupted into a wave of excitement. Yet, this fervor quickly waned. It wasn't that the dunk lacked brilliance. Rather, something seemed amiss with Wade, who had just executed the spectacular feat. Wade's dunk was indeed magnificent, albeit uncontested. So why was he lying on the floor? He was clutching his lower back. On the court, Lin Yu, who had been cheering and preparing for a chest bump celebration with Wade, also sensed something was wrong. He quickened his pace and signaled for the team physician to come onto the court. Wade was injured. He had mentioned a slight soreness in his back during the first quarter. Now, with his hand on his back, it appeared there was a significant issue. It turned out that this fellow was not merely off his game. He was genuinely hurt, contrary to Lin Yu's initial assumption that he was making excuses. Soon, the team physician's preliminary diagnosis was revealed, a muscle strain in the back, the severity of which was difficult to ascertain. But it was clear he could not continue in the game. On the court, Wade had managed to rise with Lin Yu's assistance. Although the physician advised against his return, he was still somewhat reluctant to accept this fate. However, upon releasing Lin Yu's support, he felt an excruciating pain radiating from his back. At this level of agony, it hardly mattered whether he played or not. Thus, Wade turned to Lin and said, "This game is in your hands now. You must secure the victory." If they were to lose this match, Wade's reputation for being a liability would be cemented. After all, an unexpected injury could also be seen as a form of letting the team down. Lin Yu nodded with assurance, "Rest assured, Dwayne." Ultimately, Wade exited the court, and after a moment's hesitation, Spoelstra opted to substitute in Chalmers. This substitution essentially signified that the forthcoming possession of the Heat would be under Lin Yu's command. Chalmers served primarily as a functional point guard, tasked with advancing the ball past half court and executing off-ball movements to seize opportunities for three-point shots. The match swiftly resumed, with a score of 96-93 favoring the Magic. They executed a play with determined intent, passing the ball to Howard in the paint. Howard succeeded in a forceful drive to the basket, narrowing the score to 95-96 as the teams transitioned from offense to defense. The moment Lin Yu seized possession of the ball, the Heat maintained a slender lead of 1 point. At that instant, his score remained at the 31 points he had accumulated by the end of the third quarter. On his first defensive play after regaining possession, he executed a swift pull-up three-pointer from beyond the arc. Following Dwayne Wade's departure from the court, the ball was unhesitatingly entrusted to Lin Yu, who, with Carter's defense bearing down on him, launched another three-pointer. In Kenny Smith's view, Lin Yu's shot appeared somewhat reckless, considering that the opponent had consistently focused on his long-range shooting, making such a shot likely to face significant interference. However, with a swift swish, Lin Yu, despite Carter's interference, managed to elevate the ball into the net. It was a remarkable three-pointer that brought his score to 34 points in the match. Showcasing his exceptional form right after Wade left the court, and he took control of the ball. I must reiterate a crucial point. Prior to the last game, Lin Yu was an obscure benchwarmer. In that previous game, he achieved an astonishing feat of scoring 12 points in just 30 seconds. Now, in this match, his explosive performance continues with 34 points, accompanied by 5 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal. It appears he has made an extraordinary leap from being a mere water boy to a star player. Barkley encapsulated it perfectly in his summary. I can only say, he is simply extraordinary. If Lin Yu could hear Barkley's words, he might ponder, is extraordinary what I seek? What I desire is madness. The miraculous Lin cannot assist him. Only the audacious Lin can. With a score of 99-95, Lin Yu's three-pointer granted the Heat a 4-point lead. In the Magic's offensive play, Howard once again went for a one-on-one. Little O found it challenging to withstand, resulting in an early foul. This foul sent Howard back to the free throw line, where his performance was commendable. He made one of the 2 shots, bringing the score to 99-96. With a 3-point lead, Lin Yu commenced another solo effort. Beyond the 3-point line, he faced Carter's individual defense yet again. With a subtle lift of his hand and a feigned shot, Carter was left momentarily bewildered. Lin Yu's deception had effectively outmaneuvered the veteran Carter. Seeing Carter off balance, Lin Yu adjusted his position, took a leap, and released the ball. Another 3-pointer swished through the net, this time without any interference from Carter. The crisp sound of the basketball passing through the hoop echoed, signaling yet another successful shot. Lin Yu was on fire. After Wade exited the game due to injury, he seemed to be unshackled, scoring 2 consecutive 3-pointers for a total of 6 points. With the score now at 102-96, the Heat had widened their lead. As the gap grew to 6 points, Spoelstra reacted swiftly from the sidelines, directing Little O to commit a foul. Foul him. If he dares to take the ball, foul him. This is the moment to implement the Hack-a-Howard strategy. Although Howard displayed commendable free throw accuracy in this match, he is, after all, Howard. No matter how proficient he may be, the likelihood of him missing remains substantial. Moreover, Spoelstra's vocal command serves as a tactical intimidation. It ultimately hinges on Howard's confidence. If he lacks it, he may hesitate to take possession of the ball. However, in no time, Howard, utilizing his back-to-basket positioning, received the basketball from Nelson, exuding confidence. Yet, Little O showed no mercy, committing a foul without hesitation. Thus, Howard found himself once again at the free throw line. Similar to the previous round, he managed to sink only one of his 2 attempts. In Kenny Smith's view, securing even 1 point was commendable, as long as they could defend against the ensuing play. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the Heat's offense came to an abrupt halt. Barkley's exclamation interrupted Kenny Smith as Lin Yu made a remarkable 3-point shot from an impressive distance. Swish. Another one. What an extraordinary feat. 3 consecutive 3-pointers. Barkley could hardly conceal his astonishment, and the word magical lingered on his lips once more. Kenny Smith, however, jested, suggesting that Dwayne Wade's injury-induced absence had indeed lifted the seal on his performance, unleashing his full prowess with 3 successive 3-pointers. It would not be long before victory in this match would be firmly within his grasp. With those 3 consecutive 3-pointers, Lin Yu's score surged to 40 points, transforming the overall score to 105-97, thereby extending the Heat's lead to 8 points. In the subsequent offensive possession for the Magic, Howard remained undaunted. With unwavering confidence, he seized the ball once more, only to find himself once again sent to the free throw line by Little O's foul. Following this infraction, Little O was promptly ejected from the game. At the free throw line, Howard felt the weight of immense pressure bearing down upon him. Under such duress, he shockingly missed both attempts. This failure to score left the situation precarious for the Magic. The ensuing defensive possession was crucial. They needed to lock down Lin Yu. Stan Van Gundy immediately called a timeout. This was a necessary intervention, as the score gap had become perilously narrow, threatening to escalate to double digits. With less than half of the final quarter remaining, a 10-point deficit could very well seal the Magic's fate. After a brief pause, Stan Van Gundy focused his strategy squarely on Lin Yu. As Lin Yu made his entrance, he quickly realized that his opponent had changed. Matt Barnes, with his somewhat rancid grin, spat out, "Kid, it's my turn to guard you now. Your moment is about to be brought to an end." Lin Yu let out a derisive laugh, declaring, "Your boss tried to boast and was directly dunked on by me. You are no exception." This was a powerful retort. No matter how impressive Barnes might be, could he possibly surpass Howard? However, Barnes responded immediately, "My boss? That kid Dwight is certainly not my superior. He can at best be considered my junior. Lin Yu was taken aback, surprised by Barnes' audacity. However, this did not affect the current round, nor did it alter the outcome of the match. Immediately, Lin Yu glanced at the hoop and, once again, unleashed a three-pointer. Barnes, naturally, reacted promptly. His mission was to thwart Lin Yu, and he focused intently on this particular scoring method that had proven most effective for Lin Yu. Another three-pointer. Another clean shot from beyond the arc. Matt Barnes positioned himself directly in Lin Yu's face, making the shot exceedingly difficult. In a split second, Barkley felt that the shot would not succeed. Yet, the very next moment, swish. A resounding cheer erupted from the Amway Center, tinged with a hint of despair. It went in. It truly went in. A three-pointer of such remarkable difficulty found its mark with precision. The extraordinary Lin Yu, the audacious Lin Yu, had decisively sealed the victory for the Heat with 4 consecutive three-pointers. On the court, Lin Yu turned to the stunned Barnes and remarked, "I told you. You and your little brother are merely all talk." Chapter 12. The marvelous youngster. By the conclusion of the match, Lin Yu's score had soared to 47 points, accompanied by 6 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals. Such statistics were nothing short of spectacular, verging on the extraordinary. The Heat triumphed with a score of 116-102. The Amway Center glowed red under the timer's signal, the stands largely empty, save for the jubilant section occupied by the Heat's bench, which erupted in celebration. "You were truly remarkable, Lin. I anticipated our victory, but I never expected it to be so effortless." This sentiment came from veteran Captain Haslam, who expressed his astonishment. Indeed, at the onset of the fourth quarter, the score fluctuated back and forth, creating an atmosphere of intense competition. Who could have foreseen Lin Yu's sudden explosion, sinking 4 consecutive three-pointers that the Magic could not defend against, instantly widening what had been a tightly contested game? From the perspective of Lin Yu's teammates, the victory felt surprisingly easy. In response to the captain's praise, Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. It was anything but easy. Each of those 4 three-pointers felt like walking a tightrope. At that moment, Alston chimed in. "So now everyone is calling you Lin Amazing. Is it Linsanity? What on earth is this? Shouldn't it be Lin Crazy instead?" Lin Yu wore a puzzled expression on his face, as the celebration had already concluded. He leisurely picked up his training attire and ambled towards the player tunnel. Not far away, Sibo, who had been observing Lin Yu intently, suddenly grew anxious. Lin Yu heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw SPO. "What is it, coach? Don't forget to accept the interview." SPO was genuinely fearful that Lin Yu might once again decline the interview. After 2 explosive performances, Lin Yu had undoubtedly become the darling of public opinion. However, by the end of this match, that group of self-proclaimed kings of the press had yet to have a face-to-face opportunity with Lin Yu. SPO could only imagine the frenzy that would ensue if Lin Yu were to refuse the interview once more. The mere thought of it was quite daunting. Lin Yu smiled and gave SPO a thumbs-up gesture. He was certainly aware of SPO's concerns, but today, he had no intention of declining the interview. Due to Alston's remark about Lin's magic, he felt that the situation had deviated somewhat from its intended course. Thus, he resolved to engage with this group of reporters in person. Upon returning to the locker room, Lin Yu found himself surrounded by a throng of journalists, encircled tightly. "Lin, could you elaborate on 30 seconds and 12 points? What was going through your mind in those final moments before you took the court? After being benched by Eric Spoelstra for 2 seasons, do you harbor any significant resentment?" Lin, look at me. I feel we still don't know you well enough. Could you introduce yourself briefly before we commence the interview?" The locker room was chaotic and bustling, reminiscent of a morning market. Yet, Lin Yu quickly spotted the journalist who had posed the last question, finding the inquiry particularly agreeable. "Sir, could you please share your name and the media outlet you represent?" The journalist, a middle-aged Caucasian man with glasses and brown hair, exhibited a look of surprise and promptly introduced himself. "I am Adrian Wojnarowski from Yahoo Sports." He then reiterated his question. Upon hearing the name Adrian Wojnarowski, Lin Yu was taken aback. Wasn't that the renowned WOJ, the insider? What was he doing in the locker room for a frontline interview? Lin Yu was unaware that at that moment, Wojnarowski had only recently joined Yahoo and was still a fledgling reporter, much like himself, both somewhat obscure in their respective fields. Although taken aback, Lin Yu maintained his composure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "A self-introduction? I am Lin Yu, and I have no other name. You may simply call me Lin." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by another reporter, a white man with deep-set lines on his face, who exclaimed, I think we can call you amazing." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately rolled his eyes. It appeared that this group of journalists, influenced by Barkley, had prematurely decided to label him with the term amazing. Although Lin Yu felt that he was not as ingenious as Lin Crazy, the prospect of subtly crafting a concept akin to Lin Marvelous intrigued him. Thus, he merely rolled his eyes and continued with his self-introduction. He spoke of his origins in China, his tenure in the CBA, and his journey into the NBA following the draft at the age of 19. This introduction indeed provided the reporters with a deeper understanding of Lin Yu. However, aside from WOJ, the others deemed this narrative somewhat superfluous. Shouldn't the focus be on the story behind the 30 seconds of 12 points, the explosive performance of 47 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals? Shouldn't they inquire about Lin Yu's expectations for the upcoming games? They felt that WOJ had squandered their time. Unbeknownst to them, the thorough understanding of a player was merely WOJ's personal penchant. Nonetheless, to claim that WOJ wasted their time was somewhat of an exaggeration. Following this, Lin Yu patiently addressed nearly all the reporters' inquiries, including whether he harbored any resentment towards Coach SPO for being benched for 2 years. First, I must correct one point. During my 2 seasons on the NBA bench, the head coach of the Heat was Pat Riley. Secondly, I must admit that I do feel a tinge of resentment, yet I hold Coach SPO in high regard. Indeed, as you mentioned, resentment needs an outlet. But I would not express it during the season. I prefer to choose a more appropriate moment. What were his thoughts before his debut? To be honest, my thoughts were quite simple. I had only 30 seconds, and I needed to make the most of that time to earn more playing minutes. In the end, I succeeded. Yes, shooting from beyond the arc is my forte. Apart from three-pointers, my other scoring methods are rather unremarkable. Speaking of scoring methods, during this game, Lin Yu, channeling a peak Tracy McGrady, consciously held back. In the final moments, his 4 consecutive three-pointers were not aimed at rapidly widening the score gap, but rather stemmed from a consideration. After this game, if those unstoppable drives and deft ball handling were to vanish, would the FBI summon him for dissection? Thus, in those last moments, he opted for subtlety, leaving others with the impression that he specialized solely in three-point shooting. This perception would gradually evolve into the notion that Lin Yu was merely a three-point shooter. Finally, Lin Yu reflected on the forthcoming games. I believe my explosive performance will continue. It will be a wild display typical of an underdog. At that time, not only will you refer to me as Lin Marvelous, but you will also call me Lin Crazy. Since you only mention Lin Marvelous and not Lin Crazy, I must introduce the concept of Lin Crazy myself. The interview lingered on for quite some time, yet the reporters remained reluctant to part ways. Lin Yu no longer hesitated. He firmly pressed his hand against his abdomen and chose to retreat into solitude. Seated in the restroom stall of the visiting team's locker room at the Amway Center, he once again found himself isolated from the world. Though it was impossible to relieve himself, he nonetheless managed to unleash a resounding flatulence while perched on the toilet. With a loud puff, Chamos from the adjacent stall exclaimed, "Damn it, Lin, how long have you been holding that in?" Lin Yu disregarded him and eagerly closed his eyes. Immersing himself in the system space, he had anticipated receiving 2 notifications, and indeed, 2 notifications appeared before him. However, these notifications diverged slightly from his expectations. Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated the iconic moment of Curry's slip and dunk. Meme creation successful. The first notification pertained to Curry's slip and dunk, an undeniably classic moment that certainly qualified as a successful meme. Nevertheless, the difficulty of this meme was relatively low, prompting the system to bestow only a basic reward. Given the simplicity of the slip and dunk, it was reasonable that the reward would be modest. Lin Yu was not particularly disappointed, as this was to be expected. The most crucial aspect was that the successful creation of this meme granted him a peak Curry experience card, precisely what Lin Yu, currently engaged in crafting the Lin Crazy meme, desperately needed. Peak Curry single game experience card, upon use. It grants all attributes and special skill enhancements of Curry from the 2015-16 season. The possession of a peak Curry single game experience card signified that Lin Yu's Lin Crazy could continue. The 2 notifications, while somewhat unexpected, primarily differed in the first one. Congratulations, host, you have successfully acquired the nickname Wonder Kid. Meme creation successful. To his astonishment, it was not the anticipated dunk over Howard. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the discrepancy. It should not be the case that the dunk over Howard was not deemed a classic moment. The system did not recognize the dunk over Howard as a legendary scene primarily because, in his previous life, that dunk was not considered iconic. In truth, no one has ever successfully completed a dunk over the peak Howard. Kobe's dunk was executed on a younger version of the Beast, while Rondo and Rudy Fernandez's dunks were mere imitations. Furthermore, Howard, in his later years, was dunked on by players such as Don I. But these instances hold no significant value, much like Kobe's dunk on the younger version of the Beast. Therefore, the so-called classic moment of dunking over Howard simply does not exist. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, not because the mysterious boy reference was poor, but rather because he perceived the reward to be remarkable. The challenge associated with this reference was exceedingly high, prompting the system to bestow the maximum reward. This pinnacle reward essentially comprised a time-limited item, an enhancement of attributes, and a unique skill. Logically, this maximum reward far surpassed the memorable moment of the alley-oop over Howard. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that while the mysterious boy had been acquired, the moniker Lin the Marvelous seemed to have faded. The mere names of these two references indicated their converging paths, and Lin Yu let out a resigned sigh. Ultimately, securing this reference ahead of time was commendable. After all, how could the alley-oop over Howard not qualify as a reference? Shaking his head, Lin Yu steadied his thoughts and began to contemplate the three rewards granted by the mysterious boy. All attributes of Austin Rivers. Upon usage, one would directly acquire all attributes of Austin Rivers. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. All attributes, such extravagance? The name Austin Rivers was familiar to him, as it belonged to the son of the current Celtics head coach, Doc Rivers. He was a slender point guard of mixed African-American and Caucasian descent. However, the image presented by the system depicted a robust Caucasian individual. Lin Yu immediately discerned that this referred to another Austin Rivers. This particular Austin Rivers, a dual guard from the Lakers, was an undrafted rookie in 2021 who joined the Lakers on a two-way contract, subsequently showcasing a series of extraordinary comebacks. Nevertheless, in comparison to Lin Yu, the feats of the Lakers' Rivers paled significantly. Lin Yu commenced the game with a remarkable 12 points within just 30 seconds, followed by an extraordinary single-game performance of 47 points. Rivers' brilliance is confined to the regular season, where he consistently achieved double-digit scores, unexpectedly securing a rotational position with the Lakers. Nonetheless, such remarkable feats have rightfully earned Rivers the moniker of the Magical Kid. Lin Yu glanced at Rivers' attribute distribution. The player's three-point shooting, which was the highest among his skills, not only matched Lin Yu's, but even fell short of Lin Yu's impressive score. Rivers' three-point attribute stood at a mere 80, whereas Lin Yu's had already reached an admirable 91. However, Rivers' mid-range shooting at 75, passing at 77, and ball handling at 72 are all qualities that Lin Yu greatly requires. It suffices to say that Austin Rivers has established himself as a competent rotation player in the NBA. Lin Yu utilizes all the attributes of Austin Rivers, augmented by the exceptional three-point ability acquired from Tracy McGrady. Even if he were to make no further advancements, he would still secure a prominent spot in the Miami Heat's rotation. However, how could he possibly not improve further? Merely possessing the peak Stephen Curry single-game experience card guarantees his continued progress. Curry's extraordinary long-range shooting skill, when equipped, significantly enhances the host's shooting range, extending as far as the three-point line. Upon seeing this skill, Lin Yu's face lit up with astonishment. It is well known that Curry's remarkable three-point shooting is his signature scoring method, ushering in a new era. With a three-point attribute of 91, coupled with McGrady's pull-up three-point skill, and finally enhanced by Curry's long-range shooting ability, Lin Yu's three-point proficiency ascends to the pinnacle of NBA history. Although his attributes may still require slight improvements, the combination of these two skills renders Lin Yu's three-point shooting prowess immensely formidable. Furthermore, with the additional fragmented attributes from Austin Rivers, he is not merely positioned as a rotation player, but rather as a key starter. Ultimately, the peak Ja Morant single-game experience card grants him all the attributes and skills of the peak Ja Morant. Is it truly Ja Morant? Lin Yu paused for a moment, then recalled that Ja Morant also bore the moniker of the Chosen One. However, the origins of this nickname are quite intricate. During his high school years, Ja Morant was largely unremarkable, receiving only 2 college invitations as a sporadic star. Yet, in the NCAA, he achieved a remarkable turnaround, transforming from an overlooked high school player to a frontrunner for the first overall pick in the 2019 NBA draft. Ultimately, he was selected as the second overall pick by the Memphis Grizzlies. Even more astonishing, in his inaugural NBA season, he outperformed the highly touted five-star high school players such as Zion Williamson, R.J. Barrett, and Cam Reddish, ultimately claiming the Rookie of the Year award. This string of remarkable comebacks naturally earned him the nickname of the Chosen One. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu began to ponder why the system had bestowed upon him a reward for a long-range shot akin to that of Stephen Curry. After much contemplation, he surmised that perhaps the system perceived Curry's career as a narrative of resurgence as well. From being deemed incapable of playing professional basketball by coach Mike Krzyzewski upon graduating high school, to being drafted as the 7th overall pick by the Warriors, competing for Rookie of the Year against Tyreke Evans, and overcoming injuries that cast doubt on his future, Curry indeed forged an era of his own. Thus, the Chosen One also encompasses a part of Curry's legacy. This realization is quite fruitful. I shall continue to excel in the next game. Let me see who we are up against next. The Chicago Bulls? Now, that promises to be intriguing. Lin Yu began to contemplate whether to employ Curry's three-point shooting to counter Rose's driving ability, or to utilize Ja Morant's explosive penetrative style to match Rose's prowess. This indeed posed a challenging decision. Chapter 13. Battling the Bulls. The Chicago Bulls of the 2009-10 season were merely on the brink of playoff contention. Derrick Rose was still a sophomore point guard, far from becoming the youngest regular season MVP in history. Tom Thibodeau was still serving as an assistant coach under Rivers with the Celtics, while the Bulls were under the guidance of head coach Vinny Del Negro. For the Miami Heat, the early part of the season had been a grueling schedule, facing formidable teams like the Celtics and the Magic, but now, facing the Bulls, they were finally embarking on a relatively easier stretch. However, Spoelstra was troubled. Although the schedule appeared more manageable, the previous game had taken a toll on the Heat. The supposed ease of the upcoming games had become a source of concern. What was Dwayne's current condition? Due to a back injury, Wade had returned to Miami ahead of the team. The rest of the Heat did not linger in Orlando and promptly headed back to Miami that same night. This was primarily due to the fact that the game against the Bulls was a home match and only a day separated it from the game against the Magic, leaving little time to spare. Upon returning to Miami, Lin Yu accompanied Spoelstra and the others to the hospital. Upon meeting with the doctor, Spoelstra eagerly inquired about Wade's condition. Lin Yu, while not as frantic, was also keen to learn the extent of Wade's injury. To be candid, deep down, Lin Yu harbored a desire for Wade to miss a few games. During the match against the Magic, he had profoundly recognized the significance of ball possession. If Wade continued to play in the upcoming games, Lin Yu's performance metrics would inevitably be curtailed. Although he was aware that such thoughts were somewhat unethical, human nature tends toward selfishness. Wade was indeed injured. Regardless of the severity, taking a few games off was certainly justifiable. It's merely a muscle strain, nothing serious. The doctor's words brought a sigh of relief to Spoelstra, yet Lin Yu felt a weight lift from his chest. Would he be able to participate in the next game? This inquiry did not come from Lin Yu, but rather from Spoelstra. Lin Yu had not yet been foolish enough to reveal his desire for Wade to rest. He was well aware that SPO would be even more attuned to such matters. The doctor, as Lin Yu wished, shook his head. Although there were no significant issues, it would be prudent for Wade to take a week's rest to allow his muscles to recover fully before returning to play, as forcing a comeback could exacerbate his injuries. SPO nodded, a plan forming in his mind. Shortly thereafter, the group encountered Wade, who was already seated in a wheelchair. "Dwayne, how are you feeling? Is your back not as sore anymore?" SPO inquired with genuine concern, and Lin Yu echoed his sentiments. However, it wasn't long before Wade shifted the conversation to the recently concluded game. "Lin, it's such a pity I missed your impressive display of 4 consecutive three-pointers." As Lin Yu effortlessly sank 4 consecutive three-pointers, Dwayne Wade was en route from Orlando back to Miami. In this era, there were no smartphones to enable live viewing during travel, and it was only upon his arrival in Miami that Wade learned of Lin Yu's remarkable feat, which secured victory for the team in his absence. Lin Yu smiled and uttered a somewhat insincere remark. "If you were here, we would win more easily." However, Wade shook his head, saying, "My back is aching, and I am not in good form. If I were present, we might even risk losing this match." Wade's honesty made Lin Yu feel a bit embarrassed. Wade chuckled. "Once I return, we shall fight side by side." All right. Wade was determined to take a week's rest, signifying that Lin Yu's ambitious plans would now proceed without hindrance. Nevertheless, on the following day, the team did not schedule any training, primarily because they had returned to Miami rather late the previous night. Lin Yu accompanied the coaching staff on a visit to the hospital, and by the time he returned home, it was already late at night. Under such circumstances, no team would schedule a training session. With no training planned, Lin Yu was uncertain about how SPO would arrange the upcoming game. After much contemplation, he resolved to utilize Curry's single-game experience card for the next match against the Bulls. This decision stemmed from his established reputation for three-point shooting, as employing Curry's experience card would lend continuity to his performance. As for the comedic element to create for the next game, Lin Yu pondered intently. To be frank, the only ideas that surfaced in his mind were Curry's iconic logo three-pointer and the celebratory gesture of biting his mouthguard while shaking his head. The former, evidently, required accumulation. A singular extraordinary three-pointer would not suffice to craft a narrative. Fortunately, Lin Yu had already acquired the skill for Curry's long-range shooting, and with some time, he could indeed attain the essence of the logo three-pointer. The latter, on the other hand, presented a low barrier to execution. But even if he managed to create a comedic moment, it likely would not garner any enticing rewards. Moreover, like the logo three-pointer, it demanded considerable time to develop. Taking his time, Lin Yu arose naturally and ventured out to purchase several newspapers and magazines. The USA Today once again featured Lin Yu on the front page, this time showcasing his dunk over Howard. Although the Superman managed to diffuse the awkwardness with a forced grin during the game, the post-game embarrassment remained inescapable. Not only did the USA Today highlight this moment, but Turner Sports post-game special also presented a 360-degree replay of Lin Yu's dunk. Mike Breen commented that Lin Yu's dunk, in terms of vertical leap, takeoff distance, and the intensity of his physical confrontation with Dwight Howard, was nothing short of perfect, indeed, flawless. If there were a ranking for dunks, I would place this one among the top 10 in history. Lin Yu took note of the accolades from both the USA Today and Mike Breen, and he found himself puzzled as to why his dunk over Howard had not successfully generated a narrative. The local Miami media, the Miami Herald, focused on Lin Yu's consecutive explosive performances, 47 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals, proclaiming the miraculous young talent continued to dazzle. The report stated that if Lin Yu's surge persisted, the Miami Heat could potentially become championship contenders this season. They eagerly anticipated Lin Yu's continued brilliance. Sports Illustrated echoed similar sentiments, emphasizing his consecutive explosions as the remarkable young man led the Heat to 2 successive victories this season. In contrast, Sports Illustrated has chosen to focus on the Miami Heat's 2 victories, succinctly stating, without Lin Yu, the Heat's start to the new season would undoubtedly have resulted in 2 consecutive losses rather than wins. Indeed, without Lin Yu, the Heat would have been destined to lose both matches. The season opener against the Celtics needs no elaboration. Lin Yu's performance was nothing short of miraculous. It was his extraordinary efforts that turned the tide for the Heat, and it is fair to assert that no other player could have secured such a victory for the team. The previous game against the Magic was quite similar. Wade's performance was dismal at the outset. Had it not been for Lin Yu's ability to withstand the pressure, the Heat would have found themselves in a significant deficit early on, even if Wade had managed to regain his form and keep the score competitive. His injury in the final quarter left the Heat without anyone to match up against Howard, which would have inevitably led to a loss. Thus, it can be reasoned that without Lin Yu, the Heat would currently be facing 2 consecutive defeats. Furthermore, as they prepare to face the up-and-coming Bulls, they are likely to suffer yet another loss due to Wade's absence. What could have been a potential 3-game losing streak has instead transformed into a possible 3-game winning streak, underscoring Lin Yu's undeniable importance. Regarding the upcoming game against the Bulls, there has been little pre-game commotion. At this juncture, the Bulls lack any particularly prominent star players. Even Rose is merely a second-year point guard. Without star power, there is little to generate buzz. Nonetheless, the media remains quite attentive to this matchup, primarily due to Lin Yu, who has maintained his remarkable performance over 2 games. To this day, the true extent of Lin Yu's abilities remains somewhat elusive to the public. Everyone is speculating and discussing whether Lin Yu's explosive performance can endure. The vast majority believe that his breakout will continue. On one hand, in these 2 games, Lin Yu has indeed exhibited certain superstar qualities. He possesses a big heart, as evidenced by his impressive 30 points and 12 rebounds, and his consecutive 4 three-pointers in the final quarter of the last game. His capacity to shoot strongly under defensive pressure is remarkable, and his style of play is both effective and reasonable. Most importantly, his proficiency in 3-point shooting complements Wade's driving ability. On the other hand, having only played 2 games. We are still not entirely certain about the caliber of player Lin Yu is, nor are his opponents. The phenomenon of rookies hitting a wall typically arises from targeted strategies employed by opponents, and once those tactics are implemented, these once miraculous rookies may no longer seem so extraordinary. Lin Yu has played merely 2 games, to be precise, 1 full game plus 30 seconds. The sample size remains insufficient, even if opponents wish to target him. Their efforts would be incomplete. Thus, reporters and experts alike believe that Lin Yu's explosive performance is destined to endure. In the absence of Wade due to injury, the Heat's reliance in their matchup against the Bulls rests squarely upon Lin Yu's shoulders. The day of the game arrived swiftly, and playing on home turf meant Lin Yu had another opportunity to captivate the local fans. Although the Heat supporters have often faced criticism, the ambience of a home game is undeniably unique. For instance, during the previous away game against the Magic, Lin Yu scored an impressive 47 points. Yet the crowd's response was scarcely audible. With the support of the home crowd, Lin Yu assuredly would unleash even more audacious long-range three-pointers, and his exuberant celebrations would be infused with greater fervor. Another distinctive aspect of home games is that players enter the arena individually rather than as a collective. In the case of a group entry, security personnel are present, making it challenging for reporters to access the players. However, with individual entries, if timed correctly, reporters can intercept the players they wish to approach in the parking lot. As Lin Yu drove into the venue, he was immediately besieged by a throng of fervent journalists. "Lin, could you elaborate on your objectives for this match?" they inquired. "Will you continue to exhibit your prowess in this game, Lin? In the previous match, you scored an impressive 47 points against the formidable defense of the Magic. Do you anticipate an even higher score against the weakened Bulls?" Lin Yu initially had no intention of acknowledging the throng of journalists, yet the thought of Lin's fervent progress compelled him to approach the innermost door, beyond which the reporters could not venture. He paused momentarily before turning to address them. "I can only convey that in this match, I shall persist in my fervor." With that, he left it to the journalists to exhibit their perceptiveness and bring forth the concept of Lin's fervor themselves. In the home team's locker room, Lin Yu settled into a corner, as was his custom. However, upon the arrival of Spo, he called out Lin Yu's name. "Lin, take a seat in the center." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but Spo soon clarified. "Come sit in the center. Today you are the starter. Pay close attention to the tactical arrangements for today." Once again, he found himself in the starting lineup. Yet this time, Lin Yu felt no surprise. He understood that with his recent surge in performance, he would gradually find himself at the heart of the Heat's locker room. Occupying a central position was only fitting. Lin Yu swiftly took a seat beside Beasley and commenced a series of pre-match preparations. Spoelstra also began to outline the specific tactical approach for this game. While listening, Lin Yu cast a glance at Beasley, only to be met with an unmistakably disdainful glare. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Yu quickly realized that this individual harbored a persistent animosity towards him. Nevertheless, Lin Yu dismissed Beasley, a failure in the NBA, as unworthy of his concern. Soon after, Spoelstra announced the starting lineup for the match. Point guard Carlos Arroyo, shooting guard Lin Yu, small forward Quentin Richardson, power forward Beasley, and center Shaquille O'Neal. The strategy was clear. The seasoned Arroyo would orchestrate the offense, while Lin Yu and Beasley would be tasked with capitalizing on scoring opportunities. Beasley? Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback when he heard Spot mention Beasley's name. Since the inception of the new season, Beasley's presence within the Heat has diminished significantly due to Lin Yu's remarkable emergence. Nevertheless, he is still the second overall pick from last year and once a renowned scorer during his collegiate days. Thus, he deserves his due status. With Wade sidelined for this match, the Heat indeed require a scorer to alleviate the pressure, making Spot's reliance on Beasley quite predictable. The dilemma lies in the fact that Beasley is unlikely to cooperate with Lin Yu, introducing an unexpected hindrance to what should have been a seamless game. As the match approached, players from both teams took to the court for warm-ups. Following the warm-up, the game, which had garnered little attention, officially commenced. Although Lin Yu's pregame focus was primarily on Rose, he found himself matched up against the relatively shorter dual-threat guard, Kirk Hinrich. Rose was primarily pitted against Arroyo, with small forward Luol Deng, power forward Taj Gibson, and center Brad Miller on the court. At the outset, the Heat, as per usual, relinquished possession of the ball. It was evident that Little Al couldn't jump effectively anymore. In a flash, Rose surged into the Heat's backcourt. Arroyo stepped up to challenge him, but the Windy City native deftly maneuvered past him with a swift change of direction. Lin Yu sought to bolster his defense, yet he was a moment too late. Rose dashed forward, penetrating the paint and executing a flawless layup. Derrick Rose was astonishingly swift. As the timer ticked to merely 9 seconds, he had already secured 2 points, leaving Carlos Arroyo's defense utterly ineffective. To be candid, Lin Yu harbored some reservations regarding Arroyo's starting position. The Heat boasted 3 primary point guards, with Alston having plummeted to the depths and effectively withdrawn from the competition for the main playmaker role. Chalmers, the youngest and most energetic among the trio, excelled in three-point shooting and displayed commendable defensive skills, though he lacked in orchestrating offensive plays. As for Arroyo, he was a traditional point guard, proficient in directing the offense, yet average in all other aspects. It appeared that Spoelstra believed, in Wade's absence, the team required a commanding presence on the court. Lin Yu let out a quiet sigh, reflecting that a novice head coach is indeed just that. No matter how crucial offensive organization may be, can it truly surpass the significance of defense? Nevertheless, it matters not. The game is still long, and Lin Yu only requires a few rounds to demonstrate to Spoelstra that he is a natural commander. However, as he turned his attention to the Heat's offense, he sought to seize the ball, only to find that Beasley had already taken the initiative. This match held far greater importance for Beasley, as he aimed to capitalize on Wade's absence to secure his position within the team. Even more significantly, this contest represented a showdown between him and Derrick Rose, the top 2 picks of the 2008 draft. Observing Beasley face off against Luol Deng, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. The Bulls had cleverly switched defenses. It was a wise choice, after all, as Quentin Richardson needed only to maintain a one-on-one mark. Deng, possessing superior individual defensive skills, could effectively stifle one of the Heat's primary scoring threats in Beasley. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, convinced that Beasley's current offensive endeavor was destined for failure. However, he soon relaxed his expression, thinking that if Beasley continued, he would ultimately reveal himself to be utterly incompetent, at which point Lin Yu could effortlessly seize control of the ball. After all, in this match, Lin Yu was embodying the essence of a peak Stephen Curry. Armed with his long-range three-point shooting, unperturbed by the prospect of trailing in points. Chapter 14. The Rise of the Wave. Approximately 3 minutes into the game, Beasley's monopoly over the ball came to an abrupt end. To summarize, within these 3 minutes, Beasley attempted 4 consecutive shots. The first was a back-to-the-basket move followed by a turnaround jumper, which was emphatically swatted by Luol Deng, producing a resounding clang as it rebounded off the rim. The second shot mirrored the first, indicating that Beasley had learned nothing from his prior attempt. His most significant flaw since entering the NBA has been his basketball IQ, and these 2 attempts starkly illuminated his glaring deficiencies. Despite 2 missed shots, Beasley continued to dominate possession, primarily because Lin Yu chose not to contest him. Lin Yu's determination to seize the opportunity surpasses that of Beasley. After all, within the team dynamics, Lin Yu navigates his relationships with greater finesse. Lin Yu watched as Beasley attempted 2 more shots, one being a contested three-pointer from beyond the arc and the other a fading jump shot against the defensive Luol Deng. Both attempts clanged off the rim, eliciting a furious response from Spoelstra. After a defensive possession, he immediately called for a timeout. "What are you doing, Michael? If the opportunity isn't there, pass the ball. Do you understand?" Spoelstra's anger was indeed justified. Beasley's style of play mirrored that of Kobe, yet the outcome resembled that of a CBA teammate lacking in skill. Consequently, the Heat found themselves trailing 0-6 against the Bulls right from the start. One could argue that Beasley's approach resembled that of a team resigned to losing, with no intention of securing victory. However, in the face of Spoelstra's scathing criticism, Beasley appeared indifferent. In a fit of frustration, Spoelstra decided to bench Beasley. "Take a seat and calm down. You Udonies, get in." Turning his attention, Spoelstra directed his ire at Lin Yu, saying, "Lin, why aren't you taking the ball?" Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders, conveying his frustration without responding to Spo. Spo did not pursue Lin Yu with inquiries, but instead addressed the team. "Let us pass the ball to Lin. We must erase the 6-point deficit we face at the outset." Following the timeout, the Heat's disruptive element, Beasley, was substituted for the veteran captain, Haslam. It was evident that the Heat's defensive prowess had received a significant boost. However, upon returning from the break, the first possession belonged to the Heat's offense. With the score at 0-6 and 3 minutes into the game, the Heat found themselves starting from scratch. Lin Yu, receiving the ball along the backcourt sideline, remained calm and unhurried, as if it were not the Heat trailing. Upon receiving the pass, he leisurely crossed half-court. His defender, Kirk Hinrich, known for his prowess in one-on-one defense at the peak of his career, had earned a spot on the all-defensive second team as testament to his skills. At this moment, he trailed Lin Yu's steps, retreating to the three-point line in anticipation. Lin Yu's three-point shooting demands vigilant attention, while Hinrich's defensive strategy is sound. Tonight's Lin Yu is far from an ordinary three-point shooter. As Hinrich stands poised at the three-point line, Lin Yu unexpectedly halts abruptly atop the enormous Miami Heat logo at the American Airlines Center. This position is at least 2 steps beyond the three-point arc. Lin Yu raised his hand and launched a three-pointer, sending the basketball soaring amidst a chorus of gasps. At that moment, Spoelstra, watching from the sidelines, inwardly cursed. This is absurd. Why would Lin attempt such a shot? Viewed through the lens of 2009 and 2010, Lin Yu's audacious logo three-pointer indeed appeared excessively reckless. Not only was it as unreasonable as Beasley's 4 shots, but it also seemed even more so. With a resounding clang, Spoelstra heard the unmistakable sound of the ball hitting the rim, confirming his fears that this game had slipped away. Not far from Spoelstra, Beasley wore a disdainful smirk. Spoelstra had criticized him for his reckless shots and lack of team spirit. Now, Lin Yu seemed to embody the same flaws. The Bulls' offense surged forward as Rose once again tore through the Heat's defense with an unstoppable drive. With the score at 8-0, it was clear that the Heat were poised for defeat. Nevertheless, Spoelstra signaled for Chalmers from the bench, finally recognizing the defensive issues posed by Rose. Arroyo was utterly unable to contain him, and it was time to bring in Chalmers, known for his superior defensive skills. However, even with the substitution, they had to wait for a dead ball. As they awaited the stoppage, Lin Yu remained unflustered during the backcourt inbounds, unfazed by the daunting 0-8 deficit. Spoelstra, watching anxiously from the sidelines, felt as if he were the one more agitated than the Emperor himself. As Lin Yu skillfully maneuvered the ball past the midcourt line, Hinrich positioned himself at the three-point arc. Subsequently, Lin Yu once again leapt upon the enormous Miami Heat emblem emblazoned on the floor of the American Airlines Center. Was that yet another extraordinary long-range three-pointer? The Miami Heat's performance in this match had been rather peculiar, prompting Barkley in the commentary booth to furrow his brow in contemplation. Lin Yu unleashed 2 consecutive long-range three-pointers, soaring with exuberance. To him, it seemed that if this continued, his remarkable streak might soon come to an end. However, what puzzled him even more was the underlying issues afflicting the Heat. The game commenced with Beasley showcasing a plethora of audacious shots, which could be overlooked given his questionable judgment. But now Lin Yu had also sunk 2 extraordinary three-pointers in succession. It was evident that something was amiss within the Heat's ranks. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of questions surged through Barkley's mind. Yet on the court, almost immediately after Barkley voiced his skepticism, swish. Wait, did that ball just go in? What incredible luck to make a three-pointer from such a distance. The crisp sound of the basketball kissing the net ignited a wave of cheers throughout the American Airlines Center, which had previously echoed with sporadic gasps. To witness a three-pointer landing right on the Heat's logo was indeed a visual feast. Nevertheless, like Barkley, nearly everyone believed Lin Yu's shot was merely a stroke of luck. The outcome of such a distant three-pointer was purely a matter of chance. This reflected the contemporary understanding of the so-called logo three-pointer. They were unaware that Lin Yu had come tonight to shatter their perceptions. With a score of 3-8, the Heat finally registered their first points. On the sidelines, Spoelstra's furrowed brow remained unchanged. Like Barkley, he found the situation perplexing. If it weren't such a waste to call 2 timeouts within a minute, he would have been inclined to call another one to inquire Lin Yu's thoughts after landing 2 long-range shots. It was now the Bulls' turn to attack once more, led by Rose as he accelerated towards the basket. However, this time, he was met by Haslam, who had only recently entered the game. Blocking his advance near the free-throw line, Rose was no Iron Man. He could not single-handedly bear the Bulls' offensive burden. After being momentarily obstructed, he opted to pass the ball. The recipient was Hinrich, positioned beyond the three-point line, and Lin Yu had just inched inward, providing Hinrich with an opportunity to shoot. Lin Yu swiftly countered, managing to interfere just in time. The sound of impact echoed. He successfully thwarted the next round, and the Heat immediately launched a counterattack. Once again, it was Lin Yu who received the basketball from Xiao Ao in the backcourt, only to be met by the tenacious defense of Hinrich. With remarkable agility, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, evading Hinrich before accelerating forward. As he raced to the front court, Luol Deng attempted to close in on him. But Lin Yu cleverly utilized the stationary screen set by veteran Haslam to create a separation. With just over a step's distance from the three-point line, he leaped and released a three-pointer. Though not as distant as his previous two shots, this three-pointer could still be considered a long-range attempt compared to typical standards. Lin Yu's three-pointer appeared to be an audacious attempt, yet in the next instant, a crisp sound resonated as the basketball swished through the net, once again igniting a fervent eruption within the American Airlines Center. Amidst the cheers, Barkley's voice, tinged with astonishment, remarked, "Another one." Although Lin Yu's three-point shot seemed unlikely to succeed, he astonishingly made two in a row. In this match, he seems to have transformed compared to his performance in the previous two games. Lin Yu's transformation is indeed becoming increasingly apparent. In the previous two matches, he showcased his prowess in three-point shooting, yet the distinction lies in his reliance on pull-up shots. However, this evening, the three-pointers he made were executed in a conventional manner, devoid of any pull-up attempts. Notably, on the recent shot, Lin Yu merely lifted his feet slightly before releasing the ball with ease. Such a straightforward shooting technique prompted Barkley to remark that Lin Yu has indeed progressed. No, he has gained a newfound confidence. Barkley surmised that Lin Yu's previous reliance on pull-up shots stemmed from a lack of self-assurance. Now, his uncomplicated three-point shooting signifies that Lin Yu has discovered his own rhythm in his third NBA game. Less visible to the naked eye is the noticeable increase in Lin Yu's shooting speed. Take the recent shot as an example. He released the three-pointer almost instantaneously after evading Luol Deng. Although such haste may not be necessary, under the influence of a peak performance reminiscent of Curry, Lin Yu instinctively executed his shot with great swiftness. With two three-pointers made, Spoelstra's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Nearby, Beasley's expression grew increasingly tense. How could Lin Yu, even with erratic shooting, find success? With the score at 6-8, the Heat trailed by a mere 2 points. Rose sensed a shift. During this offensive play for the Bulls, he exerted himself fully. Even when blocked at mid-range by the seasoned Haslam, he ignited his determination, employing a rapid change of direction to bypass Haslam once more. Charging to the basket, he executed a deft layup. With the score now at 10-6, the Bulls maintained a 4-point lead. The Heat's offense continued to revolve around Lin Yu. He brought the ball up the court, facing off against Hinrich. Habitually, he attempted to dazzle with intricate dribbling maneuvers, only to realize that despite channeling the essence of peak Curry, he still needed to temper his approach. While flashy dribbling could certainly excite the fans on the sidelines, he understood the long-term implications. Lin Yu, lacking a clear direction for creating memorable moments in this game, did not believe he would emerge with Curry-like ball-handling skills post-match. Therefore, he halted his elaborate dribbling and opted for a straightforward pick-and-roll. The veteran captain stepped in to provide a screen, allowing Lin Yu to maneuver around, raising his hand to release another three-pointer. Swish! The American Airlines arena erupted once more, the cheers growing ever more fervent. Another three-pointer. Aside from the initial shot, Lin Yu had now successfully landed 3 consecutive three-pointers, seemingly on the verge of replicating his previous game's fourth-quarter streak of 4 three-pointers, and with each shot, his confidence was palpably escalating. Barkley succinctly encapsulated Lin Yu's casual and straightforward three-point shots as a manifestation of confidence. Indeed, following 3 consecutive three-pointers, Lin Yu now exudes an undeniable self-assurance. He begins to sway his head and clench his braces, a celebration unique to Curry, yet now appropriated by Lin Yu. With the score at 9-10, the Heat trailed by a mere point. However, following Lin Yu's 3 successful shots, the Heat's situation has significantly improved. On the sidelines, Spoelstra even raised his fist in triumph. As the Bulls initiated their attack, Rose once again darted swiftly into the Heat's three-point line, leaving his opponent, Arroyo, utterly defenseless, who had no choice but to commit a foul. Arroyo, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered, noticed Chalmers waiting to substitute at the sideline. In this unfriendly arena, he was eager to exit, prompting him to foul. With the foul committed, play halted, and Chalmers entered the game. Since the foul count hadn't reached its limit, the Bulls resumed play from the sideline. Rose received the ball, only to discover that his adversary had changed. Chalmers, an old rival of Rose's from their college days, had once made a miraculous game-tying three-pointer against Rose's Memphis University. Indeed, one could argue that during their collegiate years, Chalmers had overshadowed Rose, earning the MOP title in the NCAA Final Four. When enemies meet, tensions run high. Rose sought revenge. However, Chalmers' defense was far superior to Arroyo's, bolstered by Haslam's protection near the three-point line. As Rose attempted to break through, he managed to slip past Chalmers, but when faced with Haslam's formidable defense, he found himself at a standstill. Blocked from making a mid-range shot, he was compelled to attempt the first jump shot of the game. With a clang, the sound of iron echoed. This was hardly surprising, as Rose, at this juncture, remained primarily a penetrative player. Even in his eventual MVP season, his mid-range shooting could only be described as rudimentary. Lin Yu dashed in to seize the rebound, pivoting swiftly to initiate a sprint. If this counterattack succeeded, the Heat would directly reclaim the lead. The ball was still in the hands of Lin Yu, who had previously sunk 3 consecutive three-pointers, and the American Airlines Center erupted in a swelling tide of cheers, as if the Heat had already surpassed their opponents. The Bulls' defense became increasingly desperate, with Hinrich once again applying full-court pressure on Lin Yu. Yet, as before, Lin Yu executed a deft between-the-legs maneuver, effortlessly bypassing Hinrich. Luol Deng surged forward, while the veteran Haslam provided a solid screen. As Lin Yu crossed the midcourt line, Derrick Rose raced up, lightning fast, positioning himself in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped onto the expansive Heat logo on the court, suddenly halting and raising his hand. Derrick Rose instinctively leaped, only to be effortlessly brushed aside by Lin Yu. To have the logo at center court overshadow Derrick Rose, had it not been for those previous three-point shots, some might have deemed Rose insane. Yet, I assure you, he is not mad. Lin Yu possesses the undeniable ability to sink a three-pointer from the center logo. After dispatching Rose, Lin Yu surged inward, encountering Taj Gibson, who stood firm at the three-point line. However, in this battle of size, Lin Yu deftly maneuvered past Gibson with a quick step. As he breached the three-point line, the nature of the shot transformed. It was no longer a three-pointer. With no defenders before him, was he about to dunk? The Bulls had one remaining player, Brad Miller, whose slow pace had him still racing from the backcourt. Thus, Lin Yu found himself with nothing but the hoop ahead. This presented a splendid opportunity for a dunk. Barkley recalled Lin Yu's previous slam over Howard. If he could dunk over Howard, surely executing a powerful tomahawk or a 360-degree dunk into an open net would pose no challenge. Yet, Lin Yu opted for a simple layup instead. Swish. The crowd erupted. Although the basket was not particularly spectacular, the American Airlines Center ignited once more as the score shifted to 11-10, with the Heat taking the lead. Barkley exclaimed, "The miraculous Lin Yu." After a timeout for the Heat, he suddenly exploded onto the scene, scoring 11 consecutive points and propelling the Heat from a 0-8 deficit to a current 11-10 advantage. Chapter 15. The prelude to madness. Lin Yu's astonishing performance continued. Barkley repeated this phrase. While on the court, Bulls head coach Vinny Del Negro called for a timeout after Lin Yu's relentless scoring spree of 11 points. The timeout was imperative for the Bulls. Kirk could not contain him, primarily due to the height disparity. Therefore, we will switch to have Luol Deng defend him, with Taj Gibson providing assistance. After a brief pause, it was the Bulls' turn. Luol Deng emerged to launch an attack, and Quentin Richardson found himself unable to withstand his advance. With the score at 12-11, the Bulls reclaimed their lead once more. As the Heat took possession, Lin Yu brought the ball into the front court, only to discover that his defender had shifted from Hinrich to Luol Deng. Instantly, information about Deng flooded his mind. He hailed from Africa, but later acquired British citizenship, earning him the nickname Deng Ing Chiao. Despite being dubbed the British Jordan, Deng's style of play bore no resemblance to that of Jordan. Offensively, he excelled without the ball and lacked a consistent shooting ability. Defensively, he was robust, combining strength, speed, and fervor. Thus, Luol Deng's stylistic traits were quite compatible with Derrick Rose, and he was indeed the Bulls' most formidable perimeter defender. As Deng matched up against Lin Yu, the previously listless Beasley suddenly rejuvenated. In his eyes, Lin Yu's prior ability to score 11 consecutive points was solely due to Hinrich's inadequate defense. With Deng now on him, Beasley believed Lin Yu was destined to struggle. It was akin to the period at the beginning of the game when Lin Yu faced difficulties not due to his inadequacy, but rather because of Deng's exceptional defense. On the court, Lin Yu indeed found himself laboring, primarily because Deng's imposing physique constantly pressed him. Lin Yu indeed possessed the means to extricate himself, yet it necessitated the flamboyant ball-handling techniques reminiscent of Curry, a skill he was reluctant to unveil. After all, following this match, he would inevitably relinquish Curry's dribbling prowess, leading to inevitable scrutiny. To circumvent potential complications, Lin Yu resolved to temper his approach. With the score now tied, and armed with his elite three-point shooting, he felt confident in securing victory. Furthermore, despite the commendable defense exhibited by Luol Deng, he remained merely a wing player, capable only of limiting Lin Yu through one-on-one defense. Lin Yu demonstrated the ability to orchestrate plays akin to the zenith of Stephen Curry, effectively galvanizing his teammates. In this particular offensive sequence, Lin Yu once again summoned Haslam's screen, compelling the Bulls' defense to converge. With a sudden, incisive pass, he found Quentin Richardson, who had surged toward the basket. Richardson executed a layup with ease, bringing the score to 13-12, as the Heat reclaimed the lead over the Bulls. As for the Bulls' offense, Derrick Rose began to exploit pick-and-roll opportunities. Brad Miller's screens proved formidable, not solely due to his imposing stature, but also owing to his exceptional playmaking abilities. In truth, the Bulls roster this season possesses the capability to contend against the majority of teams in the NBA. When facing a team like the Heat, characterized by their lackluster interior defense, they could deploy the veteran Miller to bolster their offensive strategy. Conversely, against a team like the Magic, known for their robust frontcourt, they could opt for Joakim Noah to enhance their defensive efforts. In this match, they chose to amplify their offense, particularly given the diminished presence of the already injured Oga Magloire, alongside the blue-collar Haslam, who posed little threat to the Bulls' paint. Miller's high post playmaking significantly elevated the Bulls' perimeter offense. Take, for instance, this current offensive sequence. Miller's screen facilitated Rose's seamless penetration past Chalmers' defense as he advanced to mid-range. Despite a brief obstruction from Haslam, he subsequently delivered a precise bounce pass to Luol Deng, who burst forth to execute a powerful dunk. With a resounding thud, the score shifted to 14-13 as the Bulls once again took the lead. Although Lin Yu's explosive performance aided the Heat in honing their offensive precision, defensively, they struggled to contain the Bulls. In contrast to the Heat's current offensive barrage, the Bulls exhibited a more diversified array of scoring options, making them less susceptible to targeted defensive schemes. Kenny Smith's analysis implied that, at this juncture, the Bulls held the upper hand on the court. Although Lin Yu could not hear Kenny Smith's analysis, deep down, he undoubtedly felt a sense of defiance. Thus, in the subsequent offensive play, he once again galvanized his teammates. Beyond the three-point line, he lightly lifted his foot and, while raising his hand, feinted past Luol Deng, swiftly bringing the basketball close to his side before charging into the Bulls' three-point zone. While the tall and robust Luol Deng could keep pace with Lin Yu in terms of speed, he was no match for Lin Yu's agility. As Lin Yu penetrated the three-point line, he executed a sudden stop, feinting Deng once more, just as Derrick Rose lunged forward. In an instant, Lin Yu pulled the ball back to his waist and flicked his wrist. The next moment, the basketball found its way into Chalmers' hands. Swish! Chalmers unleashed a decisive shot, sinking a wide-open three-pointer. From Quentin Richardson to Chalmers, the Heat now displayed a well-rounded offensive prowess. And now, Kenny, does it still seem that the Bulls hold the upper hand? Charles Barkley's remark left Kenny Smith momentarily speechless. He then began to extol Lin Yu's virtues. In consecutive possessions, Lin Yu opted for assists, delivering each pass with precision, showcasing his exceptional playmaking abilities. On the sidelines, Spoelstra scratched his head, surprised to discover Lin Yu's capacity for orchestrating the offense. If only the schedule hadn't been so packed. Otherwise, in a mere intra-squad scrimmage, I would have discerned everything Lin Yu was capable of. Indeed, Lin Yu has assimilated all of Austin Rivers' attributes, and even without the enhancements from peak Stephen Curry, he possesses some playmaking skills. Spoelstra's regret stemmed from the fact that had he known earlier about Lin Yu's ability to organize the offense, he wouldn't have relied on Arroyo. It can be stated that the Heat's initial struggles and deficits in this game were due to Beasley on offense and Arroyo on defense. Lin Yu recorded 2 assists, leading the Heat by 2 points with a score of 16-14 against the Bulls. However, shortly thereafter, the Bulls equalized when Rose executed another penetrating layup. The match remained intensely competitive. It is evident that the Heat's strength is somewhat lacking. Historically, in this season, Wade missed only 5 games, showcasing remarkable health. His MVP caliber statistics: 26, 6 points, 4, 8 rebounds, 6, 5 assists, 1, 8 steals, and 1 blocks, merely propelled the Heat to mid-tier in the Eastern playoffs. In this game, with Wade absent, Lin Yu effectively took on Wade's role. It is not surprising that a mid-tier playoff team faced off against a playoff hopeful Bulls team and ended up in this predicament. Moreover, when it comes to playing against the Bulls, Lin Yu certainly cannot match a healthy weight. After all, in this game, he embodied a peak Curry performance, albeit with some defensive shortcomings. The current Bulls are engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the Heat, and the outcome hinges on which team can break through the other's defense. In the latter half of the first quarter, Lin Yu's shot attempts were significantly outnumbered by his passes. This was partly due to the Bulls' intense focus on defending and limiting him. On the other hand, the Bulls' offense was thriving, compelling Lin Yu to seek the simplest and most reasonable scoring methods with each offensive possession. Given the defensive attention he faced, the most straightforward approach for him was to pass. However, on the sidelines, Beasley observed that Lin Yu, like himself, struggled to break through Luol Deng's defense. To him, there was little distinction. Lin Yu merely possessed a modicum of passing ability. Beasley displayed a hint of disdain, yet as the first quarter concluded, Spoelstra quickly approached Lin Yu, commending him. "Well played, Lin. How about taking a rest for a bit in the second quarter?" Lin Yu shook his head. He desired a brief respite. Yet the pressing issue remained that the score had not widened. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 33-32 with the home team. The Heat, leading the Bulls by a mere single point, an advantage that could easily be disregarded. Victory in this match was imperative for Lin Yu. How could one possibly call it madness without a win? Thus, in the second quarter, he resolved to exert himself further. Throughout the second quarter, Beasley remained sidelined. In truth, Spoelstra had been observing Beasley closely, noting the persistent hostility etched on his face. This indicated that Beasley had yet to acknowledge his missteps. Enraged, Spoelstra naturally decided to keep Beasley on the bench. With Beasley absent, the Heat was evidently reliant on Lin Yu, the sole star, supported by a cast of role players. The Bulls' defense was equally straightforward, intent on restricting and locking down Lin Yu. In the second quarter, Lin Yu's play mirrored that of the latter part of the first quarter, characterized by abundant passing, orchestrating the offense, and occasionally launching surprise shots. By halftime, he had accrued 24 points, alongside 3 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal. The statistics were undeniably impressive, particularly for a half. A simple extrapolation would suggest a full game tally of 48 points, 6 rebounds, 12 assists, and 2 steals. Barkley continued to exclaim, "Another splendid personal performance in the first half," an indication that Lin Yu's marvels were far from over. If Lin Yu could hear Barkley's enthusiastic proclamations, he would not only be unamused, but would also curse. Could we not focus on the madness instead of the miracles? After a 15-minute intermission, the third quarter commenced, with Lin Yu steadfastly propping up the Heat. By the end of the third quarter, Lin Yu was utterly exhausted. While he was not a one-man army, the current Heat roster offered no alternative playmakers or capable ball handlers. Every offensive sequence relied heavily on him. With each successive play, fatigue was inevitable. Consequently, in the latter half of the third quarter and the early moments of the fourth, Spoelstra opted to force a brief respite for Lin Yu. The result of this rest was that with 7 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Lin Yu re-entered the game. At that moment, the Heat trailed the Bulls by 5 points, with a score of 98-103. Do not be deceived by this 5-point deficit. It equated to merely 2 or 3 baskets, yet the match was now in its critical final phase. From the perspective of 2009 and 2010, trailing by 2 or 3 baskets with just over 7 minutes left meant that every offensive endeavor from the Heat henceforth could afford no errors. Spoelstra's expression was grave, tinged with concern. He sensed the precariousness of the situation. However, casting a glance at Lin Yu, he felt a flicker of hope. It is not so much that he has an unwavering belief in Lin Yu, but rather that Lin Yu's exuberant confidence, as he stood at the technical area preparing to make a substitution, is quite infectious. Confidence can sometimes resonate with those around it, and at this moment, Lin Yu's self-assurance has begun to influence Spo. Why is Lin Yu so confident? Because he is not burdened by the perspective shaped during the years of 09 and 10. To him, a 5-point deficit merely translates to the need for 2 successful baskets. Is that even a challenge? In fact, Lin Yu has already devised a plan to replicate the triumph of the previous match, aiming to seize victory decisively in this encounter. In other words, as the game nears its climax, he has resolved to give his utmost. It is time for everyone to witness the brilliance of the small ball whirlwind. Soon, the game came to a halt, and with the referee's whistle, Lin Yu entered the fray. Following the dead ball, it remains the Bulls' turn. Rose, with the ball in hand, made a break toward the basket, initially poised to extend the lead to 7 points. However, as he drove to the rim, he was momentarily disrupted by little O, causing his final shot to veer off course. As the game progressed, fatigue became a significant factor, especially for star players. Rose's physical condition had evidently affected his stability during that crucial finish. Veteran captain Haslam seized the rebound and, after a brief search, located Lin Yu in the backcourt. Lin Yu received the ball, forcefully dribbling it. From the moment he stepped onto the court, the defensive focus of the Bulls once again shifted towards him. Luol Deng closely marked him, even reaching out in an attempt to steal the ball. Lin Yu deftly maneuvered the ball behind his back to evade the steal attempt by Luol Deng, subsequently finding his teammate. Ha's screen was rather peculiar. As he positioned himself atop the colossal Miami Heat logo at the center of the arena, providing Lin Yu with a solid block. From the perspective of 2009 and 2010, Ha's screen was perhaps a tad premature. Yet, as Lin Yu navigated around the pick and leaped into the air, his feet landing on the oversized Heat logo, the timing of the screen appeared impeccable. Having just returned to the court, Lin Yu unleashed a three-pointer from the center circle. With the first quarter's earlier dramatic moment of Lin Yu sinking a three-pointer from the logo as a backdrop, analysts like Barkley and Kenny Smith were somewhat less astonished. However, the crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net still took them by surprise. Another one. Was this Lin Yu's first exceptionally long-range three-pointer of the match? After sinking yet another shot from this distance, did it imply that he could indeed consistently make three-pointers from the logo range? Barkley found his conjecture audacious, even startling himself with the boldness of his thoughts. If Lin Yu could reliably maintain a commendable shooting percentage from the center logo, modern basketball might very well undergo a transformation because of him. Beside him, Kenny Smith murmured, "This is utterly insane." Little did they know, this was merely the prelude to the madness. Chapter 16. A respectable adversary. Barkley and Kenny Smith remained skeptical about Lin Yu's ability to consistently sink logo three-pointers, despite the fact that he had already made two undeniable shots from that distance in the game. Their disbelief stemmed from the sheer disruption of their understanding that such shots could become Lin Yu's regular arsenal. If logo three-pointers truly became a staple in his game, his shooting range would be terrifying. In the current era of defense, unless substantial changes were implemented, it would be exceedingly difficult to contain Lin Yu. On the court, the expressions of the Bulls players turned grave. They undoubtedly recalled the first quarter when the Heat trailed 0-8, only for Lin Yu to ignite a comeback, starting with a logo three-pointer and leading the Heat to a remarkable turnaround. Was this fellow about to do it again? Lin Yu executed a three-pointer from the logo, narrowing the Bulls' lead to a mere 2 points. Derrick Rose, however, became overly eager. As he pivoted into the Bulls' offense, he surged forward and unleashed a three-point attempt. It was evidently an answer ball, yet Rose overestimated his range. The shot, launched amidst Chalmers' defense, clanged off the rim, rebounding forcefully back out. Lin Yu dashed to the basket, seizing the rebound. With a swift turn, he accelerated in a straight line. Luol Deng positioned himself firmly in front of him. However, Lin did not resort to flamboyant fakes to completely elude Deng. Instead, he relied on his remarkable speed, compelling Deng to retreat in accordance with his rhythm. As he crossed the midcourt line, Lin's pace gradually decelerated, taking 2 steps, then 3. He once again came to a halt atop the expansive Miami Heat logo at the American Airlines Center, although he found himself standing on the emblem of the Heat. This time he faced Deng's defense. Surely, he would not attempt a logo three-pointer under such pressure? Standing on the logo, amidst the watchful eyes of Barkley, Kenny Smith, and all those who were captivated by the unfolding game, Lin Yu leapt once more, confronting Luol Deng's defense, and released the basketball with precision. He took the shot, undeterred by the defender. Shock was evident in the eyes of Barkley and Kenny Smith. Had Lin Yu been an unheralded rookie making his debut, they might have dismissed his audacity as madness. Shooting a three-pointer from the logo might be excusable under no pressure, but attempting such a feat against a defender was sheer recklessness. Yet now, before their very eyes, it was Lin Yu executing this audacious three-pointer, compelling them to treat the moment with utmost seriousness. Lin Yu had already crafted too many miracles to be taken lightly. As the basketball soared over Luol Deng, traversing half the court to reach the hoop, Barkley felt an inkling that it was destined to score. Swish! The eruption of cheers from the American Airlines Center was overwhelming. Amidst the jubilant uproar, there lingered a trace of incredulity. It truly went in. He had just made a logo three-pointer against the defense. This marked his second consecutive logo three-pointer, confirming our speculation that the logo three-pointer is indeed Lin Yu's signature weapon. It was utterly astonishing. Kenny Smith shook his head. Throughout his illustrious career, he had also been a proficient three-point shooter. While he too could shoot from the logo, he knew that even in the absence of defenders, his accuracy could not be guaranteed. Lin Yu effortlessly sank 2 logo three-pointers, bringing his total for this match to 3. When combined with his earlier attempt in the first half, in fact, he has only taken 4 shots from the logo, achieving an impressive shooting percentage of 75. This is not merely satisfactory, it is exceptional. While marveling at Lin Yu's proficiency from beyond the arc, Barkley turned his gaze to the scoreboard, which read 104-103. The Heat had erased a 5-point deficit and now held a slender lead of 1 point. The scales of victory had tilted in favor of the Heat. Barkley remarked upon this, and Kenny Smith, seated beside him, offered no dissent, for he could see no viable strategy the Bulls could employ to contain Lin Yu. On the court, however, Rose was undeterred. This time, he remained composed, resolutely penetrating the Heat's paint and executing a successful layup. The Bulls reclaimed 2 points, bringing the score to 105-104, restoring their lead. "We have not lost. This game is far from over," Rose proclaimed, rallying his teammate spirits. In the backcourt, Lin Yu shook his head, murmuring to himself, "It's futile." He received the basketball from Haslam and immediately began to accelerate. Lin dashed towards the front court, coming to a sudden halt at the Heat's logo, raising his hand. Yet, he did not take the shot. Instead, he deftly faked Luol Deng. Faced with a Lin Yu who had just made 2 consecutive logo three-pointers, Deng could no longer discern whether Lin Yu was truly shooting or merely feigning. He lunged forward, completely losing his balance and defensive position. Lin Yu received the ball, deftly maneuvering to evade his matchup with Luol Deng. Taking a step inward, he leaped once more to release his shot. Rose rushed forward, acutely aware that this crucial attempt must be thwarted. Failure to do so would spell disaster for the Bulls' morale. Yet, the basketball sailed past Rose's interference, and in a heartbeat, with a satisfying swish, it found the bottom of the net. The American Airlines Center erupted into sheer euphoria, resonating with Barkley's exultation as Lin Yu notched his 3rd consecutive three-pointer. He had ignited a torrential downpour of three-point shots, rendering him utterly unstoppable and invincible at this moment. On the court, Lin Yu gritted his teeth, shaking his head in defiance. At this juncture, as Barkley aptly remarked, he indeed resembled an indomitable and invincible warrior. The Bulls' spirits, which had been rekindled by Rose, lay in tatters once more. Unyielding, Rose turned and, gritting his teeth, made another aggressive drive. He once again forced his way into the Heat's paint, securing an additional 2 points. The score was now knotted at 107, as Rose valiantly leveled the playing field. Lin Yu shook his head, and, in no time, with Haslam's screen, he swiftly eluded Luol Deng, positioning himself just beyond the three-point line. As he faced Rose's defensive efforts, he launched a three-point shot. Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball passing through the net seemed to convey a message to Rose: do not struggle. 3 points will always outweigh 2, and victory in this match is beyond your reach. With a score of 110-107, Lin Yu's 4th consecutive three-pointer had solidified the Heat's lead. With just over 5 minutes remaining, the Bulls still had a chance on the scoreboard. However, the fiery Lin Yu was indeed formidable. He had already amassed 44 points, and it seemed likely that he would surpass 50, a truly astonishing feat at some point. Kenny Smith had taken to referring to the madness of Lin Yu's performance. If Lin Yu's earlier explosion could be deemed miraculous, then his sustained eruption now transcended mere marvel. Verging into the realm of the extraordinary, the Bulls' offense continued undeterred, with Rose refusing to concede. The prodigal son of Chicago, known as the Windy City Rose, epitomized resilience on the court, his desire to win burning fiercely, so intense that he would push through the agony of his knees for that elusive victory. In this match, his rapid and relentless drives had left his knees aching painfully, yet he persevered, executing a remarkable layup. The score stood at 110-109, with the Bulls trailing by just 1 point. Moments later, Lin Yu crossed midcourt and unleashed another logo three-pointer, extending the lead to 113-109. It was madness, truly madness. With yet another logo three, Lin Yu had made his 5th consecutive three-pointer, leaving the Bulls utterly unable to defend against him. They now found themselves down by 4 points. Derrick Rose must have realized that his drives were no longer effective, for 3 points will always eclipse 2. A sharp whistle pierced the air as Vinny Del Negro called a timeout. Trailing by only 4 points, surely the Bulls would not choose to surrender? Del Negro, of course, did not opt for capitulation, though he stood perilously close to it. Unlike Rose, he did not possess that same fervent desire to win. Surrendering while only 4 points behind felt premature. Yet, given Rose's condition on the court, Del Negro could no longer afford to wait. We must make one final stand. He resolved, locking down the Heat's number 6, Lin, with all our defensive might. Perhaps we still have a chance. In essence, Negro believes that the Bulls' sole opportunity lies in completely neutralizing Lin Yu, relying on their collective offense to secure victory. Should their defensive efforts fail to contain Lin Yu, the match may as well be conceded. Soon, the timeout concluded, and it was the Bulls' turn. Derrick Rose, with fervor igniting his knees, once again penetrated the Heat's paint. He soared for a layup. Success. Derrick Rose remains undeterred. However, the two-point shots seem futile unless they can effectively restrain Lin Yu. Yet, the question arises, can Lin Yu, who effortlessly sinks three-pointers from beyond the logo, truly be contained? The Heat's offense soon commenced. Lin Yu skillfully maneuvered the ball into the front court, where Luol Deng approached, closely followed by Kirk Hinrich's sudden advance. The Bulls' defense unleashed a frenzy right from the start, intensifying their double team. Kenny Smith's eyes widened in realization. He began to grasp Coach Negro's strategy. Despite the pressure of the double team just past the half-court line, Lin Yu remained remarkably self-assured. He could have confidently taken a shot against the defense, as his shooting touch was on fire. Even under duress, he believed he could sink a logo three-pointer. However, he opted for a more prudent approach, recognizing that it was not the most reliable way to secure victory in this match. Swiftly, Lin Yu passed the ball to Chalmers, who had just crossed the midcourt line. He then elegantly dashed towards the basket without the ball. Deng and Hinrich were too preoccupied to ease their defense, inadvertently leaving Quentin Richardson wide open in the corner. Chalmers' pass found Richardson, who, in the vast expanse of space, executed his shot with precision. Swish. The score soared to 116 to 111, extending the Heat's lead to 5 points. On the sidelines, Negro remained still, keen to observe another play. Meanwhile, Rose stormed into the Heat's paint with a striking pace, netting yet another 2 points. But the focus shifted back to the Heat's offense. Lin Yu sought the protective assistance of Haslam this time, narrowly avoiding being trapped on the logo, instead charging forward a couple of steps. He then executed a pass that found the wide-open Quentin Richardson. Swish. With the sound of the ball finding the net, Richardson made his second consecutive three-pointer, prompting Negro to call a timeout. He surrendered. Derrick, your exertion has been excessive. Do not forget, this is merely a regular season game. It is time to concede. Rose's insatiable desire to win would not allow him to abandon the match with his team trailing by only 6 points, yet Negro firmly pressed him onto the bench. Following the timeout, the Bulls made a substitution. This signified the end. Everything was concluded. With a score of 119 to 113, the Bulls trailed by merely 6 points. Nevertheless, they chose to forfeit the game, for under the deluge of three-pointers from the Heat, any glimmer of hope for victory vanished. In the absence of hope, Negro also recognized the potential for Rose's injury. He had no choice but to concede the match prematurely. The Heat's substitutions were slightly delayed, granting Lin Yu an opportunity to elevate his 47 points to 50. However, he refrained from doing so, since the opponents had already given up. He ought to relinquish further scoring, as a gesture of respect towards them. Above all, it was a matter of respect for Rose. As Lin Yu departed from the court, his statistics were solidified at 47 points, 7 rebounds, 11 assists, and 2 steals. Although he fell short of the coveted 50-point milestone, the figures he amassed were undeniably splendid. Coupled with Lin Yu's performance, this constituted a breathtaking display of individual prowess. Scoring 47 points in consecutive matches, along with a plethora of astonishing long-range three-pointers, Lin Yu's exhibition transcended mere magic. It bordered on the realm of the extraordinary. Having spent less than 4 minutes on the bench, the match officially concluded. In those final moments, the Heat played without Lin Yu, while the Bulls were deprived of both Derrick Rose and Luol Deng. Despite the lackluster nature of the contest, the fans at the American Airlines Center chose to remain until the end, defying their history of early exits. As one spectator eloquently put it, Lin's performance was utterly insane. For such a game, I had to stay until the very last second. The audience was rewarded, as Lin Yu sought out Rose at the conclusion of the match. To be precise, it was Rose who approached Lin Yu. You were exceptional. You won this time, but I will reclaim victory next time. Rose's expression was resolute, suggesting he was not merely speaking empty words. Lin Yu exhibited a serious demeanor as he grasped Ross's hand firmly. You are indeed formidable, but your strength may not endure for long. His words echoed with a harshness akin to biting banter, casting Lin Yu in an unflattering light. Ross furrowed his brow, perceiving Lin Yu as a worthy adversary. However, this remark appeared less than respectful. Yet, Lin Yu swiftly added, unless you temper those swift, zigzagging drives. Upon hearing this, Ross's expression softened slightly, for he grasped Lin Yu's intent. I understand, but that is my style, much like your audacious logo 3s, which also carry their own risks. Lin Yu shook his head, ceasing further persuasion. As he watched Ross depart, he turned to face the reporters. Lin, your performance in this match was absolutely extraordinary. At last, he heard the word extraordinary from the journalist. Chapter 17. He truly can sink a logo 3-pointer. Scoring an impressive 47 points, Lin's miracle continues. USA Today the following morning. On the streets of Miami, Lin Yu munched on a sandwich while perusing a magazine in his other hand. Once again, the sports section of USA Today was dominated by Lin Yu's achievements, and he sighed, finally grasping the solitude that accompanies invincibility. The editor of USA Today seemed somewhat out of touch, still calling it miraculous when it should have been labeled as sheer madness long ago. Lin Yu shook his head and set aside USA Today. The word crazy aptly described his astonishing performance, where he shattered the record with 13 three-pointers in a single game. The Miami Herald noted his remarkable achievement, as Lin Yu not only set a new record for the most three-pointers made in a single NBA game, but also surpassed the previous record held by Kobe Bryant and Donyell Marshall, who each made 12. With his exceptional long-range shooting, the term crazy was indeed fitting. Sports Illustrated, along with Basketball Times, ESPN, and Yahoo Sports, all echoed this sentiment. In fact, USA Today was among the few remaining outlets still employing the term magical. To break the record of 13 three-pointers in just his third game was nothing short of extraordinary. Even more astonishing was the fact that nearly half of those three-pointers were made from the center court logo. Lin Yu humbly referred to them as Logo 3s, a title that seems entirely appropriate, as shooting from the logo is indeed a remarkable feat. Undoubtedly, the emergence of the Logo 3 has altered the dynamics of the league. The Bulls struggle to defend against Lin Yu's ability to shoot from the logo, and it seems the challenges will only intensify for future opponents. This analysis was pinned by Bill Simmons in his ESPN column. Lin Yu has only played 3 games, yet Bill Simmons has already pinned 2 columns centered around him. It appears that he is quite invested in Lin Yu. However, the reality is rather the opposite. Bill Simmons is not genuinely focused on Lin Yu. His 2 columns merely follow the prevailing trend. In his latest piece, he discusses Lin Yu's remarkable 12 points in just 30 seconds. Such a feat undoubtedly warrants an article to capitalize on the ensuing hype. This time, Lin Yu not only shattered the record for the most three-pointers in a single game, but his logo three-pointer is also believed to potentially disrupt the existing defensive paradigms within the league, heralding a new era. As a contributing writer for ESPN and a prominent NBA analyst, Bill Simmons is indeed compelled to compose an analytical article on this subject. Nevertheless, while there is no shortage of experts analyzing the logo three-pointer, few, like Simmons, genuinely hold faith in Lin Yu's capabilities. The vast majority of analysts contend that Lin Yu's performance in this game was excessively fiery, with an astonishing 13 out of 18 from beyond the arc. Such a shooting percentage indicates that every shot he took found its mark. His 5 out of 7 from the logo three-point range, under such accuracy and feel, ultimately lacks substantial persuasive power. Lin Yu observed these prevailing opinions, which have become the mainstream discourse. There is no denying that, despite Lin Yu's remarkable and audacious talents, he remains merely a novice, having participated in only 3 NBA games. He has yet to encounter the proverbial rookie wall, and his true level of competence remains an enigma. Thus, it is likely the reason why he could not seize the opportunity to claim the Logo 3 meme following the last game. In the aftermath, while the media and everyone else fervently discussed the Logo 3, Lin Yu mistakenly believed that a single game could suffice to secure his own version of the meme. In hindsight, it appears he was overly optimistic. The essence of growth lies in the accumulation of experience, and he is still in dire need of it. Lin Yu cast his gaze upon the system space, realizing that this attempt at crafting a clever reference had failed, leaving him with only a single time-sensitive item in his possession. This was a dire gamble. If the next match did not yield the explosive results needed to secure the coveted Lin Mad reference, he would find himself devoid of time-sensitive items thereafter. Furthermore, does the system's time-sensitive items supersede my inherent attributes? Lin Yu inquired suddenly within the confines of the system space. Yet, no response was forthcoming. For this was not an intelligent system. Lin Yu scratched his head and let out a sigh. If the effect of the time-limited item does not overshadow his inherent attributes, then he could continue to execute logo three-pointers in the upcoming match. It seems that by successfully performing another logo three-pointer, he would finally grasp the essence of that particular skill. However, if the effect does indeed override his original abilities, then with Ja Morant's experience card, he would be unable to make a logo three-pointer. This brings us to Morant's stylistic traits. To put it succinctly, he bears a striking resemblance to the peak version of Derrick Rose, relying heavily on his explosive speed and jumping prowess. While shooting remains an area in which he is not particularly adept. Therefore, should the item overshadow the host's original capabilities, Lin Yu would lose his three-point shooting ability, rendering him incapable of executing the logo three-pointer. At this moment, uncertainty looms. Lin Yu shifted his gaze towards the upcoming opponent, observing the experts, journalists, and fans who were all fixated on the Miami Heat's next game. In the forthcoming match, the Heat would continue to play at home, facing the feeble Golden State Warriors. Feeble Golden State Warriors? Lin Yu found this description rather peculiar. In a few years, the Warriors would evolve into a dominant force within the league. However, at this moment, labeling the Warriors as weak was entirely justified. Stephen Curry was still a rookie, and the team's leader was Monta Ellis. With the Warriors suffering 2 consecutive losses in the new season thus far, it could be said that their form stood in stark contrast to that of the Heat. Despite the anticipated outcome of the match, the excitement remained palpable, as everyone was eager to witness Lin Yu's iconic three-pointer once more. Lin Yu gazed at the emblem of the Warriors on the schedule, suddenly reminded of an embarrassing incident. Could it be that this young fellow, Curry, has already mastered the art of shooting logo threes? After all, he is merely a rookie. It seems improbable. If, in the next game, Lin Yu were to utilize Morant's experience card, thereby overshadowing his own attributes, and if Curry were to sink a logo three, would that not render Lin Yu utterly humiliated? In a secluded corner of Oakland, unbeknownst to Lin Yu, a slender young man stood atop the vast Warriors logo at the training facility, drenched in perspiration. He launched a three-pointer, and with a swish, declared, "It's just a logo three. I can make it too." Yet, almost immediately, he was met with mockery from his teammates. "If you're so skilled, let me guard you. Can you score one?" The lean young man flushed slightly, retorting, "Not just yet. Give me a little more time." Following the game against the Bulls, as they prepared to host the Warriors, the Heat enjoyed a 3-day respite between matches. With ample time on his hands, Lin Yu was far from idle. On the day after the game, he received a notification from his agent. In the next few days, the media from your homeland will be coming for a special interview. Make sure to prepare. Lin Yu's agent is the very same individual who discovered him before he transformed into the current Lin Yu and facilitated his entry into the NBA. His name is Dan Fagan. This name is quite familiar to many seasoned basketball enthusiasts, as he is not only Lin Yu's representative, but also the agent for Yi Jianlian. In terms of operational prowess, Dan Fagan undeniably stands out. However, his vision is rather limited, and he harbors a certain avarice. Take Yi Jianlian. For instance, when he entered the draft, his actual capabilities were quite mediocre and hardly warranted the 6th overall pick by the Bucks. Yet, Fagan managed to maneuver Yi into that position with sheer cunning. This exemplifies Fagan's exceptional operational skills. As for his narrow vision, it simply means he fervently wished for Yi to play in a major city, oblivious to the merits of a more understated development, which ultimately irked the Bucks management. After finally achieving a transfer to the Nets, Yi's career took a significant downturn, despite his lackluster performance in Milwaukee. His greed is evident in his relentless pursuit of lucrative contracts for his clients. From a player's perspective, one could argue that he is a competent agent, as he is adept at securing financial gains. However, his limited foresight does not pose a problem for Lin Yu. The responsibility of charting his professional journey need not be entrusted to Fagan. The remaining tasks are ones Fagan is certainly capable of executing with excellence. Nevertheless, Lin Yu has already resolved to part ways with him upon the expiration of his contract. This decision is not rooted in Fagan's unsavory history, but rather stems from the fact that prior to this season, Fagan had consistently ignored Lin Yu. While Lin Yu can comprehend Fagan's indifference, after all, before this season, he was not much more than a liability. Fagin's lack of attention was understandable, given that there was little financial incentive for him to engage with Lin Yu. His overly utilitarian approach left Lin Yu feeling resentful, prompting his decision to replace Fagin as soon as the contract concludes. However, for the time being, their relationship remains one of collaboration. As for the domestic media, a special interview? Have you even considered whether I consent to this? In the presence of Fagin, Lin Yu retorted directly. He certainly agreed to the exclusive interview with the domestic media, yet he was determined to show Fagin a hint of displeasure. Faced with Lin Yu's stern expression, Fagin maintained a smile, remarking that it was merely an interview, not a significant matter, and that the exclusive coverage by his homeland's media would be quite beneficial for expanding into the overseas market. Lin Yu shook his head and replied, "You must first seek my opinion." Indeed, I shall certainly do so next time." Lin Yu curled his lips in a wry smile, silently reflecting, will there really be a next time? There will be no next time. Why did Fagin indulge Lin Yu with such flattery and a smiling facade? It was because Lin Yu had become a veritable printing press for wealth. In just 30 seconds, he had risen to fame with a single shot, and subsequently, he was inundated with a plethora of endorsement offers from both America and Huaxia. In that moment, Fagin was overjoyed, presenting Lin Yu with a cascade of endorsement contracts. True to his nature, Lin Yu genuinely contemplated rejecting all these endorsements to teach Fagin a lesson. However, after some reflection, he decided against it. After all, the bulk of the earnings from these endorsements would ultimately benefit him. There was no need to harm both himself and others. In recent matches, Lin Yu's fervor had only intensified. An ever-increasing number of advertisers and endorsement contracts were flocking to him, falling like snowflakes. In light of this phenomenon, to call Lin Yu a printing machine would be an understatement. Fagin, driven by his pursuit of wealth, naturally endeavored to keep Lin Yu appeased with his sycophantic demeanor. Lin Yu no longer pressed Fagin, but instead tapped his fingers on the table, suddenly struck by a thought. A special interview could be arranged, but they must bring along their recent reports for my perusal. Fagin was momentarily taken aback. What purpose would that serve? I wish to discern whether they are disparaging me or extolling my virtues. Disparaging you? How could that possibly be? Fagin shook his head, convinced that given Lin Yu's current demeanor, the media would find it impossible to tarnish his reputation, even if they wished to do so. Lin Yu silently shook his head, pondering. This is not necessarily the case. Certainly, utilizing past reports to discern whether these media outlets are biased or impartial is merely one of the reasons. Lin Yu would never disclose to Fagin that he was more intrigued by the domestic reports praising him, seeking a moment of personal gratification. All right, I shall inform them, he stated. 3 days after the game, the Heat transitioned back into training mode. On this particular day, the entrance of the Heat's training facility buzzed with activity, teeming with reporters. At this moment, the Heat lacked any prominent stars, especially with Wade sidelined due to injury and absent on training days. It could be said that Lin Yu's popularity had reached unprecedented heights. Squatting patiently, the reporters aimed to catch an insider and inquire if there would be an intra-squad scrimmage that day, particularly whether Lin Yu attempted a logo three-pointer during the session. Indeed, this was the very purpose for which the reporters had congregated. However, following Kenny Smith's fervent declaration of having an informant within the Heat, the team's control over internal narratives tightened significantly. On training days, Spoelstra had indeed arranged for an intra-squad scrimmage, but prior to its commencement, he firmly mandated that no individual was permitted to disclose even the slightest detail or insider information regarding the scrimmage. Violators would face severe penalties. The vast majority of those present took Spoelstra's words to heart, yet one individual remained unimpressed. Michael Beasley scoffed, deciding he would soon inform the reporters outside that Lin Yu's logo three-pointer was merely a fluke. As the scrimmage commenced, Lin Yu was assigned to the starting lineup. Given his current prowess, Spoelstra would not have allowed anything less. In the matchup of starters versus reserves, naturally, the starters emerged victorious. Although both Odin and Magloire were severely injured, Odin could still be considered semi-functional, whereas Magloire was completely incapacitated. The starters gained possession for the first offensive play of the scrimmage, and Lin Yu wasted no time, launching a logo three-pointer right away. His defender, Daquan Cook, the Heat's second leading scorer who had once pinned Lin Yu against the water cooler, remained highly focused, intent on thwarting Lin Yu's attempt. Nevertheless, despite Cook's interference, Lin Yu's logo three-pointer found its mark with precision, swishing through the net. Astonishment rippled through the crowd. He truly could make the logo three-pointer. Beasley furrowed his brow, Could he genuinely sink a logo three-pointer? On the sidelines, Spoelstra smiled. Excellent. We now possess a player who can usher in a new era. After the scrimmage concluded, Spoelstra reiterated, let no one speak of it outside. Lin can indeed make the logo three-pointer. Yet, turning around outside the Heat training facility, Beasley cracked open the window of his Ferrari to tell a familiar reporter, Lin Yu, he truly can make the logo three-pointer. Chapter 18. Dunking from the free throw line. Rumor has it that Lin Yu hit 13 consecutive logo three-pointers during the Heat's intra-squad scrimmage. Insiders from the Heat. He truly possesses the ability to score. It is time for the NBA's defensive coaches to devise new strategies. As Lin Yu stepped into the American Airlines Center, he was immediately enveloped by a flurry of rumors and discussions regarding his ability to sink logo three-pointers. Passing through the parking lot, he was besieged by a throng of reporters. Is it true that you made 13 logo three-pointers in the scrimmage? One inquired. Lin, will you continue to unleash your logo three-pointers upon your opponents in this game? Another asked, after 3 days. Do you believe your adversaries have devised a strategy to counter your logo three-pointers? Lin Yu paid no heed, his face expressionless as he strode directly into the players' tunnel of the American Airlines Center. Inside the locker room, his teammates were engrossed in discussion. Eric had emphasized this matter repeatedly, yet someone still chose to divulge information to the outside world. It would have been one thing to disclose it, but the exaggeration was astounding. A training match featuring 13 logo three-pointers. Alston shook his head, fully aware as the individual involved. In that training match, Lin Yu had only attempted 4 logo three-pointers, successfully making 2. In terms of shooting accuracy and the technical nuances observable to the naked eye, he had performed far worse than in the previous game. Therefore, even if information was leaked, the accurate detail should have been, Lin Yu is indeed capable of scoring. Yet his proficiency in logo three-pointers is rather mediocre. When confronted with a defensively robust team, or an opponent featuring a skilled one-on-one defender, Lin Yu's logo three-pointers are likely to falter. In summary, following that internal training match, the consensus within the Miami Heat is, the astonishing prowess of Lin Yu's logo three-pointer is indeed remarkable. Yet it has not yet reached the exalted status heralded by the outside world as a revolutionary phenomenon. Even Lin Yu himself is acutely aware that his current logo three-point ability remains a considerable distance from the zenith achieved by Curry, to say nothing of other factors. His shooting release is noticeably slower than that of Curry. With the remainder of this season ahead, it presents a perfect opportunity for him to refine his shooting speed. The disparity in attribute values within the system serves as a reminder to Lin Yu that, in comparison to the peak Curry, it may just be a matter of that elusive split second of shooting speed that he currently lacks. Should he manage to enhance this aspect through his own diligence? Could it not imply that he could attain a three-point attribute of 99 without reliance on the system? This certainly merits exploration. In the locker room, the discussions among teammates intensified with Lin Yu's arrival, particularly with Arteist, who pulled Lin Yu aside and hastily distanced himself from any implications. I can swear on my reputation from the streets that I am not the one who divulged your ability to make logo three-pointers. Lin Yu nodded. I trust you, Raf. Subsequently, they began to speculate together about the identity of the leaker. I suspect that the culprit may be David Fizdali, as he has been at odds with you from the very beginning. Lin Yu shook his head. He had already discerned the identity of the individual in question. No, it wasn't him. Who else could it be? Michael Beasley. Michael? Him? Alston found it hard to believe, yet Lin Yu remained resolute. It wasn't he that he had witnessed Beasley in clandestine meetings with the press, but among the members of the Heat. The only one truly at odds with Lin Yu was Beasley. Although David Fizdali had encountered moments of disagreement with Lin Yu, they had not yet reached a level of animosity. Moreover, Lin Yu pondered and could not fathom why the revelation of his ability to shoot logo threes would pose any issue. It was merely SPO who seemed intent on keeping it under wraps. If the matter was one that would not cause any trouble even if disclosed, was there truly a need to proactively conceal it? Lin Yu pondered for a while and concluded that only someone like Beasley, whose intellect was somewhat lacking, would voluntarily disclose such information. Beasley was also present in the locker room, and Lin Yu occasionally cast glances in his direction until at last their eyes met. Lin Yu immediately noticed the evasive glint in Beasley's eyes, sensing something amiss. He was certain it was him, without a doubt. Shortly thereafter, Spoelstra stormed into the locker room, his fury palpable. It wasn't merely the fact that Lin Yu's ability to sink logo-range three-pointers had been leaked that troubled him, but rather that Spoelstra felt the integrity of the team was compromised. I cannot fathom why there are so many moles within the media, he lamented. This is clearly abnormal. We are no longer a cohesive unit. Although Lin Yu had already discerned the identity of the traitor behind the leak, he chose not to divulge Beasley's name to Spoelstra. He was a petty snitch, and I am not one to play the role of a tattletale. Spoelstra vented his frustration and subsequently announced the starting lineup for the game. Point guard Mario Chalmers, shooting guard Lin Yu, small forward Quentin Richardson, power forward Michael Beasley, and center Jermaine O'Neal. Lin Yu's starting position came as no surprise. However, it was unexpected for Beasley to be reinstated in the starting lineup after being benched in the previous game. This player truly embodies the resilience of a cockroach. For the time being, Beasley's position within the Miami Heat remains quite secure. After all, he was the second overall pick in last year's draft, and this season marks his sophomore year. Even though his performance during his rookie season was rather mediocre, and despite his abysmal start to the new season, Spoelstra would not relinquish him so swiftly. The value of a second overall pick is simply too precious to discard. The tactical approach in this game differed somewhat from the previous match. Lin, you will control the ball, but remember to give Michael some opportunities to isolate, Spoelstra emphasized as he tapped on the tactical board. The essence of his statement was clear. In this game, Lin Yu would orchestrate the offense, with the primary scoring options being himself and Beasley. In essence, the sole distinction from the last game was that Lin Yu had been granted the authority to distribute the ball. Beyond that, little else had changed. In the locker room, Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement of Spoelstra's instructions, yet inwardly he scoffed. Give Beasley isolation opportunities? Not a chance. He could discern Spoelstra's rationale. The Heat's opponent in this match was the Warriors. The Warriors appeared feeble, particularly in their defense, which could be described as among the worst in the league. Being a second overall pick, Beasley must be salvaged if he continues to struggle this season. Thus, granting him additional opportunities and ball control against a weak team seems to be the most effective means of redemption. Lin Yu's refusal to rescue Beasley does not stem from viewing him as a rival. In truth, even when Beasley provoked him, he never regarded him as a formidable opponent. At this moment, Lin Yu merely perceives Beasley as a jester. He cannot tolerate the presence of a fool among his teammates, thus he must address this jester. The solution is to assign this fool the task of guarding the water cooler. Consequently, Lin Yu will not afford Beasley even the slightest opportunity. Soon, Spoelstra raised his hand, signaling, "It's time to take the stage, gentlemen." In the recent 2 games, with Wade absent, the Heat have still been playing at home. Typically, during home games, the host team partakes in a modest pregame ceremony. The order of this ceremony is usually meticulously arranged. When Wade was present, it was he who led the entrance. In the absence of Wade during these 2 games, it has been Haslam who has taken center stage. He serves as the captain and has been with the Heat since 2003, making him one of the longest-serving members alongside Wade in the franchise's history. Lin Yu's entry sequence is rather unique. After all, he is a starter. In the previous match, he was the second ender. In this game, he initially stood in the second position as per usual. However, the host on-site pulled him forward, placing him in the first position. "Me, first to enter?" Lin Yu inquired. To which the host nodded affirmatively, stating, "Before Dwayne's return, your entry sequence will remain unchanged." Lin Yu took a deep breath, fully aware that this moment signified his status. In a single match, he had transformed from a mere waterboy for the Heat to a starting player in just 30 seconds, scoring 12 points. With 2 matches yielding 47 points, he ascended from a starter to one of the top 3 players on the team. Indeed, he was among the elite trio. Apart from Dwayne Wade, the rightful owner of the American Airlines Arena, only Udonis Haslam could claim seniority over Lin Yu. Soon, the player introduction ceremony commenced, and the atmosphere at the American Airlines Arena grew increasingly electrifying. As the lights dimmed, the announcer suddenly proclaimed, "Next to take the stage is our starting lineup for tonight's game." The anticipation built as the announcer elongated his words, and in the next moment, the spotlight illuminated Lin Yu. Hailing from China, the architect of the 30 seconds, 12 points phenomenon, the creator of 13 three-pointers in a single game, the master of the logo three-pointer, the extraordinary young talent of the Miami Heat. In fact, the announcer only managed to finish the first title before the arena erupted in unison, chanting Lin Yu's name, "Lin, Lin, 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 Lin." Amidst the harmonious cheers, the announcer passionately declared his full name, Lin Yu. As Lin Yu made his entrance, bathed in the resplendent lights, he reveled in the thunderous applause and fervent cheers that resonated throughout the American Airlines Center. In that moment, He truly felt as if he were the sovereign of this arena. The subsequent appearances of Chalmers, Quentin Richardson, Beasley, and even the stalwart Haslam were met with none of the frenzied adoration that Lin Yu had garnered. At the commentary booth, Mike Fratello, providing his first analysis of Lin Yu's game, remarked, "It is evident that Lin has captivated the hearts of Miami's fans." On the court, the elation that had graced Lin Yu's face moments ago, buoyed by the support of the fans, was now replaced by a grave expression. He delved into the system space and activated the peak Ja Morant single-game experience card. Upon accessing the attributes page, he was dismayed to discover his three-point rating had plummeted from 91 to 84, while 84 was still somewhat usable. The most disheartening revelation was the disappearance of his long-range shooting ability from the special skills section, now supplanted by various skills related to dribbling and leaping. Ultimately, it had all been overshadowed, leaving him with a sense of loss. Lin Yu sighed, realizing that this signified the demise of his chances to land a logo three-pointer in this match. Initially, he only needed to sink a few logo three-pointers during this game to secure the coveted reference. Now, however, that possibility had vanished. It was over. He would have to explore alternative avenues. Lin Yu had indeed anticipated the current situation, for he had already contemplated the possibility of utilizing a time effect card to overshadow his original attributes. However, his contingency plan was somewhat embarrassing. Relying on the experience card of the peak Ja Morant to recreate a conventional narrative had become increasingly implausible. Thus, I must forge an alternative path, embracing the humiliation if necessary, for it is far better than the prospect of failing halfway through the creation of Lin Madness. Lin Yu silently shook his head as he stepped onto the court, fully prepared for the impending match. The game commenced swiftly. At that moment, the Warriors appeared feeble, yet their roster bore some merit. With point guard Stephen Curry, shooting guard Monta Ellis, and small forward Corey Maggette, their perimeter trio was undoubtedly of star caliber. In the paint, blue-collar worker Anthony Tolliver partnered with the tenacious rebounder Andris Beedry. Despite having endured several significant injuries, Beedry's leaping ability far surpassed that of the diminutive Odin. Consequently, it came as no surprise that the Heat lost the tip-off once again. As the defensive possession began, Lin Yu found himself matched up against Monta Ellis. The defensive pressure on Lin was considerable, for Ellis was the nominal leader of the Warriors this season. It could be said that as long as Ellis desired, he could command all the offensive plays for the Warriors, much like Lin Yu did at present. However, Lin remained unperturbed, for he was at the pinnacle of his prowess, embodying the essence of Ja Morant. Morant's defensive capabilities were commendable, particularly given his physical attributes. Moreover, through the recent games, Lin had discerned that the system's time-sensitive props seemed to provide a mere one enhancement. In reality, each prop's true effect on him was magnified exponentially. Otherwise, he could not have achieved the miraculous feat of scoring 12 points in 30 seconds. Nor could he have amassed 47 points in consecutive games relying solely on a peak Tracy McGrady experience card and a peak Curry experience card. It is essential to recognize that even peak McGrady or peak Curry could not guarantee scoring 47 points in every match. High scores are serendipitous rather than a certainty. This is the stark reality. Thus, the only explanation for Lin Yu's consecutive 47-point games lay in the system's time-sensitive props, where the effects were indeed multiplied after enhancement. Under this rationale, Lin's defensive performance in this match was undeniably exceptional. Monta Ellis, unaware of this, had watched Lin Yu's previous game. It was not diligence that caught his attention, but rather the allure of his logo three-pointers. Having observed Lin's gameplay, Ellis perceived his defense as rather mediocre, which precisely played into his hands. The Warriors' shortcomings lay in their defense. However, their offense remained impressive, thanks to the eccentric genius of head coach Don Nelson. Throughout his career, Ellis' strategy had been simple: either your offense overwhelms me, or my offense overwhelms you. In this game, Ellis' intent was clear. He aimed to overpower Lin Yu with his offensive prowess. Thus, he promptly seized the basketball from Curry and, facing Lin, boldly declared, "Lin the Miracle. Today I shall turn you into a sieve." Lin Yu smirked disdainfully and said, "Then come on." Monta Ellis' style of play was elusive. He deftly maneuvered the basketball with an unpredictable rhythm before suddenly accelerating to make his breakthrough. Lin Yu accurately discerned the direction of his opponent's breakthrough. In the next moment, Monta Ellis pulled the ball back, just as Lin Yu anticipated a shift to the other side for a fresh attempt. Monta Ellis sprang from his position and took the shot directly. Despite the straightforwardness of the attempt, Lin Yu, embodying the essence of peak Morant, managed to react in time and leaped up to interfere. A resounding clang echoed as the ball struck the rim, and Lin Yu immediately shook his head at Monta Ellis. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Monta Ellis understood the implication of Lin Yu's gesture. He was not capable. Yet, unwilling to concede, he let out a chuckle, remarking that the game had only just begun. His words conveyed the sentiment that the match was still in its infancy, questioning the urgency to determine a victor. Lin Yu did not spare him and retorted directly. In my opinion, this one ball has already determined the outcome. Spare me your grandiloquent boasts, Lin the Magnificent. Lin Yu no longer paid attention to Monta Ellis. He seized the basketball from the hands of the small forward who had just secured the rebound and swiftly charged towards the front court. In this match, he was the Ja Morant devoid of long-range shooting, necessitating a transformation in his playing style. A sudden alteration would undoubtedly raise eyebrows, and some might even delve deeper into the reasons behind it. However, Lin Yu had devised a comprehensive strategy. This offensive maneuver marked the inception of his meticulously crafted plan. Lin Yu surged into the front court, faced with the feeble defense of Monta Ellis. Observing the diminutive Ellis, Lin Yu resolved to test his prowess with an 85-rated three-pointer. He raised his hand against Ellis's defense and unleashed a shot from beyond the arc. In the next instant, a clang echoed through the air, accompanied by Ellis's derisive laughter. Not so impressive after all. Are you Lin the Miracle? Lin Yu chose to ignore him, for he alone comprehended that this three-point shot was merely a facade to uphold the persona of one who exclusively shoots from beyond the arc. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. Soon enough, the main act commenced. Monta Ellis seized the basketball from the backcourt, making his triumphant return. This time, Lin Yu lunged forward, intent on intercepting the ball. Monta Ellis regarded him with disdain, convinced that Lin Yu could not wrest the ball from his grasp. Cautioning against a foul, Lin Yu executed a remarkable maneuver. With a resounding thud, the sound was not crisp, but rather deep and resonant. Monta Ellis momentarily froze, only to realize that he had not struck Lin Yu's hand, but rather the basketball in his possession. The arena erupted, a wave of exuberant cheers cascading from afar and drawing nearer. He had indeed executed a steal, a genuine interception. Lin Yu executed an exceptionally assertive and unwavering close defense. Snatching the basketball from Monta Ellis's grasp, he surged forward, effortlessly maintaining possession of the ball. Before him lay an unobstructed path, devoid of any defenders. It was, without a doubt, a guaranteed score. The jubilant cheers from the American Airlines Center arose in response, as fans commenced their premature celebrations. Even in the commentary booth, Mike Fratello speculated, will Lin Yu dunk? Naturally, he would. Lin Yu was not merely attempting a dunk. In a split second after crossing the midcourt and the three-point line, he forcefully planted his feet on the ground and leapt into the air. He was about to perform a dunk originating from the free-throw line. How utterly audacious. The term audacious re-emerged as Lin Yu soared into the air, his body extending and arms reaching out, evoking the impression of an impending spectacular dunk from the free-throw line. Yet, in the next moment, he plummeted rapidly. Boom. The resounding roar of the arena was not one of fervent cheers but rather a chorus of laughter. In the commentary booth, Mike Fratello was taken aback. He did not touch the rim. He had missed the dunk. Beside him, his partner, the venerable Hubie Brown, shook his head in disbelief. How ridiculous. He put on a show as if he was about to execute a magnificent dunk from the free-throw line, only to fail to even graze the rim. Ha ha ha. I can't help myself. In a corner of New York, Charles Barkley, who was not commentating on this game, was organizing his notes while watching the Heat vs. Warriors match. However, he was momentarily stunned when Lin Yu's dunk attempt failed. This astounding Lin, no, this outrageous Lin, was a boon for him, not only providing ideas for his show but also offering material. Written prominently on his notes were the words Top 5 Blunders. Chapter 19. The king of blunders on the court, Lin Yu, having once again failed a dunk, paid no heed to the laughter surrounding him. For this time, it was intentional. If there were any fellow time travelers akin to him, they would inevitably think of JaVale McGee, who had also attempted a dunk from the free-throw line that appeared fearsome but ultimately failed to even touch the rim. This was no coincidence. Lin Yu was indeed mimicking McGee. Once the game concluded, Charles Barkley was set to unveil his new program, Top 5 Blunders, and he anticipated claiming 2 of the blunders for himself. Securing 2 spots in the top 5 blunders would undoubtedly ensure he seized the title of King of Blunders. Yet, despite this successful endeavor in creating a humorous narrative, Lin Yu felt no joy. This time, he had embarrassed himself gravely, internally shaking his head. He merely offered an awkward smile to alleviate his embarrassment, aligning with the laughter of the fans. However, as he turned around, he met the gaze of Monta Ellis, who promptly ridiculed him. "Are you trying to kill me with laughter, Lin? If you can't dunk, just don't." In the face of Ellis's taunts, the awkward smile on Lin Yu's face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. "You think I can't dunk? Just watch me." As the competition reached its zenith, he had meticulously laid the groundwork. What followed was the grand stage for the illustrious Ja Morant. The Warriors' offense, orchestrated by Monta Ellis, continued to command the ball, facing off against Lin Yu. In the initial 2 attempts, Monta Ellis was thoroughly thwarted by Lin Yu's defense. The first shot was somewhat excusable, as it was taken under duress. Whether it succeeded or failed was quite understandable. However, the second attempt, which was met with a clean steal by Lin Yu, was a stark and undeniable defeat. In this ensuing possession, he sought to redeem himself. Lin Yu's defense remains formidable. He relentlessly pressures his opponent, extending his long arms as he continues to attempt steals. Monta Ellis, cautious and vigilant, no longer grants Lin Yu any opportunity for interception. After a few seconds of entanglement at the top of the arc, Monta Ellis suddenly accelerates, cutting directly into the lane. However, Lin Yu maintains his defensive position, closely trailing Monta Ellis, rendering the latter's breakthrough exceedingly arduous. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 3 strides, Monta Ellis finds himself hindered. His slender physique and lack of strength pale in comparison to Lin Yu's prowess in physical contests at this moment. Nevertheless, Monta Ellis possesses a high basketball IQ, a key factor in his success in the NBA. Realizing he could not penetrate, Monta Ellis executes a sudden stop, bringing his momentum to a halt. What follows will reveal the reasons behind his inability to achieve substantial success in the NBA. After the abrupt stop, he fails to shake off Lin Yu, who continues to overshadow him defensively. Even so, Monta Ellis attempts a shot. Clang! The cacophony of the rim ringing through the American Airlines Center is soon followed by the cheers of the home crowd. In the commentary booth, Mike Fratello shakes his head, remarking that neither side has managed to score thus far, indicating both teams are in dismal form. Beside him, veteran coach Hubie Brown chuckles, noting, "Indeed, Lin Yu's performance has been lacking. He has missed his signature three-pointer and that outrageous dunk attempt." As for Monta Ellis, I believe it is primarily due to Lin Yu's exceptional defense. What surprises me most about this game is Lin Yu's defensive prowess. Compared to the last match, he is truly embodying the essence of a defensive player of the year. Hubie Brown's praise for Lin Yu's defense subtly conveys that there is little in his offensive play worthy of commendation. However, as the ball is secured by Xiao, the moment for Lin Yu to truly exert himself has arrived. In the backcourt, he receives the basketball from Xiao and accelerates forward. Upon reaching the front court, Lin Yu takes a glance at the hoop, intending to unleash a breakthrough that would tear through Monta Ellis's defense. Just as he prepares to make his move, Michael Beasley shouts from the other side, "Damn it, you've already missed 2 shots. It's time to pass the ball." Lin Yu's expression suddenly shifted, and he turned to cast a cold glare at Beasley. The prospect of passing the ball was utterly out of the question in this match. Beasley could forget about receiving even a single pass from him. As for the current offensive play, Lin Yu was resolute in his pursuit of victory. "You might as well pass the ball, Lin the Marvelous. Though my defense is lacking, you are no longer the prodigy you once were," Monta Ellis taunted. Grinning as he exchanged barbs, Lin Yu chose to ignore him, not out of a lack of words, but because some remarks are best articulated only after a goal is scored. He cast another glance at the hoop before taking a decisive step forward. Monta Ellis remained unfazed, prompting Lin Yu to swiftly retract his step, lifting the basketball with an elegant motion. Everyone assumed he was about to launch a three-pointer, including Monta Ellis himself. However, Lin Yu merely feigned the shot, completely deceiving Monta Ellis as he accelerated and drove past the three-point line of the Warriors. In the mid-range, he encountered no defensive hindrance whatsoever. In fact, the commentary booth, led by Hubie Brown, began to shake his head in disbelief. The Warriors' defense was abysmal. Did they not realize that Lin Yu was a sharpshooter from mid to long range? To date in his NBA career, Lin Yu had only played 3 games, with a notable dunk against the Magic being his sole penetration into the paint. In the remaining matches, his performance predominantly featured long-range shots, indeed giving the impression that he was solely adept at mid to long-range shooting. Under such circumstances, it was somewhat dismissive of the Warriors to neglect providing help defense on the strong side against Lin Yu's shooting abilities. Yet, Lin Yu refrained from taking the shot. for this moment demanded an emphatic display. Accelerating as if propelled by fiery wheels, he surged into the warrior's paint. Within the restricted area, he finally encountered the warrior's defense. With Beginsin raising his arms to challenge him, Lin Yu did not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he skillfully utilized his speed and agility to create a slight distance from Beginsin. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the floor, he soared into the air like a rocket. Beginsin, caught off guard, found himself unable to respond in time. Even if he had, his current leg strength could not keep pace with Lin Yu. He could only watch as Lin Yu ascended, one hand gripping the basketball, executing a grand windmill motion before emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. The rim groaned under the impact, while the American Airlines Center erupted in jubilation. Amidst the fervent cheers, Lin Yu, having bypassed the rim, landed on the ground, where he encountered Monta Ellis, who had been trailing behind and kicking up dust. It was time to retort to Monta Ellis's trash talk. "You said I couldn't dunk?" Monta Ellis opened his mouth, at a loss for words in response to Lin Yu. In the commentary booth, Hubie Brown also appeared stunned, exclaiming, "He actually dunked, without a misstep?" Beside him, Mike Fratello burst into laughter. "It seems, Hubie, you've misjudged Lin Yu. Have you forgotten the previous game between the Heat and the Magic? Lin Yu not only can dunk, but he also dunked over Dwight Howard. So why didn't Lin Yu manage a single dunk in the last game against the Bulls?" That is a question best posed to Lin Yu himself. A dazzling dunk by Lin Yu heralded the commencement of this offensive showdown. The Warriors initiated play from the backcourt, seizing yet another opportunity to attack. Monta Ellis was eager to challenge Lin Yu once more. However, he had already missed 2 shots and committed a turnover, squandering 3 scoring opportunities for the Warriors. Don Nelson imposed minimal demands on defense, but maintained rigorous standards for offense. Consequently, during this possession, Monta Ellis did not even touch the ball. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered Lin Yu into the corner. Surprisingly, the player driving the offense was not Stephen Curry, but rather Corey Maggette. The rookie Curry held a modest status within the Warriors, as both Monta Ellis and Corey Maggette were prioritized ahead of him on the offensive hierarchy. Corey Maggette executed a deft move, creating space against Quentin Richardson to sink a mid-range jumper. The score stood at 2-2, and it was now the Heat's turn to respond. Lin Yu awaited the ball in the backcourt, while Beasley also lingered in the rear, incessantly muttering, "Damn it, you've already played 3 shots in a row. It's my turn now." Lin Yu, unaccustomed to indulgence, turned his head and exclaimed, "Shut up." Young A.O., who was responsible for the baseline throw-in, wisely disregarded Beasley and directly passed the ball to Lin Yu. In this offensive play, Lin Yu refrained from passing. It was not that he fancied himself a Kobe. Rather, his performance had merely commenced, with the culmination yet to unfold. Furthermore, given Monta Ellis's paper-thin defense, he found no justification to conclude his display. Soon, in the front court, Lin Yu executed another breakthrough. With the same decisive step, he eluded Monta Ellis and surged into the paint. This time, even Beginsin was caught off guard, as Lin Yu leapt into the air and unleashed a powerful slam dunk toward the hoop. The resounding impact echoed. The American Airlines Center erupted once more, the cheers reverberating through the air. Having executed another dunk, Lin Yu appeared to be responding to something as he continued to score with successive dunks, intensifying the offensive momentum. Lin Yu was indeed responding to something. After landing on the court, he faced off against Monta Ellis once more. He raised 2 fingers, a gesture only Monta Ellis could comprehend. "Just wait," Monta Ellis retorted, even though words eluded him. He urged Lin Yu to bide his time, then turned to the Warriors' offense, successfully acquiring the basketball from Curry. Originally, Maggette believed that the play belonged to him, only to have it intercepted by Monta Ellis. He shrugged and retreated to the corner. Monta Ellis once again attempted to take on Lin Yu, clearly driven by an intense determination. Hubie Brown, a seasoned coach in the NBA, had already discerned the essence of the situation. The reality was that Monta Ellis was incapable of breaking through Lin Yu's defense. Yet, he was insistent on trying. Was this not a sign of being overly eager? Consequently, during this offensive exchange, Monta Ellis found himself thwarted once more by Lin Yu near the free throw line. He leapt into the air, forcing a shot against the defense. The clang of the iron echoed, followed by Lin Yu's taunting remarks. "I've scored 4 points in a row, while you, Monta, have yet to score. You're too weak. Hurry up and let the mad scientist swap me for another opponent." Monta Ellis clenched his fists, clearly agitated. As the Heat continued their offense, Lin Yu maintained control of the ball. Beasley stood resiliently at the arc, reaching out for the ball. On the sidelines, Spoelstra furrowed his brow, having already noticed the discord between Lin Yu and Beasley. However, he had chosen not to intervene, considering it a minor issue. Now, it was evident that the problem was significant. David, send Udonis to the technical table. Prepare for a substitution. Substitute who? David Fizdali asked a rather foolish question, only to receive a sharp glare from Spoelstra. Who do you think? On the court, Lin Yu made another breakthrough. After his third consecutive drive, QB Brown sensed something was amiss. Lin Yu is not himself today. Aside from that initial three-pointer, all he has done is drive to the basket. I've been observing closely. He seems to be communicating with Monta Ellis. Perhaps these breakthroughs are the result of their exchanges? Lin Yu thought to himself. Mike Fratello's speculation was indeed nearing the truth. Since Monta Ellis had claimed he wouldn't dunk, Lin Yu was determined to showcase his dunks repeatedly, driven by a need to assert himself. However, during this attack, Lin Yu was unable to dunk the ball, as Beginsin's timely and precise help defense forced him to twist in midair, executing a low-handed layup to send the basketball through the hoop. The low-handed layup found its mark once again, bringing Lin Yu's score to 6 consecutive points. It was now clear that his earlier lackluster performance was merely transient. He had reignited his fiery form, and his magic had once again resumed. Turning around, the Warriors launched their offensive. The fervent Monta Ellis, under the defense of Lin Yu, missed yet another shot. Mere seconds later, Lin Yu altered the score to 8-2 with another layup. Don Nelson could no longer contain himself. He called for the first timeout of the game. During this pause, both teams made adjustments. On the Heat's side, Coach Spoelstra took the opportunity to inquire about the disagreement between Lin Yu and Beasley. What are you two arguing about? This is a game. Lin Yu shrugged, stating, he insists on taking the ball, yet I refuse to comply. Conversely, Beasley, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, he has already attempted 6 consecutive shots. It is high time he passed the ball. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately objected. I have been consistently scoring. Why should I pass the ball? Beasley was at a loss for words. Indeed, Lin Yu had been continuously scoring, so why should he pass? Spoelstra furrowed his brow. Sensing a hint of individualism in Lin Yu, he resolved to impart some wisdom. Lin, basketball is a team sport. Yet, before he could finish, Lin Yu interjected, I understand that basketball is a team sport, but the Warriors have never double-teamed me, nor have they even offered help defense. Every basket I make comes effortlessly. In such circumstances, should I not continue to play my game? Lin Yu's statement implies that he intends to pass the ball, yet his teammates have not been presented with outstanding opportunities. Rather, the chance directly in front of him remains exceedingly favorable. In such circumstances, why should he pass? Star players inherently possess the prerogative to engage in solo plays when they are in the zone. Spoelstra, still furrowing his brow, nodded slightly, choosing to bypass the topic. Very well, Michael, you may take a break now. Meanwhile, the Warriors made a substitution. Monta Ellis exited the game, replaced by Rajabel. Upon seeing Rajabel enter, Lin Yu understood that the Warriors were intensifying their defensive efforts, and it was time for him to pass the ball. Chapter 20. A 3-point shot from the logo following the timeout. It was the Warriors' turn. Monta Ellis left the court, partly due to his dismal performance, necessitating a moment for adjustment. Additionally, he had violated the cardinal rule established by Don Nelson. In essence, the Warriors' strategy emphasizes offense. Any player demonstrating exceptional form is permitted to take shots. However, should one falter, even the star Monta Ellis must relinquish the ball. This was precisely the infraction committed by Monta Ellis, leading to his abrupt removal by Don Nelson. Without Monta Ellis on the floor, Curry still found himself unable to secure possession. Corey Maggette stood at the arc, receiving the basketball from Curry. Lin Yu faced the newly entered Rajabel, with the latter's taunts echoing in his ears. Rookie, you must have never encountered true NBA-level defense. Just remember not to back down. Lin Yu paid him no heed, for his gaze was fixated on Curry. At that moment, Curry appeared exceedingly naive. Under the relentless pressure from Monta Ellis and Corey Maggette, he resembled merely a facilitator, tasked solely with advancing the ball past half-court. Who could have foreseen that this young man would one day become the first unanimous MVP in NBA history? Lin Yu silently shook his head. Observing Curry in his current state, he comprehended why the whimsical magical kid would send him a clip of Curry's extraordinary long-range shooting prowess. Maggette effortlessly bypassed Quentin Richardson, driving to the basket and successfully executing a layup. Compared to Monta Ellis, Maggette's form appeared commendable. However, This was also attributable to the frail interior defense of Richardson and the Heat. One could only surmise that the configuration of this Heat team was somewhat lacking, which explains why Pat Riley would make significant changes after this season, assembling a formidable trio of superstars. With the score at 8-4, it was once again the Heat's turn to attack. Lin Yu, once more in possession of the ball, now faced the defense of Rajon Rondo. Numerous legends surround Rondo, the most famous being his infamous chokehold on Kobe. Technically speaking, Rondo's defensive skills are indeed exceptional, characterized by tenacity and a plethora of subtle maneuvers. However, at this juncture in his career, Rondo has entered the twilight years, and his defensive capabilities have waned significantly. It can be stated that his defense no longer embodies excellence or tenacity. It is now merely marked by an abundance of minor tactics. Lin Yu currently faces various antics and taunts from Lagabelle. Frowning, he opted for a lightning-quick first step, effortlessly bypassing Lagabelle. All the distracting antics and trash talk were cast aside as Lin Yu surged forward. The world around him fell silent. Yet he soon realized that the Warriors' defensive strategy remained unchanged. There was still no help defense. Hubie Brown shook his head, internally urging, "Lin, teach that old man Don Nelson a lesson with your mid-range shots." This time, Lin Yu obliged. He executed a sudden stop, leaping into the air to release the basketball. His mid-range jumper swished through the net, marking his first successful shot from distance in the game. Don Nelson evidently believed that Lagabelle could sufficiently contain Lin Yu, but he had grossly underestimated him. The Warriors faced repercussions for their arrogance on defense. Why had Lin Yu resorted to mid-range shots once more? In truth, the peak Ja Morant was not merely a slasher. He possessed a modicum of mid-range shooting ability. It could even be posited that the star players of Ja Morant's era were all capable of making a mid-range shot. Even if their accuracy was lacking in today's age, they would still be regarded as three-point marksmen. Similarly, Lin Yu, under the influence of peak Morant, was not incapable of shooting. Rather, Morant's mid-range proficiency was somewhat inferior to that of the peak Tracy McGrady or peak Stephen Curry in previous games. This particular shot was a step towards regaining his mid-range shooting touch. Once he found his rhythm, he would revert to his persona of solely a three-point shooter. It was even conceivable that he could sink a logo three-pointer. All of this hinged on his ability to rediscover that touch. Lin Yu successfully executed another jump shot. On the sidelines, Spoelstra's expression remained unchanged. Despite having previously chastised Lin Yu for his lack of passing, he now comprehended that he had been misled by Beasley. Indeed, if Lin Yu could continuously make shots, why should he pass? If a player consistently scores, demanding them to pass would undermine the essence of remarkable feats, such as Kobe's 81 points. If one is on a scoring streak, they ought to persist in shooting. Only Beasley wore a grim countenance. He had anticipated that after Lin Yu missed his first two attempts, he could demand Lin Yu to pass, just as he had done in the previous game. He did not foresee Lin Yu's rapid resurgence in form. This guy is truly extraordinary. Now, Beasley finally grasped the reality. Opposing Lin Yu was indeed a fool's errand. On the court, the Warriors continued their offensive with Maggette, who attempted to isolate his defender. However, this time, his jump shot was disrupted by Quentin Richardson, resulting in a clang as the ball struck the rim. Lin Yu dashed towards the basket and seized the rebound. With a swift pivot, he accelerated, launching a counterattack. Lagabelle attempted to disrupt Lin Yu with his petty tricks, but Lin Yu responded by surging ahead with remarkable speed, conveying to Lagabelle that, in the face of sheer strength, all fanciful antics are utterly futile. Lin Yu's velocity was so extraordinary that Lagabelle could not keep up with him. Had it been a team with defensive discipline, the moment Lin Yu outpaced Lagabelle, another defender would have swiftly positioned themselves before him. However, the Warriors displayed a complete lack of defensive discipline, allowing Lin Yu to sprint unimpeded. Upon reaching the front court, he executed a sudden stop just before the three-point line and raised his hand, launching a three-pointer. Swish! The shot found its mark. The familiar Lin Yu had returned. Though regrettably, it was not a logo three. Turning around, the Warriors initiated their offense. Curry skillfully brought the ball up the court, while Maggette discreetly stepped aside. Was Curry ready to make his move? Lin Yu suddenly felt a surge of anticipation, accompanied by a hint of nervousness. If there were anyone in the league capable of replicating a logo three-pointer, it would undoubtedly be Curry. Should Lin Yu fail to make a logo three-pointer in this game while Curry succeeds, it would adversely affect his plan to establish a reputation for his own logo three-pointer. Thus, in this moment, Lin Yu was striving with all his might to score a logo three-pointer before Curry could. Fortunately, during this offensive play, Curry did not attempt a logo three-pointer either. Instead, he executed a drive, penetrating to the mid-range, and ultimately succeeded with a floater. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps the current Curry cannot even make a logo three-pointer? As the game continued, Lin Yu's performance became increasingly fiery. He gradually began to distribute the ball, for it was indeed a 48-minute contest, and he could not engage in battle alone for the entire duration. With the ball shared among teammates, the score began to widen, and it was evident that the suspense of the match had diminished significantly. The home team, the Heat, was poised to claim victory. The fans in attendance remained in their seats, and the media reporters covering the event were still enthusiastic, for they awaited Lin Yu's logo three-pointer. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 33-26, indicating that this was indeed a battle of offenses. In the second quarter, Spoelstra continued to opt for staggering the playing time of Lin Yu and Beasley, granting Beasley a prominent role on the court. Beasley performed admirably, as the Warriors' defense was notably weak, affording him ample space. In this quarter, Beasley played nearly 7 minutes and scored 9 points, giving rise to the hope that this second overall pick could indeed save the day. On the sidelines, Lin Yu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet he could only watch as Beasley, like an indomitable survivor, clawed his way back from the brink of losing his position as a key player for the Heat. By halftime, Lin Yu had amassed 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, his statistics still dazzling. At that moment, the score had transformed into 63-54, with the Heat leading by 9 points. While the lead was modest, they consistently dominated the game, rendering any suspense nearly non-existent. As the third quarter commenced, Lin Yu ceased to hold back. He fully unleashed his power, determined to secure the game decisively. There was no need to prolong this contest. It was time to bring it to a swift conclusion. The urgency stemmed from the fact that with every second that ticked by, the likelihood of Curry attempting and making a logo three-pointer increased. Thus, at the start of the third quarter, the Heat thwarted a Warriors' offensive surge. Instantly, Lin Yu made a lightning-fast cut, penetrating the Warriors' paint and executing a close-range floater with precision. The score swelled to 65-54, pushing the Heat's lead into double digits. At this juncture, Monta Ellis had re-entered the fray and attempted a shot, but under Lin Yu's vigilant defense, he missed again. The Heat launched a counterattack, with Lin Yu accelerating into the front court, momentarily raising his hand beyond the three-point arc, evading the defensive effort of Maggette. Taking 2 steps inward, he then delivered a mid-range jumper. Swish. The score has widened to 67-54. In the Warriors' offense, Monta Ellis has stepped back, allowing Maggette to take the shot. Maggette, executing a one-on-one play, nails a mid-range jumper, striking back momentarily. However, turning around, Lin Yu launches a three-pointer from beyond the arc, effortlessly scoring against Monta Ellis's defense. With a score of 70-56, the 14-point gap suggests that the Heat are poised to seize victory decisively. In the commentary booth, Hubie Brown shakes his head, lamenting the Warriors' abysmal defense. Lin Yu has faced no resistance, scoring 7 consecutive points with remarkable ease. Once again, the Warriors' offense revolves around Maggette. Under the mounting pressure from the Heat, or more specifically Lin Yu, he appears somewhat anxious, attempting a three-pointer directly against Quentin Richardson. The result is a clang as the shot misses, leaving the Heat an opportunity to further extend their lead. Securing the rebound is once again Lin Yu, while Monta Ellis opts against a quick steal, choosing instead to retreat swiftly. This proves to be a prudent decision, for had he not retreated, Lin Yu would undoubtedly have breezed past him. Nevertheless, he retreats to the three-point line, and many observers feel he has retreated a tad too far. Lin Yu shared the same sentiment. He glanced at the hoop and perceived an exquisite opportunity. What kind of opportunity? The perfect chance to attempt a logo three-pointer. Sprinting past the half-court line, Lin Yu abruptly halted. From the commentary booth, Mike Fratello exclaimed, "Clearly, Monta Ellis has forgotten that Lin Yu possesses the skill for logo threes." As Lin Yu released the ball, it struck the rim with a resounding clang. The crowd at the American Airlines Center erupted in gasps. This logo three-pointer had not found its mark. Wasn't it promised that he would sink 13 logo threes in this practice match? Wasn't it said that Lin Yu could indeed make a logo three-pointer? The fans were left in bewilderment, but what followed was a scene that showcased the marvels of fate. The Warriors' offense commenced, with Monta Ellis missing a shot, and Maggette just having missed a three-pointer as well. At last, the ball found its way to Curry. With the ball in hand, Curry advanced, while Chalmers retreated in defense. However, the moment Curry crossed the half-court line, he came to an abrupt stop, mirroring Lin Yu's previous maneuver. Chalmers was taken aback, and all the fans, media reporters, and viewers at home were equally astonished. Only Lin Yu, in utter dismay, shouted, "Mario, go up and contest him," but it was too late for any interference. Curry had already stepped onto the Heat's logo at the American Airlines Center and released his logo three-pointer. A logo three-pointer. At that moment, the onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Curry would also attempt a logo three. The basketball soared across half the court and swished effortlessly through the net. Did it go in? Indeed, it went in. Stephen Curry had made a logo three-pointer. The drama was palpable. Everyone had been waiting for Lin Yu to sink a logo three, yet it was his opponent who succeeded in doing so. Stephen Curry, in the presence of Lin Yu, the very pioneer of the logo three-pointer, had just made a logo three. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to attempt a logo three-pointer. After a moment's reflection, he resolved against it. The rationale was simple. He recognized that, on this day, he lacked the certainty of successfully making even a single logo three-pointer. Under such circumstances, it was prudent to refrain from further attempts. By not continuing, he could justify his decision. Once this match concluded, he could redeem himself in the next game. Additionally, Lin Yu observed Stephen Curry's logo three-pointer and noted that Curry did not execute it with remarkable finesse or confidence. Thus, he believed that his own prowess surpassed Curry's in this regard. He was the true pioneer of the logo three-pointer and, at this moment, a superior shooter. With these two convictions, Lin Yu was assured of his potential to successfully create a moment with the logo three-pointer. For now, however, the paramount concern was securing victory in the match. After Curry landed a fortunate logo three-pointer, Lin Yu intensified his efforts. Soon, he dazzled with a personal performance of 19 points in a single quarter, propelling the Heat to conclude the game a quarter early. With a stat line of 38 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block over 3 quarters, Lin Yu's form remained exceptional, and his statistics continued to shine, the frenzy still ongoing. The sole regret was that he had failed to make even a single logo three-pointer in this game. This stood in stark contrast to pre-game rumors, perhaps after the match. It would be prudent to inquire of Lin Yu. In the post-game interview, Lin Yu was well prepared. He was ready to explain why he had been dunking in this game and why he had failed to make a single logo three-pointer. He had all the justifications at the ready. Chapter 21, Lin Yu? Who is he? Why did you focus on dunking throughout this game? You would have to ask Monta Ellis about that. He provoked me by claiming I couldn't dunk, so I felt compelled to demonstrate that I could. Then why did you not attempt a single dunk in the previous game? I do not particularly enjoy dunking. If Monta Ellis had not insisted so vehemently, I would not have dunked in this game either. Why not? While soaring through the air certainly garners attention, I refuse to pander to the fans because I must take responsibility for my career. Let us discuss the logo three-pointer. As the creator of the logo three-pointer, you attempted only one in this game and missed. What was the issue? An issue? There is no issue. The logo three-pointer appears only when I deem it necessary. Clearly, I had no need for it in this game. Yet you still took a shot and missed. Indeed, I missed. No one is infallible, are they? Stephen Curry made a logo three-pointer right before your eyes, and you did not respond. Respond? What is there to respond to? In an undisturbed setting, he executed a remarkable three-pointer from the logo. Is that particularly challenging? There are numerous players in the NBA capable of such feats. Therefore, Lin, is the logo three-pointer truly a staple of your repertoire? I prefer to refrain from addressing questions pertaining to the logo three-pointer, for time shall elucidate all your uncertainties. Throughout the interview, Lin Yu maintained an air of tranquility, responding to all inquiries from the journalists, thereby elucidating the stark contrast between his performance in this game and the previous one. The reporters accepted Lin Yu's explanations, as his reasoning was quite compelling. After the game, Lin Yu had yet to achieve his desired meme status, awaiting the launch of Barkley's new program, The 5 Great Blunders. Fortunately, there was a 3-day interval before the Heat's next game, ample time for Lin Yu to anticipate the airing of Barkley's new show. During this waiting period, Lin Yu remained attentive to the evaluations of various North American media outlets regarding his performance. Ultimately, an article by ESPN expert Mark Stein caused Lin Yu to furrow his brow. Thus, we can now confirm that Lin Yu is a versatile swingman, capable of shooting from mid to long range, executing explosive dunks, and demonstrating aesthetic layups. On the defensive end, should he choose to exert himself, he would prove to be an exceptional defender. Although this season marks Lin Yu's third in the NBA, he remains a novice in many respects. As an experienced rookie, his current performance is nothing short of extraordinary, and he might very well be the next newcomer to earn an all-star selection. Mark Stein's mention of madness pleased Lin Yu. However, he was displeased with Stein's unilateral characterization of his style, as in recent games. Only one of his three-point shots had reached the level of acclaim Stein had bestowed upon him. The remainder felt superficial and lacking substance. He recognized the need for continued effort to transform the media's praise into tangible reality. Barkley did not keep Lin Yu waiting for long. Merely 3 days after the Heat vs. Warriors game, Barkley's new program, The 5 Great Blunders, premiered. As the inaugural episode in history, Barkley prepared a teaser segment featuring none other than Lin Yu. The content of the teaser was straightforward, showcasing Lin Yu's expressions following his blunders. The first instance depicted him slipping after a failed dunk, his face devoid of emotion, save for a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The second instance highlighted the embarrassing moment from the previous game when he jumped from the free throw line yet failed to graze the rim, eliciting a sheepish smile from him. Following these moments, the reactions of the fans and commentators were showcased, ultimately leading to the main event, The 5 Great Blunders. With a hearty laugh, Barkley commenced his review. The 5 Great Blunders, as the name suggests, features Barkley presenting 5 amusing moments each episode. In his own words, he stated that starting from this episode, a weekly selection would be made. With an abundance of material at hand, the first segment unfolded. To commence, the 5th blunder spotlighted Matt Barnes from the Orlando Magic, who unexpectedly eavesdropped on the opponent's tactics. The inception of the 5 Great Blunders included such commonplace antics in the NBA, which Barkley cleverly incorporated into the segment. It can only be said that the concept is still a work in progress. The 4th blunder came from Lamar Odom of the Los Angeles Lakers, who executed a pass that directly landed in the hands of a substitute player on the sidelines, eliciting laughter. This scenario, though a frequent occurrence in the NBA, proved to be quite humorous for viewers encountering the 5 Great Blunders for the first time, especially when paired with Barkley's witty commentary. As the countdown continued, the second blunder was soon revealed, featuring Lin Yu, clad in the Miami Heat's number 6 jersey, who rapidly attempted a dunk but ended up slipping. The first blunder showcased Lin Yu again, as he leaped at the free throw line, leading viewers to anticipate a spectacular dunk. However, to their surprise, he failed to even touch the rim, prompting laughter. Upon airing, the segment ignited fervent discussions across the United States, with fans promptly bestowing Lin Yu the title of Blunder King for his remarkable escapades. It is undeniable that Lin Yu possesses a unique blend of extraordinary talent and sheer madness, rendering him a fitting candidate for this title. Remarkably, in just 4 games of his NBA career, he has already delivered 2 significant blunders, solidifying his reputation as the Blunder King. With this title rightfully earned, Lin Yu successfully generated buzz. In Miami, he prepared his luggage for the upcoming journey to Los Angeles, where the Heat would face the Lakers and Clippers in successive away games. While these matches are set aside for the moment, Lin Yu remained focused on the present. Having achieved his goal of generating excitement, he was eligible to receive rewards from the system. Within the virtual space, a notification popped up. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the nickname Blunder King, a successful creation. Following this, another notification appeared. The difficulty of this achievement is moderate. The system grants a medium-level reward. Medium-level reward. This marks Lin Yu's inaugural experience in receiving a medium-level reward, prompting him to swiftly cast his gaze downward. 2 luminous icons flickered before him, and he immediately comprehended the situation. There were only 2 rewards available. The top-tier rewards consisted of 3 items, while the more accessible basic rewards encompassed just 1. Considering this, it seemed quite reasonable for a medium-level reward to offer 2 items. However, it was imperative that one of them included a time-sensitive item. The first glowing icon prominently displayed the Peak Hakeem Olajuwon experience card. Upon activation, the host would gain enhancements to all attributes and special skills reminiscent of the Peak Hakeem Olajuwon. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, a twinge of trepidation coursing through him at the thought of the system not rewarding him with a time-limited item. After all, there were only 2 potential rewards. One could be an attribute boost, while the other might be a special skill. It seemed that the system had indeed bestowed upon him a time-limited item card, granting him the choice between an attribute enhancement and a special skill. But why was it the Dream Experience card? Hakeem Olajuwon, affectionately known as the Dream, is one of the 4 legendary centers. Having clinched back-to-back championships and finals MVP titles in the 1990s. Renowned for his offensive prowess and elite defensive skills, he epitomizes the perfect center archetype, devoid of any flaws. As for why the moniker of the Clown King would lead to a dream experience card, Lin Yu pondered this conundrum until he finally recalled JaVale McGee's nickname, McJalajuan. The dream experience card was certainly a valuable asset, albeit it provided an excuse to refrain from attempting three-point shots. Lin Yu scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. This time, the dream was utterly devoid of value. It was exceedingly challenging. Perhaps he should take a moment to examine the second reward. Attribute reward. The host may select one of the 5 fundamental physical attributes from JaVale McGee: speed, agility, vertical leap, strength, or endurance. Speaking of McGee, what accounts for his consistently outrageous antics on the court? A significant part of the explanation lies in his innate talent, particularly his physical gifts. Despite his towering stature, he frequently delivers spectacular dunks and has even participated in dunk contests. Much like Lin Yu's attempt to replicate a free throw line jump, which failed to even graze the rim. McGee's overwhelming confidence in his physical abilities often leads to such mishaps. Furthermore, his nickname, McGee Hakeem Olajuwon, is also a testament to his remarkable physical prowess. A speed rating of 77, agility at 76, vertical leap of 90, strength at 88, and endurance rated at 84. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, ultimately opting for the highest jump. In truth, Lin Yu's physical prowess has improved significantly. Previously, he acquired all the attributes of Austin Rivers from the Magical Boy reference, which elevated his physical attributes to a level slightly below the league's average. With an additional 90 in jumping ability this time, Lin Yu can indeed be considered agile and sprightly. While his physical strength continues to grow, his offensive and defensive skills still hinge solely on a three-point shot, which is rather disheartening. Lin Yu shook his head. At the very least, the issue regarding the upcoming game against the Lakers had been resolved. However, for the next match against the Clippers, he must procure the Linsanity moniker. Why focus on Linsanity? Firstly, in the forthcoming game, Lin Yu can only transform into Olajuwon, who is renowned for his lack of a three-point shot and cannot entertain thoughts of logo threes. Thus, the only feasible reference he can create is indeed Linsanity. Secondly, in the annals of history, Linsanity lasted for a total of 7 games. Yet, it was during the 4th and 5th games that the phenomenon truly ignited a fervor in public discourse. Now, having completed 4 games, coupled with the imminent match against the Lakers, he will have played 5 games in total. After 5 games, the Linsanity concept should be firmly within his grasp. The challenge of achieving Linsanity is undeniably formidable. If the system merely offers a capped reward, it would feel rather disappointing. Indeed, it is disheartening to exchange a plethora of time-sensitive items for just one. However, contemplating the enhanced attributes, such as a three-point shooting rating of 91, a strength rating of 90, and all of Austin Rivers' attributes, alongside the inevitable attribute rewards from Linsanity, as well as the pull-up three-point specialty of Tracy McGrady and the long-range shooting ability of Stephen Curry that will also be granted, it becomes evident that when considering attributes and special skills, it is not a loss at all. In the 5th match of the new season, the Miami Heat embarked on a back-to-back journey away from home. Their first destination was Los Angeles, where they would face the reigning champions, the Lakers, at the Staples Center. The anticipation surrounding this match was palpable, not only due to the continuation of Lin Yu's remarkable and audacious performance, but also because fans were eager to witness how he would fare against the defending champions and whether his three-point shots from the logo would persist after a brief hiatus. Moreover, Dwayne Wade had made his return, adding an intriguing subplot of Wade versus Kobe. In an era where legends like Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, and Allen Iverson have gradually stepped aside, Kobe Bryant remains a stalwart among the elite shooting guards. Wade embodies the essence of the mid-generation shooting guards, representing a captivating clash against Kobe, the emblem of the older guard. This encounter could easily be dubbed a battle for the title of the league's premier shooting guard. With Wade versus Kobe, coupled with Lin Yu, the focal point of public discourse during this period, in the allure of Los Angeles and the Staples Center, it was nearly impossible for the excitement surrounding this game to be anything less than immense. Prior to the match, media outlets were on high alert, eager to capture every moment. Wade, having just recovered from injury, was understandably reluctant to engage with the media, aware that his performance was still uncertain. Making bold statements could lead to embarrassment if his comeback did not meet expectations. Conversely, Lin Yu, who had been cooperative with the media throughout recent games, maintained that spirit. Before their departure to Los Angeles, he stated that while the Lakers are indeed formidable as the reigning champions, He felt their perimeter play was not a significant concern, given they had Dwayne Wade on their side, though he acknowledged the challenge posed by their interior game. At this point, a reporter attempted to stir controversy, asking if Lin Yu implied that Kobe Bryant could be overlooked. Lin Yu played the rogue, asserting, "I am unaware. I am merely emphasizing the formidable strength of the Lakers' interior." The journalist's eyes lit up. Lin Yu was indeed presenting them with an opportunity. Lin Yu could have clearly stated, "That is not my intention," yet he refrained from doing so. Is this not an opportunity presented to them? The journalists did not pursue the matter further, for in their narrative, Lin Yu's words sufficed, allowing them to manipulate the remainder as they saw fit. "So, what strategies do you propose to counter the Lakers' interior presence?" Lin Yu nodded emphatically, affirming his confidence. "It will happen." This was the preparation he undertook, transforming himself into Hakeem Olajuwon for the upcoming match. After the interview, Lin Yu boarded a flight to Los Angeles. Upon disembarking, he learned from a reporter that Kobe had also been interviewed and uttered a phrase that would later become synonymous with Lin's rise. "Lin Yu? Who is he? I do not know him." Chapter 22. The unfettered dunking of Lin's marvel. His anonymity was of little consequence. Once the game concluded, he would undoubtedly be recognized. At Los Angeles International Airport, surrounded by a throng of reporters, Lin Yu boldly declared a fierce statement. The reporters erupted in excitement, aware that a spectacle was imminent. The Lakers, as the reigning champions, boasted an unparalleled strength that had established them as the pinnacle of the league. In the annals of history, this season's Lakers not only successfully defended their championship title, but also concluded the regular season with an impressive record of 57 wins, ranking among the top 3 in the league and asserting their dominance in the Western Conference. The Lakers were a powerhouse, on par with the Celtics and the Magic. The Miami Heat's prior victories over these formidable teams were attributed to Lin's extraordinary prowess and madness, with performances that included a remarkable 12 points in 30 seconds and a stunning 47-point game featuring a dunk over Dwight Howard. Lin's brilliance had narrowed the gap between the Heat and elite teams like the Celtics and the Magic. In this upcoming contest, Lin Yu aimed to leave a lasting impression on Kobe Bryant, necessitating yet another display of his extraordinary talent. But could he maintain this level of brilliance against the reigning champions at the Staples Center? As evening approached, the Miami Heat, having rested throughout the afternoon, boarded a bus that glided towards the dazzling Staples Center. If Madison Square Garden in New York is considered the mecca of basketball, then the star-studded Staples Center undoubtedly serves as the epicenter of basketball culture and economics. Lin Yu had visited Staples Center before. Both in the past life of this body and in the present, he had been there on numerous occasions. However, previously, he had always come as a mere water cooler attendant. At that time, Lin Yu was acutely aware that he would not be taking the stage, and his mindset resembled that of a tourist, utterly devoid of anxiety. This time, however, the situation was entirely different. This was Staples Center, surely brimming with esteemed personalities on the sidelines. He could not afford to lose this match. Lin madness should not be synonymous with defeat. Yet, the Lakers were undeniably formidable. A myriad of thoughts intertwined in his mind, and this time, Lin Yu found himself rather anxious. On the bus, Dwayne Wade sat shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yu, seemingly sensing his unease. "Are you nervous?" Wade inquired softly, to which Lin Yu nodded. "Then just relax. This is merely a regular season game. Even if we lose, it won't affect anything." Clearly, Wade aimed to alleviate Lin Yu's tension by downplaying the significance of the match. Yet, for Lin Yu, even if this contest was just a regular season game, it held immense importance. Lin Yu silently rolled his eyes. Wade's interruption had indeed alleviated his tension. The bus took a turn and ultimately came to a stop at the entrance of the Staples Center. Here, a throng of reporters had gathered. And as the bus came to a halt, the flash of cameras erupted as if they were free. "Brothers, it's showtime. Let us be spirited and not let the Los Angelinos underestimate us," Alston shouted, prompting a chorus of laughter from the bus. Everyone understood that there were hardly any locals in the parking lot. The streetball king was clearly jesting. Nevertheless, even in jest, everyone straightened up as they disembarked, fully aware that stepping into the Staples Center was akin to entering a grand stage. Seated towards the front of the bus, Lin Yu was still holding on to his composure when Wade pulled him aside, whispering in his ear, "Raph was right. Keep your spirits high, don't smile, be aloof. If you maintain your cool, tonight a blonde will find her way to your bed." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Wade, assuming Lin Yu had not grasped his meaning, rolled his eyes and elaborated, "This is Hollywood, where the type of beauty you desire is at your fingertips. However, to entice them to willingly join you in your bed. You must rely on your own charm. Lin Yu nodded, seemingly in a daze. Yet in truth, he comprehended everything. The only thing he found perplexing was, "Are you suggesting that we need not rest at the hotel booked by the team tonight?" Naturally, upon arriving in Los Angeles, who would choose to stay at the hotel arranged by the team? Wade regarded him with an expression of incredulity, and at that moment, Lin Yu grasped the situation entirely. As he exited the vehicle, he indeed walked past the reporters with a chilling demeanor, just as Wade had indicated. In this battle at Staples Center, Wade's announcement of his return signified that the starting lineup for the Heat would undergo a transformation, given that they were facing a formidable opponent. Spoelstra hesitated momentarily before making significant alterations to the roster from previous games. For this match, our starting lineup consisted of Spoelstra pausing briefly, first glancing at Chalmers, point guard Mario Chalmers, shooting guard Dwayne Wade, small forward Lin Yu, power forward Udonis Haslem, and center Jermaine O'Neal. In the locker room, Beasley's expression soured instantaneously. Conversely, Quentin Richardson, also removed from the starting lineup, displayed no discernible reaction. In truth, ever since Quentin Richardson secured a lucrative contract from the Knicks in the 2005 to 2006 season, he had become utterly lackadaisical. This year with the Heat marked merely the final chapter of his decline. Next season, his substantial contract would expire. The NBA harbors numerous players akin to Quentin Richardson, who, once they attain a lucrative deal, become complacent and cease to strive for excellence. Richardson's performance subtly mirrored the current state of the Heat, essentially a makeshift team comprised of players that other teams had discarded. From the outset, Pat Riley's ambition was to navigate the most prolific free agency market in a decade. Lin Yu had not yet considered this aspect. His current objective was to leverage this exhilarating experience to enhance himself as much as possible. Thoughts of what would transpire after this season were still beyond his contemplation. In the locker room, the starting lineup was set. The subsequent focus shifted to specific tactical arrangements. Yet Lin Yu paid little attention, as he was aware that everything would be re-evaluated once the actual game commenced. Why? Because the Lakers boasted not only the unparalleled Kobe Bryant on the perimeter, but also an exceptionally formidable presence in the paint. The trio of towering figures within the interior had, at times, been used to diminish Kobe's greatness. However, in truth, this trio represented one of the league's elite frontcourt combinations. Among them were the illustrious power forward Pau Gasol, the extraordinary sixth man Lamar Odom, and the still youthful, yet already elite starting center Andrew Bynum. The Heat's feeble interior could scarcely contend with the Lakers' towering trio, and in this match, Lin Yu would embody a diminutive version of Hakeem Olajuwon. This was indeed the Heat's sole hope for victory. As the time for the game drew near, both teams made their appearances. The visiting Heat entered the arena first, and as Lin Yu emerged from the lengthy player tunnel, he was met with scattered boos from the last row of the stands, mingling with a cacophony of noise. The most devoted Lakers fans could only afford seats in the back, while the front rows were occupied by the city's elite. Simply put, Lakers tickets were prohibitively expensive, rendering true loyal fans unable to secure front row seats. Nonetheless, Lin Yu did spot a fervent Lakers supporter in the front row at Staples Center. Jack Nicholson, donning sunglasses and crossing his arms, joined the chorus of boos from the crowd as the Heat took the court. Lin Yu briefly overlooked him, for he held little interest in the aged gentleman. Soon enough, he beheld what he longed to see. Was that Julia Roberts? The little girl beside her must be Emma Roberts, still innocent in her youth. Yet, did I not hear that they were fans of the Knicks? How curious for them to appear at the Staples Center. And over there, Jessica Alba, whom I adore immensely. What a pity. Wait, the focal point must be the seats adjacent to the technical booth. Do you see that? It is none other than Angelina Jolie. In 2009, Angelina Jolie was at the zenith of her fame, having just become Hollywood's highest-grossing actress the previous year, without exception. It is no wonder that Alston, standing behind Lin Yu, was so exhilarated. Indeed, it was Alston who had been chattering incessantly, and Lin Yu found no annoyance in it. His unfamiliarity with this constellation of Hollywood stars made Alston's incessant prattle quite illuminating, allowing Lin Yu to familiarize himself with these luminaries from another realm. However, unlike Alston, Lin Yu's gaze remained fixated on another radiant brunette beauty. Was that Scarlett Johansson? Scarlett? Oh, it is she. When did she dye her hair brown? I nearly failed to recognize her. At this moment, Scarlett Johansson had just starred in Iron Man 2, which had yet to be released. Thus her star had not yet ascended to great heights. At least in comparison to Angelina Jolie, she still had some distance to cover. Consequently, Alston paid her less attention. Truly, it was a dazzling display of starlight. Lin Yu let out a sigh, gazing at the graceful and enchanting ladies by the sidelines. Suddenly, he felt a surge of enthusiasm. Nervousness? Not a chance. In this grand arena of staples, he was determined to deliver a spectacular performance. Making Kobe aware of his presence? That was of little consequence. What truly mattered was to capture the attention of the blonde, brunette, and auburn-haired beauties surrounding him. Lin Yu was instantly invigorated, and soon the moment for the match to commence arrived. At the technical area, he first utilized the peak experience card of Hakeem Olajuwon from the system space, and then stepped into the inner court of the Staples Center. The instant he entered the court, he locked eyes with Kobe. Prior to the game, Kobe had claimed not to recognize Lin, who retaliated with a bold declaration to leave a lasting impression on Kobe. This marked their initial encounter. Kobe's gaze was icy, while Lin furrowed his brows, adopting a similarly cold demeanor. As their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly, intensifying the palpable tension in the air from that very moment. The game commenced swiftly. During the opening tip-off, the Heat performed as expected and lost to their opponents, granting the Lakers the initial possession. The matchup was set: Kobe Bryant versus Dwayne Wade, undoubtedly the most anticipated shooting guard duel of this era. However, it is essential to note that the more captivating clash was Kobe versus Lin Yu, as the Lakers' starting point guard, Derek Fisher, brought the ball up the court. The commentary team, led by Charles Barkley, began to shift the focus onto Lin Yu. Kenny Smith, sitting beside him, shook his head, saying, "No need for you to enlighten me. I am aware that Lin Yu has already created numerous wonders." Before this game, Kobe had chosen to disregard Lin's miracles. Yet if Lin could continue his extraordinary performance before Kobe, it would indeed be nothing short of astonishing. On the court, Fisher consistently advanced the ball and subsequently passed it to Kobe. Facing Wade, Kobe assumed a one-on-one stance. Aside from that initial glance at the beginning, he had not cast a single meaningful look in Lin's direction, as if he truly did not recognize him. At that moment, it seemed that only Wade occupied Kobe's vision. On the first defensive play, Kobe opted for isolation, driving past the three-point line before stopping abruptly for a mid-range shot, launching his signature fadeaway jumper. Clang. The iconic fadeaway was matched by an equally iconic miss. However, no one was surprised by Kobe's failure, as they all understood that his off-target shot merely indicated his hands were yet to warm up. Occasionally, Kobe might not find his rhythm throughout an entire game, but most of the time, he quickly ignited his shooting touch. Lin Yu could not concern himself with these matters. He was solely aware that Kobe's missed shots had granted the Heat an opportunity. Almost immediately after the sharp clang of the iron echoed, Lin Yu found himself beneath the basket. Bolstered by the prowess of the Great Dream, his instinct for rebounding had become remarkably acute. With a firm grasp, he secured the rebound, landed, and swiftly transitioned into a burst of speed. He relished such opportunities for fast breaks. After 4 consecutive games of wild enthusiasm, he had amassed numerous memorable moments in transition. Of course, among these were both celebrated and infamous highlights. When the latter was mentioned, Barkley in the commentary booth chuckled. Viewers at home, engrossed in the match, also smiled, recalling Barkley's new show, Top 5 Embarrassments, that had debuted just days prior. They hoped for some comedic flair from the game, preferably during this very attack. Yet, the prospect of such entertainment seemed unlikely, at least in this moment, as Lin Yu had resolved to make a spectacular opening statement, aiming to leave a lasting impression on Kobe from the very start. On the court, Lin Yu quickly crossed half-court. The Lakers were notably wary of his presence beyond the three-point line. Although Kobe did not switch onto him, Arteist, his assigned defender, was closely shadowing Lin Yu. Arteist was relentless, while to the casual observer, Lin Yu appeared to be moving at a measured pace. However, he remained composed, refusing to rush. The truth was, Lin Yu's speed was all he could muster for this game. He could not go any faster. Yet, despite this, he still managed to glide past Arteist with an agility that set him apart, driving towards the basket, while both Bynum and Gasol had yet to retreat into the backcourt. Kobe continued to adhere to his philosophy of disregarding Lin Yu, and Fisher was firmly occupied by Chalmers. Beneath the basket, Lin Yu faced only Arteist's defense. He discarded any pretense and boldly revealed his intentions, shouldering Arteist aside as he leaped, his long arms clutching the ball before unleashing a powerful slam. With a resounding thud, Lin Yu shattered the Lakers' defensive line, propelling the Heat to score first. Though lacking in grace, That dunk was a testament to his undeniable prowess. Journalists positioned behind the basket wore expressions of disbelief. Hadn't this player previously claimed to dislike dunking? Chapter 23. Defensive Player of the Year. Prior to acquiring McGee's remarkable vertical leap, Lin Yu indeed had no fondness for dunks. However, everything had changed. He had now harnessed McGee's impressive 90-inch vertical. This remarkable attribute ranked him among the elite in the current league. With such a level of leaping ability, he had come to embrace the art of dunking. At this moment on the court, Lin Yu hung momentarily on the rim, yearning to exclaim, "The sensation of dunking is simply exhilarating." In terms of this particular dunk, it lacked a certain brilliance, as the Dream's leaping ability was inferior to that of McGee by a single point. Although Lin Yu had previously expressed his disinterest in dunking, the first basket of this match was indeed a powerful slam from him. Upon landing, Lin Yu immediately engaged in a chest bump celebration with the charging Wade, radiating enthusiasm. The match commenced with a counterattack dunk, and the Heat's morale appeared exceptionally high, suggesting they were poised to create quite a stir at Staples Center. Barkley, known for his prophetic insights, once again proved his prowess as the harbinger of misfortune. In the ensuing minutes, the Heat found themselves swiftly subdued by the Lakers. Initially, Kobe remained unfazed by Lin Yu's thunderous dunk. Returning to the offensive end, Kobe, as is his custom, unleashed a high-arcing fadeaway jumper, hitting the mark with precision. Thus, he commenced his scoring tally. Following suit, he continued to deliver a steady stream of offensive contributions. The Heat's offense, though, faced its own challenges. Even Dwayne Wade, who many anticipated might struggle, quickly responded to Kobe's basket with a deft floater after penetrating the paint, also marking his own scoring initiation. Nevertheless, the Heat found themselves at a disadvantage, and the reasons were straightforward. Whether it was Kobe, Wade, or Lin Yu, who, in this encounter, assumed the guise of a peak Hakeem Olajuwon while playing like a forward, most of their attempts lingered on the perimeter. The probability of success scarcely reached 50%, with only 4 or 5 out of 10 shots finding the net. Such a shooting percentage is, in fact, quite typical, should both teams compete under normal shooting conditions. The match would likely devolve into a grueling tug-of-war. However, the issue arose when the Lakers, realizing their outside shooting could not decisively breach the Heat's defense, opted to drive the ball inside. It wasn't long before Pau Gasol asserted his dominance. The 2009-10 season marked Gasol's zenith, with many, including Kobe, controversially arguing that he deserved the Finals MVP for that campaign. In every sense, Gasol epitomized the league's foremost power forward. Once he began to assert himself, the Heat's interior defense crumbled. Within a matter of minutes, the Lakers' success rate on interior attacks soared to an astonishing 80%. Such a high efficacy naturally led to the Lakers swiftly overpowering the Heat and extending their lead. By the midpoint of the first quarter, the score had escalated to 23-14. The Heat's scoring output was within a reasonable range, tallying 14 points, which would project to 28 for the entire quarter. In stark contrast, the Lakers' first-half score was somewhat alarming, reaching 23 points. Should the pace continue, they were on track to exceed 40 points in the opening quarter. Under these circumstances, Coach Spoelstra endured until the first official timeout. When the game paused, his countenance was a stormy visage of discontent. "I have implemented adjustments for this game, yet we remain unable to thwart the Lakers' interior offense. Particularly Pau Gasol, who has already amassed 14 points in our paint," he lamented, his gaze scanning the players under his stewardship. Lin Yu surmised that at this moment, Spoelstra was undoubtedly contemplating which of his players could rise to the occasion and defend against the formidable Gasol. "We cannot contain him," the seasoned captain Haslam interjected, shaking his head. Though his gaze remained resolute, he had already conceded defeat verbally, not only for himself, but for the entire Heat team. In truth, the veteran leader was being pragmatic. The roster of the Heat had, from the outset, epitomized the notion of makeshift arrangements. President Pat Riley had long since turned his focus to next summer's trades, resulting in a current lineup that was predominantly comprised of aging, ailing, or otherwise diminished players, with only a few capable of contributing effectively. Spoelstra, still furrowing his brow, opened his mouth to speak. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Yu interjected. "I'll give it a try, coach." You will try?" Spoelstra paused, momentarily taken aback and unable to grasp the implication. It was his assistant coach, David Fisdali, who pressed further with a query. "Are you suggesting that you will defend against Pau Gasol?" Lin Yu nodded, yet David Fisdali furrowed his brow. clearly skeptical of Lin Yu's capabilities. Meanwhile, Spoelstra, standing by, pieced together Lin Yu's intentions from Fizdali's probing inquiries, yet remained silent, evidently caught in a moment of indecision. Observing the disbelief and hesitation from both men, Lin Yu raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Even if we adhere to your strategy, coach, and double-team Pau Gasol, what about Kobe Bryant? Everyone knows that Kobe is the true linchpin of this Lakers team. And now the Heat are planning to double-team Gasol while leaving Bryant in a one-on-one situation? Is this not absurd? With a single statement, Lin Yu grounded Spoelstra back to reality. He followed up with, "Why not let me give it a try? If I succeed, we might have a chance to win this game." This assertion completely convinced Spoelstra. As Spoelstra contemplated Lin Yu's reasoning, he envisioned a scenario where the Heat would double-team Pau Gasol, leaving Kobe, who would be single-covered, as an unstoppable force for the Heat. In that case, the likelihood of the Heat losing the game remained high. Therefore, it was better to let Lin Yu take a shot. If he succeeded, they could secure victory. As Lin suggested, he would defend Pau Gasol, and they would make the switch. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled. Spoelstra executed the adjustment in the final second of the timeout, bringing in Quentin Richardson to replace Haslam, while the towering Lin Yu moved directly to the power forward position. In the commentary booth, Barkley expressed his astonishment at the Heat's adjustment. "I didn't expect Lin Yu could play power forward. Is he that versatile?" Beside him, Kenny Smith shook his head. "Perhaps he truly is versatile, but isn't the issue the fact that Pau Gasol is simply uncontainable? What good does moving Lin Yu to the 4 do? Can he really defend against Pau Gasol? Not to mention the height difference. Lin Yu doesn't seem to be a player adept at defending interior players." Thus, Kenny Smith found Spoelstra's adjustment perplexing, even questioning its efficacy. On the court, the game resumed, and the Heat faced an immediate offensive challenge. Wade, with the ball, drove to the basket and executed a soft layup successfully. The score shifted to 16-23, narrowing the deficit to 7 points. Next came the Lakers' turn to attack. They would undoubtedly seek to pass the ball inside, as Pau Gasol, standing over 7 feet tall, posed a considerable threat to Lin Yu, who stood at 2 meters. Lin Yu stands over 10 centimeters shorter than Pau Gasol, which translates to a significant disparity of nearly half a head. One must not underestimate the impact of such height differences on the basketball court. At times, even a few centimeters can determine whether a shot succeeds or fails. The Lakers certainly perceived it this way, as Fisher advanced the ball to the frontcourt and subsequently entrusted it to Kobe Bryant. Kobe feigned an outside attack, swiftly identifying an opportunity to pass the ball to Gasol, who had already established a position in the low post. Thus began an unexpected duel between Gasol and Lin Yu, a matchup that many found rather perplexing. In truth, Pau Gasol harbored a certain disdain for Lin Yu, convinced that no matter how audacious the latter might be, he could not possibly defend against him effectively. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he initiated his movements. He backed into Lin Yu, then executed a swift pivot. His proximity to the basket was now perilously close, and after the turn, he was nearly face-to-face with the hoop. Pau Gasol was poised to take the shot, and indeed, he did just that. Yet, Lin Yu's response was astonishingly swift. In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith's tone shifted from calm to one of sheer astonishment. On the court, a resounding smack echoed as a large, golden hand forcefully swatted the basketball away. A block, a truly emphatic rejection. The Staples Center erupted in gasps, mirroring Kenny Smith's disbelief as the spectators witnessed Lin Yu, standing at 2 meters tall, deliver a sensational rejection to Pau Gasol. He had genuinely thwarted Gasol's attempt, albeit it was merely one play. Nevertheless, this moment transformed the atmosphere on the court, prompting Gasol to adopt a more serious demeanor. With a powerful swat, Lin Yu sent the basketball soaring out of the court, thus retaining possession for the Lakers. However, time was of the essence, as merely 5 seconds remained on the clock for their offensive play. Given the dwindling seconds, it was evident that the ball could not be passed beneath the basket. Kobe received the pass, controlled the ball for a brief 2 seconds, and then unleashed a 3-point shot. The sound of the ball striking the rim echoed through the arena, followed by a fierce contest for the rebound. Gasol, tall and long-armed, had a distinct advantage, yet soon everyone witnessed Lin Yu position himself expertly, effectively boxing Gasol out. Ultimately, he secured the rebound, shifting the momentum of the game. Although Kenny Smith remained astonished by Lin Yu's ability to snatch the rebound over Gasol, it was far more palatable when compared to Lin Yu's prior emphatic block against him. After all, This rebound was a testament to Lin Yu's precise judgment of the ball's trajectory and his formidable positioning. Gasol was certainly no slouch in assessing rebound angles, but he fell short when compared to the peak prowess of the Dream. As for positioning, it boiled down to sheer strength. Gasol was renowned for his finesse, while Lin Yu was currently embodying the pinnacle of physical power, making his success in securing the position unsurprising. Meanwhile, among the female fans at the Staples Center, the admiration for Lin Yu was palpable. Wow, this guy is incredibly strong. Even Paul, with his height, couldn't outmaneuver him. He looks so robust, doesn't he? Remarked a nameless black beauty seated next to Julia Roberts. Suddenly, Julia felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Keep it down, Holly. Emma is here today. Why did you bring your niece? If you hadn't, perhaps you could have had a romantic encounter tonight. Enough of that. To Julia's right sat her niece, Emma Roberts, who had just turned 18. Though no longer a child, she remained seen as one through her aunt's eyes. Being part of the entertainment industry, she was well aware of its chaotic nature. Her aunt was a quintessential example, maintaining a family while still indulging in escapades. One couldn't help but wonder why her aunt frequently found herself courtside at NBA games. On one hand, it is an attempt to capitalize on the fervor surrounding the NBA to enhance one's own visibility. On the other hand, it serves as a means to attract romantic interests, as the NBA is home to numerous formidable athletes. However, individuals like Lin Yu, who possess striking good looks, are indeed rare gems. It comes as no surprise that the African-American woman beside Julia Roberts made a teasing remark, causing her to blush instantly. Emma Roberts gazed intently at Lin Yu, finding the perspiring athlete on the court quite captivating. A sudden thought crossed her mind. What if she were to compete with her aunt for his affections? Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained oblivious to Emma Roberts' sentiments as he secured a rebound and swiftly launched the basketball towards the front court. There, Dwayne Wade, as quick as a flash, received Lin Yu's perfectly timed pass. It is worth noting that Hakeem Olajuwon, a legendary center, was also a master of assists, averaging an impressive 3.6 assists per game, an extraordinary feat. Upon receiving the pass, Wade found himself unopposed and effortlessly sent the ball through the hoop. The score stood at 18-23, with the Heat trailing by a mere 5 points. Having snatched another possession, the Lakers were compelled to initiate play from their backcourt. Fisher transported the ball to the front court and promptly passed it to Kobe. Kobe, in turn, delivered another pass that found its way beneath the basket. This sequence mirrored the Lakers' previous offensive possession, as Gasol, undeterred, prepared for yet another one-on-one confrontation with Lin Yu. This time, he approached the challenge with newfound seriousness. Having learned from his earlier positioning, Gasol recognized the disparity in strength compared to Lin Yu. Thus, his only opportunity to breach Lin Yu's defense lay in his technical prowess and footwork. In the low post, Gasol feinted left and right. Lin Yu did not falter. He maintained his position, solely focused on guarding Gasol's final move. Soon enough, Gasol revealed his intentions, pivoting swiftly, yet Lin Yu remained steadfast, not mirroring his turn. It was only when Gasol, in his habitual manner, pulled the ball back and spun from the opposite side that Lin Yu shifted his feet, obstructing Gasol's path. Lin Yu's judgment proved accurate as he effectively thwarted Gasol, leaving him with no options. During his playing days, Barkley, a formidable power forward, fully understood the value of Lin Yu's defense. On the court, Gasol, trapped and unable to advance or retreat, was forced to take a desperate shot. This time, Lin Yu refrained from blocking, but his solid interference caused Gasol's attempt to veer off course, missing the basket entirely. From this defensive sequence, it became evident that Lin Yu possessed the capability to completely neutralize Pau Gasol. Moreover, considering these two defensive plays, I could assert that he was performing at a level that defined the best defensive player in this match. Chapter 24. The performance of the 2-meter Dream. Having successfully contained Gasol through 2 consecutive defensive sequences, Lin Yu's performance astonished those on the sidelines, including Spoelstra and David Fisdali. They were taken aback by his ability to defend against larger opponents, sensing a glimmer of hope for victory in this match. Spoelstra, suddenly invigorated, envisioned the possibility of returning from the Staples Center with a win. On the court, the Heat advanced the ball into the front court. This time, due to a rebound secured by O'Neal, they lost the opportunity for a fast break. However, in the half-court battle, they still had a chance to narrow the scoring gap. Before long, Wade made a decisive drive. Up to this point, Wade had dominated the ball for the Heat. In this tense moment, as the score tightened, the Lakers opted to employ double-teaming to restrict Wade's movements. Just as Wade penetrated, he was met by Kobe and Arteist, who positioned themselves to block him at the left side of the free throw line. Forced to pass, Wade found Lin Yu in the low post, where Lin was engaged in a battle against Gasol. Securing his position, he effortlessly received Wade's pass and initiated his back-to-the-basket play. With both hands on the ball, Lin Yu stepped back with his left foot, simultaneously thrusting his hips backward to gain leverage. The disparity in strength compelled Gasol to retreat a step. In that moment, Lin Yu executed a pivot and stepped back to mid-range, creating space between himself and Gasol. With a clear shot, he released a jump shot. Swish. The crisp sound of the ball netting echoed throughout the Staples Center, eliciting a chorus of astonished exclamations. This back-to-the-basket maneuver was executed with remarkable finesse, making Lin Yu appear as if he were a seasoned veteran of the paint. Nevertheless, his choice to take a mid-range shot reminded us that he was, in fact, a versatile swingman. Kenny Smith gasped in awe while Barkley shook his head, remarking, "I can only say, he is exceptionally versatile." The score stands at 20-23, with the Heat trailing by a mere 3 points. The focus shifts to the Lakers' offense. Kobe, unable to contain his frustration, takes matters into his own hands, driving towards the mid-range and releasing a fading jump shot. The sound of the rim reverberates. Even when in peak form, Kobe occasionally misses shots he deems certain. This instance is a prime example. Meanwhile, beneath the basket, Lin Yu accurately predicts the trajectory of the rebound yet again, skillfully positioning himself to box out Gasol. Once more, the rebound finds its way into his hands. The Heat retaliate, spearheaded by Lin Yu. Wade accelerates down the right flank, while Lin Yu, though not as swift on the left, remains a considerable threat. Particularly as they approach the three-point line, Arteist, in pursuit, is reluctant to yield an inch. However, Lin Yu opts for a pass. While his speed is commendable, it pales in comparison to Wade's. Yet, this pass exhibits a spark of creativity. He lofts the ball high above the rim, just as Wade, sprinting towards the basket, leaps and snatches the ball, delivering a thunderous dunk. A resounding cheer erupts from the Staples Center. The camera captures a classic moment. In the distance, Lin Yu raises his right hand, index finger pointing skyward, in the foreground. Wade hangs triumphantly on the rim. As the Heat prepare for another defensive stand, Lin Yu continues to match up against Gasol. Fisher once again feeds the ball to Kobe. But this time, Gasol's desire for the ball is palpable. To put it plainly, throughout this game, Gasol has been the Lakers' most formidable player. Their initial lead can largely be attributed to his performance. Just because Lin Yu has thwarted him on 2 occasions does not signify Gasol's defeat. He is a competitor at heart, determined to prove himself. The successes of the past 2 years have transformed Kobe from someone who utterly mistrusted his teammates to one who can partially rely on them, with Gasol being among those he trusts. After a moment's hesitation, Kobe passes the ball inside. Paul Gasol initiates another isolation play, this time with his back to the basket. In this instance, Gasol mimics Lin Yu's style. He understands that he cannot overpower Lin Yu. His strength simply does not permit it. In this scenario, Gasol resorts to the low-post move that Lin Yu has employed. A tentative step backward is followed by a half-turn. Lin Yu took a decisive step forward, not anticipating that Gasol's half-turn was merely a feint. In an instant, Gasol pivoted back to his original position, harnessing the momentum from his turn. He continued to rotate until he faced the basket, creating a slight distance between himself and Lin Yu. Without hesitation, he swiftly raised his hand and launched the basketball into the air. However, what he did not foresee was that Lin Yu, stationed beneath the basket, seemed to have anticipated this move. Oh no, dear God, Lin Yu ascended like a rocket, snatching the basketball from midair. This was a rejection, undeniably. A direct and formidable block. It was nothing short of astonishing, utterly insane. Kenny Smith gaped, rendered speechless. Even Charles Barkley was taken aback. This was a block, and a frontal one at that. It could be said that in this exchange, Gasol had been thoroughly outmatched by Lin Yu. He stood like an impenetrable wall, rendering all of Paul Gasol's attempts futile. On the court, Dwayne Wade watched in awe as Lin Yu seized the basketball, his surprise immeasurable. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, pivoting and sprinting towards the front court. In the next moment, Lin Yu's pass materialized before him. It was yet another connection between Lin and Wade. With a resounding clang, Wade hung on the front rim, 24-23. In the commentary booth, Barkley shook his head. The Heat have leveled the score. It is simply unbelievable. Beside him, Kenny Smith remarked seriously, "Indeed, it is astonishing." Initially, they were facing a game on the brink of collapse. But ever since Lin Yu was unexpectedly shifted to the power forward position to contend with Paul Gasol, the tide has dramatically turned. It can be said that the Heat's transition from trailing to leading is solely attributed to Lin Yu. He is remarkable. Or perhaps we should describe Lin Yu as extraordinary. He is simply phenomenal. On the court, despite completing a dunk, Dwayne Wade did not capture the spotlight. The focus of the game was undeniably on Lin Yu, who executed a remarkable block. As Charles Barkley aptly noted, at this moment, he truly resembled an impenetrable wall. Meanwhile, in the stands, Julia Roberts and her niece Emma Roberts observed Lin Yu as if he were a celestial being, radiating an enchanting and imperious aura. In the backcourt, Kobe Bryant was fixated on Lin Yu. At this moment, he began to acknowledge this once obscure figure who had been mentioned by countless media outlets prior to the game. During the first quarter, even as Lin Yu intensified his efforts, effectively containing Pau Gasol and facilitating the Heat's offense with a series of long passes, the Heat could only manage a slender lead over the Lakers, with a score of 31-30. It is worth noting that just half a quarter ago, the Heat's situation was on the brink of collapse. Their ability to recover from the brink of disaster and secure a 1-point lead over the Lakers was largely due to Lin Yu's contributions. In Kenny Smith's view, Lin Yu's performance was peculiar. He had shifted from an outside style of play to a more interior-focused game, not making a single three-point attempt. With all his points coming from mid-range to close-range isolation plays, Barkley shook his head, interrupting Kenny Smith. "You are overthinking it, Kenny. Lin Yu's style is not strange at all. In fact, during the first half of this quarter, he did make a high-post jump shot, and in the latter half, he only took 4 shots, successfully making 3 of them. Although all 4 of his shots in the latter half were interior isolations. One must understand that he is essentially a power forward. Should he not play to his strengths in the paint and instead venture out to play as a guard? If Lin Yu could hear Barkley's commentary, he would undoubtedly express his profound gratitude. "Thank you, Sir Charles. You have been immensely helpful." In truth, Lin Yu took the initiative to switch defenses with Gasol, ostensibly to justify his role as a power forward, thereby concealing the reality that he had transformed into a peak dream. The effectiveness of his subterfuge was indeed remarkable. Throughout the first quarter, Lin Yu attempted 6 shots, successfully landing 4, accumulating 10 points, along with 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal, showcasing an extraordinary versatility. Although he had limited opportunities on the offensive end, had his shooting percentage not been sufficiently high, his scoring would have suffered. Wade's return evidently impacted him, yet Lin Yu remained unfazed, well aware that his reign of brilliance was nearing its conclusion. In the subsequent phases, he was destined to evolve into a quintessential three-point sharpshooter. His ball-handling skills might be somewhat adequate, but certainly not on par with Wade's. Thus, his role would likely resemble that of Klay Thompson, standing alongside Wade. Indeed, with Thompson's exceptional three-point shooting, combined with above-average ball-handling and playmaking abilities, who else could embody Klay Thompson? It is quite impressive that Lin Yu could transition from a mere waterboy to Klay Thompson in a single surge of brilliance. Returning to the game in the second quarter, Spoelstra appeared enlightened. Upon witnessing the Lakers position Gasol at center, he promptly moved Lin Yu to the 5 spot. The result was a dazzling performance from Lin Yu in the center role. On defense, he resembled a peak Ben Wallace, excelling in rebounding, shot blocking, one-on-one defense, and help defense, truly a jack of all trades. Even Kobe was thwarted in one of his drives by Lin Yu's instinctive help defense. Offensively, he mirrored a peak Jokic, orchestrating plays and scoring with equal prowess. Although he played merely half the quarter, he laid the groundwork for the Heat to secure an 11-point lead by halftime. By the end of the half, his personal statistics had soared from 10 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal to 16 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals, nearing a triple-double. Who could have anticipated that the reigning champions, the Lakers, would be subdued on their home court by the Heat? Lin Yu's performance was nothing short of exceptional. He effectively filled the Heat's most vulnerable position, making it possible for them to assert dominance over the Lakers. In the third quarter, Kobe unleashed his prowess, scoring consecutively and amassing 14 points within the quarter. However, as the third period concluded, the Lakers found themselves trailing by a staggering 14 points. Throughout this quarter, Lin Yu remained an unstoppable force, elevating his personal statistics to an impressive 24 points, 16 rebounds, 10 assists, 4 blocks, and 3 steals. The final quarter unfolded as a decisive battle, albeit lasting merely 4 minutes, during which the Heat extended their lead to 22 points. Phil Jackson, displaying a pragmatic approach, opted to withdraw his starters, conceding the match. As the game drew to a close, Lin Yu's statistics solidified at 30 points, 22 rebounds, 11 assists, 5 blocks, and 3 steals. The entire Staples Center was left in awe of Lin Yu's extraordinary performance. Words elude me. Yet I am acutely aware that prior to the game, there was rampant speculation regarding whether Lin Yu's fervor could persist, even if his fervor were to continue. Many believed the Heat would ultimately succumb to defeat. To my astonishment, Lin Yu's brilliance facilitated a resounding 22-point victory for the Heat at the Staples Center. Remarkably, Lin Yu did not play the entirety of the game. He only logged 34 minutes yet achieved a staggering triple-double of 30 points, 22 rebounds, 11 assists, 5 blocks, and 3 steals. The mere statistics affirm that his fervor endures. In truth, beyond the numbers, it was his intangible contributions during the game that proved most pivotal. His mid-first quarter shot, effectively neutralizing Pau Gasol, marked a crucial turning point in the match. From the second quarter onward, he single-handedly constructed the Heat's defensive framework, a key factor in their ability to dominate the Lakers throughout the game. It can be said that Lin Yu's performance in this match was of MVP caliber, embodying the essence of a defensive player of the year. With less than 8 minutes remaining in the game, the Staples Center witnessed a mass exodus. However, the dignitaries seated in the front rows were not in a hurry to depart. They wished to bask in the spotlight a little longer, and perhaps some harbored ulterior motives yet to be unveiled. Lin Yu was acutely aware that Kobe across from him had set his sights on him, and he eagerly anticipated what Kobe might articulate after the match. While he couldn't predict Kobe's words, he was resolute about his own message post-game. He had declared that he would leave a profound impression on Kobe, and indeed, he succeeded. Furthermore, he needed to elucidate his playing style during the match. Standing at a height of 2 meters, he performed in a manner reminiscent of a shorter version of the iconic Hakeem Olajuwon. This was sufficiently astonishing, but in pursuit of Lin's exceptional achievements, he felt compelled to astonish. However, following the match, he had to convey to the reporters that the team required him to step up and contain Pau Gasol, which he attempted successfully, excelling defensively throughout the game. Additionally, Dwayne's return significantly aided him, allowing him to conserve energy on the offensive end and redirect most of his efforts towards defense. As for three-point shots, in this game, he played as a power forward and center, leaving him with little opportunity to attempt a three-pointer. Would he consider transitioning to center in the future? No. This match was merely an anomaly. He was uncertain whether he could replicate such a performance. Chapter 25, Aunt Roberts and the Little Sister. The moment the game concluded, Kobe turned and strode into the players' tunnel. Clearly, he could not accept the defeat and was unwilling to face the eager reporters after such a painful loss. Lin Yu observed Kobe departing briskly and felt a tinge of regret. He shook his head, only to be promptly led to the sidelines by the team's press officer. There, Doris Burke, the courtside reporter for Turner Sports, awaited him. Lin, first and foremost, congratulations on your victory in this match. The post-game interview is essentially the pinnacle of interviews following the conclusion of a game. Lin Yu, before the eyes of all the fans, addressed queries and clarified doubts. Every question posed by Doris Burke was anticipated by him. His responses aligned perfectly with those he had predetermined during the idle moments in the final minutes of the game. Lin denied the notion that he would transition to an inside player, much to the dismay of Barkley, who shook his head in regret, having thought Lin Yu would become a representative figure of shorter interior players in the league. Now, Lin had refuted all of that. Meanwhile, Kenny Smith was unsurprised, indeed. Upon reviewing Lin Yu's previous 4 games, he had not exhibited such remarkable control of the paint as he did in this match. If he truly possessed that capability, it would not have remained concealed until now. Thus, I believe he merely had a moment of brilliance. From his debut as 30 seconds, 12 points to this game's extraordinary triple-double, Lin Yu has been riding a wave of euphoria. To discern the true extent of his abilities, we may have to wait until he encounters a setback. On the other hand, Kobe still could not evade the throngs of reporters. He hurried into the locker room, took a quick shower, and upon emerging, found himself surrounded by journalists. His demeanor soured instantly. Nonetheless, Kobe consented to an interview. Indeed, Lin Yu left a lasting impression on me. He evidently was eager to prove himself in my presence, and I must concede, he succeeded. However, this is merely a regular season game, which proves nothing. If that young man truly wishes to validate something, he can come find me in the playoffs. Lin Madness. He has only played 5 games. Time will hinder his continued fervor. This string of responses clearly indicated that Kobe was feeling the pressure. In the visiting locker room at Staples, Lin Yu was promptly informed of Kobe's remarks. With a smile, he replied to the reporter who conveyed the information. Does that mean he wants to challenge me in the finals? Surely he has forgotten that I am merely an obscure rookie? It is already a tremendous honor to receive a challenge from a superstar of his caliber. The journalist nodded, yet internally assessed that Lin Yu and Kobe's responses to the reporters had clearly delineated their standings. After bidding farewell to the reporter, Lin Yu, who had initially worn a radiant smile, immediately furrowed his brow, because as of that moment, he had yet to receive any notification from the system. Could it be that Lin Madness had not yet generated a proper meme? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. Lin Yu suddenly became engulfed in sorrow. If Lin Fengquang failed to create the necessary momentum once again, he would be wagering his very life in the next match. Indeed, it was yet another gamble for survival. But this time, it was a true gamble for his existence. He must rely on his exceptional form and scorching touch, otherwise. This confounded system is truly a source of worry. Lin Yu silently shook his head, turning to gather his belongings. A large shoulder bag, filled to the brim, was grasped firmly as he made his way towards the parking lot. Traversing the lengthy players' corridor, Lin Yu finally arrived at the parking area, only to realize, to his astonishment, that the team bus was nowhere to be found. He scratched his head in confusion, and just then, Wade exited the door. Observing Lin Yu's perplexity, he chuckled softly. Surely, you are not waiting for the team bus. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, he replied. Then you should concede. The team bus has long since departed. Departed? Are they not taking us back to the hotel? They have never done so, you know? Wade shrugged his shoulders, and Lin Yu grew increasingly perplexed. This doesn't seem right. I distinctly recall that during my previous visits to Staples, we always returned to the hotel by bus. Those who were meant to return to the hotel have already done so. The past version of you was indeed one of them, but the present version is not. Wade remarked, patting Lin Yu's shoulder with a smile before turning to leave. Lin Yu was still quite bewildered. He called out to Wade, Wait, Dwayne, where are you going? Take me with you. However, Wade merely shook his head while hastening his pace. Soon, he vanished from Lin Yu's sight. Damn it. I guess I have to take a taxi. Lin Yu muttered under his breath as he walked toward the parking lot's exit. After just a few steps, a sudden roar of an engine filled the air, and a luxurious Mercedes-Benz came to a halt beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a striking yet somewhat mature face before Lin Yu. Need a ride, handsome? Although they had never met, Lin Yu immediately recognized her. It was Julia Roberts, one of the Hollywood stars seated in the front rows for this Staples Center showdown. Lin Yu was not entirely certain, for being a man of Chinese descent, he found himself somewhat visually impaired when it came to distinguishing Westerners. However, as his gaze flickered towards the rear seat of the luxurious Mercedes, he was met with the youthful visage of Emma Roberts, the niece of Julia Roberts. Emma appeared rather displeased, for just moments ago, her aunt had insisted that she take a seat in the back. It dawned on her immediately what her aunt's intentions were. The front seat was reserved for that strapping young man who had caught her aunt's eye. No, I must intervene. On one hand, Emma did not wish to witness her aunt's repeated transgressions against her uncle. On the other hand, she found it utterly distasteful that her aunt, at such an age, would still pursue the affections of a much younger man. She felt compelled to thwart this repugnant situation from unfolding. Lin Yu was oblivious to the entire situation, preoccupied with thoughts of how to make his exit. Julia Roberts' suggestion perfectly aligned with his current needs. Consequently, he abruptly yanked open the rear door and seated himself beside Emma Roberts. In the driver's seat, Julia Roberts furrowed her brow, reflecting, this young man lacks decorum. Indeed, Lin Yu's manner of sitting made it appear as if Julia Roberts were merely the chauffeur. Meanwhile, Emma Roberts was utterly delighted. She inhaled deeply, captivated by the scent that clung to Lin Yu. It was the fragrance of shower gel. However, Emma's imagination took flight, and she envisioned this aroma as a remnant of a fierce battle Lin Yu had endured, a delightful scent that enchanted her. Momentarily, she found herself entranced. Julia Roberts, driving, occasionally glanced into the rearview mirror and noticed Emma's flushed cheeks, immediately sensing something was amiss. Shortly thereafter, Julia seized the opportunity to refuel and brought the car to a halt. After stepping out to pay, she feigned dizziness and said, Emma, I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. I may not be able to drive. I recall you just obtained your driver's license. Why don't you take the wheel? With that, she opened the rear door and settled down beside Lin Yu. Lin Yu is far from being a naive soul. In fact, He possesses the memories of several decades from a previous life, allowing him to effortlessly discern the covert rivalry between the aunt and niece. Is this fellow truly so captivating that he incites competition between the two women of the Roberts family? Clearly, Lin Yu has underestimated his own allure. Or perhaps he has misjudged the openness of this cadre of Hollywood starlets. In this moment, Lin Yu comprehends Wade's implication. After the match, he certainly does not need to board any team bus. A game in Los Angeles is truly delightful. This thought leads him to ponder about Kobe. According to rumors from later years, Kobe had extramarital affairs 105 times over a decade, leaving the young Lin Yu, who was then a mere fan, astounded and incredulous. Now, he finds himself believing it. If he were to play in Los Angeles, his infidelity would likely surpass even Kobe's. The allure is simply too great to resist. Just like at this moment, Emma Roberts pouts, swings open the driver's side door, and starts the luxurious Mercedes. In the back seat, Julia Roberts is already feigning dizziness while shamelessly flirting with Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not decline. After all, he is a man, and in such matters, he would not be at a disadvantage regardless. However, Julia Roberts' age is indeed quite considerable. Born in 1967, she is already 42 years old. Lin Yu is merely 21 years of age, while Julia Roberts is sufficiently older to overshadow him. This elderly woman is someone he has no desire to engage with. In contrast, Emma Roberts, driving in the front row, is a mere 18, embodying the freshness and innocence of youth. Lin Yu pondered on how to evade Aunt Roberts and connect with young Miss Roberts. However, before Lin Yu could devise a strategy, young Miss Roberts in the front row took the initiative. Seizing the moment while waiting for the traffic light to change, she deftly tapped on her phone. Lin Yu clearly observed the movements of Roberts' younger sister, while Aunt Roberts was deeply engrossed in Lin Yu's presence and remained oblivious to this detail. Before long, Aunt Roberts' phone began to ring. She glanced at the caller ID, furrowed her brow, and chose to decline the call. However, the incessant ringing persisted, as if refusing to relent, ringing repeatedly. At last, Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. "Aunt Julia, perhaps you should answer the call." Aunt Roberts immediately changed her expression. "What did you just call me?" Lin Yu feigned an innocent demeanor, addressing her. "Auntie, dear Aunt Julia, you are twice my age." "Calling you auntie should pose no issue, should it?" Aunt Roberts frowned, clearly irked. For certain older women, age is a sensitive topic, one that must not be broached. Lin Yu had evidently transgressed, prompting Aunt Roberts to angrily answer the phone. Subsequently, she engaged in a heated argument with the man on the other end. "What I do outside is none of your concern. You should mind your own business, you mother-f***er." Aunt Roberts shouted without regard for her image. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu interjected, "Miss Emma, please just drop me off at the intersection ahead." Soon, the luxurious car came to a halt by the roadside, and Lin Yu alighted, gesturing for Emma Roberts to call him. During the time he had spent in the car, he had exchanged contact information with the two women from the Roberts family. Now, having finally extricated himself from Aunt Roberts' clutches, it was time to reel in the younger Miss Roberts. Lin Yu soon found a nearby bar, ordered a Budweiser, and sipped leisurely for a while. Before long, he received a call from Emma Roberts. "Where are you?" "At the Air Bar on Barlow Avenue." "Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." 5 minutes later, Emma Roberts appeared before Lin Yu. "Where's your aunt?" "I took her to the hotel." "A hotel? Don't you have a place in Los Angeles? Why are you staying at a hotel?" "She has an appointment." Lin Yu immediately understood that Aunt Roberts had failed to lure him and had sought someone else. Who could it be? Lin Yu pondered silently. He then noticed the faint blush on Emma Roberts' fair face. With a smile, he gestured towards his wine glass, asking, "Would you care for a drink?" Emma Roberts shook her head, replying, "No, I'm not of age, so I can't drink." Can't drink? What should we do then? Shall we change locations?" Emma Roberts nodded. "Let us go to my apartment in Orange County. It's not far from here." In a loft apartment in Orange County, Los Angeles, Emma Roberts changed into her casual loungewear. If the previous Emma Roberts, clad in formal attire, had laid bare her modest bust, now, donning a nightgown, she exuded an added allure under the dim yellow lights of the apartment. Emma poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Lin Yu. As they swayed slightly, both began to feel tipsy. The night grew deep. The next morning, with the dawn light gently breaking outside, Lin Yu awoke not due to his biological clock, but because the system had sent a notification. "Congratulations, host. You have earned the nickname Lin the Mad. The creation is successful." Finally, after a night had passed, he had achieved the moniker. Lying in bed, Embracing the still-sleeping Emma Roberts, Lin Yu accessed the system. While receiving the notifications, he speculated that it seemed creating such nicknames required the assistance of media in real life. He could guess that after a night, his impressive triple-double performance at the Staples Center would dominate the headlines of various media outlets. It was through these headlines that he had succeeded in his creation. First, he decided to examine the rewards. Soon, Lin Yu discovered the rewards were substantial. The difficulty of the creation was exceptionally high, and the system granted the maximum reward. Indeed, it was the top-tier reward, yet Lin Yu frowned. If it were merely a top-tier reward, he would have suffered a loss. However, when Lin Yu focused on the string of rewards, he realized he was indeed quite young. Even with the top-tier reward, there were disparities. This round of creation had proven to be tremendously profitable for Lin Yu. Chapter 26. The weakened version of Klay Thompson. Once again, there were 3 rewards, albeit each was augmented in various ways. The first reward was a time-limited item, Lin the Mad's 7 performances. Upon using this card, the host would receive a 120 attribute boost for the next 7 games. Although Lin the Mad's 7 performances was merely a card, it encompassed 7 games and provided a boost to his own attributes. Despite the seemingly modest 120 attribute increase, a closer calculation revealed Lin Yu's 3-point attribute, currently at 91, will be elevated to an impressive 109. 2. His passing ability, initially rated at 77, will be enhanced to 92. 4. And even his stealing proficiency, which stands at 62, will rise to 74. 4. With such significant enhancements, Lin Yu's already remarkable attributes will be further accentuated, and even his lesser abilities will reach a level of adequacy. This development alleviates the need to seek justifications or excuses for utilizing time-sensitive items in the future. Lin Yu's extraordinary performance has persisted for 5 consecutive games. Among these 5 matches, the most perplexing aspect is not the astonishing 12 points in just 30 seconds of the first game, nor the subsequent 2 games in which he scored 47 points each, but rather the last 2 games. In the match against the Warriors, he recorded 38 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block in 3 quarters, which statistically appears to be his weakest performance aside from his debut. However, the criticism following this game was the second highest of the 5, primarily because Lin Yu's play did not resemble the brilliance of his earlier games. The highest level of scrutiny was directed at the previous match, where Lin Yu played like a true interior player, rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to his earlier self. Consequently, Lin Yu found himself in a quandary, but this time, he need not worry about the temporal artifact. Unlike previous artifacts whose effects lasted merely 1 game, this new temporal artifact extends its benefits across 7 games, effectively multiplying its reward 7-fold. This initial reward is set to be immensely profitable for Lin Yu. Following this, the attribute rewards present a combination of traits on the court. Numerous attributes are interrelated, and the system offers 2 options from which the host may choose one as a reward. As the system indicates, many attributes indeed have connections. For instance, the dribbling and ball control attributes are related. Certain players, despite their speed, often struggle to penetrate defenses if their ball control is poor, resulting in excessive turnovers. In such cases, a player's dribbling attribute may be diminished by their inadequate ball control. Similarly, the dunking attribute is linked to the jumping attribute, and the passing attribute correlates with ball control, illustrating the close relationships among physical attributes. This time, the system has provided multiple options for combined attributes, all derived from Lin Yu's previous incarnation as Linsanity. In summary, among these combined attributes, the physical combination is the least necessary to select, as it bears little distinction from the usual Jeremy Lin. During the height of Linsanity, Lin's averages of 24, 8 points, 4 rebounds, 9 assists, and 2 steals indicate that his 3 dominant combined attributes were significantly elevated. Firstly, his passing and control attributes were exceptional, with a ball control rating of 88 and passing at 89, approaching superstar levels. Secondly, his mid-range and close-range shooting attributes, rated at 85 and an impressive 92 respectively, also reached all-star standards. Lastly, the combination of ball control and dribbling attributes, with ratings of 88 and 83, similarly exemplified all-star caliber performance. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before swiftly making his decision. In truth, the choice was not arduous. The crux lay in discerning the potential impact of possessing these attributes. Primarily, regarding the passing and control attributes, Lin Yu considered that although the values were high in the forthcoming period, the possession of the ball would inevitably rest in Wade's hands. Without ball control, what use is there for passing and control? Furthermore, the combination of ball handling and breakthrough attributes presents an even simpler analysis. Lin Yu's scoring methods currently position his three-point shooting among the elite in the league. Although his 83 in driving looks impressive, the question arises, how does he conclude his drives? He lacks a reliable mid-range shot, has no effective close-range game, and even his layups barely meet league averages. Analyzing this, Lin Yu's options dwindle to just one: the attributes of Lin Crazy's mid and close-range shots, 85 and 92, respectively, indicating that, aside from under the basket, Lin Yu's shooting can achieve comprehensive offensive coverage. Furthermore, with a remarkable jumping ability rated at 90, he possesses the capability to contend effectively even in the paint. Despite still lacking exceptional ball handling skills, one could argue that his offensive game has become nearly flawless. Congratulations to the host, as his mid-range attribute has ascended to 85, and his close-range attribute has risen to 92. Historically, the pinnacle of rewards typically involved elevating a single attribute to all-star caliber or higher. This time, however, two attributes have been enhanced, resulting in a multiplied reward. Although the Miraculous Boy's previous reward encompassed all attributes of Austin Rivers, none of those attributes reached all-star levels. In Lin Yu's perspective, that reward was even inferior to the mid-tier rewards received earlier. Following the attribute rewards comes the special skill reward, Whirlwind Pick and Roll. This skill, once equipped, will enhance the synergy of pick-and-roll plays between the host and teammates. Lin Yu is somewhat dissatisfied with this skill reward, as it does not multiply. However, upon reflection, he recognizes that Jeremy Lin indeed lacks any standout special skills to offer him. As for the Whirlwind Pick and Roll, it is worth noting that in his past life, Lin Crazy's most frequently utilized offensive method was indeed the pick and roll. While the Whirlwind Pick and Roll skill is beneficial, Lin Yu contemplates its effectiveness given his deficiencies in driving and ball handling skills. Nevertheless, having it is certainly better than not having it at all. This encapsulates all the rewards bestowed upon Lin Yu by the Lin Crazy meme. His unique Lin Crazy phase has now reached a conclusion, and at least for Lin Yu, he will not continue utilizing time-limited items. With the meme now in hand, it stands to reason that he should conserve the time-limited items at his disposal. The upcoming game will see Lin Yu take the court as himself. Presently, he boasts a close-range attribute of 92, a three-point attribute of 91, a jumping ability of 90, a mid-range attribute of 85, a passing attribute of 77, and a ball-handling attribute of 72. Additionally, he possesses special skills, Tracy McGrady's pull-up three-pointer, Stephen Curry's extended shooting range, and the Whirlwind Pick and Roll, a defensively weakened version of Klay Thompson. Lin Yu succinctly encapsulated his current self. Ahead of him lay a forthcoming opportunity for self-improvement, his chance to score a three-point shot. Within the confines of his apartment in Orange County, he awoke on the plush bed to find Emma Roberts still peacefully slumbering in his embrace. To his dismay, he noticed a stark splash of red staining the pristine white sheets. My goodness, could it be that I fought a bloody battle last night? Furrowing his brow, Lin Yu gently pushed aside Emma Roberts' legs. As an individual with over 2 decades of memories from a future life, he quickly deduced the situation. Emma Roberts had remained untouched until the night prior. Could it truly be? Lin Yu rose cautiously from his slumber. Do not misconstrue his intentions, for he was not seeking to flee. He located the computer within the apartment and conducted a search regarding Emma Roberts' romantic history. At the tender age of 18, Emma Roberts had already experienced a public romance. In 2008, while filming Wild Child, she became entangled with her co-star, Alex Pettyfer. However, their affair was swiftly declared over. Upon examining this episode, Lin Yu discerned it to be nothing more than a fleeting dalliance, a common tactic employed in Hollywood to exploit the romance between lead actors as a means of generating buzz for the film. Moreover, even if their relationship were genuine, Emma Roberts was still a minor at that time. Regardless of the cultural context, whether in the West or in China, engaging in such relations with underage females is deemed illegal. Thus, I have stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Lin Yu returned to his room, gazing at Emma Roberts, whose visage perfectly aligned with the aesthetic ideals of Chinese beauty, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. However, he quickly came to terms with reality. Simply put, even if he wished to take on that responsibility, it was likely that Emma Roberts harbored no such intentions. Shaking his head, Lin Yu returned to his computer. Perusing the reports from various media outlets following the previous night's dramatic clash at Staples Center. Notably, ESPN's headline caught his attention. A triple-double of 30-20-10. Lin's remarkable madness continues. Why was ESPN's report particularly significant? They officially introduced the concept of Linsanity and encapsulated Lin Yu's previous 5 extraordinary performances. In his NBA debut, lasting a mere 30 seconds, he managed to score 12 points, leading the Heat to an improbable comeback. This marked the inception of his madness. In his second game, facing last season's runner-up, the Orlando Magic, he executed a stunning dunk over Dwight Howard and delivered a flurry of 4 consecutive three-pointers in the final quarter, culminating in 47 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals. The third match saw him go head-to-head with last year's #1 draft pick, Derrick Rose, where he scored 47 points, garnered 7 rebounds, 11 assists, and 2 steals. Yet, the statistics were secondary. It was in this game that he unleashed a mind-bending logo three-pointer. In his fourth encounter, he amassed 38 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block in just 3 quarters, sustaining his extraordinary performance. Lastly, in his fifth game, he seemingly transformed, as Kenny Smith described. He played like a shorter version of Hakeem Olajuwon, delivering a remarkable stat line of 30 points, 22 rebounds, 11 assists, 5 blocks, and 3 steals. Across these 5 games, he averaged an astonishing 34. 8 points, 8. 6 rebounds, 7. 6 assists, 1. 2 blocks, and 2 steals. His madness continues unabated. Indeed, the madness persists. And in the upcoming game, even without utilizing any time-sensitive props, Lin Yu held unwavering confidence in achieving all-star caliber statistics. However, his performance over these 5 games exceeded mere all-star standards. His Linsanity surpassed even the legendary feats of Jeremy Lin in the future. Lin Yu was unaware whether the stellar statistics he had secured for the upcoming match would be classified by the media as extraordinary. However, it mattered little. The meme had already taken root, and the focal point of the next game would undoubtedly be the legendary three-pointer. In addition to ESPN's comprehensive coverage, columnist Bill Simmons offered an alternative perspective, analyzing the reasons behind Lin Yu's remarkable performance over the past 5 games. Without Lin Yu, the Heat would have succumbed to the Celtics in their season opener, trailing by 8 points with only 30 seconds remaining, a deficit that seemed insurmountable. In their second game, had it not been for Lin Yu, the Heat would have faltered against the Magic, as Dwayne Wade battled through injury, relying on Lin Yu to carry the team. Similarly, in their third match, the absence of Lin Yu would have likely resulted in defeat against the Bulls, led by the first overall pick, Derrick Rose, especially with Wade sidelined. Even in their fourth game, the Heat's chances would have been bleak without Lin Yu, as Wade continued to rest, leaving the team ill-equipped to counter Monta Ellis, let alone contend with the Warriors' Corey Maggette and newly drafted 7th overall pick, Stephen Curry. The fifth game against the Lakers would have similarly ended in loss without Lin Yu's contributions. Thus, Lin Yu's extraordinary prowess not only secured victories in 5 matches that were expected to be losses, but also transformed the Heat's initial 5-game losing streak into a triumphant 5-game winning streak. They emerged from the fringes of last season's playoffs to become formidable contenders for this season's championship. All of this was achieved thanks to a player who had spent 2 years as a mere benchwarmer and hydration manager for the Heat. Now, that is truly remarkable. Many resonated with Bill Simmons' article, including Wade, who began to envision the season's future, a potential playoff rematch against Kobe Bryant, with the possibility of encountering him only in the finals. While this seemed unlikely, Wade believed that anything was possible. His confidence surged, all thanks to Lin Yu. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed on the apartment stairs as Lin Yu looked up to see Emma Roberts, barefaced yet radiantly beautiful, her youthfulness shining through at the tender age of 18. "Are you awake?" As Lin Yu inquired, he simultaneously erased the browsing history on his computer. Rising to his feet, he opened his arms wide. Emma Roberts, her cheeks flushed, once again fell into Lin Yu's embrace, though she had not felt entirely comfortable throughout the night. Lin Yu's presence remained irresistibly alluring to her. She realized that she had become profoundly infatuated with him. "Do you have another game to play in Los Angeles?" she asked. "Yes, tomorrow night at the Staples Center, against the Clippers," he replied. "I shall attend your game," she said. "After this match, will you return to Miami?" she continued. "No. There is still a game against the Thunder, and only after that shall we head back to Miami. May I come to Miami to see you in a few days?" she inquired. Lin Yu paused momentarily as he began to grasp the implications of the young girl nestled in his arms. She was implying that he must take responsibility. Nevertheless, he found the prospect of responsibility acceptable. He nodded and offered a response that filled Emma Roberts with immense joy. Very well. Chapter 27. Founder of Logo 3 points. A day later, Lin Yu once again found himself on the floor of the Staples Center. In contrast to his previous visit, the court had been transformed. The Los Angeles Lakers emblem at center court had been replaced by that of the Clippers. Furthermore, the atmosphere at the Staples Center felt markedly more subdued than during the last game. In the front row of seats along the sidelines, apart from Emma Roberts, who had previously arranged to attend, Lin Yu could only spot Jessica Alba. Lin Yu was aware that Jessica Alba and the Clippers star point guard, Baron Davis, shared a deep friendship. Given that both teams were based in Los Angeles, the Clippers' reputation paled in comparison to that of the Lakers. At this juncture, the Clippers had not yet been acquired by Ballmer and were entrenched in one of the lowest points in their franchise history. Last season, they had tied with the Wizards for the second-worst record in the league. By sheer luck in the draft lottery, they secured the coveted first overall pick and chose Blake Griffin, a selection that stirred no controversy. However, this indisputable top pick suffered an injury before the season commenced, effectively sidelining him for his rookie year. Originally, the matchup between the Heat and the Clippers could have featured an enticing battle for Rookie of the Year. Now, the only suspense lay in whether Lin Yu, who had missed Logo 3s in 2 consecutive games, could finally sink one in this contest. Following Lin Yu's impressive display of Logo 3s against the Bulls, we had only witnessed one successful attempt since, and that was not executed by Lin Yu. Thus far, we remain uncertain if anyone has the capability to extend their shooting range to the half-court line. Indeed, following the game between the Heat and the Bulls, the only player to successfully make a Logo 3 was Curry. Yet, he managed only that single shot, and in the subsequent 2 games, his attempts at Logo 3s resulted in nothing but clanks off the rim or airballs. Now, Lin Yu stood as the sole beacon of hope. After all, in that game against the Bulls, Lin Yu had not only made one Logo 3, but had done so while being closely guarded. As for whether Lin Yu could be considered Lin crazy, if he were to make a Logo 3 in this game, would it matter? Before the game, Lin Yu gave Emma Roberts a playful wink from a distance, refraining from approaching her to say hello. This was Emma's request. She preferred to keep their relationship under wraps for the time being, especially since she had stolen Lin Yu from her aunt. The potential fallout if her aunt were to discover this was too daunting for her to contemplate. Emma returned the gesture with a wink of her own, and as they exchanged playful glances, the home team, the Clippers, took to the court. This season, the Clippers remained lackluster. On one hand, the absence of rookie sensation Blake Griffin had left their roster largely unchanged from the previous season. On the other hand, owner Donald Sterling's notorious frugality had even led to him withholding salary from former President Elgin Baylor. With no new acquisitions and no financial investment, the Clippers' struggles were all too predictable. Just before the game commenced, Baron Davis approached to greet Lin Yu. As a seasoned veteran in the league, Davis had cultivated commendable relationships throughout his career. Lin Yu also exchanged a fist bump with Baron Davis, graciously accepting the latter's praise. Marvelous, Lin. Do remember to show some mercy in this match. Lin Yu merely smiled, aware that the bearded man was jesting and thus took no offense. Soon, the match commenced. For the Heat, the starting 5 had largely been established. Center Joel Anthony, power forward Michael Beasley. Indeed, Beasley was once again a starter. As coach Spoelstra seized the opportunity presented by the opponent's weaknesses to reinstate him, still intent on redeeming last season's second overall pick. The small forward was Lin Yu. The shooting guard was Dwayne Wade, and the point guard was Mario Chalmers. On the Clippers side, their starting 5 consisted of center Chris Kaman, power forward Drew Gooden, small forward Rasul Butler, shooting guard Eric Gordon, and point guard Baron Davis. To be frank, on paper, the Clippers appeared to possess a formidable lineup. After all, their primary playmaker is a seasoned star point guard. The center has been an all-star, and both the power forward and small forward have served as valuable role players on strong teams. Even the shooting guard stands out among the new generation. However, such potential is rendered futile, as poor performance translates to poor performance. No matter how robust the roster appears on paper, it cannot alter the harsh reality. As the season unfolded, the Heat boasted a 5-game winning streak, while the Clippers languished with a record of 1 win and 5 losses. It could be said that, in terms of standings, the two teams existed worlds apart. For the Heat, the challenge of this match seemed minimal. At the outset, Joel Anthony, as per usual, lost the jump ball, even against the equally unremarkable come-on. Right from the beginning, Baron Davis's mid-range jumper clanked off the rim, serving as a stark reminder of the Clippers' struggles. Why are the Clippers so lackluster? The answer lies in their disorganized play. Indeed, Baron Davis has aged, no longer resembling the player who once led the Warriors to a historic upset. Davis's opening shot was a complete miss, contrasting sharply with the Heat's offense, as Wade sliced through the Clippers' defense, penetrating the paint and scoring with a floating shot. Dwayne Wade was exceptionally sharp, or perhaps the Clippers' defense was simply abysmal. Regardless of the cause, one thing was certain. The match was proceeding as smoothly as the Heat had anticipated. Under the abysmal defense of the Clippers, Lin Yu swiftly netted the first basket of the game. He positioned himself unobtrusively in the corner, and as Dwayne Wade drove towards the hoop, he circled to the left side of the three-point arc. Although the Clippers' play was disorganized, they still executed a double team against the fiercely penetrating Wade. Confronted with this defensive strategy, Wade immediately turned to seek out a teammate. He failed to locate the wide-open Beasley, who remained stagnant in Wade's blind spot, unwilling to move. Instead, he found Lin Yu, closely guarded by Lasswan Butler, and without hesitation, Wade passed the ball to him. This marked only the fourth game Lin Yu had partnered with Wade. Yet the latter placed immense trust in him, understanding from Bill Simmons' article that without Lin Yu, the Heat would not be enjoying their current 5-game winning streak. At the left side of the arc, Lin Yu received the basketball and lifted his hand slightly. Lasswan Butler was not fooled, but Lin Yu swiftly followed through with his motion, leaping into a shot. A feint can transcend mere deception. At times, it can transform illusion into reality, as evidenced by Lin Yu's execution. Lasswan Butler, convinced that Lin Yu was merely pretending, was taken aback when Lin Yu unleashed a clean jump shot from beyond the arc. He could not intervene in time and could only watch as the ball sailed over his head. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed through the sparsely populated Staples Center, which was already lacking in attendance. Amidst the silence, the cheers of Emma Roberts stood out distinctly. Nice, nice. Keep it up. Take down the Clippers. Had there been a majority of home team fans present, Emma would surely have been the first to face their ire. Not far away, Jessica cast a glance at Emma Roberts, and as an insider, she immediately discerned the connection between Lin Yu and Emma. Moments later, Lin Yu took another shot, this time from mid-range. Aside from the change in shooting position, everything else mirrored his previous attempt. Once again, he initiated the play without the ball, and as he charged towards the mid-range area, he called out, "Give me the ball." Hearing this, Wade turned and passed it back, but once again, Lin Yu could not shake off Lasswan Butler's defense. Lin Yu received the ball, once again taking a shot against the defense of Russell Butler. Swish! The sidelines erupted with cheers from Emma Roberts, exclaiming, "Beautiful, beautiful." Jessica Alba, unable to contain herself, approached with a rather confrontational demeanor. It wasn't that she felt compelled to defend her own team. Rather, she questioned, "Are you cheering for your boyfriend?" Emma Roberts furrowed her brow, sensing that Jessica Alba was seeking a confrontation. Just as she was about to retort, Jessica pointedly reminded her, "You wouldn't want your aunt to discover your relationship with this guy, would you? So, perhaps it's best to keep quiet." In that moment, Emma Roberts realized the gravity of her situation. If she wished to keep her aunt oblivious to the fact that she had taken the man who rightfully belonged to her, then her presence at the Staples Center was ill-advised. Yet here she was, not only present, but vocally supporting Lin Yu. The contradiction was glaringly apparent. After a brief hesitation, Emma not only fell silent, but also expressed her gratitude to Jessica, saying, "Thank you, Jessica." Jessica waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Barkley had taken note of this little side drama unfolding on the sidelines. However, his focus remained steadfastly on Lin Yu, eagerly anticipating a logo three-pointer. Thus, even though he had observed Emma Roberts' peculiar behavior, he chose not to mention it. On the court, Lin Yu appeared stagnant, showing no signs of attempting a logo three-pointer. This frustrated Barkley, who had specifically requested to commentate on what he deemed a rather dull game, solely to witness Lin Yu's remarkable feat once again. Nonetheless, while a shot was certainly in order, it was not the right time. Lin Yu truly yearned to take a shot. Yet the issue lay in the fact that the majority of the ball control on the Heat was firmly in the hands of Wade. Most of his attempts were mere catch-and-shoot opportunities. Wade, in turn, had reveled in passing to Lin Yu, accumulating a considerable number of assists, and seemed to be enjoying the process immensely. Lin Yu, in a rare display of ball-handling prowess, found himself grappling with the nuances of rhythm and opportunity. After all, He currently lacks the enhancement that comes with being in his prime like Stephen Curry. A logo three-pointer cannot be casually attempted, as timing is of the essence. Throughout the first quarter, Lin Yu refrained from attempting even a single logo three-pointer. Nevertheless, he managed to achieve a commendable shooting record of 4 out of 6 attempts, accumulating 11 points in just one quarter. Kenny Smith proclaimed with certainty, "Lin's madness continues." Yet, Charles Barkley shook his head in dismay, remarking, "Is this the Lin's madness I wish to witness? No, I seek the Lin who dazzles, the one who delivers logo three-pointers." His impatience was palpable, revealing a sense of urgency. In the second quarter, Dwayne Wade returned to the court while Lin Yu took a moment to rest. This was part of Coach Spoelstra's innovative rotation strategy, utilizing Wade for the initial segment of the second quarter, with Lin Yu expected to take over in the latter half. Consequently, Barkley did not have to wait long. Midway through the second quarter, Lin Yu was called back into the game. Before his return, Spoelstra imparted a crucial instruction. From now on, let the ball be in Lin's hands. He will resolve the challenges ahead. Having reached the 6th game of Lin's remarkable run, Spoelstra's trust in him was unequivocal. Beside him, Beasley watched this scene unfold with a twinge of envy. However, no amount of jealousy could alter the fact that Lin Yu's current performance was eclipsing his own. Even Pat Riley privately mused, "Let us regard the 2008 draft as if we had chosen Lin." Indeed, within the Heat organization, disappointment in Beasley was evident, attributed to his poor basketball intelligence and off-court controversies. With a buzz, the timer sounded, and Lin Yu swiftly returned to the floor of the Staples Center, assuming the role of the court's maestro. During a Heat possession, Quentin Richardson initiated the play by swiftly passing the ball to Lin Yu. At that moment, the primary ball handler, Arroyo, could only run aimlessly toward the front court. Yet, after just a couple of strides, he was met with a collective gasp from the crowd at Staples Center. When he turned around, the basketball had already soared over his head. What had transpired? Arroyo was momentarily befuddled, while Barkley, who had initially maintained a calm demeanor, could no longer contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Lin!" He receives the pass at the sideline, advancing, and, his voice rising dramatically, he shoots. He has taken the shot. At last, Barkley beheld Lin Yu's logo three-pointer once more. Regardless of its outcome, the mere act of Lin Yu attempting the shot was a triumph in itself. In reality, this logo three-pointer took Eric Gordon by surprise, marking a moment when the timing was impeccably right. Swish! The crisp sound of a basketball passing through the net resonated, igniting another round of exclamations within the Staples Center, this time even louder than before. In the commentary booth, Barkley was animated. It went in. It went in. Lin Yu had once again nailed a logo three-pointer. Although this time, defender Eric Gordon had not anticipated Lin Yu's audacious shot, and thus offered minimal interference. It marked the second successful logo three-pointer following the Heat's clash with the Bulls. Yet, this logo three-pointer was not the finale. Mere moments later, after thwarting a surge from the Clippers, Lin Yu received a pass from McGloire and swiftly surged toward the front court. As he crossed the half-court line, he leapt once more. This time, Eric Gordon was quick to respond. But swish! Another crisp sound of netting echoed, and Barkley erupted again. "It's in. It's in." This time, it was a logo three-pointer launched amidst defensive pressure. Lin, he was simply extraordinary. Beside him, Kenny Smith remained composed, summing it up with a hint of finality. "Now, we can not only determine that Lin Yu is the originator of the logo three-pointer, but he is also the only player in the current league who can wield the logo three-pointer as a regular weapon." Chapter 28, The Rookie of the Year Race. In the Staples Center, within the confines of the visiting team's locker room restroom stall, Lin Yu was intently focused, eagerly claiming the latest rewards from the system space. Indeed, he had successfully acquired the logo three-pointer attribute, and naturally, he was entitled to the corresponding reward. However, he was taken aback to find that the difficulty of this attribute was rated as medium, and the system granted a medium-tier reward. Was this truly reasonable? Lin Yu's logo three-pointer should be deemed groundbreaking and historic. Even renowned commentators like Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith, as well as esteemed analysts such as Bill Simmons, have expressed astonishment at Lin Yu's remarkable logo three-pointer. It is utterly unreasonable for the system to classify the difficulty of this feat as merely moderate. Such an assessment is undoubtedly flawed. The system has offered no explanation, as it lacks the capacity for true intelligence. Lin Yu could only speculate, and he surmised the reason behind it. It was likely that this flawed system believed he possessed Stephen Curry's extraordinary long-range shooting prowess. thus rendering the achievement quite attainable. Indeed, the challenge was not formidable, with Tracy McGrady's impressive three-point attribute of 91, combined with Curry's remarkable skill of long-range shooting. Lin Yu's three-point capability was already at an astounding 90% of peak Curry's prowess. At such a level, utilizing logo-range shots as a standard weapon was exceedingly effortless. Therefore, it was hardly an exaggeration for the system to rate the difficulty as moderate. Lin Yu could only curse softly under his breath as he lowered his gaze to the two rewards below. Soon, he comprehended a profound truth, even among the medium-tier rewards. There existed a disparity. Lin Yu recalled that the last time he received a medium prize was when he acquired the nickname Zheng Wang. On that occasion, he was awarded a time-limited item and the bouncing attribute of McGee. This time, however, his reward was significantly more substantial. He could choose one of Stephen Curry's three remarkable shooting attributes: three-point shooting 99, mid-range shooting 92, or close-range shooting 97. Additionally, he received Michael Jordan's fadeaway jump shot as a special skill, which, when equipped, would greatly enhance the accuracy of the host's fadeaway shots. One attribute combined with one special skill, devoid of any time-limited items. Undoubtedly, this medium prize was far more bountiful than the previous one. After all, he was granted two permanent enhancement rewards rather than a time-limited item that would be exhausted and cease to exist. Moreover, of paramount importance, each of these two permanent enhancements was inherently overpowered. Selecting Curry's three-point shooting would elevate Lin Yu's three-point capability to its pinnacle, while choosing mid-range or close-range would propel his proficiency to an extraordinary level. As for Michael Jordan's fadeaway jump shot, it was in itself a skill of extraordinary caliber. Lin Yu began to ponder, wavering over which shooting attributes to select for Curry. In truth, there was little to deliberate. Lin Yu felt that he should opt for the three-point shooting. Sometimes, it is better to specialize than to dabble in many areas. His current aim was to master the art of the three-pointer. With a three-point attribute rating of 99, combined with Curry's extraordinary shooting range, he would ascend to become the most exceptional three-point shooter in the league, without a doubt. Yet, upon witnessing Jordan's exquisite fadeaway jump shot, Lin Yu found himself hesitating once more. His three-point rating of 91, paired with Curry's remarkable distance, already positioned him among the elite of the league. Perhaps not the absolute best, but certainly within the top tiers. As for mid-range shooting, his current rating of 86 was somewhat lacking, merely a notch above the league's average. Even with the finesse of Jordan's fadeaway jump shot, his mid-range game would not reach the pinnacle of the league. However, had he chosen Curry's mid-range rating of 92, complemented by Jordan's fadeaway technique, he would undoubtedly dominate in both mid and long-range shooting. Yet, he still required an element of off-ball movement. Lin Yu suddenly contemplated another dimension. When it comes to shooting skills, he undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the league regarding mid to long-range shooting. However, the crux of offensive plays lies in execution, and his ball-handling ability falls short of even the league's average standard, leaving him to rely solely on erratic movements without the ball. In such circumstances, honing a specific skill to perfection may indeed be a more prudent choice. Thus, he opted for the three-point shooting. With a three-point attribute of 99, combined with Curry's extraordinary shooting range, Lin Yu would no longer need to overly concern himself with the defense when attempting a three-pointer. Much like Curry's three-point shots, which often find greater accuracy against defenders, Lin Yu's future highlights would feature a plethora of contested three-pointers sinking effortlessly. Consequently, Lin Yu selected Curry's three-point attribute, elevating his already impressive score of 91 to a remarkable 99. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the second reward, Michael Jordan's iconic fadeaway jumper. Jordan's fadeaway is undeniably emblematic, and even Kobe's subsequent iterations were, whether consciously or unconsciously, an homage to Jordan. It can be asserted that when the fadeaway jumper is mentioned, the first name that springs to mind is undoubtedly Jordan. Lin Yu's query is why, despite the clear association with the three-point shooting skill, the system would grant him an exceptional fadeaway jump shot instead. Why not bestow upon him another three-point specialty? To be candid, Lin Yu would prefer to acquire a three-point skill. He has opted for Curry's remarkable 99-point three-point attribute, complemented by T-Mac's pull-up three-pointer and Curry's extraordinary shooting range, both of which are intricately linked to three-point shooting. Should he receive yet another three-point related special skill, his prowess from beyond the arc would become virtually insurmountable. Currently, while Jordan's fadeaway jump shot is undeniably impressive, it holds little practical value for Lin Yu at this moment, given that his mid-range shooting attribute stands at a mere 86. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and arrived at a possible conclusion. Curry's logo three-pointer marked the dawn of a new era, much like Jordan's fadeaway jumper did. Regardless, this wave of creativity has further elevated Lin Yu's prowess. He can now confidently claim the title of the premier three-point shooter in the NBA. What lies ahead is my ambition to sustain this fervor indefinitely. If Jeremy Lin's remarkable rise, known as Linsanity, lasted a mere 7 games in a previous life, then this reincarnation of Linsanity, embodied by Lin Yu, will endure until his retirement. In a restroom stall, Lin Yu opened his eyes. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor assailed his senses, followed by a sound from the adjacent stall that resembled a euphoric grunt. Lin Yu could even discern the owner of that voice. "Damn it, Mario. Why does it smell so foul when you use the restroom?" Indeed, it was Chamos. Lin Yu pinched his nose and quickly rose to his feet. At that moment, an awkward response emerged from the adjacent cubicle. "I indulged too much last night, my apologies." Lin Yu had no time to listen to Chamos's apologies. He pushed open the bathroom door and dashed out. With a loud bang, he closed the door behind him as he exited, taking deep breaths of fresh air. He glanced back at the restroom and chuckled. During his trip to Los Angeles, the place where he lingered the longest was undoubtedly Emma Roberts' apartment in Orange County, followed closely by the Staples Center Arena. Next in line was the restroom in the visiting locker room of the Staples Center. It was far too odorous. Next time he would choose a different venue to receive his accolades. Shaking his head, Lin Yu sat down in front of his locker. Before long, he found himself surrounded by reporters from across the nation and even from around the globe. "In truth, I had informed you from the outset that I could make logo three-pointers. Such shots have always resided within my arsenal, yet you chose not to believe me, preferring to trust your own eyes. Indeed, this game was quite effortless. I didn't even need to attempt a logo three-pointer to secure victory, but I chose to do so regardless. As for the upcoming season, I shall further substantiate my capabilities. Rookie of the Year? In my estimation, that accolade is already within my grasp." In summary, Lin Yu's remarks during the interview conveyed to the reporters that while he is capable of making logo three-pointers, he does not intend to do so consistently. Thus, in the previous 2 games, he did not make a single logo three-pointer. In the match against the Clippers, he initially did not plan to attempt one either, but he opted to demonstrate his prowess in order to dispel the doubts surrounding him. Regarding the topic of Rookie of the Year, it has sparked widespread discussion across the nation. The reason lies in Lin Yu's unique circumstances. He is technically a rookie from the class of 2007, yet it is now 2009. By calculation, he should be a third-year player. Competing for Rookie of the Year against a cohort of first-year players seems, to many experts and journalists, quite unreasonable. However, the league stipulates that any player without prior regular season appearances who plays this season qualifies as a rookie. Unreasonable or not, Lin Yu is undoubtedly eligible to contend for the Rookie of the Year title. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at the Heat for having kept Lin Yu on the bench for 2 years. Had Lin Yu been allowed to take the court earlier, such an utterly unreasonable situation might have been averted. As Lin Yu himself remarked, the accolade of best rookie indeed feels like a possession already secured by him. In the recently concluded match, he recorded an impressive 29 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal. Over the course of 6 games, his average statistics have reached an astonishing 33. 8 points, 7. 8 rebounds, 6. 8 assists, 2. 0 steals, and 1. 0 block per game. With such figures, one cannot merely consider him for best rookie. He is undoubtedly a frontrunner for the regular season MVP. However, it is well understood that Lin Yu's stats are likely to diminish over time. On one hand, Dwayne Wade's return has evidently encroached upon Lin Yu's share of possession. On the other hand, as the coaching staff of the league becomes increasingly familiar with Lin Yu, they will undoubtedly implement various targeted defensive strategies against him, resulting in a natural decline in his performance metrics. Nevertheless, from the observations of the last 2 matches, Lin Yu has undeniably reached the echelon of a star player. If one considers his logo three-pointer, which he has now integrated as a regular offensive weapon, he could indeed be on the brink of ushering in a new era of superstars. Indeed, those who extol Lin Yu have elevated him to such lofty heights. Yet, the majority seem to agree with this exaltation. For instance, as the Miami Heat embark on the final leg of their Western journey, preparing to face the Sacramento Kings, Kings head coach Paul Westphal commented on Lin Yu. "If the logo three-pointer has indeed become a staple in his arsenal, then I must say he is truly on the verge of creating a new era. In my opinion, his logo three-pointer currently defies defensive measures. as we simply cannot extend our defensive depth to the vicinity of half-court. As for the upcoming match, I have devised some strategies, though their efficacy remains uncertain. Paul Westphal did not divulge to the reporters that his uncertainty stemmed from the fact that he could not find a player capable of emulating Lin Yu's style. Without a point of reference, he naturally cannot ascertain the effectiveness of his strategies. As for the authority of Paul Westphal's statements, new fans may not be well acquainted with him, but seasoned enthusiasts undoubtedly recognize this individual as a former luminary of the Boston Celtics, proudly adorned with a championship ring from the team. Subsequently, he transitioned to the Phoenix Suns, where he assumed the role of the team's leader, guiding them to the finals. As a head coach, he also led the Suns and the Supersonics to consecutive playoff appearances. It is evident that Paul Westphal has made remarkable contributions both during his playing days and as a coach, lending considerable authority to his words. Even the esteemed Paul Westphal has been espousing the threat posed by Lin Yu, which leaves little room for doubt regarding Lin Yu's stature. The recent match between the Heat and the Kings has garnered significant attention, primarily due to its implications for the Rookie of the Year race this season. In the 2009 draft class, with the first overall pick Blake Griffin sidelined by injury, the most eligible contender for the Rookie of the Year title is undoubtedly Tyreke Evans. Selected fifth by the Kings, Tyreke Evans, often dubbed Little LeBron, exhibits a playing style reminiscent of James, and statistically, he mirrors LeBron's rookie season. Having played 7 games thus far, Evans is averaging 7 points, 4, 7 rebounds, 6, 3 assists, 1, 4 steals, and 7 blocks per game. While these numbers pale in comparison to Lin Yu's, within the 2009 rookie class, he stands as a formidable presence. The only other player capable of contending with Tyreke Evans is Stephen Curry of the Warriors, who, at this juncture, has not yet shown due to limited ball possession. Historically, Curry also experienced a gradual rise in performance, gaining momentum in the Rookie of the Year race. Ultimately, he faltered in the contest against Tyreke Evans due to his late surge, which could not match Evans' scoring output. In this alternate reality, Lin Yu stands as the clear frontrunner, while Tyreke Evans remains a vigilant contender. As for Curry, aside from that iconic logo three-pointer over Lin Yu, he remains relatively inconspicuous. Why does this match attract such attention? The Rookie of the Year race is not particularly heated, as Lin Yu's lead is substantial, leaving the media with little incentive to sensationalize the situation. Nevertheless, there are those who are eager to stir the pot, and Tyreke Evans has willingly stepped into the limelight, contributing to the narrative. I do not believe he has secured the Rookie of the Year title just yet. Furthermore, he does not technically belong to this draft class. Even setting that aside, I must assert that the season is still young, and everything remains uncertain. Indeed, I believe I am the rightful Rookie of the Year, as I am a true representative of the 2009 draft class, and as you have witnessed, my performances continue to improve with each game. In response to Tyreke Evans' outburst, Lin Yu chose to disregard it, fully aware that Evans was merely a minor player and unworthy of his attention. However, in the forthcoming match, he would ensure that Tyreke Evans would be left speechless. Chapter 29. Lin's frantic return. The game between the Heat and the Kings in Sacramento was a back-to-back contest. What constitutes a back-to-back? It refers to a scenario where the interval between the second match and the first is less than a day. Generally, in back-to-back games, players often feel physically and mentally exhausted, which consequently increases the likelihood of defeat. The Heat, in this instance, were not impervious to such effects. Although they faced minimal challenges against the Clippers, their previous encounter was a fierce battle against the Lakers. With only a day's respite between the two matches, the Heat had not attained peak condition before facing the Clippers. This game against the Kings marked the third consecutive match for the Heat within a span of merely 4 days. Lin Yu indeed felt a wave of fatigue. At this moment, he stood upon the hardwood of the Sacramento arena. The match had commenced, and as customary, the Heat found themselves on the losing end of the tip-off. Lin Yu was tasked with guarding the Kings' starting small forward, Andres Nocioni. He hurriedly pursued him, but after only a few strides, he found himself struggling. Furrowing his brow, he recognized the challenge posed by a back-to-back schedule. Moments later, the Kings completed their offensive play, successfully scoring a basket. Surprisingly, it was not the boisterous Tyreke Evans who netted the points, but rather Kevin Martin. At this juncture, the Kings still belonged to Kevin Martin, although that would soon change. Due to Tyreke Evans' exceptional performance, the Kings management had resolved to part ways with Martin, fully committing to nurturing Evans' growth. Ironically, this development granted Martin greater control of the ball, as the Kings hoped he could amass impressive statistics before his departure, thereby enhancing his trade value. When it came to talent, Martin undoubtedly possessed it. His scoring ability was remarkable, and he excelled at drawing fouls. After moving to the Rockets, he became known as the Porcelain King prior to Harden's arrival. However, his defensive skills were lacking, and he struggled with facilitating offense and energizing his teammates. In simpler terms, he could not assume the role of team leader, and as a secondary or tertiary option, his defensive shortcomings rendered his position quite precarious. In contrast, Tyreke Evans, who played early in the season resembling a young LeBron James, was capable of scoring independently, organizing plays, and demonstrating solid defensive skills, presenting a promising future. During the opening offensive play, Evans aimed to take the shot himself. However, Martin disregarded him, demanding the ball instead, and proceeded to drive towards the mid-range, executing a jump shot that found its mark. This was particularly frustrating for Evans, who yearned to prove himself in front of Lin Yu, yet found his senior teammate unsupportive. Meanwhile, the pre-game discussions and sentiments had not gone unnoticed by Dwayne Wade. In the ensuing offensive sequence for the Heat, Wade directly passed the ball to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly comprehended the implication behind Wade's words. This was an opportunity for Lin Yu to prove himself. Lin Yu was inclined to dismiss the matter, believing that a mere provocation from a minor player like Tyreke Evans did not warrant any need for him to prove himself. However, since the ball had found its way into his hands, why not take a shot? Lin Yu recalled the newly acquired skill of the fadeaway jumper he had just mastered. Thus, he chose to confront the defender, Andrew Nocioni, head-on. However, throughout the play, he found himself ensnared under Nocioni's formidable defense. At that moment, Lin Yu was far from proficient in ball-handling attacks. His sole objective was merely to advance the ball within the three-point arc, for it was only there that his fadeaway jumper found its range. Soon enough, Lin Yu achieved his aim, surging towards the vicinity of the free-throw line. With a sudden stop, he leaped, engaging his core, and executed a fadeaway jumper. Yet, at the moment of release, he felt an unmistakable fatigue. It was not due to unfamiliarity with the move. Prior to this match, he had dedicated some time to practice this newly acquired technique. Having practiced, he understood that the fatigue stemmed from the strenuous back-to-back games he had been enduring. With a clang, the result of Lin Yu's fadeaway jumper was a resounding miss. However, Mike Fratello, on the commentary panel, observed with intrigue, a fadeaway jumper? Has Lin Yu unveiled something new? Have you ever seen him attempt this before, Hubie? He inquired of his commentary partner, Hubie Brown, who shook his head, stating, before this game, almost all of Lin Yu's shots were pull-ups. Yet, as we can see, this young man continues to evolve. I am not at all surprised that he can showcase something new. Despite the miss, the two commentators continued to extol Lin Yu's potential. As the game progressed beyond the 3-minute mark, it could be said that Lin Yu had commandeered nearly all of the Heat's possessions. However, the results he yielded were nothing short of disheartening. In those 3 minutes, he attempted 4 shots, including 2 fadeaway attempts and 2 long-range shots, but only succeeded in making a single three-pointer. A shooting percentage of 25 was undeniably unsatisfactory. Mike Fratello furrowed his brow, expressing skepticism. Could it be that Lin Yu's remarkable journey is poised to conclude in this match? Beside him, Hubie Brown nodded in agreement, offering a possible explanation. Perhaps the toll of back-to-back games is significantly impacting his performance. On the Royals side, Tyreke Evans could not help but smirk slightly at the birth of this remarkable shot. He seemed to envision the possibility of triumphing over Lin Yu in this match, a chance to validate his own capabilities. Indeed, despite his pre-game bravado about proving himself before Lin Yu, deep down, he harbored a lack of confidence. After all, Lin Yu's performance since the commencement of the new season had been nothing short of MVP caliber. In contrast, Tyreke Evans had merely managed to produce statistics akin to those of the rookie LeBron James of 2003. It is worth noting that while the rookie LeBron secured the Rookie of the Year title, he faced considerable skepticism, as Carmelo Anthony had outperformed him in scoring and team success. It appeared that the rookie LeBron's ascendance to the award was largely fueled by the hype surrounding his prodigious talent. However, upon witnessing Lin Yu's dismal 1-for-4 shooting, Tyreke Evans found a sudden surge of confidence. Although he surmised that Lin Yu's lackluster performance was significantly influenced by the back-to-back game schedule, he reasoned that winning was all that mattered. Who cared about the manner in which victory was achieved? Future chronicles would merely state, Tyreke Evans triumphed in the most crucial battle for the Rookie of the Year title. Nothing more would be inscribed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained furrowed in concentration on the court, struggling with his form as the game commenced. While the back-to-back schedule had indeed taken its toll, he believed the primary issue lay in his approach. He found himself ill-suited to a ball-dominant style. His true potential flourished in off-ball movements. "Dwayne, you take the reins. Just remember to pass the ball to me," he thought. Wade hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. He understood that if Lin Yu continued to play forcefully, the situation would only deteriorate further. It was imperative for him to take control of the ball at this moment, assisting Lin Yu in drawing the defense, thus preserving any opportunity that might still exist. On the court, the Kings initiated their offense. Tyreke Evans was granted yet another opportunity to command the ball. Indeed, yet again. In the previous 3 minutes, Evans had already attempted a shot, skillfully breaching Chalmers' defense to score with a layup. Up to this point in the game, Evans had accumulated 2 points and 1 assist, clearly demonstrating his commendable form. However, on this possession, Chalmers managed to impede him slightly, forcing Evans into a mid-range shot that clanged off the rim, producing a resounding thud. Evans furrowed his brow, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. He was acutely aware that despite Lin Yu's current struggles, he could erupt at any moment. Now was the time for Evans to seize the opportunity to extend his lead over Lin Yu. Unfortunately, he failed to capitalize on this offensive chance. Turning to the Heat's attack, the ball was now in Wade's hands. Wade attempted a one-on-one move, taking a mid-range shot, yet, like Lin Yu, he too produced a clang as the ball hit the iron. On the sidelines, Spoelstra frowned. To him, although this was the third game in 4 days and a back-to-back matchup, it was a contest that ought to be secured. The opponent was notably weak, as the Kings languished at the bottom of the Western Conference, still in a rebuilding phase. The Heat had achieved 6 consecutive victories, and winning this match would mark a 7th. Spoelstra was determined not to see their streak interrupted. The current dilemma was that the team was evidently suffering from the effects of back-to-back games, with their overall performance faltering. He rose to his feet, positioning himself along the sideline, ready to urge his team on, and equally prepared to call a timeout at a moment's notice. On the court, Jason Thompson secured a rebound, launching the Kings' counterattack. Tyreke Evans received the ball, poised to strike again. He dashed towards the front court, penetrating the Heat's defense before they could establish themselves, charging directly into the Heat's paint. Attacking the rim was Tyreke Evans' signature technique. After all, he was nicknamed Little James. Once inside, Evans felt assured of success. He executed a layup, and indeed, the ball swished through the net. With 4 points and 1 assist, Tyreke Evans extended his lead over Lin Yu. Turning back, the Heat commenced their offense. Wade, eager to break through, successfully infiltrated the Kings' paint but fell short on his final shot attempt. Clang. Having taken over the ball, Wade quickly missed 2 consecutive shots, indicating that the Heat's form had seemingly plummeted. Spoelstra was prepared. If the Heat failed to score on their next offensive possession, he would call a timeout preemptively. On the court, the Kings launched their offense. Kevin Martin executed a mid-range shot, swishing through the net with precision. The back-to-back games had not only diminished the Heat's accuracy on the offensive end, but also weakened their defensive intensity. As the match progressed, the Kings' offense could be described as Kevin Martin and Tyreke Evans relentlessly overwhelming the Heat, leaving them with few answers. After a few minutes of play, the Heat found themselves trailing the Kings by a significant margin of 8 points, with a score of 3-11. On the sidelines, Spoelstra was preparing to call a timeout. However, you noticed Lin Yu suddenly pulling Dwayne Wade and starter Udonis Haslem aside for a brief discussion. Though the distance prevented him from overhearing their exchange, he sensed that Lin Yu possessed a strategy. Perhaps he had a solution to the current predicament? Spoelstra resolved to wait for another possession. Soon, the Heat initiated their offense. Wade accelerated towards the front court, and almost the moment he crossed half court, Lin Yu maneuvered around Haslem's screen from the sidelines, positioning himself at the arc. In the next instant, Wade's pass reached him. Lin, receiving Dwayne Wade's assist, took the shot. This was an offensive surge that could only be described as lightning fast. The Heat executed their play in under 8 seconds. The synergy between Lin Yu and Haslem's off-ball screen caught the Kings entirely off guard. Notably, Lin Yu employed his newly acquired special move, the whirlwind screen, which allowed him to navigate the pick with a speed akin to a tempest, leaving the Kings utterly unprepared. Lin Yu skillfully utilized an off-ball screen to secure an entirely unchallenged open shot. He raised his hand and released the ball, which soared over the arena of the Akko, swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. Despite the lack of a fervent response from the sparse away crowd, Coach Spoelstra clenched his fist and vigorously celebrated. While the Heat's bench erupted in exuberance, Lin Yu was aware that this was merely the beginning. On the sidelines, Spoelstra furrowed his brow once more. For one solitary basket was insufficient. Lin Yu's three-pointer was precise. Such an open opportunity was akin to a gift. However, with this solitary three-pointer, the score stood at 6-11, leaving the Heat trailing by a significant 5 points. In the commentary booth, Mike Fratello shook his head in dismay. The Heat, visibly fatigued from their back-to-back schedule, were evident to all, and he held little hope for their success. Deep down, he harbored the belief that the Heat had already strayed far from victory in this match. On the court, following a transition in offense and defense, the Kings launched their attack. Tyreke Evans, with a determined demeanor, attempted a shot himself. Having just witnessed Lin Yu's recent three-pointer, he found himself overshadowed in the scoring department. A sense of urgency washed over Evans, compelling him to act. Yet, he was unable to penetrate to the basket on this attempt. Wade understood that he could no longer assist Lin Yu offensively, so he resolved to contribute defensively. On the surface, this contest appeared to be a battle for supremacy between the Heat and the Kings. However, everyone recognized the true focus was on the rivalry between Lin Yu and Tyreke Evans. Unlike Spoelstra, Wade believed that what truly mattered was Lin Yu's ability to triumph over his rival in the pursuit of the Rookie of the Year title. Aside from aiding Lin Yu in scoring, the other way to support him was to impede Evans from scoring. In this defensive play, Wade provided assistance to Chalmers. Evans found himself obstructed near the free throw line, and upon attempting a mid-range shot, the ball clanked off the rim. Consequently, Evans had made only 2 of his 4 attempts, diminishing his scoring advantage over Lin Yu. Under the basket, the veteran captain Haslam secured the rebound, prompting Lin Yu to raise his hand for the ball. He swiftly received a pass from Haslam and accelerated toward the front court. Following Lin Yu's previous three-pointer, Nocioni was on high alert regarding Lin Yu and any potential screens that could arise. However, on this occasion, Lin Yu was resolute and refrained from hesitation. He dribbled past the midcourt line, stepping on the enormous Kings logo emblazoned on the court, and launched a shot without delay. Boom! The crowd, who ought to have remained silent as visiting fans, erupted in astonished gasps at Lin Yu's audacity. A logo three-pointer. Lin Yu had made the shot. In the commentary booth, Mike Fratello and Hubie Brown were left agape, not out of shock, but rather in exclamation, forgetting to close their mouths after their enthusiastic cheer. In the next instant, swoosh! The crisp sound of the net being brushed signified Lin Yu's triumphant return. Chapter 30. The dismal defeat of Tyreke Evans. Well done, Lin. Magnificent performance. On the court, Wade was somewhat exhilarated, while a portion of this enthusiasm stemmed from the visual impact of the logo three-pointer. It was predominantly fueled by the overwhelming disadvantage the Heat faced in this match. At present, Lin Yu had just scored 2 consecutive three-pointers, achieving a remarkable 9 points from 6 attempts, thus accounting for all of the Heat's scoring since the game's inception. With the score at 9-11, the Heat trailed. Yet Wade perceived a glimmer of hope for a comeback and eventual triumph. With a smile gracing his face, Lin Yu exchanged a fist bump with Wade. The team still trailed by 2 points, yet he was imbued with unwavering confidence that they would triumph in this match, possessing an extraordinary three-point attribute of 99. Complemented by 2 skills related to shooting from beyond the arc, Lin Yu's prowess in three-point shooting had become unparalleled in the league. He conveyed to Wade, "Make sure to pass me the ball like that again." Wade nodded, fully aware that, under the burden of a back-to-back schedule impacting the entire Heat team, their hopes of victory rested on Lin Yu's shoulders. Lin Yu's remarkable logo three-pointer ignited the fighting spirit of the entire Heat team. It was evident that during the subsequent defensive possession, Chalmers relentlessly pursued Tyreke Evans. Kevin Martin, after momentarily hesitating for the ball, executed a mid-range jumper, only to have Haslam charge in to provide assistance on defense. Although the Heat players displayed signs of fatigue, the energy surged throughout the team following Lin Yu's spectacular three-pointer. Kevin Martin's attempt at a mid-range shot ultimately veered off the mark, influenced by the combined efforts of Wade and Haslam's defensive pressure. Lin Yu was unsure when he had stealthily maneuvered beneath the basket, seizing the opportunity to secure a rebound. With a swift turn, he delivered a pass to Wade. The Heat suddenly launched a counterattack. Wade's speed was so remarkable that Lin Yu, stationed in the backcourt, could not keep pace. With a resounding clang, Wade hung triumphantly on the rim at the front court. At last, the Heat had scored beyond Lin Yu's contributions, yet the score remained paramount. On the sidelines, Spoelstra glanced up at the scoreboard, 11-11. The Heat had remarkably erased an early deficit that had once reached 3-11, leveling the game. All of this was thanks to Lin Yu. His 3 successful three-pointers showcased his dominance beyond the arc. And the assist he provided to Dwyane Wade that sparked the counterattack was instrumental in bringing the Heat back to parity. In this match, where the Heat fell behind from the very beginning, Lin Yu proved to be omnipresent while the team endeavored to close the gap. Once again, he demonstrated his significance. Upon returning to the front court, Wade proactively extended his fist, seeking a brief contact with Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Tyreke Evans, who had already made his way to the backcourt in anticipation of receiving a pass, watched this unfold with mounting impatience. Following Lin Yu's assist, his statistics comprehensively surpassed those of Tyreke Evans. With a shooting record of 3 out of 6, he matched Evans' 2 out of 4 in shooting percentage. However, in terms of scoring, Lin Yu had already amassed 9 points, while Evans lagged behind with only 4, an immense disparity. Initially, Evans had been ahead by 1 assist. But with Lin Yu's assist to Wade on a fast break, Evans no longer held the lead in assists and even trailed Lin Yu by 1 rebound. Both in scoring and rebounding, he faltered, reflecting the fate of the Kings, a team that had once enjoyed a significant lead at the outset, only to see it erased after a few exchanges. To make matters worse for Evans, his lead had not only vanished but had been surpassed. This offensive sequence left Evans in a quandary. He hesitated, uncertain of his ability to score, especially with the Heat's defense being particularly aggressive and seemingly targeting him. Should he force a shot and fail, Lin Yu would only extend the gap between them. This indecision caused the Kings' offensive momentum to stagnate. Kevin Martin, visibly dissatisfied, raised his hand vigorously, signaling for the ball. Upon noticing Martin's request, Evans became decisive, waving his hand to decline the pass. He then proceeded with the drive. Despite 2 steps towards the basket, he could not completely shake off Chalmers. As he approached the free throw line, Haslam closed in on him. Evans spotted Jason Thompson unguarded in the paint, yet the angle for a pass was slightly obstructed by Haslam. In this predicament, Evans hesitated once more. The offensive opportunity had effectively slipped away from him. Now, he faced only 2 options, either to attempt a shot against the defense or to pass. In this game, the 2 baskets Evans had made could be deemed safe shots, consistent with his usual style. Thus, taking a contested shot was not a familiar approach for him. He quickly made his decision, opting for the latter choice, passing the ball. As Evans made the pass, Lin Yu shook his head, thinking to himself, this player mirrors his prototype too closely. Were he in Evans' position, he would never opt to pass the ball in such a critical moment. To pass means surrendering the decisive factors of the game into the hands of a teammate, whose ability to effectively utilize that opportunity is beyond his control. As an athlete driven by an insatiable desire for victory, Lin Yu could not permit such a scenario to unfold. Just as Evans released the ball, a large, imposing hand appeared in the trajectory of the pass. With a sharp clap, the sound of a hand slapping the ball echoed, followed by gasps of astonishment. It was a steal, executed by none other than Dwyane Wade. Indeed, it was Wade. The intent of Tyreke Evans' pass was glaringly obvious. And the moment he let the ball go, both Wade and Lin Yu had already anticipated it. Yet, the one who reacted with greater swiftness was undoubtedly the Flash himself. Wade. Thus, with a decisive snap, Wade executed the steal. He surged forward, securing possession of the basketball, while Lin Yu had already turned and sprinted to the midcourt. He called out, over here, over here. In the next instant, Lin Yu received a long pass from Wade, who had transitioned from the backcourt. Defending Lin Yu, Andres Nocioni stood firm in front of him, but as Lin Yu caught the ball, he did not hesitate for even a moment after crossing the midcourt line. With a team-act-like step-back three-pointer combined with Curry's extraordinary shooting range, both skills came into play simultaneously. Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball passing through the net resonated. And in that fleeting moment, Tyreke Evans felt a wave of despair. Indeed, it was despair. He suddenly realized that taunting Lin Yu prior to the game had been a grave miscalculation. He had assumed he could match Lin Yu on equal footing, especially after being heralded by countless voices as the next LeBron James in the 2 weeks since the season began. But what caliber of player does LeBron James truly represent? He is the chosen one, the Emperor of Akron, the face of the NBA's league. Beneath this flattery, Lin Yu's extravagant performances, which might have appeared exaggerated to the mesmerized Tyreke Evans, now seem less so. Tyreke Evans believed he possessed the capability to challenge Lin Yu. But Lin Yu has now made it clear that he does not. In this match, Lin Yu has already made 4 three-pointers. The first 2 were unremarkable, comparable to those of an ordinary player. However, the latter two three-pointers genuinely astonished Evans. It was not merely the visual impact of a logo three-pointer. Rather, Evans distinctly felt the sharpness of Lin Yu's shooting. Simply put, Lin Yu's three-point shooting has reached a level akin to a glitch in the game. Tyreke Evans is acutely aware that he possesses no skill that reaches such heights. The disparity is thus glaringly evident. At the Akron Arena, in the commentary booth, Mike Fratello exclaimed, "Another long-range three-pointer. Lin Yu's shooting touch is explosive. He has secured the first lead for the Heat in this game." Beside him, Hubie Brown expressed his astonishment. At the beginning of this match, Lin Yu was just 1 for 4, and I thought his madness would come to an end due to the back-to-back schedule. Who could have anticipated that he would successfully overcome the physical challenges posed by such a demanding schedule? This is a capability typically reserved for superstars. Hubie Brown exalted Lin Yu, stating that his three-point shooting has indeed reached the level of a superstar. In fact, it transcends even that, as it combines Stephen Curry's three-point attributes with his extraordinary shooting range and Tracy McGrady's pull-up artistry. With this amalgamation of attributes, Lin Yu's three-point shooting can now be regarded as the finest in the contemporary era. Lin Yu's three-pointer enabled the Heat to seize their first lead in the match. However, from that moment onward, the Kings could no longer contain the Heat. This was not only the Heat's first lead, but also their last, as they maintained the advantage until the game's conclusion. In contrast, teams like the Kings, plagued by mediocrity, often lack competitive spirit. Their primary concern in a game is whether their promising young stars can deliver impressive statistics. The player's foremost thought revolves around achieving standout numbers. Does the outcome of the match truly matter? This mindset is precisely why the Kings have languished in ineptitude for over a decade. The management's complacency has fostered a similar apathy among the players. For instance, Kevin Martin, aware of his impending dismissal, shares the management's mentality, focusing solely on amassing good stats. Initially, the only player on the Kings with a desire to win was the rookie Tyreke Evans. Yet, upon recognizing the disparity between himself and Lin Yu, Evans's confidence was thoroughly shattered. In the subsequent games, he refrained from giving up, but this was hardly beneficial. Had he allowed himself to let go of his inhibitions, he might have performed to his true potential. Instead, he played with hesitation, leading to a dismal performance. With Kevin Martin preoccupied with personal statistics and Tyreke Evans faltering, the Kings, who had initially taken the lead, were ultimately overwhelmed by the Heat, whose desire to win was fervently intense. Lin Yu is the paramount contributor to the Miami Heat's victory in this match, especially as the entire team grapples with a crisis of stamina. Lin Yu sank 10 three-pointers and amassed a staggering 37 points in the game, marking the highest score within the Miami Heat. His prowess was pivotal in the comeback, ultimately sealing the victory for his team. Post-game, Hubie Brown remarked, "The Lin madness continues." Indeed, with statistics of 37 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, such performance can only be deemed extraordinary. Mike Fratello also touched upon the pre-game discussion surrounding the Rookie of the Year contention, stating, "There is little left to say." In this match, Lin Yu has unequivocally demonstrated that he and Tyreke Evans are no longer in the same league. However, these words were not the most poignant for Tyreke Evans. The most heart-wrenching moment for him came when Lin Yu, visibly exhausted after the game, still agreed to an interview. During this conversation, when questioned about the Rookie of the Year title, Lin Yu unexpectedly shifted his stance. "Rookie of the Year? Apologies, but I no longer desire that trophy, as I believe I do not require it to validate myself." Just a game prior, Lin Yu had confidently claimed the award was already in his grasp. Yet, after this match, he dismissed it. Those with insight understand Lin Yu's implication. When the competitor is a player of Tyreke Evans' caliber, the value or allure of the Rookie of the Year trophy diminishes significantly. During the interview, Lin Yu was playfully interrupted by Wade, who engaged in antics throughout. Once the interview concluded, Wade turned to Lin Yu and exclaimed, "Wow, Lin, I never anticipated that you were such a master of banter." Lin Yu hurriedly raised his hand, saying, "No, I did not mean that." Upon hearing Lin Yu's emphatic denial, Wade chuckled. "What does no really mean?" Lin Yu couldn't help but smile as well. "All right, that is precisely my intention." In addition to Lin Yu's post-match remarks, which pierced Tyreke Evans' heart, there were also Kevin Martin's comments following the game. "In truth, we nearly clinched victory in this match. At the outset, we were the leading team by a substantial margin. The situation was splendid, and we had the momentum to secure the win. So, what led to our defeat? I am not suggesting that our loss was attributable to any single individual, but I must address our younger players. Your youth is not your fault. Yet squandering the opportunity to win due to your reliance on that youth is indeed your responsibility. Although he did not name names, Tyreke Evans understood that Kevin Martin was referring to him. In the previous 2 years, the Kings had not yet descended into complete disarray, and the number of young players was limited. It was only last season that the Kings fell into utter turmoil, resulting in the 5th overall pick in 2009, which they used to select Tyreke Evans. Although not explicitly named, it was nearly as direct. Tyreke Evans felt despondent. This game was a devastating loss for him. Rookie of the Year? Despite Lin Yu's verbal dismissal of the award, as long as the league's regulations remain unchanged, that trophy is one he cannot forego. In this instance, Evans experienced not only a loss in the game, but also a personal defeat and the loss of the trophy, indeed a tragic outcome. Chapter 31. Interviews and endorsements. Upon returning to Miami, Lin Yu embarked on an incessant whirlwind of activity. Such busyness was to be expected. He had anticipated that he would have been engrossed in work a week prior. However, that was not the case. A week ago, he was merely slightly more occupied than before, yet far from being overwhelmed. Lin Yu once harbored doubts regarding the efforts of his agent, Dan Fagan. However, upon returning to Miami, he realized that it was not a lack of diligence on Fagan's part. Rather, all the bustling activity necessitated a period of maturation. Reflecting on Lin Yu's 7 matches, his initial 12 points in just 30 seconds was undoubtedly the most exhilarating moment, a quintessential instance of his meteoric rise to fame. Following that game, Lin Yu's most immediate impression was the influx of endorsements that came his way. Yet, the majority of these endorsement contracts merely required his signature and a single photograph to complete. Only a select few demanded that Lin Yu allocate time to shoot a dedicated advertisement. Consequently, after his debut, Lin Yu found himself only slightly busier than before. Subsequently, his newfound fame evolved into the persona of Lin the Marvelous, leading to several invitations for exclusive interviews. For instance, a group of domestic journalists collectively sought an interview, requiring meticulous arrangements due to the considerable distance and the numerous reporters involved, which also demanded time. Lin Yu embarked on a journey to the West, only to receive notification that a domestic press delegation would soon arrive for a special interview. For instance, there was the exclusive feature from Sports Illustrated. Although based in the United States, they too required meticulous arrangements for their interview. The primary aim was to position Lin Yu as the cover star of Sports Illustrated. However, recent issues had already filled their cover slots, necessitating a wait for Lin Yu's turn. As Lin's remarkable transformation from Lin the Marvelous to Lin the Frenzied unfolded, the urgency from Sports Illustrated grew palpable. After all, an exclusive interview equates to news, and news possesses an inherent timeliness. Currently, Lin the Frenzied was at the zenith of popularity. Despite Lin Yu having been scheduled for 2 upcoming covers, Sports Illustrated resolved to expedite his feature. Thus, on the very night of Lin Yu's return to Miami, Dan Fagan paid him a visit, conveying that he would likely be quite occupied in the coming days. Firstly, the press delegation from his homeland was expected to arrive in Los Angeles tomorrow, and after a layover, they would reach Miami by evening. Lin Yu needed to allocate time for their interview within the next few days. However, this was not the most pressing matter. Of greater urgency were 2 additional interviews. Indeed, there were 2 more scheduled sessions. One had been confirmed by Sports Illustrated but was now expedited, while the other was a recent arrangement made by Dan Fagan. Coming from Time magazine. Though it arrived last, it bore the most significance, as Time magazine is arguably the most prestigious publication worldwide. Furthermore, this exclusive interview would also feature Lin Yu as a cover star. Both Dan Fagan and Lin Yu understood the weight of being a cover subject for Time magazine. To date, the only individuals from the sports world to grace its cover were the esteemed Yao Ming and Lu Xiang. Lin Yu is poised to become the 3rd figure following De Yao and Lu Xiang. Thus, when Dan Fagan conveyed the request for an exclusive interview with Time magazine, Lin Yu did not hesitate in the slightest and promptly agreed. In fact, he even concurred with Dan Fagan's suggestion to prioritize the Time magazine interview at the forefront of the 3 scheduled interviews. The timeline for these 3 interviews is exceedingly tight, and your days of rest may prove insufficient. Do endeavor to carve out additional time. Lin Yu shook his head, urging, "Take your time, there's no need to rush." Soon, an idea struck him: to place the interview with Time magazine and the domestic press corps at the forefront, while allowing Sports Illustrated to wait. As their previously scheduled interview was set for a week later, Dan Fagan hesitated slightly. But Sports Illustrated is eager for you to feature as the cover story in their upcoming issue. Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders and inquired, "So, do you believe that the cover star of Sports Illustrated holds greater significance than that of Time magazine, or even than the burgeoning market across the ocean in Huaxia?" His words rendered Dan Fagan momentarily speechless. Although Dan no longer opposed him, Lin Yu remained skeptical. He suspected that there might be some clandestine dealings between Dan Fagan and Sports Illustrated. After all, Dan had always been known for his shrewdness, and he should certainly comprehend the gravity of such exclusive interviews. Either Sports Illustrated had offered an exorbitant sum, or Dan Fagan was engaged in some form of collaboration with them. Regardless of which scenario was true, it solidified Lin Yu's resolve to replace Dan Fagan once his agent contract expired later this year. An agent who does not prioritize the interests of their client holds no justification for continued partnership. While Dan Fagan continued to inform Lin Yu about other arrangements in the coming days, Lin Yu was already contemplating who his next agent might be. In addition to these 3 interviews, he would also need to allocate half a day within the week to shoot an advertisement for KFC. KFC was one of Lin Yu's new endorsements, and he received a substantial annual fee of $2 million from them. While this amount seemed significant, the corresponding obligations were equally demanding, with advertising shoots being one of them. Furthermore, during the summer, he would need to travel back across the ocean to promote KFC. This money appeared plentiful, yet it was not easily acquired. Additionally, when Dan Fagan mentioned the sneaker contract, Lin Yu straightened his posture, dismissing all other distractions. For this matter was of utmost importance. At present, Lin Yu finds himself without an endorsement deal for basketball shoes, which is somewhat awkward. However, he believes this predicament is not entirely his fault. Rather, it is a consequence of the previous incarnation of his body. When this body, disregarding its actual capabilities, forced its way into the NBA, it held a shoe contract in hand. At that time, he had signed a 1-year agreement with the domestic brand Peak. Why just 1 year? On one hand, Peak simply lacked sufficient prestige, failing to satisfy the previous incarnation's expectations. On the other hand, that incarnation overestimated itself, believing that upon entering the NBA, lucrative contracts from Nike or Adidas would soon follow. Ultimately, during his rookie season, he languished on the bench, with neither Nike nor Adidas even casting a glance in his direction. A year later, Peak chose not to renew the contract, as Lin Yu had become a figure of ridicule among domestic fans. Renewing with someone who had become a laughingstock would only bring further embarrassment to Peak. Consequently, Lin Yu became a rare Chinese player without the backing of a shoe endorsement. In the new season, after undergoing a transformation, Lin Yu finally began to showcase his worth. It was only natural that shoe manufacturers would come knocking. Nike presented an offer, proposing a 10-year contract totaling $70 million. This amount averages out to $7 million per year. A shoe contract of this magnitude would significantly bolster Lin Yu's income, which is another reason he places great importance on such deals. However, upon receiving Nike's offer, Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, clearly dissatisfied. This price is by no means insignificant. Dan Fagan added that Lin Yu felt that this individual must have received financial backing from Nike. As Fagan pointed out, the price indeed was not insignificant. It is worth noting that in 2004, Kobe Bryant, who led the Lakers to a three-peat, renewed his contract with Nike for a mere 5-year deal worth $45 million. At that time, Lin Yu's status, even with the influence of Lin Madness, could not be compared to that of the already established Kobe. When Kobe's contract expired in 2008, he re-signed with Nike, securing an annual contract averaging $16 million. In contrast, the annual sneaker contract offered to Lin Yu by Nike, averaging $7 million, after subsequent negotiations, would likely settle around $8 million. An annual sum of $8 million is indeed substantial. However, Lin Yu felt it was insufficient for 2 main reasons. Firstly, the duration was excessively long. In terms of price, Lin Yu could indeed accept it. The amount was fitting for a rookie who had only played 7 games. The issue lay in the prolonged duration of 10 years, which effectively locked in Lin Yu's peak period. By the time this contract saw an increase in value, he would likely be on the decline, leading to lower renewal contract prices. Secondly, if the duration were to be shortened, it was foreseeable that Nike would reduce the price. A longer duration correlates with a higher price, while a shorter duration results in a lower price. This was predictable. Considering these 2 factors, Lin Yu even contemplated delaying the sneaker contract negotiations, preferring to wait until he completed the season. By then, he anticipated that both Nike and other sneaker brands would present offers that would meet his satisfaction. With this thought, Lin Yu shook his head and stated, informed Nike that they must either shorten the duration or elevate the price, with the annual amount needing to reach at least 10 million, along with the inclusion of a price adjustment clause. What is meant by a price adjustment clause? Simply put, if Lin Yu proves his worth in the future, Nike would need to renegotiate the contract with him. Upon hearing Lin Yu's series of demands, Dan Fagan opened his mouth in disbelief, finding the conditions utterly outrageous. Did this not essentially equate to rejecting Nike's offer? Lin Yu exuded an air of unyielding determination, compelling Dan Fagan, who had faced countless rebuffs, to finally close his mouth. Time swiftly progressed to the day following Lin Yu's return to Miami, when Time magazine came knocking. The interview conducted by Time magazine was far from tedious, as they had a well-established formula for engaging with their cover personalities. In essence, the conversation commenced with Lin Yu's life experiences. To be candid, as a time traveler who had supplanted the original soul inhabiting this body, Lin Yu was somewhat reluctant to recount the misdeeds of the former occupant. It was not that he feared the revelation of his status as a time traveler, but rather, the previous owner of this body was hardly deserving of the honor of gracing the cover of Time magazine. The individual had committed acts that could only be described as foolish. For instance, he naively sought a management team to propel him into the NBA, ultimately rendering himself a laughingstock among domestic fans. Some actions could only be deemed absurd, such as when he was infamously caught engaging in a scandalous escapade with a well-known model on the streets of the capital, resulting in a sensational media frenzy. Additionally, he had displayed utter incompetence during his rookie season, being subjected to ridicule and mockery by his teammate, Ricky Davis, yet he dared not resist even slightly. In summary, this individual was far from a virtuous character, nor did he possess any semblance of intellect. He was entirely unworthy of the term legend. As a result, Lin Yu approached the Time magazine interview with considerable trepidation. He shared a blend of truth and embellishment, ultimately portraying himself as a basketball player who had harbored a passion for the sport since childhood, diligently practicing to achieve success. He acknowledged his numerous shortcomings upon entering the NBA, conceding that the decisions of Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra to keep him on the bench were justified. Ultimately, he attributed his breakout season to having discovered the methodology for leveraging his strengths while mitigating his weaknesses in the NBA, stating emphatically, "Indeed, it is the three-point shot." Lin Yu's three-point shot has undoubtedly become his personal hallmark. When many people think of Lin Yu, the first image that comes to mind is his series of three-pointers, particularly those astonishing logo threes. A journalist from Time magazine even inquired, "Many believe your three-point shooting has established you as the king of threes. What are your thoughts on this?" Faced with this straightforward question, Lin Yu hesitated momentarily. He contemplated expressing modesty by asserting that he is not quite there yet. Modesty has long been regarded as a cherished virtue in Chinese culture. However, Lin Yu also felt the urge to transcend the constraints of traditional Chinese modesty. Why should he be so humble? Why not embrace a touch of arrogance? After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Yu resolved to boldly assert his prowess. After all, he possesses the talent to back it up. "Indeed, I believe I have already established myself as the king of threes." What Lin Yu was unaware of was that his response directly assisted the editors of Time magazine in determining the title for his cover story, The Three-Thirds King. Lin Yu from Huaxia. The exclusive interview with the domestic press was ultimately scheduled for the evening of the day after tomorrow. During this interim period, Lin Yu remained industrious. Firstly, that afternoon, he accompanied Dan Fagan to downtown Miami, where they located a KFC franchise to film the pre-arranged advertisement. Contrary to Lin Yu's expectations, he had envisioned a stunning female lead who might even present an opportunity for romantic intrigue. Instead, upon arriving at the filming site, he was met solely by a group of men. The director informed him that this particular advertisement required no female presence. Lin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, however. As evening fell, Emma Roberts arrived in Miami by plane. At least for that night, he was not alone. "Darling, I may not be able to attend your match in person." Emma had flown over in advance to apologize to Lin Yu. She still intended to keep their relationship under wraps, as she did not wish her aunt to discover that she had taken her aunt's man. After Jessica Alba had cautioned Emma, she realized that in order to keep her astute aunt in the dark, she must avoid appearing in public alongside Lin Yu. To this, Lin Yu expressed his understanding. Whether their relationship was public or private mattered little to him. After all, he recognized that their romance was still in its nascent stages. Who could predict what the future held? Sometimes, remaining discreet could indeed be a blessing. On the third day of Lin Yu's return to Miami, the Heat commenced their training regimen. The following day, the Heat continued in this training mode. However, in the evening, Lin Yu welcomed a delegation of domestic journalists to his apartment. Chapter 32. A vast disparity in the Huaxia Derby. Is this residence one you purchased? Lin Yu's apartment is situated in the heart of downtown Miami. The opulence of the residence is such that the moment the domestic press corps stepped inside, their immediate reaction was to scrutinize Lin Yu's lavish abode. The apartment spans 2 levels. The first floor features a reception area and dining room, while the second floor comprises 2 bedrooms and a recreational room adorned with various sports equipment belonging to Lin Yu. Su Kun from the Basketball Pioneer newspaper expressed considerable interest in the ownership of this apartment, posing the first inquiry to the press corps following their entrance. Lin Yu candidly admitted, "It's rented." Su Kun was somewhat taken aback and responded, "Why not purchase? Both Di Yao and Sun Yu have bought houses in America." Lin Yu cast a glance at the persistently inquisitive Su Kun, fully aware that he would not divulge to Su Kun that the decision to forego purchasing a home stemmed from the choices made by the previous inhabitant of this body. There were primarily 2 reasons behind this decision. Firstly, the former occupant had expended a considerable sum in pursuit of a place in the NBA, leaving him with scant disposable income by the time he formally joined the Miami Heat. Secondly, the former inhabitant possessed a clear self-awareness, believing that his stay in Miami would be fleeting, thus rendering the purchase of a home unnecessary. Moreover, around 2007, the American real estate market was notoriously unstable, making the former occupant wary of investing in property. Now, however, Lin Yu had entertained the notion of settling down in Miami by acquiring a residence. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this idea, for as a time traveler, he possessed an acute awareness that the skies over Miami were destined to change. The summer of 2010 would herald the formation of the Heat's illustrious Big Three. There are 2 prevailing theories regarding this event. One posits that Chris Bosh first negotiated his partnership with Dwayne Wade before joining them, while LeBron James, initially hesitant, felt compelled to follow suit upon witnessing his close friends making the move to Miami. However, this theory lacks substantial evidence and is thus less frequently mentioned. The alternative theory suggests that as early as the 2008 Olympics, James, Wade, and Bosh had already agreed to unite following the expiration of their contracts in 2010. This narrative is more widely supported, with corroborative accounts involving Carmelo Anthony and Chris Paul, lending it greater credibility. Should the latter theory hold true, then Lin Yu, with his contract set to expire this summer, would inevitably be compelled to depart from Miami. In essence, the formation of the Heat's Big Three in his previous life strained their salary cap, making it insufficient to retain Udonis Haslem, thus necessitating salary reductions from the trio. This reality stands as one of the primary points of contention surrounding the celebrated Big Three era of the Heat. Lin Yu's contract will expire this summer. Initially, his rookie contract consisted of a 2-1 agreement. Should he choose not to fulfill the 1, he would become a restricted free agent. However, last season, the Miami Heat opted to execute the 1 clause, resulting in Lin Yu becoming an unrestricted free agent this summer. The only advantage the Heat have over other teams is their possession of bird rights. Given Lin Yu's current performance, it is anticipated that his next contract will command an annual salary exceeding $10 million. The prospect of granting Lin Yu a $10 million contract alongside the trio of superstars seems financially unfeasible for even the wealthiest of owners. Therefore, if the dominance of the Heat's legendary trio had indeed been predetermined, Lin Yu might be compelled to depart from Miami. Yao Ming purchased a home in Houston, confident that he would not leave the Rockets, nor would the Rockets allow him to depart. Sun Yu acquired property in Los Angeles, recognizing that investing in real estate in a major metropolis is always a prudent decision. As for Miami, if Lin Yu is indeed forced to leave, he may never return, save for away games. Previously, he lacked disposable income. However, now, with his contract with the Heat nearing its conclusion, it remains uncertain whether he will remain in Miami. What if he purchases a home only to find himself elsewhere next season? Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders and opted for candor. Although they were a domestic press corps, this group primarily relied on American media for their understanding of the NBA. While in the United States, they had established relationships with several familiar partners. Lin Yu has now candidly expressed his potential departure from Miami at the end of the season, perhaps hoping that the domestic reporters present might glean some insights from Pat Riley. However, his statement immediately astonished the journalists in attendance. Leaving Miami? Surely not, do you? Given your performance, Miami should be eager to extend your contract. Questioned Kevin from Cena Sports, to which Lin Yu merely smiled, deeming him too naive. A contract extension? Knowing that the Heat might assemble a formidable trio next year. Even if Pat Riley personally approached Lin Yu for an early extension, he would not acquiesce. At this juncture, two scenarios could unfold. One possibility is that the storied Heat trio did not conspire in advance as rumored. Pat Riley might ultimately choose to part ways with either Chris Bosh or LeBron James, retaining the more cost-effective Lin Yu to form a new trio. However, Lin Yu considered this scenario highly improbable as Bosh was the first to join. Therefore, if Riley were to make such a decision, it would likely be at the expense of James. Yet, the question remains, would the wily Riley truly opt for Lin Yu over James? The alternative scenario is that Lin Yu agrees to an early extension with the Heat, while the peak trio assembles as planned next summer. In this case, Lin Yu, bound by the extension, could find himself traded by Riley, leaving his future beyond his control. Of these two possibilities, the first seems unlikely, and the second is something Lin Yu wishes to avoid. To circumvent the latter, his best course of action is to decline any premature extension from the Heat. Thus, in response to Kevin's probing inquiries, Lin Yu simply shook his head, allowing silence to speak volumes. At this moment, Yu Jia from CCTV interjected with another question. If you were to leave Miami, where would you go next? Truthfully, he had not contemplated that, as it was a matter for many months hence. Who would think so far ahead? Although Lin Yu understood the importance of foresight in life and work, he had not given any thought to selecting his next destination. It seemed too premature. No one could predict what circumstances lay ahead. What if Pat Riley were to indeed choose to part with James for the sake of forming a new trio comprising Wade, Lin Yu, and Bosh? Even if he were to depart from Miami, his next destination would not be a matter of mere preference. Ultimately, such decisions hinge upon mutual interest. Naturally, he would aspire to play in a major city, such as Los Angeles or New York, where visibility is heightened, financial rewards are greater, and social opportunities abound. However, the reality is that there are only two major cities, each hosting 3 teams, and Lin Yu cannot guarantee that all 3 teams would express interest in him. Even if the Lakers were genuinely interested, the salary cap, constrained by Kobe and Gasol, raises the question of whether they could even afford Lin Yu. Thus, contemplating his next move at this juncture seems rather premature. Indeed, it is far too distant to warrant discussion. Yu Jia shook her head. In the living room, the staff had already set up the equipment. Director Zhang, the leader of this press delegation, had just been preoccupied with the recording arrangements and now approached them. Let us set aside trivial matters and focus on the important issues, he declared, turning to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, we can begin now. Let us delve into the main topic. Lin Yu nodded. All right. The interview commenced shortly, and the process was quite similar to that of the previous Time magazine feature. However, the group of domestic journalists was well acquainted with Lin Yu's past experiences in the country, so they did not inquire much about that aspect. Instead, they focused on his experiences in the United States over the past few years, asking how he progressed from a water cooler attendant to his current esteemed position. Lin Yu once again recounted the nonsensical remarks he made for Time magazine. When the NBA season first commenced, I was filled with anticipation. Yet my hopes were swiftly shattered by the dismal performances during the team's scrimmages, shattered, indeed, into fragments. The subsequent days were a torment, with ridicule from my homeland and indifference from America relentlessly chastising me. I recall that season as one filled with despondency. In truth, during my inaugural season, Lin Yu had yet to transcend. The previous incarnation of this body had indeed suffered a bout of depression, which seemingly foreshadowed my eventual transcendence. However, in the second year, I rallied, for I realized I had no path left to retreat. As for why I felt trapped, Lin Yu later elucidated. My reputation back home was well known. It was, indeed, quite abominable. I could not thrive in America, nor could I find solace upon returning home. What else could one call it but a dead end? Faced with this impasse, I began to seek my place within the NBA, or rather, the role of an Asian player in the league. I gradually comprehended that competing with those seasoned athletes in terms of physical prowess was futile. I could only capitalize on my strengths and mitigate my weaknesses. Thus, I honed my three-point shooting. In fact, by the latter half of the previous season, I had already demonstrated the capability to play in the NBA. Yet I had entirely lost the trust of the coaching staff. Therefore, it was only this season that Spoelstra, for reasons unknown, granted me a 30-second debut. And I seized this opportunity. What followed is the spectacle you witness today. The journalists from my homeland began to exhibit expressions of realization in their eyes. Lin Yu's journey was rather legendary, worthy of being scripted into a film. Furthermore, Lin Yu learned from these journalists that discussions regarding his meteoric rise to fame, commencing with a single shot, were quite prevalent back home. Initially, many believed that Lin Yu had merely stumbled upon luck, with only a minority of detractors converting to admirers. However, as Lin's remarkable performances persisted, the critics gradually fell silent. On domestic forums, Lin Yu began to emerge as a figure of almost mythical status, beyond reproach. Take, for instance, the recently concluded match against the Kings. Was there anyone still inclined to argue that Lin Mania was merely a fluke? In a back-to-back game, he scored 37 points, along with 4 rebounds and 5 assists, leading the team to a comeback victory. Has he not become the new cornerstone of the Heat? While the team remains Dwayne Wade's, it is undeniable that Lin Yu's contributions this season have far surpassed those of Wade. Let us now discuss Lin Yu's future. His contract will expire next summer, and there is hope that he will depart from the Heat to lead a team independently. The discussions surrounding the Rookie of the Year award are indeed fervent. In my opinion, there is little merit in discussing the Rookie of the Year. Rather, let us delve into the MVP conversation. With an average of 34, 3 points, 7, 3 rebounds, 6 assists, 0, 9 blocks, and 7 steals over 7 games. Lin Yu stands as the foremost contender for the MVP title at this juncture. Why then do some persist in casting aspersions onto Yu? Is it a reflection of their own discontent? Is it possible that the Yu's standing in the NBA is on the verge of surpassing that of the great Yao Ming? The aforementioned represents the trending titles from the lively discussions on the Maopu forum today. Some of these titles are so hyperbolic that even Lin Yu himself would have to concede their exaggeration. However, the current discourse surrounding Lin Yu in the domestic sphere elevates him to an almost divine status, impervious to criticism. In an era where Jianlian struggles to find his footing, Sun Yu has exited the NBA stage, and Yao Ming's recurring injuries have sparked retirement rumors. Lin Yu's emergence undoubtedly fills a significant void. His godlike stature in the sport is thus rendered comprehensible. Lin Yu remained indifferent to whether he was overly exalted by domestic public opinion, for he understood that as long as he performed admirably, the narrative would invariably favor him. He was not the predecessor of this body. The current incarnation of himself would never allow himself to be ensnared in the tumult of public discourse. The domestic press corps concluded their exclusive interview and lingered in Miami for a few more days. Their primary focus was the upcoming match against the New Jersey Nets, the team of his compatriot Jianlian. This contest represented a rare Sino-American derby in the current league, especially since Sun Yu had departed from the NBA and Yao Ming was sidelined for the season. Thus, Lin Yu and Jianlian stood as the last 2 prominent Chinese players in the league. This match could be regarded as the sole Sino-American derby in the NBA at present. However, the anticipated excitement surrounding the game in the United States was rather muted, as the outcome seemed all but predetermined. The Nets had endured a dismal start to the new season, suffering defeats in all 8 of their matches, placing them at the very bottom of the league. In stark contrast, the Heat had been on a remarkable winning streak, triumphing in all 7 of their games thus far. No one, not even the Nets themselves, harbored any hope of victory. The most significant aspect of this match was simply to allow the group of journalists from home to witness a Sino-American derby firsthand. Lin Yu and Jianlian are indeed old acquaintances. Although Lin Yu's prowess once fell short of the NBA caliber, he remains one of the few players from the national basketball team to have graced the NBA stage. When placed in the domestic arena, he stands as a formidable force on the wing, trailing only slightly behind Sun Yu. Their recent encounter, as longtime friends of the national team, bore a markedly different flavor compared to previous meetings. Prior to the game, they exchanged handshakes and embraces at the technical table, where Lin Yu could distinctly perceive a sense of admiration, even envy, emanating from Jianlian. You are currently enjoying unparalleled fame. To be frank, I genuinely envy you. Please do share your secrets to success when you have the time, Jianlian remarked in jest. Lin Yu could only respond with a smile. Of course, of course. Subsequently, the stage was set for the match. Though the game was the main event, it turned out to be rather uneventful, as the Heat secured victory with ease by halftime. Lin Yu played for just over 27 minutes, amassing 24 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal before departing from the game. Such an effortlessly achieved victory allowed the domestic journalists to recognize the disparity between Alien and Lin Yu at this moment. In merely 27 minutes, Lin effortlessly secured 24 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal, while Alien struggled for 37 minutes to attain a mere 11 points and 5 rebounds. The difference is indeed substantial. Chapter 33. A Stepping Stone? The Nets game was deemed by many North American experts and journalists as the conclusion of the Linsanity. Indeed, in this match, Lin Yu's scoring fell below 25 points for the first time, with his rebounds and assists disappointingly low and only one steal to show for it. With no blocks at all, such statistics are undeniably far from the essence of Linsanity, which explains why these experts believe it has come to an end. However, a significant number of experts maintain that Linsanity continues. With only 27 minutes of playing time in this game, one wonders if he could not have produced insane numbers with an additional 10 minutes. If one insists that Linsanity has concluded, it can only be attributed to the Nets' frailty, which led to its demise. Or is the statistic of 27 minutes, 24 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal truly inadequate? It seems that the appetites of some have been spoiled by Lin Yu's previous performances. Lin Yu is acutely aware of the media discussions. He expresses gratitude to those experts who advocate for him, asserting that Linsanity persists. Conversely, he harbors no desire to debate with those who claim it has ended. In fact, he even stirs the pot further. The day following this match, Lin Yu granted an exclusive interview with Sports Illustrated, where the renowned journalist Ben Steinville posed this very question. Lin Yu's response was, "I believe it concluded long ago, specifically during our game against the Clippers in Los Angeles." He immediately referenced the match that solidified his status as Linsanity, namely the game against the Clippers. In that game, Lin Yu scored 29 points, alongside 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. At that time, such statistics barely grazed the fringes of what could be considered insanity. After all, Lin Yu's brand of fervor far surpasses that of the previous Lin Shaheos. A brief review reveals the stark contrast. Lin Yu's 5 extraordinary performances include the miraculous 30 points in 12 seconds against the Celtics, followed by 2 consecutive games scoring 47 points, and an impressive 38 points in 3 quarters against the Warriors. It is evident that Lin Yu's statistics in these 4 matches are of explosive caliber, a feat that even the greatest players cannot guarantee in every game. The final match against the Lakers concluded with a staggering 30 points, 22 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 5 blocks. This was not merely explosive, it was an outright eruption. One could assert that Lin Yu's performance across these 5 games is of historical significance. When isolated, his average statistics for these games stand at 34. 8 points, 8. 6 rebounds, 7. 6 assists, 2. 2 steals, and 1. 2 blocks. What caliber of statistics are these? To put it succinctly, even a peak LeBron James would need to be in an extraordinarily hot state to achieve such figures and performances. Now, considering Jeremy Lin, without delving into exhaustive comparisons, merely noting that during his 7-game stretch of Linsanity, he averaged 24. 4 points, 4. 0 rebounds, and 9. 1 assist conveys the vast chasm that exists between the two. Lin Yu believes that the game where Lin scored 29 points, along with 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal, should not be considered as the peak of Linsanity. If it were Lin Shaheo, that performance could stand alone as a defining moment. Therefore, Lin Yu suggests that if this game against the Nets is not deemed Linsanity, then it would be prudent to classify his remarkable performances within the first 5 games. This establishes a unified standard. For Lin Yu, standardizing the criteria is advantageous, as it elevates the bar for what constitutes a sensational performance. Even if Lin Shaheo were to once again deliver an extraordinary show, transitioning from the bench to a starting role, he would not be labeled as another Linsanity. The benchmark for Linsanity has risen to a level that Lin Shaheo can no longer reach. On the other hand, Lin Yu also feels it is essential to temper the fervor surrounding Linsanity. With every game he plays, experts, journalists, commentators, and even fans are engrossed in discussions about Linsanity. The prevalence of such discussions seems to overshadow Lin Yu's true capabilities. It is as if his current performances are merely the outbursts of an underdog. Lin Yu felt that things had taken a turn. His recent cooling-off period aimed to make everyone realize that the current Lin Yu, or rather the Lin Yu who faces the Clippers and the Nets, is already the Lin Yu operating within a normal state. Experts, journalists, analysts, and fans alike should acknowledge the present Lin Yu. However, this wave of resurgence from Lin Yu still caught the Sports Illustrated reporters by surprise, as it diverged from the Lin Yu they had previously known. Lin Yu has had limited interactions with the media, leaving many reporters unfamiliar with his character. However, the latest issue of Time magazine has been released, featuring Lin Yu on the cover, cradling a basketball and gazing directly into the camera. Accompanying this striking image is a bold headline: "I, the king of three-pointers in the NBA." The subsequent interview elaborates that this declaration originates from Lin Yu himself. Undoubtedly, his self-proclamation as the king of three-pointers may appear as an audacious assertion to North American journalists. Yet, in this moment of bravado, Lin Yu confesses that the era of Lin madness has come to a close. Is the world simply too irrational? Or is Lin Yu's demeanor not as arrogant as it seems? Perhaps he merely relishes in speaking the truth. Contemplating this, Ben Stinville retrieves a freshly printed copy of Time magazine, still imbued with the scent of ink. The magazine poses the question: "You claim to be the king of three-pointers. Is there substance to this assertion?" Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. "Do you truly believe that you have already become the king of three-pointers?" Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Lin Yu is acutely aware that his self-proclamation as the king of three-pointers will inevitably bring him a plethora of troubles. Shortly thereafter, the latest issue of Time magazine, alongside the subsequent publication of Sports Illustrated, ignited a fervent discourse surrounding Lin Yu's audacious claim. Countless individuals engaged in discussions, debates, and expressions of skepticism, while an equal number rallied in support of him. Detractors argued that, as a rookie who had only participated in 8 games, he should adopt a more modest demeanor. They questioned whether he truly believed his current performance could be sustained, reminding everyone that even the most promising newcomers must inevitably face their share of failures. Conversely, supporters contended that if anyone could replicate Lin Yu's ability to sink three-pointers from the logo, they too would join the chorus of critics denouncing him as arrogant. They pointed out that Lin Yu, the record holder for the most three-pointers in a single game, is not only the originator of the logo three-pointer, but also the sole player capable of wielding it as a regular weapon in his arsenal. Beyond the extensive career statistics typically required to establish oneself in the realm of three-point shooting, Lin Yu has already demonstrated his singular prowess in this domain. This discourse merely scratched the surface of the conversations swirling among fans. Players and coaches have also weighed in on the topic, albeit with varying perspectives. For instance, J.R. Smith, another adept three-point shooter, provocatively questioned whether one logo three-pointer could elevate someone to the status of the NBA's three-point king, promising to showcase his skills in the next game. The outcome, however, was disheartening. During the following match, the Nuggets faced off against the Hornets, and J.R. Smith attempted 11 shots, failing to make a single one. The absurdity was compounded by his conscious decision to attempt 5 logo three-pointers despite being acutely aware of his icy shooting form. This led to a furious outburst from the notoriously hot-tempered George Karl, who berated J.R. Smith from the sidelines before ultimately relegating him to the bench. Additionally, Gilbert Arenas of the Washington Wizards, known as Agent Zero, is undoubtedly a master of the three-pointer. His notorious habit of celebrating before the outcome of his shots has become a hallmark of NBA spectacle. Arenas has long exhibited a character marked by arrogance, yet in recent seasons, injuries have significantly limited his playing time. Upon returning this season, he discovered a newcomer even more audacious than himself, one who, like Arenas, emerged as a motivational story from the second round of the draft. Energized by this revelation, Arenas expressed his admiration for the rookie's brazen self-assertion as the king of three-pointers. But he cautioned that until the young player has bested him, such a claim remains unfounded. To put it plainly, it was a challenge issued. However, the match between the Heat and the Wizards is still over a month away. At this juncture, Arenas' challenge seems rather premature. There are more pressing challenges ahead, as the Heat's next opponent is none other than the illustrious Cavaliers. LeBron James, at this time, remains the celebrated king of Akron, and his responses to the media have yet to become overly formulaic. Prior to this game, a reporter approached him with inquiries regarding the so-called king of three-pointers. With a broad smile revealing his pearly whites, James remarked, "This fellow is rather presumptuous. Does he not realize he has yet to face genuine NBA-level defense? He can boast like this only after he has experienced such challenges." Subsequently, a reporter reminded James, "But LeBron, the Heat have already faced the Celtics and the Magic this season. In those 2 games, Lin Yu achieved a remarkable 12 points in 30 seconds, and in another, he scored 47 points." Despite the reminder, James waved his hand dismissively. "I understand your point. You mean to imply that the Celtics and Magic possess formidable defenses?" The reporter nodded vigorously, for the Celtics have consistently ranked among the league's top 3 in defensive statistics over the past 2 seasons. If they are not deemed a defensive powerhouse, then the league would lack such teams entirely. As for the Magic, with the formidable Dwight Howard patrolling the paint, it is indeed a challenge to falter defensively. Nonetheless, James continued, I must remind you that last season, we, the Cleveland Cavaliers, had the lowest average points allowed in the regular season. He patted his chest proudly. Furthermore, against a player like Lin Yu, overall defense is of little consequence. Individual defense is paramount. I'm not boasting, but do you really believe that either of those teams has defenders who can match my prowess in one-on-one situations? The reporter quickly shook his head. At this stage, when James is committed to defense, he undeniably exudes the essence of a potential defensive player of the year. While the Celtics and Magic excel in overall defense, their individual defensive capabilities leave something to be desired. For the Celtics, the strongest individual defender on the perimeter is Tony Allen, who had yet to evolve into the formidable player he would later become in Memphis. If he had been performing at that level during this period, the Celtics would surely not have let him go. The Magic fare even worse. Their perimeter defenders are largely inexperienced, with only Matt Barnes providing a semblance of competent individual defense. Compared to a tenacious James, their efforts fall short. After dismissing the reporter, James, pleased with his bravado, turned to a young African-American beside him and said, So, Rich, what did you think of my performance just now? Indeed, even at this stage, the words of the reticent James, during interviews, are premeditated discussions with his entourage. This individual, Rich, is none other than the future illustrious Rich Paul. At this time, Rich Paul was not yet James' agent. He was merely a runner for the renowned agent Leon Rose. The remarks made by James were orchestrated by Rich Paul, and they operated with a clear objective. Their aim was to assist James in contending for the coveted Defensive Player of the Year (DPOY) trophy. Last season, the Cavaliers had the highest points allowed in the league, which conversely signifies that their overall defense ranked first. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope for James in his pursuit of the DPOY award, leading him to embark on a quest for this honor this season. Should James indeed lift the DPOY trophy, he would join the ranks of legends Michael Jordan and Hakeem Olajuwon as the third player to simultaneously possess both the MVP and DPOY awards. Such an achievement would substantially elevate his historical standing. James' team has always maintained that in the competition for accolades, personal performance is one aspect, but the amplification of public discourse holds significant weight. Just as in this instance, James preemptively lauded his individual defense, and if subsequent games showcase his ability to contain Lin, the media frenzy would ensue. LeBron James, the Terminator of Linsanity, the Emperor of Akron, LeBron James. With a spectacular defensive display, he affirmed his status as the league's premier defender. Additionally, James' team has already strategized how to craft the ensuing press release. In Miami, Lin remains busy. After bidding farewell to the Sports Illustrated interview team, he is met with yet another wave of interviews. The BBC, hailing from Britain, has also come to join the fray. Seemingly intrigued by the NBA and basketball, this indirectly reflects the immense popularity of Lin, or Linsanity, at present. Upon hearing the content of James' interview in Miami, Lin immediately realized James is attempting to elevate his own stature at his expense. In truth, any astute observer could discern James' subtle maneuvering. Dwayne Wade also recognized James' intentions, and during a training day for the Heat, he approached Lin to convey an apology on behalf of James. LeBron is likely jesting. Lin, do not take it to heart. Lin Yu shook his head. How could he possibly dismiss it? Not only did he intend to etch James's words into the depths of his heart, but he also resolved to prepare diligently for the upcoming game, as he had no desire to be a stepping stone for others. Chapter 34. A battle of wits. The regular season matchup between the Heat and the Cavaliers initially lacked fervor. After all, the Heat had been either a bottom-tier lottery team or a second-rate contender on the playoff fringes in recent seasons, with only Dwayne Wade serving as a notable figure. Although Lin Yu's emergence in the new season had garnered considerable attention, his history with the Cavaliers had been rather inconsequential, and the so-called Lin madness had been publicly declared over by Lin Yu himself. Thus, it seemed this upcoming game would hold no particular significance. However, unexpectedly, LeBron James, who had typically maintained a more reserved demeanor on social media, suddenly erupted. This outburst ignited the fervor surrounding the match. LeBron proclaimed his intent to contain Lin Yu with his individual defense in the forthcoming game. Charles, what is your take on this? In a rare appearance on TNT's pregame show, Barkley found himself amidst this sensational event. Host Ernie Johnson promptly directed the question at Barkley, who responded with a smile. How could I view it otherwise? I shall, of course, observe it with my eyes. Should Barkley directly address this matter, it would essentially amount to yet another prediction. Lin Yu's Chinese nationality has rekindled memories for Barkley of a time when he once predicted that Yao Ming would fail to score 20 points, only to be humiliated and forced to kiss the proverbial donkeys behind by Yao himself. Such a disgraceful incident is something he wishes to avoid repeating. Thus, he cleverly sidestepped the treacherous question with humor. However, Ernie Johnson was relentless. Let us rephrase the question. Do you truly believe LeBron James can effectively contain Lin Yu? Barkley shrugged. What makes this question any different from the last? He remained visibly reluctant to respond, prompting Ernie Johnson to grit his teeth and remark, "This flying pig has become more astute than before." Nevertheless, among the gathered experts and commentators, there are always a few who either lack discernment or choose to feign ignorance. Take, for instance, Brian Windhorst, a reputable journalist from the Cleveland Plain Dealer, widely regarded as LeBron James's mouthpiece, advocating for the Akron King. This time, having been invited to participate in TNT's pregame analysis, he had his own agenda, to amplify the narrative surrounding the game and further elevate James's stature. Upon hearing the exchange between Ernie Johnson and Barkley, he raised his hand. "Excuse me, but I feel compelled to interject." Instantly, all eyes in the studio turned to him. "I believe you are underestimating LeBron's defensive prowess. In fact, if it weren't for the damned media, he would have rightfully secured last season's Defensive Player of the Year award." Barkley furrowed his brow, thinking Windhorst's enthusiasm was excessive. While James is indeed a remarkable defender, capable of reaching the level of a Defensive Player of the Year when fully invested, the reality is that he often does not exert maximum effort on the defensive end. This is partly due to his need to devote more energy to offense, and partly attributable to the burdens of superstardom. After all, defense is often a grueling and thankless endeavor, and superstars are not expected to engage in such labor. Thus, despite the Cavaliers statistically leading in defensive metrics last season, James did not emerge as a candidate for the Defensive Player of the Year. When it comes to defense, no one can deny that LeBron James significantly surpasses the likes of Tony Allen, Matt Barnes, Rajon Rondo, and Kobe Bryant. Windhorst continued his discourse, but as soon as Barkley heard Kobe's name, he abruptly interrupted Windhorst. "Wait a moment, Kobe Bryant?" Windhorst paused, then nodded. "Is there a problem?" The issue is indeed monumental. If by defense you refer to one-on-one and help defense, then perhaps LeBron James excels beyond Kobe. However, if we focus solely on individual defense, I do not believe LeBron surpasses Kobe. In summary, it is evident that James possesses a larger defensive range, which enhances his ability to provide support and cover compared to Kobe. However, when it comes to one-on-one defense, Kobe, a 9-time All-Defensive Team member, excels beyond him. Windhorst furrowed his brow. He intended to discuss individual defense, but realized he had misspoken. In terms of one-on-one defense, it is widely acknowledged that Kobe is superior, making this topic indisputable. He could only concede simply, "I was referring to comprehensive defense." He then continued his analysis. While Kobe's individual defense is also remarkable, if I recall correctly, during the Staples battle against the Heat, Kobe did not directly guard Lin. Barkley nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is correct. Therefore, my assertion remains valid. Lin has never faced the level of defensive challenge posed by LeBron." What caliber of defense does LeBron possess? It is at the DPOY level. I do not believe Lin could penetrate such a formidable defense. After a lengthy discourse, Windhorst finally got to the crux of the matter, articulating his viewpoint. Upon hearing this, Barkley remained unconvinced. "Are you certain, Brian?" "Of course, I am certain, Charles." "What, do you want to place a bet?" Windhorst provocatively challenged Barkley, igniting his competitive spirit. "Why not?" "Very well, let's wager. I bet that in this game, Lin will be rendered invisible under LeBron's elite defensive prowess, proving LeBron's status as a top-tier defender." Brian Windhorst felt a sense of pride, believing his appearance on TNT Sports had been flawless. Initially, he anticipated a dry monologue culminating in the assertion that James is a top-level defender. Now, with Barkley's collaboration, he seamlessly introduced his argument while also inciting a wager outside the court. Given the aftermath of the kissing the donkeys behind incident, Barkley had largely refrained from betting. Yet Windhorst had rekindled his desire to wager publicly. Windhorst could already foresee the intense media storm their bet would incite. Everything was falling perfectly into place. As the date swiftly approached November 14th, buoyed by LeBron James's bold proclamations and the escalating stakes of the wager between Brian Windhorst and Charles Barkley, The impending matchup between the Heat and the Cavaliers gained explosive anticipation. This was yet another home game for the Heat, with 20,000 fans filling every seat at the American Airlines Center well in advance. Lin Yu made his way to the basketball court, and as he traversed the parking lot, he once again found himself besieged by reporters. Lin, what are your thoughts on LeBron James' pregame bravado? Do you truly believe that LeBron can, as he claims, completely neutralize your offense? It is evident that LeBron is underestimating you. Do you have a response for him? The questions, though varied in phrasing, essentially conveyed a similar sentiment. Rarely one to engage in pre-game interviews, Lin felt compelled to speak up this time. With James having taken the offensive, he had no reason to remain reticent. While it is often said that matters on the court should be resolved on the court, he also felt the need to assert himself outside of it. LeBron clearly overestimates his defensive prowess. In my view, there may be 100 players in the NBA capable of defending against me, but LeBron James will certainly not be among them. Why, you ask? It hardly requires elaboration. His defensive skills do not rank among the elite in the NBA. Lin Yu is not foolish. He has already discerned the intent behind James's maneuvers, particularly after Brian Windhorst's program, where he extolled James and repeatedly mentioned the DPOY trophy. Lin Yu understood that James's aim was to generate buzz and manipulate public opinion into believing he deserves a DPOY accolade. Thus, Lin Yu's response to the throng of reporters is unequivocal. He seeks to shatter James's illusions. If you claim to be a defender of DPOY caliber, then I shall render your defensive prowess utterly negligible. However, the ultimate outcome of this verbal sparring will inevitably be determined on the court in a genuine contest. Should Lin Yu falter, James will have his wish fulfilled. Conversely, if Lin Yu prevails, then no amount of James's subsequent promotion will enable him to secure a place among the DPOY candidates. Lin Yu exudes confidence, firmly believing that James cannot contain him. Ultimately, what underpins James's defense? It is neither his exceptional defensive awareness nor his refined defensive techniques, but rather his remarkable physique. Why is it that after 13 years in his previous life, James has not made a single all-defensive team? The answer lies in the decline of his physical prowess, which can no longer support him in maintaining his status as a premier defender. Conversely, Lin Yu's style is least intimidated by an athlete like James, who relies heavily on his physical attributes. Perhaps LeBron James should reconsider his approach or seek a more astute team. Lin Yu shook his head and turned to walk down the lengthy player tunnel of the American Airlines Center. LeBron James's career can generally be divided into several distinct phases: the Cavaliers 1.0 era, the Miami Heat's Big Three era, and the Cavaliers 2.0 era. During the Cavaliers 1.0 phase, a notable characteristic of James's social demeanor was his tendency to feign sincerity, yet his decisions often led to missteps. For instance, in the absence of a nationally televised announcement, the Miami Heat's Big Three would not have faced such severe criticism. Moreover, James's self-contradictory statements, such as his declaration that he would never leave Cleveland, that no team suited him better, and that he loved the fans, his teammates, and everything about the place, were laden with irony. He professed his commitment to bringing a championship to Cleveland, asserting that he would not depart until that goal was achieved. He claimed he had no need for theatrical flopping, stating that he played an aggressive style and was not the type to resort to such antics, even admitting that he did not know how to flop. At the time of making these declarations, James had evidently not contemplated the possibility of facing embarrassment in the future. Similarly, he appeared unprepared for the prospect of being unable to contain Lin Yu and how his pre-game bravado would conclude in that scenario. Already in the locker room, Lin Yu shook his head, relieved that he need not ponder such awkward dilemmas. For Spoelstra, this was merely an ordinary regular season game. If one were to identify a unique aspect of this particular matchup, it would be the Heat's ongoing winning streak. We have achieved 8 consecutive victories, and I hope we can secure our 9th win in this game. As a young coach in only his 2nd year of coaching, this streak had ignited Spoelstra's aspirations for a 10-game winning streak. Should they triumph in this contest, their next opponent would be the struggling Knicks, making a 10-game streak all but certain. Achieving this milestone would mark Spoelstra's first 10-game winning streak of his coaching career. Shortly thereafter, Spoelstra announced the starting lineup for the game: point guard Mario Chalmers, shooting guard Dwayne Wade, small forward Lin Yu, power forward Udonis Haslem, and center Jermaine O'Neal. As the season progresses, Spoelstra's starting lineup has become increasingly consistent. The 5 starters remain unchanged, with the exception of the power forward position. Typically, Spoelstra opts for the seasoned captain Haslem when facing formidable opponents, while he selects the promising rookie Beasley against less challenging teams. It is evident that he recognizes Beasley's limitations and skill. When the stakes are high against stronger teams, the veteran leadership of Haslam proves to be more effective. Following the conclusion of the locker room activities, the Heat swiftly took to the court for warm-ups. During this time, the visiting Cavaliers also emerged. In an instant, James became the center of attention, despite being the star of the opposing team. This phenomenon can be attributed to the pre-game verbal sparring that had captivated the audience, as well as James's prominent stature in the league. As a player heralded as the next face of the NBA, James's mere presence on the court is akin to a shooting star illuminating the night sky, captivating all who behold it. When James arrived at the sidelines, Wade promptly approached him. The two shared a handshake and an embrace, exchanging laughter and camaraderie. Lin Yu observed the entire scene from a distance, recalling how, during his previous entanglement in a war of public opinion, Wade had always stepped forward to express his unwavering support. However, this time, it appeared that Wade harbored no such intentions. After all, James was indeed a brother. Lin Yu let out a soft sigh, expressing his understanding. At that moment, someone patted him gently on the back from behind. Lin Yu turned his head and discovered it was Chamos. With a smile, Chamos inquired, "So, Lin, do you feel confident about today's match?" Lin Xing shook his head and then nodded. "I certainly have confidence, but I still need everyone's support. Just as I was about to speak on this matter, you need not worry. I will back you in this competition. Whatever you require, just say the word." Chamos wore a serious expression, and Lin Yu began to suspect whether this fellow harbored some grudge against James. However, it wasn't long before the veteran captain Haslam approached to convey his support for Lin Yu. "Soon, I shall provide you with some excellent screens, whether with or without the ball. Just voice your needs, and I shall be there immediately." Lin Yu felt a surge of gratification. The interpersonal relationships within the team were quite commendable. At present, he benefited from Chamos's passes and the veteran captain's screens. As for James's defense, it was truly of little concern. Chapter 35. The first three-pointer. The head referee, Dick Bavetta, cradled the basketball as he approached the scorer's table, signaling that the game was about to commence. Lin Yu ceased his casual banter with his teammates, and the smile that once adorned his face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a serious demeanor. Standing at the center of the court, Lin Yu exchanged a glance with James, who was positioned opposite him. He could perceive the relaxed glimmer in James's eyes, as if James had already secured victory over him. Lin Yu silently chuckled to himself, fully prepared to unleash a decisive blow against James as soon as the competition commenced. Dick Bavetta, clutching the basketball, positioned himself between the Cleveland Cavaliers starting center Shaquille O'Neal and the Miami Heat's starting center Jermaine O'Neal, ready for the jump ball. At this moment, Lin Yu took the opportunity to glance at the Cavaliers starting lineup. In recent seasons, the Cavaliers have consistently been regarded as contenders for the championship during the regular season, owing to their formidable roster on paper. This season, their starting center is the aging yet still formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Their starting shooting guard is the defensively adept Anthony Parker, and their starting point guard is the exceptionally skilled three-point shooter Mo Williams. Although power forward J. Hickson may fall slightly short, it is anticipated that Cavaliers general manager Danny Ferry will soon acquire the star power forward Anton Jamison, who would complement James perfectly. It can be said that even in this season, prior to James' departure, the Cavaliers are making every effort to bolster their roster, hoping to help him realize his championship aspirations. Meanwhile, James remains adamant, proclaiming, "I will never leave Cleveland." It can only be said that the Cavaliers have misallocated their trust. In the jump ball between the aging Shaquille O'Neal and the somewhat diminished Jermaine O'Neal, surprisingly, the younger O'Neal managed to tip the ball to his advantage, giving the Heat an unusual opportunity to initiate the offense. Wade seized the basketball and swiftly crossed the half-court line, showing no intention of passing. Lin Yu quickly discerned the notable distinction in Wade's demeanor compared to their previous encounter against the Kings. He recalled that during that match, Wade, amidst pre-game banter, had unhesitatingly relinquished the opening possession to Lin Yu. In stark contrast, this time, Wade exhibited no intention of passing. He initiated the game with an assertive drive of his own. Although Anthony Parker was renowned for his defensive prowess, his skills did not rank among the league's elite. Wade effortlessly sliced through Parker's defense with ease. While James had the opportunity to bolster the defense by converging towards the center, he remained fixated on Lin Yu. Without James's assistance, the paint was left vulnerable, guarded solely by the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Wade, with remarkable ease, executed a delicate layup, sending the ball gracefully through the hoop. With that singular basket, Wade conveyed his intentions. He would not assist Lin Yu in overcoming James's defense, yet he was resolute in his pursuit of victory in this match. Lin Yu, undeterred by Wade's lack of support, remained confident. He understood that opportunities would arise, and even James could face defeat. Despite a sluggish start at 0-2, James maintained his composure. To put it plainly, his objective in this game was not merely to secure a win. Following the initial offensive and defensive exchanges, he had successfully rendered Lin Yu a mere spectator for an entire possession, and that sufficed for him. For James, this match was about achieving a singular feat, to decisively quell Lin Yu's exuberance. However, as the offensive opportunity arose, James assertively claimed the basketball, beckoning Lin Yu with a gesture, indicating his intent to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Although James's primary focus lay in defense, he recognized the imperative that to excel defensively, one must also assert dominance offensively. His strategy was to deplete Lin Yu's stamina through relentless efforts on both ends, ultimately rendering Lin Yu exhausted and ineffective. Lin Yu was aware that he could not effectively guard against James. However, as a time traveler, he understood that containing James required merely a modicum of skill, combined with the assistance of teammates, rendering the task manageable. Unbeknownst to James, he was oblivious to this fact. He believed that with his physical prowess and unstoppable tank-like drives, Lin Yu, who, while not frail, certainly did not possess an imposing physique, would be no match for him. In truth, this perception was accurate. Although Lin Yu had created a slight distance, James's sudden sprint left Lin Yu feeling overwhelmed. He found himself being relentlessly pushed back by James. His defense, though technically intact, was rendered ineffective under such pressure. Fortunately, the veteran Captain Haslam soon intervened, approaching from the side to thwart James, and together with Lin Yu, they managed to corner James at mid-range. If it had been Kobe, a double team would have resulted in an open shot without doubt. Yet, Lin Yu was now facing James, a player whose very essence was defined by his rational approach to the game. Under the pressure of the double team, James opted to trust his teammates. With a swift pass, he delivered the ball not to the open J.J. Hickson, but to the perimeter-guarded M.O. Williams, who was tightly contested by Chalmers. This choice was indicative of James's playing style. He predominantly favored passing the ball outward after penetrating defenses, struggling somewhat with interior distribution. M.O., receiving the ball, found himself in a less-than-ideal shooting situation and had no choice but to attempt a shot. It was an unwritten rule within the Cavaliers. Any player receiving a pass from James was compelled to take a shot, for delaying would hinder the King of Akron's assist tally. With a resounding clang, Mo's three-point attempt against Chalmers' defense clanged off the rim. In the ensuing battle for the rebound, the slightly injured Big Al was surprisingly overpowered by the seasoned veteran. Thankfully, Wade emerged from the fray, seizing the rebound before either of the two could react. A counterattack ensued. Wade, with the ball in hand, initiated the Heat's fast break. How would he choose to proceed? Given that the counterattack had commenced from beneath the basket, no matter how swift Wade was, he could not outpace James, M.O., or Lin Yu, who were already closer to the opposing hoop. Nevertheless, Wade exhibited no inclination to pass. He surged from the backcourt straight to the frontcourt, slicing through the defense with remarkable ease. After two offensive possessions, Wade experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. How could it be otherwise? Although analysts like Barkley may argue that James did not qualify as a Defensive Player of the Year caliber player, it was undeniable that within the Cavaliers' defensive framework, James remained an indispensable force. Yet now, that irreplaceable presence was effectively neutralized beside Lin Yu, who was merely a spectator in the offensive scheme, allowing Wade's attack to proceed unimpeded. With a disheartening start of 4-0, the Cavaliers faltered before the Heat. It seemed evident that securing victory in this match would pose little challenge for the Heat. However, the audience's interest in this game transcended the mere outcome of which team would triumph. The spectators at the arena, viewers at home, commentators, analysts, and journalists stationed behind the basket were all fixated on Lin Yu. In the early exchanges, Lin Yu displayed minimal prowess on the offensive end, leaving onlookers in a state of unease. Yet, they understood that without Wade's passes, Lin Yu would naturally remain inactive. Ultimately, it hinged on Wade's willingness to distribute the ball. On the court, the Cavaliers initiated their offense, with James resorting to isolation plays once more. He deemed his previous solo attempt a success, having drawn a double team and subsequently passed the ball out. His teammates' inability to convert was not his fault. After all, he had faced two defenders, and it was hardly his responsibility if they failed to score. In this offensive sequence, James replicated his earlier strategy, while Lin Yu mirrored his approach, opting for a step-back defense. After enduring James's assault, he staggered backward to regroup, awaiting assistance from the veteran captain. Under the pressure of a double team, James possessed the capability to penetrate, considering one defender was Lin Yu, whose defensive prowess was quite negligible, and the other was Haslam, whose foot speed was markedly slower. Nevertheless, James chose to trust his teammate, and this time it fell to Anthony Parker. Yet, the result was the same, a clang of iron as his three-point attempt failed to find its mark. On the sidelines, Spoelstra exhibited a measure of surprise, questioning the rationale behind their defensive strategy. Beside him, David Fizdali shook his head, admitting he was perplexed. During the Cavaliers' earlier phase, the strategy of conceding space to James had yet to gain traction. It would take until the 2011 NBA Finals, with the remarkable performance of Puerto Rican player Jos Barria, for this tactic to become widely recognized and celebrated. On the court, Little O secured a rebound, while Wade did not linger in the backcourt, allowing the ball to be seized by Chalmers. Lin Yu realized that this was likely an opportunity deliberately provided by Wade for him to showcase his skills. Whether he could break through James's defense depended on the chances Wade had granted him. On the court, Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Chalmers, signaling that he wanted to take the shot. Although he had received the assurance of the veteran captain, Lin Yu chose not to seek his assistance for this attack, as it was his first attempt of the game, and he wished to test his rhythm. Before long, Chalmers dribbled across the midcourt line. Lin Yu, who had positioned himself early near the sideline, suddenly sprang toward the top of the arc. James quickly reacted, closely shadowing him without yielding an inch. Under the immense pressure, Lin Yu still managed to receive the ball, and the moment he caught it, he lifted his hand. He feigned a shot, but did not manage to shake off James's defense. Undeterred, he faced James and took the shot directly. As he received the pass from Mario Chalmers at the arc, Lin Yu raised his hand and shot. In the commentary booth, the temporarily adjusted duo of Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley felt a surge of excitement at that moment. However, the sound of the ball clanging off the rim swiftly shattered Barkley's enthusiasm. Kenny Smith, seated beside him, remained energized. James's defense had thwarted Lin Yu's typically lethal three-point attempts from previous games, suggesting that Barkley might very well lose his bet against Brian Windhorst, and Kenny Smith could potentially witness Barkley kiss a donkey's backside for the second time. LeBron James's one-on-one defense was indeed imposing, markedly different from the opponents Lin Yu had faced before. Kenny Smith hinted at something, prompting Barkley to quickly retort, "It's only the first shot. I know you're anxious, but take it easy, Kenny." Kenny Smith rolled his eyes, questioning why he should be worried when he was not the one betting. On the court, Lin Yu was certainly unhurried. This shot was merely an attempt to gauge his shooting feel, and the outcome, though a miss, was satisfactory given the strength of James's defense. Indeed, even Lin Yu had to concede that in a one-on-one situation, he was no match for James. Following this, the Cavaliers launched an offensive. James, no longer opting for isolation, allowed Mo to take a mid-range jump shot, which succeeded. With a score of 4-2, the Heat, leading by 2 points, commenced another offensive round. Once again, Wade did not take the ball, clearly indicating yet another opportunity he had provided. Lin Yu resolved to seize this opportunity. He no longer hesitated, directly establishing eye contact with Chalmers before dashing to the front court and giving the veteran captain a gentle pat on the back. The old captain reciprocated with a playful tap on Lin Yu's backside, signifying his understanding. Soon, Chalmers, controlling the ball, crossed half court, and Lin Yu, who had initially slipped to the corner, suddenly sprang into action once again. James closely shadowed him, remaining steadfastly in pursuit. In this match, James was determined to completely neutralize Lin Yu, exerting tremendous effort on the defensive end. However, mere effort proved insufficient. Haslam quickly positioned himself in James's path, offering a well-executed screen. Yet, the quality of that screen did not impede James for long. Before the second tick of the clock had elapsed, he maneuvered around it. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yu managed to create a slight separation from James, sprinting swiftly beyond the three-point line to receive Chalmers' pass. There was no additional defense. No help defense, a point that James had emphasized to his teammates prior to the game. In this contest, James intended to rely solely on individual defense to contain Lin Yu, thus forbidding any form of assistance or backup. As Lin Yu received the ball and lifted his shot, he still faced James's relentless interference. Yet, due to a slight delay, James's challenge lacked its usual force. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball slicing through the net resonated, simultaneously igniting a thunderous cheer filled with astonishment and exuberance from the American Airlines Center. The shot was made. The shot was made. With the aid of a screen, Lin Yu had pierced through LeBron James's defense. Undoubtedly, Barkley was exhilarated. Lin Yu's successful three-pointer dispelled his previous doubts. Hold on, Charles, that was just one basket. And it was made possible by a screen, Kenny Smith cautioned Barkley. Yet, Barkley triumphantly proclaimed to Kenny Smith and all the viewers at home, I dare say, this is just the beginning. Soon, the Lin Madness three-point showcase will unfold. Do you believe it, Kenny? Kenny Smith clearly remained skeptical, acknowledging that Lin Yu had indeed benefited from a clever play. Without Haslam's screen, would Lin Yu have found it so effortless to launch that three-pointer? 2 offensive plays. 2 defensive sets. Wasn't James's individual defense pressure already evident? Regardless of others' opinions, Kenny Smith had now aligned himself with Brian Windhorst. Indeed, James's individual defense possessed substance. As for the merit of Lin Yu's three-pointer, for the moment, he had yet to discern it. Chapter 36. Penetration. With a three-point shot sinking into the net, Lin Yu felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. He understood that the only entity capable of thwarting his scoring was not the defense of an opponent, but rather the rhythm of his own shooting. The concept of shooting rhythm is rather elusive. Even a player as illustrious as Michael Jordan has had games where he made only 3 out of 11 attempts or 4 out of 20. Not to mention Kobe's 47-17 and LeBron's 18-02. Even Lin Yu, with his impressive three-point attributes, shares this experience. Stephen Curry has faced his share of dismal shooting nights, such as 5 out of 24 and 3 out of 17. Thus, in this game, Lin Yu's sole concern was the possibility of a poor shooting performance. Should he struggle, he would inevitably fall prey to LeBron's defensive prowess, marking the first successful step in the latter's Defensive Player of the Year campaign, a scenario Lin Yu was keen to avoid. Fortunately, the recent three-pointer served as a testament to his favorable shooting rhythm for the match. It was now time to build on this momentum. Frustrated by Lin Yu's scoring, LeBron, having reclaimed the basketball from J.R. Smith, prepared to initiate a solo offensive effort. Lin Yu opted for a defensive stance, yet this time, James unleashed what is known as full-throttle LeBron mode. With a sudden sprint, Lin Yu fell to the floor with a thud. Having brushed past Lin Yu, James surged toward the basket, delivering a powerful slam dunk right over the immobile little AO. The rim echoed with a resounding clang, and upon landing, James pounded his chest and let out a triumphant roar. Not far away, Lin Yu, seated on the floor, raised his hands in protest. Convinced that James had committed a foul, shouldn't that have been an offensive foul? He knocked me down. Strictly speaking, it indeed was an offensive foul. However, the perpetrator was none other than James himself. The referee dismissed Lin Yu's complaint, and the veteran Captain Haslam quickly approached to help him up, saying, "Let it go, Lin. Understand that this is the privilege of a superstar." Lin Yu clenched his fist and swung it fiercely. Meanwhile, James, turning to defend, wore a triumphant expression as if he had already emerged victorious from the fierce battle against Lin Yu. Lin Yu could easily discern that this individual was reveling in Lin Yu's protest against the referee's decision, which had ultimately backfired. Gritting his teeth, he charged towards the front court, facing the unwavering presence of James. Feigning indifference to the recent turmoil, he began to taunt James. "Although you secured 2 points through an offensive foul, let us not forget that I just netted a three-pointer. It's a three-pointer." The once triumphant smile on James's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a sullen expression. At this juncture in the match, Lin Yu's utterance marked the inaugural exchange of banter between him and James. James was indeed unique. Despite his dark complexion and humble beginnings in the slums, he was not one to engage in trash talk on the court. This contrasted sharply with Allen Iverson, who also hailed from a disadvantaged background, or Kobe, who emerged from a more affluent upbringing. It can be said that each individual possesses a distinct character. James's demeanor was characterized by a preference for action over words. It was evident that he was teetering on the brink of fury. Should Lin Yu score again, he would undoubtedly erupt. Meanwhile, during the Heat's offensive play, Wade maneuvered into the corner without the ball, conveying a message that could not be clearer. Lin Yu made a three-pointer, and thus the game continued. Observing this, Lin Yu did not hesitate. He swiftly maneuvered without the ball to the opposite side of the arc. Chalmers refrained from delivering an immediate pass, instead waiting for Lin Yu to make another cut, and after navigating through Haslam's screen, he elegantly released the ball. As Lin Yu received the basketball, LeBron had just maneuvered past Haslam's screen, yet Lin was a fraction too late. Although LeBron extended his long arms to obstruct Lin's path, it proved utterly ineffective. For in the moment prior, Lin had already set his sights on the hoop, and as he released the ball, he could have done so with his eyes closed. As anticipated, a swish echoed through the arena. The ball found its mark. The American Airlines Center erupted once more into a fervent chorus of cheers, intermingled with spirited chants of Linsanity. Linsanity. As Lin Yu watched the ball sink effortlessly through the net, he instinctively raised his right hand in triumph, his fist pumping in exhilaration. However, as he turned back to prepare for defense, he was met with the sight of an even more brooding LeBron. Lin Yu was delighted. He promptly raised his thumb and little finger, forming a gesture. In the commentary booth, Barkley widened his eyes to discern the meaning behind this gesture. It signified 6, indicating that Lin Yu had scored 6 points. Barkley erupted in joy, even preemptively uncorking a bottle of champagne. 2 baskets already. LeBron James's defense is completely unable to contain Lin Yu. I feel compelled to call Brian Windhorst and prepare him for what's coming. Beside him, Kenny Smith shook his head, believing that the Cavaliers' strategy had faltered, or rather, that LeBron James was overly fixated on one-on-one play. In straightforward terms, the 2 baskets scored by Lin Yu were opportunities created through screens. This was no longer a true one-on-one situation, but rather a 2-on-1. If James were a tad more astute, he would realize that defending against 2 would inevitably lead to failure. Although Lin Yu's off-ball movement was not particularly sharp, his three-point shooting could be dazzling with even a modicum of space. The correct course of action for James would have been to call for his teammates and switch on screens. After 2 baskets, James should have grasped this notion. However, for James, the immediate priority remained to activate his full-power LeBron mode and inflict further damage on Lin Yu offensively. Soon, during the Cavaliers' offensive play, James received the ball and charged forward like a tank. This time, Lin Yu firmly established his position, attempting to draw a genuine offensive foul, leaving no margin for error in his defense against James. With a resounding thud, the muscular James collided with the comparatively slender Lin Yu, sending him crashing to the floor once more. 1 second, 2 seconds. A whistle sounded. Although it came 2 seconds late, it did indeed echo. Without a doubt, it was an offensive foul. The lead referee Dick Bavetta blew his whistle, this time refusing to shield James from accountability. In truth, Bavetta felt quite helpless in the past. He undoubtedly would have let that play go. However, the issue lay in the previous offensive possession for the Cavaliers, where Lin Yu had already lodged a complaint about the call. The complaint specifically addressed James's drive, which appeared to involve a charging foul. The absence of a call did not imply that his judgment was infallible. If in the prior possession, James's collision with Lin Yu could be deemed questionable, then the current play, where James once again knocked Lin Yu down, was undeniably a foul. Dick Bavetta pointed at James, signaling an offensive foul. James, visibly agitated, approached to contest the call. Lin Yu stood behind James, a broad smile gracing his face. He observed Dick Bavetta pat James on the back, seemingly uttering a few words. James could only shrug his shoulders and turn away. Lin Yu speculated that what was being conveyed was, "Do you think I want to brag? I certainly do not wish to boast, but the issue is, you ought to temper your attitude." James's offensive foul abruptly curtailed the Cavaliers' offensive surge. It was now the Heat's turn to attack, and Wade maintained a demeanor that suggested he was merely a passive observer. Lin Yu did not hesitate. He chose to advance further. Remaining in the backfield, he and Chamos awaited the captain-esque kickoff. Once the ball was in play, they both surged forward almost simultaneously. Just past the halfway line, Chamos delivered a horizontal pass to Lin Yu. The moment he received the ball, Lin Yu leaped upon the Grand Miami Heat emblem at the center of the arena. As he crossed the halfway mark, Lin Yu launched a three-point shot, and LeBron James reacted swiftly. Clang! The sound of metal striking resonated as Lin Yu shook his hands, marking his endeavor to advance further. In truth, even without Kenny Smith's reminder, he was aware that his first 2 three-point attempts were rather opportunistic. Though he claimed to have taken those shots against James's defense, they were actually facilitated by the veteran captain's screens, granting him an extra second to release the ball. From this moment onward, he resolved to confront James's defense head-on. Despite this shot missing its mark, Lin Yu exhibited neither concern nor disappointment, for he recognized it as merely an attempt. Similarly, while the shot did not succeed, James's countenance remained devoid of joy. He understood that although Lin Yu had clanged the shot, he still maintained a commendable shooting percentage of 50, making 2 out of 4 attempts and scoring 6 points. The Akron King, therefore, could not consider his defense against Lin Yu successful. In the Cavaliers' offense, James had indeed tempered his approach somewhat. He refrained from forcefully barreling into Lin Yu, instead opting for a more measured attack, stopping short to launch a mid-range jumper. During the Cavaliers' early years, although James's long-range shooting was inconsistent, he often took numerous shots, some of which were astonishingly accurate. However, in this game, it was evident that James lacked his usual shooting precision. With a resounding clang, he missed another shot, bringing his stats to 1 out of 2 attempts for a mere 2 points. At this stage in the game, it could be said that Lin Yu had overshadowed James's personal performance. As the play transitioned, Xiao Ao secured a rebound, and the momentum shifted. Wade received the ball in the backcourt and swiftly dashed to the front, indicating his intent not to pass. In fact, not only on this possession but throughout the next 3 consecutive attacks, Wade took it upon himself to score. He first surged from the backcourt to net his 6th point of the game, followed by a mid-range jumper that found its mark. Finally, he attempted a 3-pointer that clanged off the rim. In these 3 offensive sequences, Wade succeeded in 2 out of 3 attempts, showcasing his fiery form. Under his leadership, the Heat extended their lead from 10-4, now standing at 14-6, an 8-point advantage. Just 2 more points would elevate the Heat's lead into double digits. On the sidelines, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown appeared somewhat anxious. He had discerned the team's shortcomings. It was evident that the Cavaliers had relied heavily on James over the past few seasons. Their offense revolved around his drives and assists, yet in this game, Lin Yu's strategy of conceding space and calling for interior help was proving remarkably effective, as James's penetrations failed to inflict significant damage. Defensively, James was a crucial link between the interior and perimeter, his mid-range support forming the backbone of the Cavaliers' defense. However, in this encounter, James fixated on Lin Yu, neglecting the necessary help defense. If Lin Yu were the sole threat to the Cavaliers, James's approach would not pose a problem. Yet, the presence of Wade, who Mike Brown perceived as a far greater threat than Lin Yu, complicated matters considerably. Despite recognizing the team's issues, Mike Brown felt powerless, as decisions within the Cavaliers were beyond his control. On the court, the Cavaliers' offense resumed, and James launched another mid-range shot with a clang. Once again, the iron was struck. As Wade secured the rebound, the tide of offense and defense shifted once more, granting the Miami Heat another opportunity to attack. Wade accelerated, initially appearing disinclined to pass the ball. Even after having just missed a 3-pointer, he seemed resolute in retaining possession. However, shortly after crossing the half-court line, Wade unexpectedly delivered a cross-court pass to Lin Yu. Not only was LeBron James taken aback, but even Lin Yu was surprised. Throughout the match, Wade had exhibited a clear reluctance to engage in a one-on-one with Lin Yu or James, yet this particular pass felt different. Wade's unexpected delivery astonished Lin Yu and caught James off guard, as he had not anticipated such a play. By the time Lin Yu received the ball and regained his composure, he had already launched a 3-pointer. Despite James's attempt to interfere, he was a moment too late. And the next instant, the sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed resoundingly. The third 3-pointer was successful. In the commentary booth, Barkley was once again filled with excitement. Did you see that 3-pointer? It was Lin Yu. No one else could have made that shot. Did LeBron James think he could prove his defensive prowess by locking down Lin Yu? He was sorely mistaken. With 6 attempts, all from beyond the arc, and 3 successful shots, Lin Yu had already amassed 9 points. Everyone understood the standard. If Lin Yu could maintain a shooting percentage of over 45 and score more than 25 points in this game, he would have effectively dismantled James's defense. Presently, with a shooting percentage of 50, 9 points had been achieved. Yet, the most crucial aspect lay in Wade's sudden pass, which directly ignited Lin Yu's long-range scoring ability. In the following offensive play, Lin Yu boldly stepped back to the logo, launching a logo 3-pointer against James's defense. On yet another offensive possession for the Heat, Lin Yu received a pass from Chalmers. This time, however, he opted to take a step back. James was left behind, and Lin Yu accelerated towards the 3-point line, much to the astonishment of many. The Cavaliers had not set up any help defense, allowing Lin Yu to take an uncontested mid-range shot. Swish. 14-25 achieved, with a shooting percentage still far exceeding 50. Although only a little more than half a quarter had passed, I feel compelled to declare, LeBron James's defense has been pierced by Lin Yu. Barkley, in a bold proclamation, addressed Brian Windhorst, preparing him for the possibility that he might not allow him to kiss the proverbial donkey's backside, but rather the hindquarters of a pig. Chapter 37 draws to a close without Barkley elucidating the reason behind the choice of a pig's posterior. Kinney Smith, also of African descent, immediately grasped the implication. Windhorst, being a quintessential representative of Caucasian identity, was likened to the white-hued American breed of swine. This correlation rendered the term white pig a euphemism for racial discrimination among white Americans. Thus, Barkley's ultimate wager concealed a layer of prejudice against Windhorst. This was evident to any discerning observer. Barkley's audacity was palpable, yet he remained unconcerned, as he never uttered the phrase white pig. Should anyone attempt to berate him for such a notion, he could readily defend himself, given that pigs come in various colors, not solely white. Regardless of the outcome, Barkley had emerged victorious. His focus swiftly shifted to the center of the court, fixated on Lin Yu, who had just attempted a three-point shot at the end of the first quarter. Although the shot missed its mark, Barkley still applauded Lin Yu's efforts. The threat posed by Lin was substantial. Despite the miss, he had already exhausted LeBron James, who felt mentally drained even before the first quarter concluded. The psychological fatigue stemmed from Lin Yu's incisive scoring, amassing 14 points before the quarter's end, all while Dwayne Wade had offered minimal assistance, even siphoning off a significant portion of ball-handling responsibilities. If Lin were permitted to dominate the game, the consequences would be dire for James. Regret began to seep into his thoughts. Why had he chosen to guard Lin Yu? Now, the Defensive Player of the Year award seemed not only out of reach, but also moving further away. This mental exhaustion had reached unprecedented levels. The physical fatigue, however, seemed somewhat exaggerated. After all, James is a superstar. How could he feel fatigued after merely a single quarter of play? This appeared illogical. The exhaustion was not genuinely physical. Rather, it was the anticipation of the ensuing 3 quarters that weighed heavily on him. With such a taxing performance, he doubted his ability to endure through the third quarter. Ultimately, among the elite players, James's stamina could be considered comparatively lacking. As he once proclaimed, if he so desired, he could score 100 points every night. In reality, he shattered the Bobcats, achieving a career high of 61 points, but subsequently experienced a series of lackluster performances. This serves as a significant testament to his diminished physical condition. Exhausted both physically and mentally, James managed to endure until the end of the first quarter, finding solace in the fact that Lin Yu's scoring was halted at 14 points during this period. There remained hope, albeit faint. Although Lin Yu recorded 14 points with an impressive shooting rate of over 50% from 5 successful attempts out of 9 in the first quarter, LeBron James still had a chance for a comeback, given that there were 3 full quarters remaining. Time was indeed an opportunity for James. Yet, it was well understood that the prospects were bleak. This was not solely due to Lin Yu's fiery form, but more critically, the Miami Heat had established a lead of 10 points with a score of 33-23 by the conclusion of the first quarter. A 10-point advantage in a single quarter is not an insignificant margin. Particularly, the Cavaliers, or rather LeBron James, seemed entirely at the mercy of the Heat. Should James aspire to suppress Lin Yu's influence in the remaining 3 quarters, he would need to replicate his first quarter defense. The challenge, however, lay in the fact that without James anchoring the team defense, the Cavaliers could not contain the increasingly aggressive onslaught from the Heat. Wade had become unstoppable, and although Lin Yu faced staunch defense, he still managed to flourish with his exceptional shooting form. If the game continued in the same vein as the first quarter, it would not be long before the outcome became decidedly unfavorable. By the fourth quarter, James might find himself no longer required on the court. The duel between him and Lin Yu could very well conclude within 3 quarters. At that moment, the victor and the vanquished would remain uncertain. However, one thing was certain: even if James could impede Lin Yu's explosive performance in the second and third quarters, he would suffer a substantial defeat in the court of public opinion. It was evident that in his quest to neutralize Lin Yu, James had sacrificed the entire team and the potential victory of the game. Winning, in such a manner, would bring no glory. However, had LeBron James not adopted such a defensive strategy, Lin Yu, who had managed to score 14 points despite being relentlessly pursued in the first quarter, would undoubtedly have been unstoppable. The outcome of this fierce offensive and defensive battle between him and Lin Yu seemed predetermined. The sole decision-maker in this scenario was none other than LeBron James himself. As the first quarter concluded and the intermission before the second began, the camera focused on LeBron James. With his hands on his hips, he appeared to be attentively listening to Mike Brown's tactical directives. Yet, it wasn't long before viewers witnessed James seizing the tactical board, scribbling fervently, and uttering some intense remarks. Nonetheless, when the whistle blew to commence the second quarter, the content of James's comments remained shrouded in mystery. At the onset of the second quarter, Lin Yu was absent from the court. This was a customary rotation sequence employed by Spoelstra, but James cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Yu, who was seated on the bench, furrowing his brow. Soon, as the game commenced, the Cavaliers' defense coalesced into a formidable unit in the absence of Lin Yu from the Heat. Wade, who had previously exhibited a leisurely demeanor in the first quarter, found himself challenged by the Cavaliers' cohesive defense. Nevertheless, displaying commendable form, he led the semi-reserve lineup of the Heat, without Lin Yu, to a competitive standoff against the Cavaliers' rotation, spearheaded by James. 3 minutes into the quarter, Wade drew a foul during a drive, prompting James to raise his hand and promptly take a seat on the sidelines. At this point, the audience could surmise what James had likely conveyed during the earlier intermission. LeBron James stepping off the court was an anomaly within the Cavaliers' established rotation strategy. Kenny Smith appeared puzzled, while Barkley wore an expression of understanding, as if to say, "It's quite evident. LeBron James is intent on pursuing Lin Yu. And if Lin Yu isn't on the court, he has no desire to linger. What of the victory in this game?" Kenny Smith frowned, feeling a surge of discontent toward James. To put it plainly, James's actions essentially communicated to everyone that he was indifferent to the game's outcome. His personal triumph held paramount significance. How selfish. Kenny Smith sighed inwardly, as on the court, the Cavaliers, bereft of James, quickly found themselves overwhelmed by Wade's relentless assault. The Heat's initial 10-point lead had now expanded further. By the time Spoelstra reintroduced Lin Yu, the Heat's advantage had swelled to an impressive 15 points. Time was running short for the Cavaliers. More accurately, the opportunity for LeBron James was dwindling. As the match approached its halftime, the tension in James's heart was palpable. The primary concern was that, without his presence, the Cavaliers bore an uncanny resemblance to a lottery team, unable to withstand Wade's relentless onslaught. Fortunately, just past the midpoint of the second quarter, Spoelstra opted to reintroduce Lin Yu into the game. James exhaled in relief. Glancing at the 15-point deficit and reassuring himself, there remains a glimmer of hope. Lin Yu and James stood on the court simultaneously, the match resuming after a brief intermission. The Cavaliers initiated the offensive play. James swiftly seized the ball, charging at Lin Yu like a tank. Unlike James, Lin Yu was not one to feign injury. Thus, despite a fleeting thought of simulation, he refrained from acting on it. Consequently, James barreled through, driving towards the basket and successfully executing a layup. The lead, once 15 points, was narrowed to 13, yet the Heat maintained a substantial advantage. Nevertheless, if the score remained within a range of over 10 points by halftime, it would still be acceptable for James and the Cavaliers. Trailing by 10 points at halftime, the Cavaliers would still have a chance to close the gap, even possibly turning the tide in their favor. For James, a halftime deficit of over 10 points would also afford him ample opportunity to showcase his defensive prowess. In the Heat's backcourt, Lin Yu rubbed his sore chest as he received the basketball from Haslam. At this moment, the Heat's lineup consisted of point guard Chalmers, shooting guard Lin Yu, small forward Quentin Richardson, power forward Haslam, and center McGloire. Spoelstra was astute in recognizing which players could effectively collaborate with Lin Yu. With two sharpshooters on the wings, Chalmers and Quentin Richardson, they could create space. The veteran captain Haslam provided defensive support and could also set screens offensively. This configuration was sufficient for Lin Yu's needs. However, during the initial offensive play, Lin Yu opted not to utilize these resources. He took control of the ball, crossed half court, and, positioned on the logo, elevated for a shot. James was momentarily thrown off. Yet Lin Yu merely stepped inwards before launching an attempt that would qualify as a long-range three-pointer for anyone else. Although James adjusted his body weight to contest, he still managed to provide a challenge. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net echoed, leaving James in disbelief. Despite James's commendable defense, Lin Yu had still managed to score. Kenny Smith shook his head. As a former three-point sharpshooter in the NBA, he understood all too well that Lin Yu had evidently found his rhythm, rendering LeBron's defense ineffective. He even provided a detailed analysis. Lin Yu's three-point shooting was inherently unique, characterized by an exceptionally quick release. Unless the defender could interfere immediately, subsequent attempts at disruption were largely futile. Due to the speed of his release, Lin Yu had already aimed at the basket within the first second of his shot. By the time James attempted to interfere, it was too late to have any impact. This phenomenon explained why later, Stephen Curry could consistently make three-pointers even in the face of defensive pressure. His release was so rapid that it could often disregard the majority of defensive attempts. Lin Yu's three-pointer had rendered LeBron's expression so grim it could almost drip with water. With a score of 17-25 and an impressive shooting accuracy of 10 out of 6, LeBron was acutely aware that he had already lost more than half the battle. The remaining fraction was his last flicker of hope. As he pivoted, the Cavaliers initiated their offense, and LeBron activated his full-throttle mode, stepping up to make a play. Although his hopes were dwindling, he persisted in his efforts. He understood that to cling to this faint glimmer of hope, he must relentlessly chase the score. This time, he charged to the basket and executed a powerful dunk. The gap, which Lin Yu had widened to 16 points, was now narrowed back to 14. As the Heat's offense unfolded, Lin Yu transitioned to a movement without the ball. Yet, it was he who ultimately took the shot to conclude the play. Lin Yu emerged from the sideline, seeking a screen, and Udonis Haslam's screen was as high quality as ever. Nevertheless, LeBron swiftly navigated around the screen, keeping pace with him. Just beyond the three-point line, Lin Yu paused momentarily, and LeBron mirrored his abrupt halt. However, his considerable weight necessitated a longer breaking time. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu reignited his momentum, suddenly darting inside the three-point arc. Chalmers quickly delivered the ball with a bounce pass, and from mid-range, Lin Yu executed a clean jump shot. Swish. In the year 1925, with a shooting accuracy of 7 out of 11, LeBron's somber visage bore an additional hint of despair. During the Cavaliers' possession, he continued to exert himself with determination. Once more, he valiantly charged towards the basket, successfully executing another layup. In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith, who had previously harbored a rather unfavorable perception of LeBron, was compelled to concede that the relentless effort he displayed indeed embodied the essence of a true leader. With a 12-point deficit, it was now the Heat's turn to attack. After sinking 2 consecutive shots, Lin Yu felt his hands growing increasingly warm. Thus, during this offensive sequence, he boldly attempted a three-pointer from the logo. Crossing the midcourt line, he took his shot directly from the logo. The basketball soared across the court, ultimately colliding with the rim with a resounding clang, bouncing back out. The reverberation of the ball striking the rim sent a jolt through LeBron's heart. At last, he had heard the enchanting sound of iron, and the dawn of victory seemed to flicker back into view. As the play transitioned, LeBron's approach remained fierce. He charged once again into the painted area, successfully completing a close-range shot. With the deficit reduced to 12 points, the roles reversed, and it was once more the Heat's turn to attack. Unlike LeBron, who sensed the glimmer of victory, Lin Yu held no special thoughts about his recent misfired three-pointer. Simply put, he had misjudged his accuracy on the final release. His shooting touch was intact. With persistence, the shots would eventually find their mark. Nevertheless, during this offensive play, Lin Yu opted for a more measured approach. He initiated his movement without the ball, weaving around the sideline to receive the pass. Positioned beyond the arc on the right side, he signaled to LeBron, who remained unfazed. Seizing the moment created by his feint, Lin Yu quickly aimed at the basket and released the ball. Swish. Despite LeBron's interference, the three-pointer found its mark with precision. With a score of 22-25 and an impressive 8 out of 13 shooting, Lin Yu was inching ever closer to concluding this defensive battle. Returning to the Cavaliers' offensive end, LeBron's intensity escalated. He barreled through once again, executing a powerful dunk for an additional 2 points. Under the full force of LeBron's prowess, Lin Yu's defense appeared woefully inadequate. However, he had not boasted about his defensive skills prior to the game, so despite being repeatedly challenged by LeBron, Lin Yu faced no harsh criticism. As the play transitioned once more, Lin Yu sensed it was time to put an end to the contest. He swiftly advanced the ball past half court, raising his hand at the logo. This was a habitual feint, but to his surprise, LeBron leaped into action. Lin Yu paused for a mere 0.01 seconds. Then he dribbled the basketball, took a step further in, aimed at the hoop, and shot with conviction. Swish. With an impressive 9 out of 14 shooting accuracy, everything came to a conclusion. Chapter 38. Having avenged himself, James scored his 25th point in this match, and Lin Yu realized he had triumphed in this fierce offensive and defensive battle against James. Turning around, he sought James out. "It's over, LeBron." James, with a sullen expression, walked away in silence. Even with his stubborn demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, by halftime, Lin Yu had already accumulated 25 points with an astonishing shooting percentage. Had his accuracy merely hovered around 50%, James might have mustered a retort, attempting to prevent Lin Yu from scoring in the subsequent plays. In such a scenario, even if Lin Yu had amassed a high score, his subpar shooting percentage could have been deemed a success for James in containing him. Yet, Lin Yu had managed a remarkable 9 out of 14, far exceeding 50%. The final opportunity had been utterly extinguished. LeBron James had conceded defeat. His defense could not withstand Lin Yu's three-point prowess. Kenny Smith attempted to summarize the situation, but was abruptly interrupted by Barkley. It was not merely that LeBron James's defense faltered against Lin Yu's shots. Rather, no defense in this world could effectively counter Lin Yu's three-pointers. Barkley directly referenced the root of this ongoing controversy. Many might have forgotten why LeBron James was so determined to contain Lin Yu. Kenny Smith scratched his head, pondering for a considerable time before recalling, "It's the Time magazine feature where Lin Yu dubbed himself the king of three-pointers." "Oh my. I can't believe you remembered that," Kenny remarked. Barkley feigned exaggeration, to which Kenny rolled his eyes. "I'm not suffering from dementia." Indeed. The reason LeBron James publicly declared his intent to thoroughly contain Lin Yu stemmed from Lin Yu's self-proclamation as the king of three-pointers, regardless of LeBron's true motivations. The spark that ignited everything was Lin Yu's bold claim. Now, it was evident that Lin Yu had proven his point. He was not boasting. He truly was the king of three-pointers. Barkley's commentary served to further exalt Lin Yu. He had transformed into an unabashed admirer, with no pretense whatsoever. Meanwhile, Kenny Smith had grown accustomed to this scenario, fully aware of how significant winning a bet was to Barkley. Historically, Barkley had never triumphed in a wager. His infamous kiss of a donkey's backside had become a classic depiction of his betting failures. Yet this time, thanks to Lin Yu, he had emerged victorious. Surely, Barkley would elevate Lin Yu to the status of an idol. On the court, the match continued, and LeBron James was already devising ways to make amends. Primarily on the offensive end, he was relentlessly striving to close the gap in the score. He continued to attack the rim, consistently adding 2 points. Then, on defense, he directly engaged Anthony Parker, imparting a few words of guidance. Subsequently, it became evident that LeBron had ceased guarding Lin Yu, with Parker taking over the task. Had LeBron truly chosen to concede? His decision was rather decisive. However, it was not an abandonment. Rather, James was redirecting his focus towards securing victory in this contest. While pursuing points offensively, he began to bolster the Cavaliers' defensive efforts, which unmistakably signified an intention to triumph in this game. In Kenny Smith's perspective, opportunities still existed. If LeBron made that shot, the Cavaliers would only trail by 14 points. Should LeBron genuinely aspire to erase the humiliation of being single-handedly dominated by Lin Yu, a comeback was still conceivable. Just as Kenny Smith finished his statement, Lin Yu effortlessly sank a three-pointer just beyond the arc. This swiftly extended the lead from 14 to 17 points. Although a mere 3-point difference, the momentum was drastically altered. A 14-point deficit could be chased down to 10 points. However, a 17-point gap, if not addressed, could easily escalate to 20 points. This disparity in scores provided an immediate sense of gravity, compounded by Lin Yu's current scorching form. If previously, Lin Yu struggled somewhat against LeBron's tight defense, now, facing Anthony Parker, his offense appeared effortless and fluid. Before long, the first half concluded, including that standard three-pointer. Lin Yu shot 2 for 4 in the last moments of the second quarter, ultimately elevating his first half score to 31 points. Merely the figure of 31 points was a testament to the fact that LeBron had been thoroughly outplayed by Lin Yu. With the first half closing and the Heat leading by 17 points, it was evident that the game had lost its suspense. LeBron's plans for a comeback had been significantly thwarted. Everyone understood that this time, LeBron had stumbled gravely against Lin Yu. Not only had he been overwhelmed in direct confrontation, but the Cavaliers' defeat was intricately linked to Lin Yu's performance. It is worth noting that in recent seasons, the Heat, absent Lin Yu, had been unable to contend with the elite teams. Conversely, the Cavaliers had consistently been championship contenders. The disparity in the team's strengths was palpable. Yet Lin Yu's emergence had bridged that gap. Lin Yu's 31 points in the first half were undeniably lethal. LeBron James should have refrained from provoking Lin Yu. Now, the consequences were dire. Behind the basketball hoop, the media section buzzed with reporters reveling in the spectacle, their expressions tinged with schadenfreude. With the exception of Brian Windhorst from the Cleveland Plain Dealer, Windhorst's demeanor mirrored that of his esteemed counterpart, though he recognized that this tumultuous battle of public opinion, coupled with his wager with Barkley, would undoubtedly thrust him into the limelight. he could not summon joy, previously confined to the modest realm of Cleveland. This incident could have catapulted him into national prominence. Yet, Windhorst felt no elation, for he understood that LeBron's grand plan had utterly unraveled. While astute minds, like Lin Yu, might have surmised his intentions, the majority remained oblivious to LeBron's primary aim of orchestrating a publicity stunt to elevate his candidacy for the Defensive Player of the Year award. Now, however, LeBron faced a catastrophic defeat. This realization dampened Windhorst's spirits, as he recognized the symbiotic relationship he shared with LeBron, an association where their fortunes were inextricably linked. Should LeBron advance further, Windhorst's standing within the media landscape would likewise ascend. The legacy of Michael Jordan serves as a testament to this. His favorite journalist, Sam Smith, ascended to the ranks of best-selling columnists, thanks to his association with the basketball icon. Even absent this mutual dependency, Windhorst could not find solace, for he had once been poised for a dazzling breakthrough. Now, he felt compelled to don the guise of a fool to attain any semblance of success, an indignity that would displease anyone. As the game progressed swiftly into the third quarter, Wade returned to the court alongside Lin Yu. The Heat orchestrated a surge, outscoring their opponents 14-6, extending their lead to a staggering 25 points, ultimately sealing their victory with a decisive momentum. There was no need for Mike Brown. LeBron opted to call a timeout himself, choosing to exit the game. In this profoundly humiliating contest, he found himself unwilling to continue. Even the tradition of fighting valiantly during garbage time was discarded by LeBron. Thus, the game concluded, with only the opening moments posing any challenge. Thereafter, the remainder unfolded with little difficulty. Lin Yu shook his head, initially believing that this match would present him with formidable challenges. However, as the game progressed, he realized that the difficulty was surprisingly minimal. Upon reviewing the course of the game, the only challenging period was at the very beginning. As long as Lin Yu could find his rhythm and heat up his shooting hands from the start, the match would prove to be quite manageable. In fact, Lin Yu himself had analyzed the situation. In simple terms, his current playing style is ahead of its time. His three-point shooting range extends well beyond the halfway line, a prospect that most teams in the league find daunting, especially considering that the NBA has yet to fully embrace the small ball era. In this current era, centers remain largely cumbersome, restricted to guarding the paint. When faced with Lin Yu, a sharpshooter capable of scoring from mid to long range without a blind spot, the majority of teams find themselves significantly lacking in defensive personnel. If one were to pinpoint a team that might effectively contain Lin Yu at this stage, it would likely be the Celtics. Under the guidance of Tom Thibodeau, the Celtics' chain defense has, albeit marginally, adopted some characteristics of the small ball era's defensive strategies. Returning to the match, it was evident that James had overestimated his defensive capabilities while underestimating Lin Yu's offensive prowess. In an exclusive interview, Lin Yu confidently proclaimed himself the king of three-pointers, a claim that holds merit, at least until Stephen Curry reaches his peak. James's aspirations to become a frontrunner for the Defensive Player of the Year, DPOY, award are not unfounded. With his defensive skills and the Cavaliers' overall defensive structure, he could genuinely seize the opportunity to claim a DPOY trophy if he played his cards right. However, all of that now seems to have slipped away. He chose the wrong stepping stone, effectively distancing himself from the DPOY accolade. After sitting on the sidelines for 12 minutes, the game concluded with the Heat securing their 9th consecutive victory since the start of the season. Lin Yu, who had scored 40 points by the end of the third quarter, was summoned by the team's press officer. Cheers erupted from the crowd at the American Airlines Center, punctuated by sporadic shouts chanting Lin Yu's name. Lin Yu also waved to the sidelines as a gesture of greeting. Subsequently, he positioned himself in front of TNT's sideline reporter, Doris Burke. Post-game interviews typically follow a standard procedure. However, Lin Yu is an exception. He is known for his candid remarks and biting sarcasm, and this occasion was no different. I scored 40 points in this game, which is quite close to my career high. Even though this is only my 9th game in the NBA, he remarked with a hint of amusement. My performance was indeed exceptional, especially considering that LeBron James made bold statements before the game about trying to shut me down. To achieve such a high score, nearly matching my career record, is truly noteworthy. He began with an extensive response, emphasizing his scoring twice, highlighting that 40 points is indeed a figure worthy of boasting. As for LeBron's defense, no, it is certainly not as feeble as you suggest. In reality, LeBron defended remarkably well. He gave it his all. Then came a succinct response, brief yet brimming with intensity. Lin Yu subtly implied that James's defensive prowess is not as formidable as he himself boasts, suggesting that James lacks the capability to be named Defensive Player of the Year. The wager between Charles and Brian Windhorst caught my attention. I can only assert that this does not reflect Charles's discerning insight, but rather highlights the shortcomings of Brian Windhorst's judgment. Throughout Lin Yu's responses, he predominantly employs a strategy of belittling himself or his allies to further diminish his opponents. This self-deprecating approach indeed possesses a more formidable impact. How does one assess LeBron's defense? In the end, Doris Burke seemed to feel that Lin Yu's barbed remarks lacked sufficient force and posed an unambiguously pointed question. Lin Yu stroked his chin, contemplating that he ought not to directly assail James's defense. The reason being, James's defensive prowess is, in truth, quite commendable. To label it as second-rate or utterly abysmal would be a gross misrepresentation. After some reflection, he delivered a sardonic retort. His defense is indeed exceptional, truly. I perceive it as far superior to that of the Nets. Although in the previous match, the Nets allowed me a mere 24 points in 3 quarters. While James's defense permitted me 40 points, my genuine sentiment is that LeBron's defense is markedly more formidable. Indeed, this was yet another instance of his biting sarcasm. Everyone is aware of the Nets' standing. They are a team that has plummeted to the bottom of the league in a frenzied start. The Nets' defense could be deemed negligible. And to juxtapose James's defense with that of the Nets is inherently an affront. More so, Lin Yu audaciously presented the statistics against the Nets. He scored 24 points in 3 quarters, while against the Cavaliers, he amassed 40 points in the same span. To claim that James's defense is superior under these circumstances is nothing short of mockery. Yet, in reality, it is well understood that Lin Yu's higher score against the Cavaliers is attributable to his half share of unrestricted shooting privileges in that game, privileges he fully monopolized without passing. In contrast, during the match against the Nets, his teammates contributed significantly, thus limiting his attempts. Furthermore, this contest was a gritty battle, and Lin Yu was fully committed from the outset. In the match against the Nets, he had allowed himself a slight relaxation. The intensity of the games was, indeed, distinct. One can only say that Lin Yu's post-game interview was replete with disdainful undertones. Had James been watching the live broadcast, he would undoubtedly have been incensed by Lin Yu's remarks, feeling a chill and shaking with indignation. In truth, James was not watching the live feed, but soon, a throng of reporters conveyed Lin Yu's comments to him. With a cold, piercing gaze, James was now fully aware of Lin Yu's provocations. This grudge must be avenged. Chapter 39, Contract Renewal? No. Welcome to TNT Sports' special post-game NBA program. I am your host, Charles Barkley. Since the inception of Barkley's Top 5 Blunders, his post-game show has consistently garnered the highest viewership on TNT. Today, however, the ratings have soared to unprecedented heights. As everyone is aware that this episode promises to deliver an epic spectacle. According to pre-broadcast reports, Barkley has decided to have Brian Windhorst kiss a pig's dairy rather than that of a donkey, which has taken many by surprise. Fans and viewers are even more thrilled, as the prospect of a pig's backside, previously unkissed, offers a refreshing novelty compared to the donkeys. As the opening ceremony concluded, Barkley pointed towards the studio entrance. Now, let us welcome today's guest. First up, Kenny Smith. Surprisingly, it was not Brian Windhorst who made his entrance first, but rather Kenny Smith. In fact, each episode of Barkley's show typically features a plethora of NBA experts, journalists, and analysts. A singular focus on the top 5 blunders would undoubtedly fall short of filling an entire episode, especially in terms of duration. Thus, prior to presenting the blunders, the program engages in lively discussions regarding the past week's NBA events. Kenny Smith is an indispensable presence, a longtime partner of Barkley, who would be at a loss for laughter without him. The remaining guests are chosen at random. Today, however, Barkley had a clear objective. In addition to Kenny Smith, he also invited Ernie Johnson, a witness to his bet with Brian Windhorst, as well as Barry Jackson, a prominent journalist from the local Miami media outlet, the Miami Herald, who has been at odds with Windhorst during the Heat versus Cavaliers matchup. This lineup is evidently intended to hold Windhorst accountable. Before long, after Barry Jackson's appearance, Brian Windhorst entered the studio with heavy steps under the eager gaze of countless fans and viewers. Oh ho ho, look who has arrived, it's Brian Windhorst. Our main attraction for today, Barkley exclaimed, laughing heartily and unabashedly. This is, after all, a hallmark of his distinctive style. one that has become all too familiar to the audience. In fact, viewers were so influenced by Barkley's infectious laughter that their faces blossomed with joy. Without further ado, Barkley, still chuckling, proclaimed, "Now, we invite our second main character, an American Yorkshire pig, weighing in at 300 kilograms, measuring 168 centimeters in length, with a chest circumference of 151 centimeters and a height of 95 centimeters. Most importantly, it is female." With this string of introductions, not only the studio but everyone before the television was in fits of laughter. Brian Windhorst's once pale visage darkened further after Barkley's remarks. Yet he bore it all. For who could blame him when Lin Yu had dismantled James's defense? No, it should be said, who prompted James to so foolishly aspire to ascend atop Lin Yu. All right, let us cease the laughter. This is indeed a serious matter. Despite his words, a smile adorned Barkley's face as he playfully gestured towards the long white sow. "Brian, you may commence your performance." At Barkley's cue, he swiftly pecked the rear of the long white sow, his movements so rapid that it left the audience unsure if he even made contact. Clearly, Brian Windhorst sought to salvage a modicum of dignity through this act. However, Barkley was not to allow him such reprieve. Soon, the studio's large screen displayed a slow-motion replay. The replay revealed that at the moment of the kiss, Brian Windhorst had puckered his lips and aimed directly at the plush dairy of the pig. There was indeed contact. As for the sensation, that was a matter for the participant to disclose. "Brian, how does it feel? Did you find it quite pleasant? Are you inclined to do it again?" Barkley jested. To which Brian Windhorst, furrowing his brow, shook his head firmly. "No, Charles. All right. I respect your personal wishes. Let us proceed to the next segment." Before long, the program transitioned to its next phase, with nearly half of the audience switching off their televisions or changing channels. Lin Yu was unlike the others. He did not turn off the television nor switch to another channel. Instead, he returned to the fitness area of his apartment and stepped onto the treadmill to begin a slow jog. The television continued to broadcast the current episode. Yet Lin Yu paid it no mind, focusing instead on enhancing his physical stamina. Soon enough, the show transitioned into the segment that captivated the remaining half of the audience who had not switched off their screens. The main event, the 5 Great Blunders. Upon seeing this segment air, Lin Yu's gaze shifted back to the television screen. Although he was known as the King of Blunders, his presence had been notably absent in recent episodes, leading many to question the validity of his title. However, Lin Yu remained indifferent. He had already secured his share of memes, and, if he were sensible, would avoid deliberately making foolish mistakes for the sake of maintaining the moniker. At this moment, his interest in this episode of the 5 Great Blunders was purely to see how the show fared in his absence, without the true king of blunders, McGee. The outcome did not disappoint him. The first contender for the blunders was Nick Young, a third-year player from the Washington Wizards, who later became famously known as Young Master Young. He attempted to imitate arenas by making a 3-point shot and immediately turning to celebrate, only to miss the basket entirely, resulting in an embarrassing spectacle. However, the true embodiment of blunders was none other than J.R. Smith. His inclusion in the 5 Great Blunders had a slight connection to Lin Yu, as Lin Yu had boasted of being the king of 3-pointers, provoking J.R. to declare his intent to prove himself. In his attempt to vindicate his prowess, J.R. unleashed a series of utterly outrageous 3-point shots that clanged off the rim, all while the irate George Karl on the sidelines added to the hilarity of the situation. Observing J.R.'s bewildered expression, Lin Yu could not help but smile. J.R.'s blunder secured the top spot in this episode, yet the segment showed no signs of concluding after J.R.'s moment of folly. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Is there more? The television once again erupted with Charles Barkley's iconic laughter, followed by the voiceover. Finally, let us welcome the particularly amusing Brian Windhorst to this episode of the Top 5 Blunders. The scene shifted abruptly to the moment of Brian Windhorst kissing a pig's rear. Moreover, the production team of the Top 5 Blunders showcased their creativity by editing some humorous clips. For instance, they altered Windhorst's expression at the moment of the kiss to depict an exaggerated, blissful enjoyment. Alternatively, they humorously replaced the pig's rear with LeBron James's comically grim visage. At this point, even Lin Yu, seated in front of the television, could not contain his laughter, especially as the camera zoomed in on Brian Windhorst's bewildered expression. Lin Yu found himself laughing uncontrollably. Truly, Barkley possesses remarkable talent and undoubtedly deserves his status as a renowned commentator on TNT. Lin Yu shook his head, signaling the conclusion of the program. He could finally devote all his energy to training. Back in his hometown of Cleveland, James was indifferent to Barkley's latest episode of Top 5 Fails. Of course, he was aware that this particular segment would showcase Brian Windhorst's infamous act of kissing a pig's posterior, all thanks to him. Yet, the more he knew, the less inclined he was to watch it. In this instance, James chose to feign ignorance. However, such pretense proved futile, as he had to confront the fallout of this media blunder. The coveted title of Defensive Player of the Year was slipping from his grasp. Yet there remained a glimmer of hope for the MVP accolade. "LeBron, muster your strength," Rich Paul remarked, subtly offering consolation to James. He bypassed the disappointment of the DPOY campaign and directly alluded to the promising MVP opportunity, urging James to shift his focus and regain his determination. James, lacking enthusiasm, merely nodded in response. Meanwhile, his childhood friend, Maverick Carter, interjected, "I believe in rising from where one falls." This statement prompted James to lift his previously drooping head. "What do you mean?" he inquired. The Cavaliers faced the Heat 3 times this season, and this was merely their first encounter. 2 more opportunities lay ahead. Rich Paul raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, interrupting Maverick Carter. "The issue is, LeBron truly struggles to defend against Lin Yu." Such blunt honesty could only be voiced by their close-knit circle. Although James felt disheartened, he recognized the truth in Rich Paul's words. Lin Yu's three-point shot is such that not even he can be defended against by any defender in this league. The only one capable of guarding Lin Yu is Lin Yu himself. Let us consider an alternative approach. We could engage in an offensive contest with Lin Yu. If we cannot surpass him in defense, we shall match him in offense. Maverick Carter's strategy is straightforward yet convincing to LeBron James. Indeed, competing offensively is plausible. Can this seasoned rookie truly outscore me? Focusing on offense and securing victories in the last 2 matches against the Heat, LeBron feels that the MVP trophy for this season is already beckoning him. While he may not attain the Defensive Player of the Year, securing the MVP trophy would still be a commendable achievement. If he claims this MVP trophy this season, it would mark his 2nd consecutive title, which is certainly a remarkable feat. Let us deliberate on next summer's transfer. LeBron, have you made up your mind? Will you indeed leave Cleveland? As Lin Yu resumed his busy schedule, engaging in various interviews, endorsement activities, and advertisement shoots, he turned the page on his recent clash with Brian Windhorst, who had humorously kissed a pig's behind. The regular season was in full swing, and in their 10th game of the season, they triumphed over the Knicks, achieving a remarkable 10th consecutive victory. In this match, Lin Yu recorded 21 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, with no steals or blocks, rendering his statistics less dazzling. However, the primary reason for this was that the game did not necessitate Lin Yu's full exertion. The Knicks were woefully inadequate, akin to the Nets across the Hudson River. The distinction lay in the fact that the Knicks had already resolved to focus on the upcoming summer's free agency. Their current mediocrity a deliberate strategy to prepare for the influx of talent on the horizon. This aspect contrasted with the Nets situation. Following this game, Lin Yu found himself once again contemplating his future for the next season, particularly as he returned to Miami with the team and was finally approached by Pat Riley. "To be honest, Lin, I have wanted to speak with you for quite some time," began Pat Riley, the Miami Heat's executive president and the true mastermind behind the scenes. It is fair to say that not only does he control the team's transaction operations, but he also occasionally influences Coach Spoelstra's lineup and tactical arrangements. This meeting in the president's office commenced with those words. Lin Yu scoffed, thinking to himself that this notion of wanting to converse with him for quite some time was merely an illusion. Did they truly believe him to be a novice? The frenzy surrounding Lin has long subsided after 4 matches, and it has been 10 games since Lin Yu's meteoric rise to fame with a remarkable 12 seconds. Riley, fully aware that Lin Yu's contract will expire at the end of the season, has yet to broach the subject of a contract with the evidently burgeoning star. The only rationale for this oversight is that Riley has been meticulously observing Lin Yu. It was only after 10 games that Riley unequivocally recognized Lin Yu as a star player. At this juncture, he resolved to engage Lin Yu in discussions regarding an early contract extension. Despite harboring skepticism towards Riley's intentions, Lin Yu adeptly maintained a facade of cordiality, responding, likewise, "Mr. Pat Riley, shall we discuss the matter of the contract extension?" In truth, there was little to deliberate concerning Lin Yu's renewal. As a second-round rookie, who is also a second-round rookie with an exercise team option, his situation is somewhat constrained. Even though the Heat possess his bird rights, this merely ensures a modest increase in salary upon renewal. However, for Lin Yu to pursue the pinnacle of financial remuneration, he must emulate the contract signed by Jeremy Lin with the Rockets in his previous life, wherein the first and second years adhere strictly to the league's stipulated salary increments, and the third year escalates to an all-star caliber salary. The contract's duration is limited to 3 years, as beyond this period, Lin Yu must renegotiate to secure a genuine maximum salary within the league, a limitation stemming from his status as a second-round rookie. Consequently, the most sincere offer the Heat could extend has already been firmly established. Lin Yu had no intention of renewing his contract, yet he still took a glance at the offer presented by Riley. This fleeting gaze was aimed at gauging the Miami Heat's sincerity. Should the Heat lack genuine intent, even if they were willing next summer to part ways with James to form a triumvirate of Wade, Lin Yu, and Bosh, he would choose to depart. Conversely, if the Heat were indeed sincere, then the contract they now proffered ought to be one that incrementally increased in accordance with league regulations over the first 2 years, culminating in the third year with an elevation to all-star caliber compensation. Lin Yu cast a glance, and indeed, Riley was a cunning old fox. After all, he genuinely intended to renew Lin Yu's contract in advance. How could he possibly present Lin Yu with anything less than a sincere offer? Nevertheless, Lin Yu shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Pat Riley, but I do not wish to discuss a renewal at this moment." Chapter 40. Lin Yu's scarcity of scoring methods. Why? Lin, could you enlighten me as to why you are reluctant to renew? Is there something the team has neglected? If so, I will ensure they rectify it. Pat Riley smiled, yet his prominent hooked nose raised slightly, causing Lin Yu discomfort. At that moment, he felt a tinge of regret for being so forthright in conveying his intentions to Riley. He ought to have devised a more diplomatic excuse to deflect Riley's inquiries, perhaps by asserting that an agent needed to be present for contract discussions. Once Dan Fagan arrived, he could leave all matters regarding the Heat to him. Such matters were indeed more suited to Fagan's expertise. However, regret was futile now. Despite being an otherworldly traveler, he still lacked experience in certain situations. Subtly shaking his head, Lin Yu exchanged glances with Riley before continuing. "This is not related to the team. It is a personal choice." He spoke with a calm demeanor and steady gaze. "Could you elaborate on your reasoning?" Riley probed further, and Lin Yu shrugged in response. "Everyone is aware that the summer of 2010 will be tumultuous. I prefer to ascertain my future once the chaos has subsided." Once the chaos has subsided? Huh. Riley scoffed, but then, as if reminded of something by Lin Yu's words, he furrowed his brow. "You have seen the contract. We are sincere, so I urge you to reconsider." With that, Lin Yu nodded and rose to leave. As he departed, Riley pondered Lin Yu's earlier statement. The turmoil of the summer of 2010? Does this young novice possess some foreknowledge or have insights into future events? However, upon further reflection, Riley shook his head. What could he possibly know? The most he could surmise is that Dwayne's contract is nearing its end. Riley was confident that Lin Yu's playing style leaned heavily towards off-ball movement, necessitating the assistance of a premier ball handler like Wade to create space and deliver passes. Thus, Riley suspected that Lin Yu intended to align his future with Wade's. If Wade remained with the team, Lin Yu would likely follow suit. Conversely, if Wade departed, Lin Yu might seek opportunities elsewhere. Perhaps it would be prudent to initiate a conversation with Dwayne regarding his renewal, as that matter was nearly settled. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having departed from Riley's office, was also contemplating. He pondered whether Riley might react excessively in light of his firm refusal to extend the contract prematurely. For instance, would he reduce Lin Yu's playing time and ball possession, or even consider trading him outright? After some reflection, Lin Yu concluded that the former was unlikely. Reducing his playing time and ball possession would have little significant impact on him, as his status as a second-round rookie had already secured his next contract. Even if the Heat were to limit his play, Lin Yu could still procure a new contract from other teams at the season's end, one that would likely mirror the extension Riley had offered. As for the latter scenario, Lin Yu felt there was indeed a possibility. His current worth was substantial, with all-star caliber statistics that could even be deemed MVP level, compounded by the allure of Lin madness and the backing of the Chinese market. Even if it were merely to explore the prospect of a bird rights extension after his contract expired, many teams in the league would be eager to engage Riley in trade discussions. Did that cunning old fox Riley truly harbor thoughts of trading me? Lin Yu began to reminisce about the fleeting expression on Riley's face, his brows slightly furrowed, as if Lin Yu's mention of the tumultuous summer a decade ago had unearthed something significant. In all likelihood, Wade, James, and Bosch had already conspired to join forces in Miami. Conversely, it is also possible that these three had expressed interest, yet their intentions remained unfinalized. Should the former be true, with the triumvirate of peak players already established, Riley would undoubtedly seek to trade Lin Yu, irrespective of whether Lin Yu chose to renew his contract. With Lin Yu's contract extension, the salary cap that allowed the Heat to sign the Big Three in the summer of 2010 will no longer be sufficient. At that time, Riley will undoubtedly part ways with Lin Yu to acquire valuable assets in return. If Lin Yu does not renew his contract, Riley may choose to trade him early, in hopes of obtaining some return, thereby preparing a stronger foundation for the summer of 2010 when the three superstars were signed. Conversely, if the latter scenario unfolds, Riley might refrain from trading Lin Yu at this juncture, as retaining him would preserve a glimmer of hope for the upcoming season, or perhaps even other possibilities. It is difficult to ascertain. Lin Yu shook his head. Riley was far too cunning, and he found him utterly inscrutable. Everything, it seemed, had to be left to the passage of time. In any case, no matter what was said, he would not renew his contract in advance. After defeating the Knicks on the road, the Heat achieved their 10th consecutive victory of the season. Following this streak, they emerged as the frontrunners for the championship this season. However, almost everyone understood that the Heat's status as championship favorites was somewhat illusory. When it came to true contenders, teams like the Lakers, Celtics, Magic, and even the Mavericks and Suns could all lay claim to that title. Yet, the genuine favorites were undoubtedly the Lakers and Celtics. The former boasted the legendary Kobe along with their formidable frontcourt, while the latter featured the enduring trio of stars complemented by the rising young point guard, Rajon Rondo. In terms of roster configuration, these two teams eclipsed all other championship hopefuls. The Magic relied solely on Howard. The Mavericks had only Dirk Nowitzki, and the Suns, despite their dual stars Nash and Stoudemire, faced the reality of an unreliable Stoudemire due to persistent injuries. The Heat, too, faced similar challenges prior to Lin Yu's emergence. They had only Dwayne Wade, and in terms of star power, they could only be compared to the Magic and Mavericks. But why weren't the Heat considered true championship contenders before Lin Yu's rise? The answer lay in their woefully inadequate supporting cast. The primary playmaker, Chalmers, was merely a second-year rookie who only solidified his starting position after Lin Yu's ascendance. Before him, the team relied on the faded Alston or the journeyman Carlos Arroyo, who had wandered throughout his career. The starting small forward, Quentin Richardson, had leveraged a good season alongside Nash in 2004 to 2005 to secure a lucrative contract from the Knicks, after which he completely faltered. The Heat acquired him not for his talent, but rather for the final year of his contract worth $35 million. To Riley, Quentin Richardson was not a player, but merely an expiring contract. The veteran power forward, Udonis Haslem, stood as the only competent role player, known for his defense, rebounding, tenacity, and leadership in the locker room. Jermaine O'Neal, the center, was brought in mid-season the previous year in exchange for the soon-to-expire contract of Marion. This trade was ultimately aimed at bolstering the team's strength, as Marion's $17.81 million contract was set to expire that season, while O'Neal's $23.02 million contract would not conclude until the end of the current season. Swapping an expiring contract for a two-year one was hardly a means of strengthening the team. However, in this season, Riley viewed Jermaine O'Neal not as a player but as yet another expiring contract. With this starting lineup, while it may be an exaggeration to liken them to a CBA team, expecting Wade to lead this group of teammates to become championship favorites was an exercise in folly. The rise of Lin Yu has indeed propelled the Miami Heat into the ranks of championship contenders. However, due to the caliber of their teammates, the Heat seem more like mere placeholders among the genuine title favorites. This notion was swiftly validated by their performances on the court. In their 11th game of the season, the Heat faced off against the New Orleans Hornets. With Chris Paul sidelined due to injury, a victory seemed assured, prompting coach Spoelstra to include Beasley in the starting lineup. Yet, to everyone's surprise, David West dominated Beasley, and Marcus Thornton, another second-round rookie coming off the bench, erupted, forcing the Heat to struggle until the final moments to secure the win. In a valiant effort to aid his team, Lin Yu delivered an impressive performance, scoring 29 points along with 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal, seemingly rekindling his extraordinary form. Nevertheless, This narrow victory accentuated the underlying issues within the Heat. During the post-game segment on TNT, recurring guest Brian Windhorst candidly remarked, "Everyone believes this Heat team is a championship favorite, yet, in my opinion, that notion is utterly ludicrous." The problems with the Heat are glaringly apparent. Aside from Dwayne Wade and the sensational Lin Yu, they lack a third competent starter. Charles Barkley could not contain himself and interjected, "Don't overlook Udonis Haslem." Windhorst responded, "I'm not dismissing him, in my view. He hardly qualifies as a competent starter due to his abysmal offensive skills. Do you not share this perspective, Charles? Or shall we wager on it?" It appears that Brian Windhorst is once again making extravagant claims, even encouraging Barkley to place another bet. However, Barkley shook his head in refusal, as he shares a similar viewpoint with Windhorst, save for Haslem. He does not regard the Heat as contenders for the championship, despite their impressive 11-game winning streak. Soon enough, during the 12th game of the season, the Heat unequivocally substantiated this perspective. In their home match against the Magic, they allowed Howard to exact his revenge. In this contest, Lin Yu made 6 three-pointers, accumulating 31 points, alongside 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. In terms of both statistics and performance, he exerted himself to the fullest. Yet, the Heat still succumbed to defeat, and the reason was straightforward. No one on the team could withstand Howard's onslaught. In their previous encounter, the Heat emerged victorious due to Lin Yu's extraordinary display. However, in this match, without Lin Yu's exceptional prowess, the Heat faltered, unable to suppress the Magic's outside shooting, leading to their inevitable loss. The end of the 11-game winning streak may seem like a minor setback in the regular season journey, yet it marks merely the beginning. The Heat swiftly completed the remaining 4 games of November, having won consistently for the first half of the month, or more accurately, for the majority of it. However, following their defeat to the Magic, they recorded a balanced result of 2 wins and 2 losses in the subsequent 4 games, triumphing over the Pacers and the Hawks, yet falling to the visiting Suns and Nuggets. Observant individuals have noted that the Heat's winning streak during the earlier part of the month was largely attributed to Lin Yu's explosive performance, coupled with a relatively favorable schedule against the 2 weakest teams in the Eastern Conference. The latter matches of the 11-game streak saw only the Cavaliers presenting a significant challenge. The Heat's performance towards the end of the month, characterized by wins and losses, seems to reflect their true capabilities. To put it candidly, the Heat are simply at this level, despite finishing November with a record of 2 wins and 3 losses in their last 5 games. Lin Yu's exceptional individual contributions and the team's commendable performance throughout the month earned him the title of Player of the Month. He single-handedly secured both the Eastern Conference Player of the Month and Rookie of the Month accolades. His performance this month was indeed phenomenal, participating in 16 games, winning 13 of them with only 3 losses. Throughout these 16 games, he averaged 29, 8 points, 5, 4 rebounds, 4, 6 assists, 1, 2 steals, and 0 for blocks, with statistics approaching a remarkable 30-5-5. With his impressive performance and statistics, Lin Yu has unquestionably earned the titles of Player of the Month and Rookie of the Month. However, some experts have begun to scrutinize the true essence of Lin Yu, notably Brian Windhorst. Since he famously kissed a pig's behind, Windhorst has fixated on Lin Yu. This stems partly from his penchant for holding grudges and partly from information he has received from LeBron James's camp. James's team is poised to continue leveraging Lin Yu's narrative, though this will not materialize until the upcoming matchup between the Heat and the Cavaliers. During this idle time, Windhorst must work to sustain Lin Yu's momentum. As long as Lin Yu remains a topic of interest, the next opportunity for James to engage with him will garner attention. Windhorst's analysis of Lin Yu lacks depth. He merely extracted data from the 11 games following Lin Yu's self-proclaimed 5 games of madness. Indeed, during that period of frenzy, Lin Yu's statistics were rather extraordinary. Even in his debut, where he scored 12 points in 30 seconds, the figures were quite exaggerated. To truly analyze Lin Yu, one must exclude those 5 games. Once removed, his average statistics dwindle to 27. 5 points, 3, 9 rebounds, 3, 2 assists, and 0, 7 steals. While his scoring remains impressive, the lack of rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks paints a less favorable picture. It can be said that Lin Yu currently stands merely as a scorer, devoid of the ability to uplift his teammates or lead a team effectively. To put it bluntly, Lin Yu cannot assume the role of a team's leader. He is relegated to a supporting role. After dissecting Lin Yu's current style and characteristics, Windhorst concluded that Lin Yu is merely an exceptional second-in-command. Moreover, he further analyzed Lin Yu's scoring, selecting clips from the player's recent 5 games. Ultimately, he deduced that Lin Yu seldom engages in ball-handling offense. Most of his shots are taken off-ball. Aside from his 3-point attempts, Windhorst noted a scarcity of mid-range shots, indicating that even in scoring, Lin Yu's performance is notably lacking. The implication here is clear. It is time to address Lin Yu's deficiencies in scoring techniques. Chapter 41. The arrival of arenas. As December dawned, on the very first day back to work, Lin Yu was greeted with a series of delightful news. First and foremost, he was the sole recipient of both the Player of the Month and Rookie of the Month awards, accolades that, while not overly prestigious, marked the most significant personal honors he had attained thus far. In addition to these 2 trophies, Lin Yu received a notification from the team's press officer announcing the commencement of this season's All-Star voting. He had been nominated by the Heat to be a key figure in the campaign for votes. Typically, a team will designate 2 to 3 primary candidates for this purpose. And alongside him, the Heat had 2 others, Wade and Beasley. All-Star, my prospects seem quite promising, don't they? Lin Yu contemplated the vast market of fans across the Pacific. In the past, when the NBA did not impose restrictions on voting rights from overseas, Chinese fans managed to propel the rookie Yao Ming to become the leading vote-getter, surpassing even the peak performance of Shaquille O'Neal. In recent years, the NBA has instituted various limitations on overseas voting, yet Yi Jianlian continues to garner significant support, even competing for votes alongside Kevin Garnett. Presently, Lin Yu has become a figure of almost mythical status among domestic fans. Although he has played only a handful of games, his standing in the hearts of fans has already eclipsed that of Yao Ming. After all, he is a perimeter player, and the legendary moments of Linsanity bolster his reputation. Furthermore, he holds numerous records, including the record for 3-pointers made in a single game and the remarkable feat of scoring 12 points in 30 seconds. Consequently, he faces virtually no criticism from fans, and even if dissenters exist, they are compelled to conceal their opinions. This entirely deified atmosphere of public opinion, combined with a fervent fan base, leads Lin Yu to envision the possibility of claiming the throne of the top vote-getter. In addition to these promising developments, Lin Yu learned from the press officer about an analysis by Brian Windhorst during last night's post-game show with Charles Barkley, questioning the scoring prowess of a player lacking diverse scoring methods. Lin Yu stroked his chin, reluctantly acknowledging the accuracy of Brian Windhorst's analysis. Presently, Lin Yu is indeed a scorer lacking in diverse methods of scoring. His points can be succinctly summarized as 3-pointers, 3-pointers, and yet more 3-pointers. Amidst an incessant barrage of long-range attempts, he occasionally intersperses a couple of mid-range shots. It is imperative for him to devise strategies to expand his scoring repertoire. Lin Yu was deep in thought, primarily because he pondered the possibility that the cunning Pat Riley might indeed trade him midway through the season. If he found himself in a new team without a pivotal player like Dwayne Wade, his current style of play would undoubtedly become problematic. Thus, a pressing question arose. How could he diversify his scoring techniques? The answer was rather straightforward. He needed to continue creating opportunities. However, the nature of these opportunities warranted careful consideration. After all, crafting such chances is not as simple as finding a common trinket on the bustling streets. It was indeed a source of frustration. Lin Yu is currently trying to create a meme reminiscent of Curry's head-shaking celebration. However, in recent matches, his team has either suffered defeats or achieved victories with remarkable ease. He struggles to find the opportune moment to showcase his head-shaking celebration, making it difficult for others to appreciate the uniqueness of his gesture. Aside from the head-shaking, Lin Yu has been unable to devise any other memorable antics. Nevertheless, Brian Windhorst reminded him that the urgency of his situation has intensified since he declined to extend his contract early. He must find a way, even if it seems elusive. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, resolved to seek out a humorous angle in light of the upcoming match schedule. His next opponent was the Washington Wizards, which immediately brought to mind Gilbert Arenas' iconic 3-point shot followed by his celebratory spin, alongside Nick Young's awkward imitation that ended in a missed shot. However, therein lay the dilemma. Even if Lin Yu were to replicate Arenas' moment, it would merely be a reproduction of his famed scene, lacking originality. As for the latter, just 2 weeks prior, Nick Young had earned a spot in Barkley's weekly highlights for this very blunder. Regrettably, Lin Yu shook his head and rummaged through his thoughts, ultimately uncovering a rapid-fire reference, Miami at 4 in the morning. However, this reference was somewhat time-sensitive. The reason lies in the fact that Los Angeles at 4 in the morning originated from an interview with Kobe during the Christmas Day showdown in 2009. When queried about his success, Kobe countered with, "Do you know what Los Angeles is like at 4 in the morning?" Thus, Los Angeles at 4 in the morning evolved into an iconic phrase of a generation. It seemed he would need to find a journalist to collaborate with on this. Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret, lamenting why he had not thought of the clever reference to 4 o'clock during the Sports Illustrated interview in the previous era. Now, he found himself needing to seek out a journalist to collaborate with. The dilemma was that he did not possess a loyal reporter akin to LeBron James Brian Windhorst. Wait, there was indeed one. Lin Yu thought of Adrian Wojnarowski, who would later become globally renowned as WOJ. At that time, WOJ was merely a journalist for Yahoo Sports. Relatively well-known, yet not particularly famous. After all, he had not yet achieved the remarkable feat of accurately reporting the progress of the draft before the league's commissioner, as he would in later years. Lin Yu's acquaintance with WOJ began shortly after his 30-second debut. During a small press conference in the locker room, Lin Yu granted WOJ the opportunity for the first question. Subsequently, the two exchanged a few dialogues, making WOJ one of the few media representatives Lin Yu found somewhat agreeable. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu dialed Dan Fagan's number. "Are there no recent interview requests, Danny?" On the other end, Dan Fagan initially presumed that Lin Yu's call was regarding some special arrangement and promptly inquired about an interview. He was slightly perplexed. What did Lin Yu mean by such a question? Nevertheless, he truthfully informed Lin Yu, "No, Lin, all the interviews have been conducted." "What about ESPN? Don't they have any intention of interviewing me?" Lin Yu asked. ESPN generally does not conduct interviews. They only catch wind of rumors," Dan replied. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and got to the point. "What about Yahoo?" "Yahoo?" At this moment, Dan Fagan was genuinely bewildered by Lin Yu's intentions. It was well known that Lin Yu had previously been quite resistant to interviews. However, judging by his current inquiry, it seemed that Lin Yu was seeking someone to interview him. Such a changeable nature was unexpected. Shaking his head, Dan Fagan tentatively asked, "The Haven T proposed an interview, but if you have a need, I can help you reach out." On this side of the line, Lin Yu was pleased. "Then please make contact. There's a reporter at Yahoo named Adrian Wojnarowski. I believe he would be excellent." Shortly thereafter, Dan Fagan returned Lin Yu's call. "I've made the arrangements. Yahoo has agreed to conduct an interview, but the specific timing is up to you. Let us do it tomorrow. Right after we finish the game against the Wizards, we can officially commence the interview." The interview has been confirmed, but before it takes place, Lin Yu must first compete in a home game. The opponent for this match is the Washington Wizards, featuring the recently returned Gilbert Arenas. Like Lin Yu, Arenas is a second-round rookie and a master of the three-point shot. However, the difference lies in the fact that Arenas fell to the second round by circumstance. Prior to the draft, he was a hot prospect expected to be a first-round pick, to the extent that he prematurely leveraged his future rookie contract for various expenditures. Consequently, when the draft unfolded and he was only selected in the second round, he was left utterly bewildered. Faced with a mountain of unpayable bills typical of second-round rookie contracts, he resolutely decided to make those teams that overlooked him regret their choices. In his second season, he indeed accomplished this, averaging 18, 3 points, 4, 7 rebounds, 6, 3 assists, and 5 steals, earning him the title of Most Improved Player of the Year. By the end of the season, he secured a lucrative contract from the Wizards, enabling him to settle his previously insurmountable debts. Arenas' journey can be described as inspirational. However, in reality, his personality is rather eccentric. As for the upcoming game, Lin Yu initially perceived it as yet another inconsequential match, given the Wizards' dismal record. Even with Arenas' return, they remain at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Had it not been for their poor performance, the Wizards would not have traded Jamison to the Cavaliers and Butler to the Mavericks midseason. Yet, in the lead-up to the match, the unpredictable Arenas sparked a wave of media controversy. For Lin Yu, this was yet another unexpected media frenzy. "Lin, what are your thoughts on Gilbert Arenas' pre-game statements? Do you have any response to what he said? Arenas has made some bold claims. Shouldn't you respond?" As it was a home game, Lin Yu hurried from the parking lot to the locker room, only to be surrounded by a throng of reporters. He was no stranger to this attention, as he had become quite a public figure, especially in the vicinity of the American Airlines Center. However, the repetitive nature of the questions posed by the reporters furrowed his brow. What on earth was Arenas saying? Initially disinclined to engage with the reporters, His curiosity ultimately prevailed. And he paused, turning to them and raising a hand in a gesture for calm. Apologies, but I truly have no knowledge of what Gilbert Arenas has said. Could someone please summarize it for me? Soon. An enthusiastic reporter from ESPN informed Lin Yu. Gilbert Arenas stated that even if everyone else in the league acknowledges your status as the king of three-pointers, he will not. For he is the true king of three-pointers. If you wish to claim that title, you must first surpass him. Lin Yu touched his nose, feeling somewhat speechless. Had the matter of the king of three-pointers not yet subsided? He initially thought it was some journalist stirring the pot, but upon further inquiry, another reporter informed him. No one had broached the subject with him. He had brought it up of his own accord. He had initiated the discussion himself. Lin Yu stroked his chin, sensing an ominous air about the newcomer. However, when it came to Arenas' three-point shooting, the only quality he possessed that matched Lin Yu's was his confidence. All else paled in comparison. Perhaps at his peak, Arenas could have engaged in a fierce contest of eccentricity with Lin Yu, but the current Arenas. Lin Yu shook his head inwardly. Faced with such an enthusiastic group of reporters, he contemplated for a moment before responding. We'll see in the match. A simple phrase, yet it held considerable weight. With a wave, Lin Yu bid farewell to the journalists and traversed the lengthy players' tunnel, swiftly arriving at the home team's locker room at the American Airlines Center. As soon as he stepped inside, the locker room erupted with Alston's playful banter. Hey, Lin, did you catch Gilbert Arenas' comments? You've been challenged again, haha. Lin Yu uttered a curse, accompanied by a raised middle finger. Eris approached, patting him on the shoulder. This predicament is entirely your own doing. Who told you to boldly proclaim yourself the king of three-pointers? The three-point shot has become a distinctive feature of contemporary basketball, with players who excel in this skill demonstrating remarkable prowess, while those who falter shun it entirely. Consequently, those adept at this art regard it as the very essence of their existence. Lin Yu boldly proclaimed himself the king of three-pointers, inevitably inciting the ire of those players who regard the three-point shot as fundamental to their very existence. He made numerous attempts at logo threes, yet his efforts culminated in a dismal 0-4-11 performance, reminiscent of J.R. Smith. Prior to this match, Gilbert Arenas, another prominent figure, declared that for Lin Yu to lay claim to the title of three-point king, he must first surpass him. Perhaps in the future, Lin Yu will encounter renowned sharpshooters like Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis, who may challenge him in a manner akin to Arenas. Let them dare to challenge. As the ancient Chinese saying goes, when the soldiers come, we block them. When the water rises, we dam it. I assert my title as the king of three-pointers, and I shall remain steadfast, impervious to their words. This declaration earned Lin Yu a thumbs up from Alston. How resolute. Lin Yu's tenacity is evident not only off the court, but also within its confines. Time swiftly approached the moment the match was set to commence. As anticipated prior to the game, the opposing team, the Wizards, was undeniably one of the weaker squads in the Eastern Conference. Consequently, the Miami Heat did not accord significant attention to this matchup, resulting in a cacophony of indistinct noise rather than jeers from the home crowd. The starting lineup, as always, featured point guard Chalmers, shooting guard Wade, small forward Lin Yu, and center Odin. The only alteration was the surprising inclusion of Michael Beasley at power forward. Those familiar with the Heat understood that Beasley's start signified a notable weakness in the opponent. On the other side, the Wizards' starting five comprised point guard Arenas, shooting guard Karen Butler, small forward Mike Miller, power forward Anton Jamison, and center Brendan Haywood. The Wizards' roster, at a glance, appeared quite formidable, particularly as they had no intentions of tanking at the season's outset. In pursuit of success, the Wizards' management even exchanged future first-round picks for Mike Miller and Randy Foye, one serving as the current starting small forward and the other as the sixth man. It was clear that the Wizards aimed for the playoffs from the very beginning. Yet, who could have foreseen their dismal performance once the season commenced? Even before the game had begun, Lin Yu found himself face-to-face with Arenas, who opened his arms in an invitation to embrace. Lin Yu did not refuse. He opened his arms as well. After the two embraced, Lin Yu heard Arenas' playful banter. Are you ready to challenge my throne as the king of three-pointers? Lin Yu immediately scoffed. If your strength were as formidable as your words, your team would not be languishing in the current position of third from the bottom in the Eastern Conference. Chapter 42, Swift Resolution. Lin Yu initially believed he could leave Arenas speechless, only to be taken aback when Arenas retorted, if I had Dwayne Wade by my side, I wouldn't lose a single game. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. then let out a cold laugh. He refrained from retorting, yet in that instant, he became certain that Arenas was mentally unfit. Upon reflection, it was evident. If Arenas possessed sound judgment, how could he possibly squander money before the draft order was even established? Moreover, not long after, this individual had the audacity to bring an unloaded firearm into the locker room, resulting in an FBI investigation and a substantial suspension from the league, effectively sealing the fate of his already declining career. This was beyond mere folly. It was a profound void in his reasoning, one that could not be filled. Lin Yu dismissed engaging in conversation with those who lacked common sense, hence he refrained from countering Arenas. Just that one flip-flop remark from Arenas would leave Wade momentarily speechless. With the Miami Heat boasting a remarkable record of 13 wins and 3 losses in the first month of the season, Lin Yu claimed the second share of the credit, while Wade would never dare to assert himself as the primary contributor. After all, the true grit had been chewed through by Lin Yu himself. A miraculous turnaround against the Celtics saw him score 12 points in just 30 seconds, while he single-handedly shattered the Magic with 47 points on their home court, and achieved a colossal triple-double of 30 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 assists against the Lakers at Staples Center. Under Wade's leadership, none of these games would have ended in victory. This was precisely why Lin Yu regarded Arenas as somewhat unhinged. Shaking his head subtly, Lin Yu chose to ignore Arenas and retreated to his half of the court, awaiting the commencement of the game. Soon, referee Joe Crawford positioned himself between the two centers, his whistle poised in his mouth. With a sharp blow, the basketball soared into the arena. Brandon Haywood was the first to touch the ball, marking the official start of the match. In the Wizards' backcourt, Arenas controlled the ball and slowly crossed the half-court line. His defender was not Lin Yu, but rather Chalmers. This caused Arenas some displeasure, prompting him to extend his right hand and beckon Lin Yu with a flick of his fingers from a distance. Well, Gilbert Arenas was directly challenging Lin Yu. This was quite confrontational. It remained to be seen whether Lin Yu would take the bait. From afar, Lin Yu rolled his eyes dramatically, affirming that he should not have engaged with someone so intellectually deficient. Now, he was compelled to showcase his defensive prowess in front of thousands of fervent Heat fans. Indeed, Lin Yu's defense was rather lacking. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage and stepped forward, switching defenses with Chalmers. The moment he faced Arenas, he could hear Arenas' taunting words. "We agreed on a 3-point showdown. Don't you dare back down." Lin Yu rolled his eyes once more. Prior to their embrace before the match, he had genuinely contemplated engaging in a fierce battle with Arenas. But now, perhaps it would be prudent to step aside from such folly. However, with Arenas now affixed to him, Lin Yu had no choice but to act swiftly, aiming to resolve this matter without delay. "Observe that position over there. I shall strike a 3-pointer from that very spot." Lin Yu initially anticipated that Arenas would hurl yet another piece of nonsensical banter. To his surprise, however, Arenas silently began to maneuver. Observing this, Lin Yu rolled his eyes dramatically. This fellow possesses no semblance of an experienced veteran's composure. As Arenas commenced his movements, Lin Yu, predictably, found himself outmaneuvered. Arenas seized the opportunity to attempt a 3-pointer, exuding confidence, yet the resounding clang of the rim shattered his self-assurance. After all, he had endured a significant injury. His knee had suffered irreparably, and coupled with age, his explosiveness had diminished considerably. The accuracy of his 3-point shooting had similarly waned. For Lin Yu, this defensive exchange was akin to a guaranteed victory. The sound of the missed shot brought a smile to Lin Yu's face. For him, winning was all that mattered, regardless of the means. His 3-point duel with Arenas resembled a penalty shootout in football, with this moment marking the failure of Arenas' initial shot. Beneath the basket, Wade successfully snagged the rebound, setting the stage for Lin Yu's turn. In this match, Wade's comrades were absent, but he remained a steadfast supporter of Lin Yu. Just past the halfway mark, he cast a glance toward Lin Yu's position. Spotting Lin Yu accelerating on the opposite side, Wade, without a second thought, flicked his wrist and sent the ball soaring in his direction. Lin Yu received the ball effortlessly, with a fluidity akin to silk. However, no matter how comfortable and smooth it felt, Arenas stood resolutely in his path. In this match, Arenas was reminiscent of a prior James, fixated on Lin Yu without relent. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that Arenas' unwavering focus on Lin Yu did not compromise the Wizards' overall defense. Despite Arenas' imposing presence before him, Lin Yu executed a sudden stop, akin to the art of horseback archery, launching the basketball with precision. The Heat seized the rebound, and Wade passed the ball to Lin Yu, who promptly unleashed a 3-pointer. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net, creating a cascade of white yet resplendent netting. The American Airlines Center erupted in a chorus of cheers and roars, igniting the Heat's bench into a frenzy. The stance of horseback archery was not only aesthetically pleasing in its execution, but the shot itself was also remarkably accurate and fierce. In the commentary booth, Barkley had transformed into Lin Yu's ardent supporter, which was entirely understandable. On the court, Arenas' expression had darkened considerably. Much like a penalty shootout, Lin Yu had now taken a 1-0 lead. The somberness on Arenas' face stemmed from the fact that this three-point duel differed from a penalty shootout. In a penalty shootout, the roles are exchanged, and the leading player might miss their next kick, while the trailing player could very well score, thus equalizing the score. In contrast, the three-point contest bore a different essence. Arenas' miss on a three-pointer indicated a chilling touch, suggesting that his next attempt was likely to follow suit in failure. Lin Yu opened the scoring with a splendid three-pointer, a testament to his current rhythm being exceptionally fine. The likelihood of his next shot finding the net is significantly high. With just one offensive and one defensive play, the gap in the score began to widen. Turning around, the Wizards initiated their attack. With a furrowed brow, Arenas maintained possession. His status within the Wizards remains unassailable. When he speaks, it is as if the word of God, and none dare to contest him. After all, he is the undisputed leader of the locker room. Otherwise, he would not have the audacity to bring an unloaded firearm into it. This time, he employed a series of deceptive fakes, feigning a drive before retracting and launching his shot. However, Lin Yu was not fooled by his trickery. The feint towards the basket was a mere illusion in the midst of a three-point duel, a deception that fell flat. Lin Yu, without a moment's hesitation, came to a halt, waiting for Arenas to retract his foot before he lunged forward to disrupt the play. Clang! With Lin Yu's interference, the sound of the ball hitting the rim was notably sharper this time, as the basketball struck the edge of the hoop. Once again, it was Wade who dashed towards the basket, seizing the rebound. The Miami Heat's interior defense was feeble, particularly when it came to rebounding. To secure victory in the game, they could not afford to concede too many boards. Thus, the perimeter players of the Heat also had to shoulder some responsibility for protecting the rebounds. Like Wade, who, despite missing several games this season due to injury and experiencing a few lackluster performances upon his return, had nonetheless managed to average over 7 rebounds per game. In this era, an average of more than 7 rebounds has become a standard for interior players. Wade snatched the rebound once more, igniting another fast break. Lin Yu accelerated on the other side, and as he crossed the halfway line, he received a pass from Wade. Arenas stood in front of Lin Yu, but he was retreating, unaware that just after crossing the halfway line, Lin Yu, having received the pass from Wade, unleashed a stunning shot. Although Lin Yu's logo three-pointer was renowned, Arenas was unable to defend against it. The primary issue was Lin Yu's extraordinary range. He could shoot from virtually anywhere, leaving Arenas at a loss for how to guard him. As the ball sailed over his head, Arenas already knew that Lin Yu would likely put them ahead by 2-0. Swish. Sure enough, the unmistakable sound of the ball kissing the net echoed through the arena. Amidst the cheers in the American Airlines Center, Arenas' expression resembled that of LeBron's just days prior. Turning around, the Wizards initiated their offensive possession. Arenas stubbornly clung to the ball, showing no inclination to pass. This time, he didn't even attempt to dribble. Instead, he faced Lin Yu's defense head-on and launched a three-pointer. To his surprise, swish. Despite the defensive pressure and the lack of finesse, the shot went in. Arenas stood in stunned silence for a moment before lifting his chin defiantly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Indeed, this fellow had a few screws loose. As Arenas sank the shot, the score shifted to 6-3, leaving the Wizards trailing by 3 points. Yet possession remained firmly in the hands of the Heat. The score between Lin Yu and Arenas has transformed into 2-1. However, the possession remains firmly in Lin Yu's grasp, providing him with the opportunity to extend his lead further. Lin Yu is acutely aware of his scorching shooting touch. Scoring another 2 points should pose no challenge for him. At this juncture, his thoughts are centered on how to conclude this 3-point battle with utmost expedience. He has no desire for the game to commence with a flurry of 3-point attempts, only to find that 4 or 5 minutes have elapsed without resolution. Such an approach is not characteristic of Lin Yu. He is not akin to Kobe, an individual player devoid of team spirit. During this offensive sequence, Arenas successfully scores, thereby thwarting any chance for the Heat to retaliate. Chalmers receives the ball in the backcourt and steadily advances past half-court. by the time Wade maneuvers to receive the ball. Over 10 seconds of the shot clock have already expired. It appears that Wade intends to take the shot himself. Arenas, who has been matched up against Lin Yu, having just scored, has become quite vocal at this moment. Come on, pass the ball. Aren't you the king of three-pointers? Aren't you the leader of the Heat? Why have you gone silent after just 2 possessions? Lin Yu was utterly perplexed. When had he ever claimed to be the leader of the Heat? Nevertheless, he cast a dismissive glance at Arenas, pondering who had asserted that he would not seize this opportunity. Lin Yu was acutely aware that he had successfully landed 2 consecutive three-pointers. If he was willing to make a run, Wade would undoubtedly deliver the ball to him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to maneuver around. With a few swift strides, he accelerated to his maximum speed, charging toward the three-point line. Just as Wade's pass arrived, Arenas was right on Lin Yu's heels. As Lin Yu leapt to receive the ball, Arenas lunged to contest the shot. A solid interference was made, yet moments later, the unmistakable sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed, signaling another successful shot for Lin Yu. Arenas, whose expression had previously eased, now wore a look of dismay. This marked Lin Yu's 3rd consecutive three-pointer, clearly showcasing his fiery shooting form, rendering any attempts to stop him futile. It seemed that Arenas had all but conceded defeat in this three-point duel. Nevertheless, he refused to relent and swiftly turned to launch his own offensive, attempting yet another three-pointer. Clang. Arenas' shot clearly lacked precision, or perhaps, throughout this season, his shooting touch had been consistently poor. If his form had been better, the Wizards would not be languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference standings. With a score of 3-1 and Lin Yu still in possession of the ball, he sensed it was time to bring this unremarkable three-point contest to a close. Arenas' missed shot resulted in a rebound secured by O'Neal, preventing the Heat from launching a counterattack. Chalmers brought the ball up the court, and Lin Yu seamlessly positioned himself at the top of the arc, requesting the ball from Chalmers. Arenas remained closely shadowing Lin Yu, refusing to give him an inch, as if he still harbored hopes of turning the tide in this three-point skirmish. Lin Yu, however, was determined to bring this fierce battle to an end. He pointed to the floor beneath his feet and said to Arenas, "Do you see this very floor?" "What?" Arenas, taken aback, could only respond with a puzzled expression. Lin Yu continued, "It is upon this very floor that I shall tread and execute a flawless three-pointer. This is a quintessential display of bravado, reminiscent of the legendary Larry Bird. Unlike Lin Yu, Bird exuded an even greater air of arrogance when he donned this persona, directly taunting the opposing bench." Following a timeout, Danny Ainge would pass the ball to Dennis Johnson, who would then relay it to me stationed in the corner, poised to step back and launch a three-pointer. "Do you comprehend what I am conveying?" Receiving no response, Bird reiterated, "I shall remain right here. I am not moving an inch. They will pass the ball to me, and the next sound you shall hear will be the swish of the net." And without fail, he executed his words. After sinking that three-pointer, Bird even winked at the Mavericks bench before returning to his own half of the court. Lin Yu was not so arrogant. He merely aimed to swiftly eliminate the vexatious Arenas before him. Consequently, after making that statement, he added, "If this three-pointer goes in, we can declare this game over. Following that, it shall be the match between the Wizards and the Heat." Arenas furrowed his brow, realizing that the point gap between him and Lin Yu had widened considerably. Should Lin Yu succeed in making that shot, this three-point contest would indeed come to an end. Nevertheless, he chose to maintain his defiance, retorting, "Stop pretending. You won't make that shot." Lin Yu cradled the basketball, shrugged his shoulders, and then leapt into action. With remarkable speed, his shot soared effortlessly over Arenas' outstretched hands, traversing half the court before plunging into the net amidst a chorus of astonished gasps. Swish! Boom! Amidst the fervent cheers of the American Airlines Center, Lin Yu pointed at Arenas, declaring, "You've lost, Gilbert. In the upcoming matches, do refrain from bothering me." Chapter 43. Interviews and exposed issues. The game between the Heat and the Wizards concluded swiftly. Lin Yu's consecutive three-pointers at the outset foretold the inevitable outcome. His performance was so incandescent that following a rapid defeat of Arenas, Wizards head coach, Flip Saunders, immediately called for a timeout, intent on stifling Lin Yu's offensive prowess. The attempt to contain him, however, only resulted in Lin Yu's three-point shots continuing to blaze forth. Wade, Chalmers, and even the starting Beasley benefited from the defensive attention Lin Yu attracted, each erupting with fervor in turn. The Heat's offense flourished, extinguishing any suspense of the match by halftime. In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "This season, the Heat truly exhibit a ruthless edge in dismantling their opponents. Indeed, the Heat's ferocity against teams like the Wizards, Nets, and Warriors, those languishing at the bottom of the league, often culminated in victories by the end of 3 quarters or even halftime. The root of this dominance lay in Lin Yu's outlandish three-point shooting. Unless the opponents fielded a formidable defense, or, like the Cavaliers, adopted a strategy specifically targeting him by extending their defense outward, Lin Yu's three-pointers became lethal, piercing the hearts of adversaries with precision. 3 points outweigh 2, which is why the Heat consistently manages to widen the score gap when their offensive rhythm flows smoothly. Against the Wizards, the Nets, and even the Cavaliers, Lin Yu's three-point shots have invariably catalyzed a significant lead. While it may be said that they are merciless against weaker teams, the truth is that Lin Yu's three-point shooting has reached a level where it becomes deadly if left unchallenged. Coach Flip Saunders had already grasped this reality during the game. Yet his team, even at the peak of their Big Three era, was not known for their defensive prowess. To expect such an offensive juggernaut to muster a rigorous and meticulous defense to curtail Lin Yu's three-point shooting, one might as well indulge in a daydream. The game swiftly drew to a close, and post-match, Lin Yu, having amassed 21 points by halftime, was once again summoned by TNT for an interview at the sidelines. In response, Lin Yu shrugged, wishing to convey, "It wasn't I who outperformed in this match. If one were to select the most outstanding performer of the match, it would undoubtedly not be Lin Yu, who played merely a half. Instead, it would be Michael Beasley, who started the game and played until the end of the fourth quarter, showcasing a season high of 31 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal, an all-around performance that certainly merits the title of best player of the game." Logically, TNT should have conducted an interview with Beasley. However, the issue lies in Beasley's lack of popularity. He is merely a former second overall pick who now appears to be but a shadow of his former self. In terms of buzz, Beasley pales in comparison to Lin Yu, who recently ignited a frenzy with his remarkable performances. Furthermore, Lin Yu, who has dubbed himself the king of three-pointers, has stirred quite a bit of controversy within the league. His previous offensive and defensive duel with LeBron James, along with his recent three-point showdown against Gilbert Arenas, have captured significant attention. The NBA is rife with on-court rivalries, but it craves the drama that unfolds off the court. Fans and practitioners alike revel in the verbal sparring that occurs beyond the hardwood. The recent exchange between Lin Yu and Arenas is merely the prologue, with the climactic conclusion still pending. Under such circumstances, how could TNT possibly overlook Lin Yu? Thus, Lin found himself before the flamboyantly dressed Craig Sager, with both microphone and camera trained upon him. Sager earned his moniker for his penchant for wearing a different vibrant suit for every game, and today he donned a strikingly red ensemble. With the game concluded, Sager cut straight to the chase, asking Lin Yu for his thoughts on Arenas' pre-game remarks. Sager was direct, and Lin Yu offered no reservations. "To be honest, I didn't pay much attention to what he said, as I knew he would not be my match in this three-point contest. I even think Gilbert should consider seeking help for his mental well-being. If he had any common sense, he would realize he stands no chance against me." Sager was momentarily taken aback, as Lin's words bordered on personal attack, which felt rather out of place. "Are you implying he has a mental issue?" Sager sought clarification. Lin Yu nodded resolutely. "Indeed. I believe he should visit a mental health facility." The effect of his statement was immediate, causing a stir among those present. In the commentary booth, Charles Barkley was momentarily stunned, but a smile soon spread across his face. Lin Yu is certainly making an enemy of Gilbert Arenas. This is getting interesting. According to Barkley, the NBA in recent years has indeed become somewhat civilized, with little to no conflicts off the court, and even less within it. For someone like Barkley, who once navigated the rough waters of basketball in the 80s and 90s, having experienced the brutality of the sport, this current style lacks excitement. However, Lin Yu's intense rivalry with Arenas has rekindled in Barkley the spirit reminiscent of his own era, coupled with Lin Yu's audacious claim of being the king of three-pointers, a boast that could be deemed outrageous in this time. Barkley has grown increasingly fond of him. He mused that it would be splendid if Lin Yu could exhibit a bit more tenacity on the court. Little does he know that despite Lin Yu's seemingly gentle playing style, it is a reflection of circumstances beyond his control. One must possess a certain toughness to play with aggression. Lin Yu is not a colossus. Although he hails from the land of China, he possesses no remarkable martial prowess. Should he heed Barkley's advice and strive to become more formidable, it is likely that he would soon find himself battered and bruised by the fierce competition of the NBA. This is not a matter of cowardice, but rather an understanding of one's limitations. He must recognize his own strengths and weaknesses, acknowledging that he is there to play basketball, not to engage in brawls, just as he does now. Avoiding excessive confrontation and focusing on shooting three-pointers, he excels in the game of basketball. Therefore, Lin, do you truly believe you are the rightful king of three-pointers? On the sidelines, the flamboyantly dressed commentator posed his final question. Lin Yu nodded. Of course, who else could be the king of three-point shots? Should anyone dare to question my prowess like Gilbert Arenas did, they may learn from him and challenge me. With that, Lin Yu turned and strode into the players' tunnel. In December, the Heat achieved a triumphant start. The very next day, Adrian Wojnarowski knocked on the door of Lin Yu's apartment. It's good to see you again, Adrian. Lin Yu opened the door and greeted him, to which Woj responded with a smile. Indeed, this meeting was unlike the previous ones, as there were no other journalist colleagues accompanying him this time. Lin Yu also chuckled softly, remarking, "Indeed, your efforts for today's exclusive interview are commendable." Woj immediately grasped the underlying significance of Lin Yu's words. Initially, he too had been perplexed by Lin Yu's proactive invitation for Yahoo to conduct an interview. This was particularly surprising given Lin Yu's well-known aversion to the media and interviews. Following the frenzy surrounding Lin's popularity, a multitude of media outlets clamored for an interview. Yet Lin Yu only consented to engage with 2 North American outlets. Yahoo, having not extended an invitation at that time, would have left Woj pondering Lin Yu's mental state had he sought them out now after previously declining their request. In a single statement, Lin Yu articulated his intentions. The production team from Yahoo Sports commenced the setup of their equipment. Seizing the opportunity during the preparations, Woj found a spot to sit down, then presented the interview questions he had meticulously prepared in advance to Lin Yu. The interview would still require some time to commence. However, he offered Lin Yu the opportunity to peruse the questions, inviting him to provide any additional insights or suggestions should he have differing opinions. Lin Yu desired precisely what Woj had articulated. He swiftly perused the inquiries that Woj had meticulously prepared in advance. Unlike those journalists who relished in nitpicking, Woj exhibited a commendable level of professionalism, presenting questions that were decidedly formulaic. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to prepend a question to his inquiry. "I wish to pose a query that has been asked by countless journalists before. How did you evolve from a steadfast fixture at the water cooler to your current esteemed position? I yearn for a response that deviates sharply from those previously given, or, more precisely, a more detailed explanation." Woj received Lin Yu's revised question and was immediately reminded of a similar inquiry posed during a past exclusive interview with Sports Illustrated. However, Lin Yu's response had consistently been that he had diligently worked during those 2 years spent on the bench. The specifics of his efforts, however, remained unaddressed. Woj refrained from speculating on how Lin Yu might respond to this question, but found himself contemplating the rationale behind Lin Yu's inclusion of it. What was his intention? Despite racking his brain, he could not fathom that Lin Yu's sole aim was to create a clever setup. Before long, the production crew had positioned the equipment and whispered something to Woj. He nodded and signaled to Lin Yu that the interview was about to commence. After a brief introductory statement, Woj directly posed the question that Lin Yu had placed at the forefront. Facing the camera, Lin Yu displayed a confident smile. "Have you ever witnessed Miami at 3:30 in the morning?" Woj was momentarily taken aback. "What? I ask you, have you ever witnessed Miami at 3:30 in the morning?" Woj shook his head. He certainly had not, for he was not a Miami local. Regardless of whether he was an early riser, he could never have experienced Miami at that hour. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that posing this question to Woj lacked persuasive power. He then turned to the Miami Heat's media official beside him and inquired, "Tom, you reside in Miami. Have you ever witnessed Miami at 3:30 in the morning?" Tom Felton, the Heat's media official, shook his head and replied, 3:30 in the morning? At that hour, I am typically still lost in slumber." Lin Yu clapped his hands, declaring that this statement sufficed. "At 3:30 in the morning, I was already awake." Awake? Woj was taken aback. After all, it was 3:30 in the morning. Rising at such an hour, forsaking sleep? Indeed. After freshening up, when I stepped outside, the clock had struck 4 a.m. Perhaps I ought to inquire if any of you have witnessed Miami at 4 in the morning. Finally, Lin Yu delved into the crux of the matter. His initial mention of 3:30 was to distinguish it from Kobe's 4 o'clock. After all, Kobe's 4 o'clock was not far off. Ultimately, he jokingly reintroduced the concept of 4 o'clock to block Kobe's path. This endeavor could only be undertaken by Lin Yu. Kobe could not presume to replicate it. In recent days, Lin Yu had indeed been rising at 3:30 and departing at 4 to assist in crafting this narrative. He would then jog towards the Miami Heat's training facility. By the time he arrived at the training center, it was already 5 o'clock. Unfortunately, his apartment was rather distant from the training venue. Why did he run all the way to the training center? Was it to enhance the intensity of his training and fortify his physique? At this juncture, WOJ's inquiries began to stray from his prepared script. Faced with this novel question, Lin Yu simply smiled. Not solely to bolster my physique. There was another reason initially. What was this other reason? I entered the NBA in the second round. With a meager salary. For the first 2 seasons, I spent most of my time on the bench, lacking any endorsement income. After covering essential expenses, I would send the surplus back home to my parents. Running to the training facility also served the purpose of saving money. Indeed, running to the training facility was a means of economizing, yet another jest reminiscent of Giannis Antetokounmpo, the widely recognized Greek freak. In this instance, Lin Yu sought to create 2 humorous narratives at once. Upon reaching the training center, the clock indicated 5 o'clock, and I would proceed to gather a basketball for some on-court practice. Such training has been a steadfast routine for nearly 2 years. Following the interview, the Miami Heat embarked on yet another journey through the Western Conference. In the inaugural match of this road trip, they faced a disheartening defeat, challenging the San Antonio Spurs. The young coach Spoelstra received a stern lesson from Popovich, while Lin Yu experienced the lowest shooting percentage of his nascent NBA career. With a dismal 7 out of 19 attempts, his shooting accuracy fell below 40% for the first time, a figure that is evidently inadequate. The crux of the issue lay in Popovich's targeted tactics, which proved effective. In essence, Popovich had discerned the Heat's recent successful strategies, wherein Wade's penetrations disrupted defensive structures, allowing Lin Yu to unleash a barrage of 3-point attempts. This approach could be succinctly described as a dual-gun strategy. However, the pivotal aspect was that Wade's drives would compress the opponent's defense, thus granting Lin Yu abundant space and opportunities beyond the arc. In this matchup, Popovich opted to extend his defensive coverage and employed a high-chain defense, ensuring that there was always a wing player available to engage Wade one-on-one. Consequently, Lin Yu soon discovered that each of his 3-point attempts was met with defensive pressure. Lacking the space to adjust, coupled with his subpar shooting form in this game, he ended up with a disappointing 7 out of 19. The game devolved into a showcase of Wade's isolation plays. While Wade could still manage one-on-one situations, the downside was that the Heat had once again morphed into a team reliant solely on Wade. To distill this defeat into a simple conclusion, the reason for the Heat's loss lay in the point emphasized by Brian Windhorst. Lin Yu's scoring methods remained overly simplistic. This loss, compounded by Lin Yu's lackluster performance, led to a moment of stagnation for him. Whispers of his predictable style began to circulate. Meanwhile, a feature on Lin Yu appeared on the homepage of Yahoo Sports. Now in Dallas with the team, Lin Yu offered a faint smile. Was his scoring method truly too singular? Indeed, he faced such criticism, yet he would soon dispel those concerns. Chapter 44. The fadeaway mastery unleashed. The current head coach of the Mavericks is Rick Carlisle, a figure reminiscent of Jim Carrey, who, at this juncture, had yet to lead the aging Nowitzki to victory against the formidable trio at their peak. At this time, Carlisle's reputation was not as unassailable as it would become post-championship. In fact, many questioned Carlisle, alleging a lack of offensive and defensive prowess. In previous years, the Mavericks had been derided as a pseudo-strong team, but they were still deemed a contender. However, under Carlisle's guidance, the Mavericks of the past 2 seasons could hardly be classified as a strong team. Nevertheless, Lin Yu understood that Carlisle possessed his own strengths. What precisely were Carlisle's expertise? He is indeed not particularly renowned for his offensive prowess, nor is he particularly distinguished in defense. However, he has dabbled in both realms, making him a paragon of balance between attack and defense. Nevertheless, his greatest strengths lie in his ability to make on-the-spot adjustments and his remarkable capacity for learning. In the current match, Carlisle vividly showcased his top-tier aptitude for real-time adjustments alongside his exceptional learning ability. Throughout this season, the Maverick starting lineup has consistently featured point guard Kidd, shooting guard Rodrigue Beaubois, small forward Marion, power forward Nowitzki, and center Dampier. Yet, in preparation for this match, Carlisle opted for a modification. He included the recently recovered Josh Howard in the starting lineup, forming a formidable perimeter trio with Kidd and Marion. The intention behind this tactical alteration was unmistakable. Soon enough, the game commenced. As a formidable team, the Mavericks naturally faced the Heat's starting lineup, which comprised point guard Chalmers, shooting guard Wade, small forward Lin Yu, power forward Haslam, and center Odin. Odin lost the jump ball yet again, even against the equally diminished Dampier. The Mavericks initiated the offense, with Kidd controlling the ball as he crossed half-court. After a brief pause, he feigned a drive, only to pass instead. The Heat had already anticipated this maneuver, with Chalmers shadowing Kidd throughout. Ultimately, Kidd was left with no choice but to pass to Nowitzki for a contested shot. Clang! Right from the outset, even Nowitzki's strong shot lacked precision. Under the basket, Odin secured the rebound and promptly handed the ball to Chalmers. As the sound of the hammer striking iron resonated, Lin Yu swiftly turned and advanced towards the front court. To his astonishment, the defender assigned to him was not the expected Marion, but rather Josh Howard. Observing the other side, he noted that Wade was also being defended not by Marion, but by Kidd. Marion found himself matched up against Chalmers, albeit with a somewhat precarious positioning, resembling more of a roaming defender on the defensive end. Furthermore, with Nowitzki positioned further out, Lin Yu instantly comprehended that Coach Popovich's defensive strategy from the previous game had been cunningly appropriated by Carlisle. The high-pressure defense, or more accurately, a semblance of high-pressure defense, aimed to extinguish Lin Yu's three-point threat. Remarkable, indeed, how quickly one can imitate another. Lin Yu felt an urge to scratch his head. If he were still the person he once was, continuing down this path would surely lead him to a dead end. Fortunately, the current Lin Yu is no longer the Lin Yu of the past. Just last night, at 4 o'clock in the morning, he graced the front page of Yahoo Sports in Miami, igniting discussions throughout North America. Rising at 3:30 and departing by 4? That is indeed exceedingly early. While others remain ensconced in slumber, he has already been diligently honing his skills. Viewed in this light, the success of Lin Crazy is no mere coincidence. From an unremarkable bench warmer to a sought-after star player, how many tiers of hardship lie behind Lin Yu's remarkable transformation? This is America, a country that prizes the 9-to-5 work ethic, where weekends are sacrosanct, and notions of 996 or 007 are but distant fantasies. Lin Yu's outrageous schedule naturally propelled him to the trending lists across various platforms on this continent. Consequently, the meme of Miami at 4 in the morning became a reality. However, much to Lin Yu's dismay, the narrative of Giannis running to the training facility did not accompany the Miami at 4 in the morning phenomenon. He speculated that there could be two reasons for this. Either the notion of running to the training facility did not ignite fervent discussions like Miami at 4 in the morning, or it simply lacked the essence of a meme. After all, in his previous life, the story of Giannis running to the training facility during his rookie season was scarcely known, never widely disseminated, and thus did not qualify as a meme. Lin Yu sighed, reflecting that the creation of memes cannot be rushed. Nevertheless, he managed to secure a meme at least. This time, in Miami at 4 in the morning. The system classified the task as exceedingly challenging. Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback. After all, he had merely uttered a few words. Yet the challenge proved to be exceedingly formidable. Soon, the system presented a stipulation in order to obtain and maintain the reward. He must wake at 3:30 in the morning and depart by 4 to run to the training facility, a commitment he must uphold until the conclusion of the season. It became evident that the system's assessment of difficulty was indeed high, and it lay in this very requirement. At that moment, Lin Yu scratched his head, genuinely feeling a twinge of hesitation. The prospect of rising at 3:30 was rather daunting, as it severely curtailed his sleeping hours, leaving him concerned about whether he could endure such a regimen. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to accept the reward. At worst, he could adjust his sleeping schedule, allocating time for rest during the afternoon or evening. Furthermore, he could take advantage of his time away from Miami to indulge in some leisure. For instance, during the current Western road trip, Lin Yu relished the luxury of waking naturally each day. The exceedingly challenging reward, as before, consisted of 3 main components. The first was a time-limited item, a one-time experience card featuring Kobe Bryant's remarkable 81-point game. Unlike a standard Kobe experience card, this one significantly enhanced Kobe's stamina attributes. Scoring high points is not merely a testament to one's scoring prowess or hot shooting. It fundamentally tests an athlete's endurance. For players of Lin Yu's caliber, like Kobe, Sufficient stamina allows them to shoot continuously. With unrelenting shooting, reaching 100 points is well within the realm of possibility. Lin Yu decided to save this 81-point experience card, recognizing that using it now would be wasteful and excessively ostentatious. Following the time-limited item, the next reward pertained to attributes, which, once again, were connected to Kobe. The system unceremoniously bestowed upon him Kobe's mid-range shot. Lin Yu was quite pleased, for Kobe's mid-range shooting had reached an impressive maximum of 99 points. This fully maximized mid-range attribute would provide a significant enhancement for Lin Yu. After all, he had already acquired Michael Jordan's signature fadeaway jump shot. Combined with the 99-point mid-range attribute, his fadeaway would evolve into yet another extraordinary scoring technique, rivaling that of a three-point shot. Lastly, Lin Yu received a special skill, though it was one that would not be immediately applicable: iron lungs. This skill referred to Kobe's exceptional stamina. With this skill equipped, Lin Yu would experience increased endurance during critical matches, with a potential enhancement reaching up to double his original stamina attribute. However, the activation of this skill required Lin Yu's stamina attribute to exceed 90. Lin Yu's current stamina attribute stands at a mere 79, a persistent weakness in his arsenal. However, just a few days ago, in an effort to embrace the humorous notion of Miami at 4 in the morning, he rose at 3:30 for several consecutive days, embarking on early morning runs to the training facility. As a result, his stamina attribute experienced a modest increase, rising from 78 to 79. With this newfound insight, Lin Yu recognized his path forward. He must continue to cultivate these narratives while intensifying his training. There is no room for complacency. He secured 3 rewards, though only one proved effective. Yet, for Lin Yu at this juncture, that singular reward was more than sufficient. On the court, during the Heat's inaugural offensive possession, Wade exhibited no intention of passing. He presumed this game would unfold like the last, relying solely on his own prowess. He executed a direct drive, only to be swiftly confronted by Marion's defensive assistance. Even as Lin Yu dashed to the left mid-range, raising his hand to signal for the ball, Wade remained resolute and opted to take the shot himself. With a resounding thud, he slammed down a powerful shot to commence the game. Lin Yu was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that despite his fervent desire for the ball, Wade would ultimately refrain from passing it to him. It is evident that Lin Yu's fadeaway jumper has reached a level akin to a glitch in the game, a fact that even his teammates seem unaware of. Following the previous match, Wade's lack of trust in him had become glaringly apparent. Nevertheless, during a defensive play, Lin Yu could not help but voice his frustration. To lose trust in him after just one game, Wade truly had a penchant for turning his back on others. On the court, the Mavericks' offense mirrored that of the Heat, struggling to score points. Although Carlisle's adjustments had fortified their defense, the corresponding offensive capabilities had been weakened. Without Beria and Terry, the Mavericks' perimeter lacked a spark, leaving only Nowitzki capable of stepping up to score. At this moment, they were reluctant to deploy Nowitzki, their ace in the hole. Kidd attempted to orchestrate the play, yet the current version of Kidd offered little more than a fade of threat. Soon enough, Kidd made a pass to Josh Howard, but Wade's interference caused Howard's subsequent shot to veer off course. Following this, the Heat launched their offensive. Wade once again neglected to pass, and under the Mavericks' layered defense, he claimed another shot. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Yu seized the opportunity during the transition to defense and approached Wade, asserting, "Dwayne, let me take the next possession." His tone brooked no dissent, and Wade, taken aback, eventually nodded in agreement. Having navigated through the initial offensive sequences, Wade likely recognized that relying solely on himself would not secure victory. It was better to pass to Lin Yu and test his shooting touch. If Lin Yu found his rhythm, the opportunity would present itself. With their agreement established, Lin Yu turned back to defend with satisfaction. In this offensive play for the Mavericks, Nowitzki positioned himself high, receiving the ball from Kidd, and assumed a one-on-one stance. It was time for them to unleash their secret weapon. Soon, Nowitzki's isolation play unfolded. He dribbled like a guard, drove in, then abruptly halted, executing a fadeaway jumper reminiscent of a chicken standing on one leg. Swish. The precise execution of that fadeaway jumper confirmed Nowitzki's caliber. The smoothness of his touch was simply exquisite. The commentary duo of Barkley and Kenny Smith from TNT lauded Nowitzki, and Barkley subsequently shifted the conversation to Lin Yu, expressing that if Lin Yu could master such a fadeaway jumper, he wouldn't be so tightly guarded in these past 2 games. Barkley wore an expression of regret. as it seemed to the panel of experts that Lin Yu was destined to face insurmountable challenges. However, on the court, the Heat's ensuing offensive saw Wade making a run without the ball. As Chalmers crossed half-court, he passed the ball to Lin Yu. At the top of the arc, Lin Yu received the ball. Was he truly going to attempt a one-on-one? Surely not. Barkley and Kenny Smith both wore expressions of disbelief. Aside from Lin Yu's remarkable performances at the season's outset, it had become evident to all that Lin Yu was merely a shooter devoid of ball-handling skills, or more accurately, a pure three-point marksman. When Lin Yu sought to isolate and create his own shot, it was no surprise that Barkley and Kenny Smith looked astonished. However, it wasn't long before Lin Yu showcased his lackluster dribbling abilities. Fortunately, his defender, Josh Howard, was the weakest among the Mavericks' perimeter defenders. Preoccupied with the threat of Lin Yu's three-point shot, and thus failed to apply sufficient pressure on him. With a swift movement, Lin Yu darted past Josh Howard, unexpectedly penetrating the three-point line. Did Lin Yu intend to take a mid-range shot? This time, Barkley's tone lacked astonishment. After all, Lin Yu had successfully executed numerous mid-range shots, albeit not as consistently as his three-pointers. Josh Howard remained vigilant in his defense, carefully anticipating Lin Yu's mid-range attempt. However, to his surprise, Lin Yu halted just beyond the three-point line and leapt into the air. Josh Howard lunged towards him. Although he was the least effective defender among the Mavericks' perimeter trio, his defensive skills still surpassed the league's average. He should have been more than capable of guarding Lin Yu. Yet Lin Yu defied all expectations, executing a backward jump shot against the defense. Swish. The ball went in. Barkley's eyes widened, his voice rising in pitch. Despite Howard's hand being right in Lin Yu's face, Lin Yu miraculously made the shot, indicating that he was indeed in fine form during this game. To Barkley, this successful backward jump shot merely suggested that Lin Yu was experiencing a good shooting rhythm. On the court, Lin Yu was acutely aware of the reality. His backward jump shot had evolved to a level where it could disregard defensive pressure. This was no longer merely a matter of touch. Of course, if his shooting rhythm were cold, he would indeed struggle to make such shots. However, at his current level of skill, the requirements for a good shooting touch had diminished significantly. As long as he had a modicum of rhythm, the shots would find their mark. While being in good form was commendable, Charles, surely you recall that Dirk also made a backward jump shot just moments ago. Kenny Smith promptly reminded Barkley, who had previously lamented how advantageous it would be if Lin Yu could perform backward jump shots as well. And now, Lin Yu had just showcased one before him. Yet, despite the reminder, Barkley shook his head, insisting that this was merely a reflection of Lin Yu's favorable state and a stroke of luck. Are you so certain that this backward jump shot does not exemplify his personal prowess? Unless he can continue to execute backward jump shots successfully throughout the game, scoring consistently. Chapter 45. The power of dual guns. Barkley had indeed witnessed Lin Yu's signature fadeaway jump shot before. In fact, he had engaged in discussions about it with a circle of peers. Just a few days prior, when Brian Windhorst questioned the singularity of Lin Yu's offensive repertoire, limited to three-point shots, Barkley countered by asserting that Lin Yu also possessed a mid-range fadeaway jump shot. Subsequently, the panel of experts conducted a technical analysis of Lin Yu's fadeaway jump shots, compiling an extensive array of data. Even Barkley, who highlighted Lin Yu's fadeaway ability, was compelled to concede that while Lin Yu's technique was sound, the precision left much to be desired. Their conclusion at the time was that Lin Yu's fadeaway jump shot could be executed, but it could not be relied upon as a primary weapon. What constitutes a primary weapon? It is a scoring method or technique that a player can consistently deploy from the opening tip until the final whistle. For instance, can LeBron hit mid-range shots? Yes, he can, but if one were to insist that he utilize it as a primary weapon, it would fall short. LeBron's primary weapon remains his ability to drive to the basket, just as Lin Yu's primary weapon is undoubtedly the three-pointer. Now, Barkley was wagering on whether Lin Yu would incorporate his fadeaway jump shot into his arsenal of primary weapons. On the court, the Mavericks initiated their possession. Once again, it was Nowitzki isolating. This time, he caught the ball and executed a high-arching jump shot, which swished through the net with a satisfying sound. The veteran leader Haslem was clearly unable to contain Nowitzki, reminiscent of the 2011 playoffs when the Mavericks eliminated the Heat, as Haslem had little recourse against Nowitzki's perimeter shooting. With the score at 4-2, the transition between offense and defense saw the Heat take their turn. This time, Wade was in possession of the ball, and it was evident he had his sights set on Lin Yu. In short order, Lin Yu circled from the baseline, navigating around Haslem's screen, and when he broke free, He extended his arms, signaling for the ball. Wade, without hesitation, delivered the pass. Lin Yu continued his sprint. Upon receiving the ball, he halted abruptly and executed an elegant fadeaway jumper. Josh Howard's defense faltered by a fraction, failing to even disrupt Lin Yu's shot. Swish. Another fadeaway jumper. Was Lin Yu forsaking three-pointers today? Charles Barkley's expression was riddled with queries, while Kenny Smith beside him shook his head. Don't try to divert the conversation, Charles. Lin Yu has just made 2 consecutive fadeaway jumpers. Before he could finish, Barkley interjected, No. That can't be counted. Wasn't he at Josh Howard's defense that was a step slow? He hardly faced any interference. The implication of Barkley's words was clear. This shot did not yet establish Lin Yu as fadeaway as a staple weapon. On the court, after sinking 2 fadeaway jumpers, Wade approached Lin Yu with a hint of surprise and exchanged a fist bump, then leaned in to whisper, When did your fadeaway become so precise? Earlier that morning. After arriving in Dallas from San Antonio, Lin Yu had reclined on the plane and claimed his system rewards. After a brief rest in Dallas, he sought out assistant coach David Fizdali in the early hours to arrange a training facility where he tested his newly acquired mid-range shot. Thus, technically speaking, his enhanced accuracy with the fadeaway had only begun that very morning. Wade nodded. Let us keep this momentum going. We need to create an opening. Turning around, the Mavericks initiated their offensive play, with Nowitzki continuing to go one-on-one. Unfortunately, the Mavericks' starting lineup relied solely on him for scoring. If he failed to deliver, and Lin Yu continued to score, the gap would soon widen. However, this time, the Heat's defense exhibited a slight alteration. Observing that the veteran captain was struggling against Nowitzki's onslaught, Wade promptly moved in as soon as Nowitzki received the ball, quickly forming a double team. Nowitzki opted not to pass, enduring the pressure and launching a mid-range shot. Clang. Under the duress of the double team, Nowitzki's attempt missed its mark. Underneath the basket, Lin Yu surged in to snatch the rebound, pivoting instantly to commence a fast break. Fast breaks had become a hallmark of the Heat's strategy this season, with Wade having successfully defended against Nowitzki, racing towards the front court without delay. Lin Yu observed the lightning-fast Dwayne Wade and immediately executed a long pass, sending the ball soaring towards him. He anticipated Wade's trajectory perfectly. As Wade dashed past the three-point line, he caught the basketball seamlessly, leveraging his momentum to leap into the air. With a resounding thud, Wade hung triumphantly from the rim. This remarkable fast break display exemplified the Heat's ability to launch swift counterattacks this season, with Lin Yu and Dwayne Wade consistently assisting each other, rendering their opponents powerless against their rapid transitions. The score shifted to 6-4, with the Heat taking the lead in this away game. Lin Yu refrained from taking another shot, while Barkley exhaled in relief, despite not having placed any bets this time. Nevertheless, a loss would have left him discontent, especially since he had recently relied on Lin Yu to turn his luck around. After being struck by a counterattack, the Mavericks' offense resumed, with Nowitzki once again in possession of the ball. However, Wade swiftly closed in, forming a double team. Confronted with this pressure, Nowitzki passed the ball to Shawn Marion, who was directly opposite him. Lin Yu was defending Marion. Without hesitation, Marion received the ball and launched a three-point shot. Lin Yu lunged forward, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Marion executing an exceptionally captivating shot. He couldn't help but chuckle. Clang! A sharp sound echoed from behind, and Lin Yu inwardly scoffed, believing it to be a miracle if that shot were to succeed. The primary issue lay in Marion's ungraceful shooting form, which, combined with his rather unconventional appearance, rendered him remarkably distinctive. Shaking his head, he turned to see Xiao Ao securing the rebound. Lin Yu then paused, extending his hands to gather the ball. With a deliberate turn, he began to advance at a leisurely pace, given that it was Xiao Ao's rebound. The Miami Heat had lost any chance of a counterattack. Thus, it was more prudent to slow down and meticulously orchestrate a strategic offensive. Lin Yu controlled the ball as he crossed half-court. The reason he chose to wait in the backcourt to seize the ball and navigate past the halfway line was to test the waters. Having already made 2 consecutive fadeaway jump shots, one must wonder if the Mavericks, particularly Josh Howard, would still staunchly defend against his three-pointer. Indeed, Lin Yu yearned to return to his roots, for 3 points will always surpass 2. However, as he advanced past half-court, Josh Howard quickly closed in on him. Lin Yu immediately comprehended that Josh Howard was still wary of his three-point shot. He adeptly adapted, taking a step back and raising his hand, effortlessly deceiving Josh Howard's balance. Subsequently, He charged forward, and with Howard unable to stay close, Lin Yu was free from the risk of being intercepted. With a swift burst of acceleration, he surged past the three-point line. Sensing the impending help defense from Marion, Lin Yu executed a sudden stop, launching a graceful fadeaway jumper. Swish! With a feigned shot beyond the arc that tricked Josh Howard, he then sank the fadeaway jumper despite Sean Marion's looming defense. What a splendid play by Lin Yu. Barkley praised him profusely, and once Kenny Smith allowed him to finish, he interjected, "That's 3 consecutive fadeaway jumpers. Something feels off about Lin Yu tonight, doesn't he?" Charles. Barkley remained unfazed, asserting, "Indeed, there's something amiss. How can his fadeaway jumper be so precise? He must be in remarkable form." Hearing Barkley's words, Kenny Smith recognized his intent to evade acknowledgement. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, privately reflecting, "No worries, you can keep denying it this game. Let us see how long your stubbornness lasts in the next few matches." In essence, after these 3 shots, Kenny Smith was already certain that Lin Yu had, at some point, developed a new mid-range fadeaway jumper. Now, he was no longer a one-dimensional offensive player. The score stood at 8-4. With the Mavericks on the offensive, Nowitzki found himself cornered, forced to contend with double teams as he launched a high-position jumper. Swish! In a critical moment, when his team needed him most, he displayed his resilience. However, the Heat were quick to respond with their own offensive play. Lin Yu found it hard to believe that little Nyo would simply disregard his mid-range shot. This time, he was determined to reclaim the ball. Holding onto it himself, he took a step back beyond the three-point line. Lifting his hand, he noticed that Josh Howard was no longer pressing him. Howard, having already conceded too many points in mid-range defense, was in no position to continue his aggressive play, knowing that Coach Carlisle would hold him accountable for any further lapses. Despite not having attempted a three-pointer thus far in the game, Lin Yu harbored a flicker of hope. This stroke of luck allowed him to seize the opportunity. With a swift release, the basketball traced a beautiful arc before sinking into the net. Swish! Boom! The Dallas home crowd erupted in astonishment. Lin Yu's three-pointer was a visual spectacle. The score shifted to 11-6, with the Heat suddenly extending their lead to 5 points. On the court, Josh Howard stood in bewilderment, fully aware of his error. Yet, there was little he could do. Lin Yu was proving exceptionally difficult to defend against. His effortless three-pointer had rendered mid-range shots suddenly precise. How could one guard against that? On the sidelines, Rick Carlisle rose, arms crossed, momentarily refraining from any decisive action. The Mavericks' offense was stalling. Nowitzki had ceased his individual plays. After countless attempts, he found himself double-teamed and deemed it unnecessary to press further. Kidd took charge of the offensive play, probing the perimeter for an opening. Failing to find one, he ultimately took a three-pointer himself. The seasoned Kidd had indeed honed his shooting accuracy, yet he was met with the youthful challenge of Chalmers, who effectively thwarted his attempt. Clang! At last, Carlisle stirred. Uncrossing his arms to accept the tactical board from an assistant coach, signaling a timeout was imminent. However, he needed to wait for the Heat's offensive maneuver. As the Heat prepared to attack, Lin Yu was eager to capitalize on the momentum. Once more, he took control from the backcourt, his speed unparalleled. Accelerating past half-court, he stepped onto the giant Mavericks logo emblazoned on the court and raised his hand. Josh Howard, caught off guard, expected Lin Yu to engage in a tactical duel. Surely, if Lin Yu were to shoot, he would have to jump, given the distance from the basket. Yet, Lin Yu remained grounded, merely lifting his foot before launching a three-pointer. The speed of his release was so swift that Howard barely had time to react. Swish! Another three-pointer nestled into the net. Lin Yu was in a state of sheer brilliance, his shooting touch undeniably scorching. Beep! Before Barkley could utter a few words, his commentary was abruptly interrupted by the sharp sound of a whistle. On the Maverick side, Rick Carlisle called for a timeout. There was simply no choice. After Lin Yu's three-pointer, the score had escalated to 14-6, extending the Heat's lead to a daunting 8 points. If the timeout were not called now, the first quarter would surely slip away. Carlisle, feeling helpless, had meticulously arranged a starting lineup and devised a corresponding strategy. Yet, this very lineup led to an overt reliance on Dirk Nowitzki right from the outset, only to be thwarted by the Heat's relentless defense. Unfortunately, their strategy failed to contain Lin Yu. As he called for the timeout, Carlisle furrowed his brow in frustration, lamenting, "How has Lin, in his madness, even developed a mid-range fadeaway jumper? This complicates matters significantly." Lin Yu's three-point shooting has already posed a conundrum for the coaching staff of various teams in the league. In a bid to counter this, Greg Popovich devised a high-level chain defense to nullify Lin Yu's influence. However, within a day, Lin Yu adeptly dismantled this defensive strategy. With his already formidable three-point ability, he has now added a mid-range fadeaway jump shot that is equally impressive, leaving Rick Carlisle at a loss for how to defend against him. After calling a timeout and contemplating his options, he resolved, "Sean, you will match up against Lin Yu." As the timeout concluded, the Mavericks made a substitution, bringing in sixth man Jason Terry. Charles Barkley's immediate reaction was that both offense and defense were riddled with flaws. By introducing Jason Terry, Rick Carlisle seemed to prioritize resolving the issues on the offensive end. Terry's entry indeed alleviated some of the Maverick struggles, as he promptly scored a mid-range jumper upon his arrival. With the score at 8-14, it was once again the Heat's turn to attack. Lin Yu remained curious as to who would defend against Josh Howard once he descended onto the court. He presumed it would be Jason Terry, considering that kid was tasked with guarding Wade, while Marion was required to provide assistance and cover for areas where Nowitzki struggled. However, as Lin Yu rushed to the front court, he discovered that it was Marion assigned to him. This left Wade open, did it not? In truth, Wade was not neglected. Kid still stood in front of him. The issue lay in Kid's advancing age. With a swift sprint, Wade easily outpaced him. Without Marion's support and with Dampier manning the paint, Wade soared effortlessly. Thus, the match commenced with Lin Yu explosively tearing through defenses, followed by Wade seizing control of the game. On the road, the Heat successfully conquered the Mavericks, claiming victory in the first game of this challenging away stretch. Chapter 46, a trade on the horizon despite the dynamic duo's combined efforts, which momentarily rendered the Mavericks powerless. The contest ultimately extended to the final moments before a victor was determined. Engaged in back-to-back battles, even with a win under their belt, the Heat found themselves utterly drained. Lin Yu, burdened by fatigue, returned to the sidelines and plopped down onto the bench. Though the match had concluded, he was unable to depart, for an interview awaited him post-game. In the interim, Lin Yu requested the team's press officer to provide him with the statistical data from the game, not in pursuit of showcasing his own impressive numbers, but rather to draw a comparison with his past performances. With 22 attempts, 14 successful shots, including 5 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and 9 out of 13 on fadeaway jumpers, he recorded a total of 33 points, alongside 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. Merely observing the statistics, Lin Yu recognized a significant divergence between this game and his previous outings. In earlier contests, his post-game statistics would typically reflect 22 attempts with 14 successes, including 10 out of 15 from three-point range and 4 out of 7 from two-point territory. If we were to entertain a hypothetical scenario, one might predict that the statistics from this game would have been 22 attempts with only 7 successes, 5 out of 16 from three-point range, and 2 out of 6 from two-point shots. Why? Because without the refuge of his fadeaway jumpers, he would have been ensnared by the opponent's high-pressure defense, resulting in a diminished shooting percentage. Shaking his head in quiet contemplation, Lin Yu felt compelled to express gratitude towards Brian Windhorst. Without him, he surely would have collided with the so-called rookie wall. After perusing the statistical analysis in his hands, Lin Yu rose and made his way to the sidelines. The arena was a cacophony of noise following the game, yet the majority of gazes were fixated upon the trio of Lin Yu, Wade, and Nowitzki on the court. As Lin Yu rose, Wade and Nowitzki were engaged in conversation. Despite being adversaries on the court, they presented a harmonious demeanor off it. Lin Yu, however, was acutely aware that these two were not particularly fond of one another. Even though the infamous coughing incident of the 2011 finals had yet to unfold in this timeline, the animosity between them had already intensified during the 2006 finals. After all, in the 2006 finals, Dwayne Wade's average of 20 free throws per game was indeed rather extraordinary. Lin Yu had no intention of joining the fray, yet the commotion inevitably sought him out. Just as Wade and Nowitzki exchanged pleasantries with smiles, a pair of large, calloused hands suddenly clapped down on Lin Yu. "Hey, buddy." Lin Yu turned his head and caught sight of Kid's weathered face. The visage was adorned with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, prompting Lin Yu to instinctively muster a faint smile in response. In this post-game exchange, he found himself at a loss for words, yet Kid continued to beam like a chrysanthemum, showing no inclination to advance the conversation. After a brief silence, Lin Yu could no longer contain his curiosity. "Is there something on your mind, Jason?" "My memory fails me. There is indeed something." But it's not suitable for discussion here, Old Kid remarked, tapping his smooth forehead with an air of mystery. Though puzzled, Lin Yu acquiesced. They would cross paths in the player's tunnel after the post-game interviews. What exactly was to be discussed remained a mystery to Lin Yu. As Kid turned to depart, he was swiftly whisked away by the team's press officer for the post-game interview. Standing before him was the journalist Craig Sager, clad in a striking blue suit. Clearly anticipating a victory for the Mavericks prior to the game, Lin Yu chuckled nonchalantly and proceeded to address the series of inquiries posed by the man in colorful attire. In today's match, the Mavericks adopted the Spurs' high-pressure chain defense to stifle your three-point shooting, yet you countered with a fadeaway jumper. Your 9 successful fadeaway attempts out of 13 reflect either a scorching form or a genuine improvement. The first question from the man in colorful attire struck right at the heart of the matter. Lin Yu did not conceal his emotions, readily nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I am in excellent form, but more importantly, my fadeaway jump shot has significantly improved. Is it now a staple in your arsenal? This question left Lin Yu somewhat bewildered, prompting the colorful-dressed man to clarify. Are you not aware of the wager between Charles and Kenny? He proceeded to recount the details of the bet between Barkley and Kenny Smith, and upon understanding the implication of the question, Lin Yu smiled and replied, like my three-point shot, it has indeed become a regular weapon in my repertoire. In the commentary booth, Barkley shook his head vigorously. You can't just believe everything he says, right, Kenny? Kenny Smith could only respond with a resigned nod. Well then, we shall watch another game. Meanwhile, far away in Miami, Pat Riley, having concluded watching the game, refrained from immediately turning off the television, choosing instead to wait until the interview segment had finished. Upon hearing Lin Yu confirm that his fadeaway jumper is indeed a regular weapon, his assistant picked up the remote and lowered the volume. So, Pat, are you considering discussing a contract extension with him? Riley hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. Yet, he had recently developed a fadeaway jump shot. The assistant seemed eager to advocate for something, but Riley interrupted him. What of it? He still lacks ball handling skills. Ultimately, Lin Yu's inability to handle the ball, despite his capacity to post star-level statistics, precludes him from receiving genuine recognition as a star player. It is a well-worn adage that without ball handling capabilities, Lin Yu cannot lead a team on his own. He can at most serve as a secondary option. A secondary option is hardly worth the investment Riley might make for him, especially considering Lin Yu's deficiencies on defense. Of course, the lack of ball handling is not insurmountable. But if he possessed above-average defensive skills, I might reconsider keeping him. However, his defense. Riley shook his head, contemplating the plans for the upcoming summer. If next summer's plans succeed, there will be no place for Lin Yu on the Heat. Why expend effort on him now? It is better to seek a trade. To act preemptively, lest we jeopardize our grand designs for next year. The assistant nodded and turned to leave. In Dallas, oblivious to the fate that had already been sealed, Lin Yu concluded the interview. Shortly thereafter, he turned to enter the player tunnel and encountered Kid. What's up, Jason? Although the tunnel was devoid of journalists, Kid maintained an air of mystery. He gestured for Lin Yu to follow him, leading him through a series of twists and turns to a secluded corner. As Lin Yu turned around, he discovered another individual standing before him, someone he barely recognized. Hello, Lin. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Donnie Nelson. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yu immediately understood who this person was. Kid continued to smile broadly, gesturing with his hand. I'll take my leave now. He then turned and walked away. At that moment, Donnie Nelson, the son of the infamous scientist Don Nelson, who currently served as the general manager and president of basketball operations for the Mavericks, was commonly referred to as Little Nelson. Little Nelson extended his right hand towards Lin Yu, who reciprocated the gesture, and they exchanged a handshake. I sought you out, and you must be quite surprised. However, if I were to tell you that Pat Riley has been promoting you worldwide, you might not find it surprising at all. This statement immediately clarified the situation for Lin Yu. Indeed, Riley intended to trade him. Little Nelson's purpose for visiting was quite apparent. The Mavericks had an interest in Lin Yu. Yet, the issue at hand was that it was Riley who decided the trade, and Lin Yu had no say in where he would go. What was the point of Little Nelson's visit? To be frank, Dallas has an interest in you, but we lack substantial assets. As Lin Yu anticipated, Little Nelson sought his assistance to leverage the situation. Yet, this was a trade, and it was Pat Riley who held the reins. What could Lin Yu possibly do? Little Nelson chuckled. Do not forget, your rookie contract is structured as 2-1. Once the additional year is executed, you will no longer be a restricted free agent. and teams capable of offering the requisite assets will have to consider the possibility of you not re-signing. Lin Yu comprehended the intentions of young Nelson. To put it plainly, it was a tactic to leverage the expiration of his contract to coerce teams eager for his talents, while he himself was reluctant to join. Despite his understanding, Lin Yu shook his head, saying, "Mr. Nelson, I can only express that I will contemplate your proposal." This could be considered a partial refusal. After all, young Nelson had demonstrated considerable sincerity, yet Lin Yu had not acquiesced. Young Nelson, however, expressed understanding. "I comprehend your position, as you undoubtedly have numerous options to weigh. It is indeed prudent to deliberate further, yet I firmly believe that Dallas will emerge as your most advantageous choice." Lin Yu departed from Dallas with the team, heading towards Houston. On the flight, he found himself engulfed in contemplation. He had long suspected that Riley would seek to trade him, yet when the moment truly arrived, Lin Yu felt a poignant sense of the league's unforgiving nature. Indeed, the adage business is business remains an immutable truth in this realm. Upon landing in Houston late at night, Lin Yu received a call from Dan Fagan. "Are you with anyone?" he asked. Having just disembarked, Lin Yu responded affirmatively, "Yes. Find a more private place." Moments later, Lin Yu slipped into the airport restroom. "Now we can speak. I just received word that Pat Riley intends to trade you. A couple of days ago, he began testing the waters, but it wasn't until tonight that you were officially placed on the trading block. I am aware." "You are?" "Indeed. Donnie Nelson from the Mavericks approached me privately to express their interest in you." "Is that so?" "Yes. However, it would be wise to hold off. The Mavericks are not an ideal choice. The Dallas market is relatively small, and they already have Dirk." Dan Fagan quickly shifted into analysis mode, assessing whether the Mavericks would be a suitable fit for Lin Yu. However, after a few exchanges, Lin Yu became resolute in his desire to part ways with Fagan. While the Dallas market may be modest, he believed that the NBA would rapidly evolve, rendering the size of a market inconsequential. As for Nowitzki, Fagan implied that with him on the team, Lin Yu would never ascend to the role of primary player. The truth is, Lin Yu's current style and characteristics do not position him as a primary option. Thus, Lin Yu concluded that his best strategy would be to seek a team that already possesses a star player, allowing him to thrive as a secondary option. He was confident that, with gradual development, he would soon possess the capability to emerge as a primary player, even in the face of competition from a talent of Nowitzki's caliber. Yet, Fagan seemed skeptical of Lin Yu's potential to overshadow Nowitzki and become the team's leader. That is a matter for another time. For now, your priority should be to establish connections and keep an eye on my trade status. Why the need for vigilance? Primarily because there are several teams that Lin Yu would resolutely refuse to join. If Riley truly intends to send him to one of those teams, he would rather refuse outright, necessitating Fagan's advanced monitoring of trade information. Do not rush, even if discussions commence now. It will be at least until the end of this month before the trade can be finalized. Why must a trade initiated at the beginning of the month take until the end to complete? This is due to the NBA's trade moratorium. A player who has recently signed a contract at the beginning of the season can earliest be traded after December 15th. Although Lin Yu is not classified as a newly signed player, the Miami Heat, in their pursuit of maximizing benefits, are undoubtedly inclined to acquire some new signings. Consequently, the completion of this transaction is likely to extend beyond December 15th. With time still on their side, Lin Yu will have to spend at least half a month with the Heat. There is ample opportunity for some lighthearted banter to unfold. The Heat took a day to rest in Houston before facing off against the Rockets the following day. At this juncture, rumors surrounding Lin Yu's trade have escalated dramatically, permeating discussions far and wide. The commentator for this match, Charles Barkley, even expressed his bewilderment. "Can someone enlighten me as to why Pat Riley would consider trading Lin Yu? Has he lost his mind?" Kenny Smith also appeared perplexed, yet he pondered a possible reason. There is but one explanation, and that is Lin Yu has explicitly indicated that he will not renew his contract after the season. At this moment, it is essential to reiterate that upon the expiration of his contract next summer, Lin Yu will not be a restricted free agent, like Mondo. He will possess the freedom to choose his destination. If Lin Yu were to hear Kenny Smith's conjecture, he would undoubtedly respond, "You are utterly mistaken." Lin Yu merely declined the option for an early contract extension. He has never uttered a word against the prospect of re-signing with bird rights once his contract expires. Naturally, Riley has not inquired about it either. During this match, Lin Yu spotted the general manager of the Rockets, Daryl Morey, on the sidelines. It is quite rare for him to attend Rockets games, particularly in the seasons following Yao's significant injury. His presence at this game was unmistakably purposeful. It is evident that Daryl harbors interest in Lin Yu. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to witness this particular game. What these individuals remain unaware of is that Lin Yu would never consider joining the team that stands before him, the Houston Rockets. Should they wish to entice him, they must first dismiss the unworthy Mori. The game against the Yao-less Rockets was effortlessly secured by the Heat. After all, this Rockets team has merely lingered on the fringes of the playoffs in recent seasons, unable to defend against the formidable duo of Wade and Lin Yu, let alone secure a victory. In this match, Lin Yu scored 27 points, along with 3 rebounds and 4 assists. The sole regret of the evening was his inability to encounter Yao. With Yao absent from Houston, where could he possibly be? Chapter 47. Let me out of the car. Yao was not present in Houston. He was in Los Angeles, undergoing treatment. Lin Yu watched the Rockets game while undergoing rehabilitation training, his mind wandering to the possibility of a comeback. However, his optimism was tempered by the severity of his injury. Experts in Los Angeles had cautioned him that even if he recovered, they did not recommend his return to the court. Yet, Lin Yu's remarkable shooting performance during the game ignited a flicker of hope in Yao Ming, not only for the 2012 London Olympics, but also for the Rockets' future. After the game concluded, Daryl Morey called him. Once the call ended, Yao Ming sifted through his extensive contact list to find Lin Yu's number and dialed it. At that moment, Lin Yu was already in Memphis with his team. The Miami Heat were facing a typical back-to-back schedule, having played against the Spurs and Mavericks. They were now set to battle the Rockets and Grizzlies. Even before the game against the Grizzlies commenced, the Heat sensed defeat. This season, the Grizzlies were formidable, nearing playoff contention with a rejuvenated Zach Randolph, Marc Gasol, who had transitioned from Europe, the promising O.J. Mayo, the understated yet capable Mike Conley, and Rudy Gay, the team's de facto star. Moreover, they could not overlook the newly drafted Hashim Thabit, who had already been labeled a bust. The Grizzlies possessed considerable talent on paper, and with the Heat fatigued from their recent matches, Coach Spoelstra had even contemplated conceding this game. On the flight, he had consulted with Dwayne Wade and Lin Yu. Wade chose to rest, and Lin Yu, feeling drained, opted for the same. Thus, upon landing in Memphis, Lin Yu confirmed he would not participate in the upcoming back-to-back. At the airport, he received a call from Yao Ming. Rockets? Brother Yao, it's not that I don't appreciate your offer, but if you've seen my games, you know I'm a scorer without the ball. If I were to choose the Rockets, who would pass to me? On the other end, Yao fell silent, realizing his call may have been somewhat abrupt. As a representative of those years when he often struggled to receive passes from Rockets guards, Yao was acutely aware of the pain of being left out of the action. I understand you're just inquiring, but I must provide you with a reasonable justification. Don't you think? Soon, Lin Yu ended the call, exhaling deeply. Yao Ming's invitation had caught him off guard. Yet the prospect of Yao reaching out was something he had anticipated. Lin Yu unequivocally declined, dismissing the notion that the lack of passes was a valid reason. In truth, his reluctance to join the Rockets stemmed from his disdain for Daryl Morey. The issue of passing had long occupied Lin Yu's mind. He now possessed 2 formidable scoring techniques, one a three-pointer, the other a fadeaway jumper, effectively covering the mid-range spectrum. It could be asserted that within the mid-range area, as long as he received the ball, scoring would solely depend on his touch and form. If one were to seek a contemporary counterpart for Lin Yu, he would liken himself to Joe Johnson. Both exhibit limited driving ability, yet excel in high-position jump shots. The distinction lies in Johnson's proficiency in post-up plays, whereas Lin Yu relies entirely on face-up attacks. Armed with his exceptional three-point shot and fadeaway jumper, Lin Yu is still capable of producing all-star caliber scoring statistics. Though his team's success remains uncertain, regarding the trajectory of his tenure with the Heat, he harbored certain aspirations. Take the last 2 games, for instance. He had been intentionally seeking to collaborate with Dwayne Wade, gradually leading to the emergence of terms like Heat's dynamic duo and Wade-Lin connection. Should the former gain traction, he might earn accolades akin to those associated with Damian Lillard or C.J. McCollum. Conversely, if the latter were to flourish, he could receive recognition reminiscent of LeBron James. Defensive prowess, playmaking, or perhaps an additional post-up skill set could be the key to his breakthrough. Thus, Lin Yu felt a sense of urgency. He needed to secure these 2 narratives before any potential trade transpired. However, given the rampant discussions surrounding his imminent trade, these narratives were perilously at risk. Considering he was on the verge of departing Miami, after ending the call with Yao Ming, Lin Yu did not leave immediately. Instead, he dialed Dan Fagan's number. Please disseminate the message. If the Heat trades me to a team I do not wish to join, I will not re-sign. By broadcasting this statement, even if the Rockets contemplated a forced trade for him, they would need to weigh the risk of losing Lin Yu at the season's end. Alternatively, should the Rockets choose to proceed with the trade, he could simply wait half a season and depart as a free agent. After all, he had expressed his position clearly. If the Rockets chose to disregard his wishes, they would have to bear the consequences. After concluding his call with Dan Fagan, Lin Yu contacted Adrian Wojnarowski. Although the prospects of the Heat's dynamic duo and Wade-Lin connection appearing to be rather bleak, Lin Yu was determined to make an effort. In the back-to-back game against the Grizzlies, the Heat, as expected, suffered a defeat. With Wade and Lin Yu absent from the lineup, Michael Beasley faced off against fellow draft class member O.J. Mayo, resulting in a lack of competition for ball control. Beasley subsequently delivered a spectacular performance, tallying 33 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals, thereby justifying his status as a second overall pick. This performance also led Spoelstra to consider that Beasley still had potential for redemption. Lin Yu, however, believed that Beasley was utterly beyond redemption. After concluding the match, Beasley triumphantly approached Lin Yu, boasting, "Did you see that? This is the prowess of a second overall pick." Although Lin Yu was reluctant to engage with him, he could not resist retorting to such a display of low-witted mockery. "Come back to me when you've actually led your team to victory." Beasley, undeterred, continued to counter. "Do you know why SPO has consistently placed you in the starting lineup, granting you extended playing time and the freedom to shoot at will?" Lin Yu lifted his head slightly, and Beasley wore a smug smile. "Because they have long decided to trade you. The future of the Heat never belonged to you. It has always been mine." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of despair for Beasley. He chose to ignore Beasley and turned to leave. The future of the Heat belongs to Beasley? What a jest. If there is anyone who will significantly influence Pat Riley's plan for the Big Three next summer, it is undoubtedly Beasley. After all, Lin Yu, Quentin Richardson, and even Haslam all have expiring contracts, while Beasley, upon the conclusion of this season, still has 2 lucrative years remaining on his second overall pick contract. In his previous life, to rid himself of Beasley, Riley had to navigate through various channels to find the not-so-astute future general manager of the Timberwolves, David Kahn, to send Beasley away. Ultimately, the former second overall pick only returned 2 second-round draft picks and a sum of cash to the Heat. The current trade involving Lin Yu, based solely on the leaks from media reporters, indicates that a deal comparable to that of an all-star caliber player is imminent. The Houston Chronicle reports that the Rockets have set their sights on the sensational Lin Yu, offering the prolific scorer Aaron Brooks, who averages 19.6 points per game, along with several first-round draft picks, as Daryl Morey is intent on acquiring him. The Dallas Morning News suggests that Eric Dampier may be heading to the Heat in a multi-team trade that would bring Lin Yu to the Mavericks. The Cleveland Plain Dealer notes that LeBron James, putting aside past grievances, has instructed Danny Ferry to make every effort to bring the Linsanity phenomenon to Cleveland. Given Lin Yu's immense popularity, can he be compared to Beasley? In fact, Lin Yu might find such a comparison to be an affront to his abilities. The Heat returned to Miami with a record of 2 wins and 2 losses on the road, and the atmosphere in Miami was electric. At Miami International Airport, Lin Yu encountered countless fervent Heat fans who had come to persuade him to stay. "Lin, don't leave. Lin, please stay. Miami is your home." In that moment, Lin Yu felt that his efforts over the past month had been worthwhile, although the reputation of these fans may not be stellar. With criticisms of their loyalty and premature exits, Lin Yu pondered that perhaps their perceived lack of devotion was influenced by the mercenary mentality that emerged after the formation of the Big Three a decade ago. With the team filled with hired guns, could one still expect unwavering loyalty from the fans? In addition to the fervent fans, Lin Yu also encountered a throng of reporters. The journalists pressed forward with even greater enthusiasm, and just as Lin Yu was about to say something, he was intercepted by the team's press officer. Airport security separated the reporters, and the press officer provided no opportunity for Lin Yu to speak. Soon, he was surrounded by a group as he exited the terminal and stepped into a Maybach. In the back seat, Lin Yu was startled to see the hawk-nosed Pat Riley, who was indulging in a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. "Care for a cigar?" Riley offered his cigar box, but Lin Yu politely declined. "Quite disciplined," Riley chuckled, then tapped the driver's seat. The driver started the luxurious Mercedes and headed toward downtown Miami, but instead of taking the airport expressway, they opted for a scenic country road. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. wondering if Riley might seek a secluded spot to eliminate him. Would he resort to destruction to achieve his aims? Lin Yu cast a glance at Riley, sensing that Riley was not as foolish as he appeared. After all, outside the airport gates, a throng of journalists was observing him as he entered Riley's vehicle. Before long, the car traversed to the outskirts of Miami, where Lin Yu beheld a series of colossal billboards, each showcasing him as the central figure. The nearest one depicted a silhouette from Lin Yu's 30-second, 12-point performance, while a distant billboard illustrated his dunk over Howard. Additionally, on the left, there was another featuring his signature fadeaway jumper against the Mavericks in a prior match. I never anticipated that in just over a month with the Heat, you would captivate so many local Miami fans. Lin Yu interrupted Riley, saying, "It has not been merely a month. It has been over 2 years." Riley straightened up, extinguishing the cigar in his hand. "So the reason you refused to extend your contract early is that we have left you on the bench for 2 years? This was a malicious presumption on Riley's part. Lin Yu shook his head. "Do I really have to say it?" With an air of mystery, Lin Yu's demeanor prompted Riley, who was resolute in his pursuit of the truth behind Lin Yu's reluctance to renew his contract early. "Speak. Am I permitted to speak?" Lin Yu feigned a threat, and Riley gestured for him to continue, which allowed Lin Yu to speak without restraint. "Do not presume that I am unaware. You have already resolved to recruit LeBron James and Chris Bosh next summer to form a triumvirate with Dwayne." At that moment, Riley was taken aback, only to swiftly begin to speculate. "Did Dwayne inform you?" Lin Yu shook his head, feigning profundity. "It is not him. I have other channels. Just tell me, is there any truth to this matter?" Riley nodded, candidly admitting, "We indeed have such intentions, but what relevance does this hold for you?" Lin Yu chuckled. "Is the ship king, the owner of the Heat, planning to pay exorbitant luxury taxes?" Riley shook his head in response. "That is not our intention." "Then that settles it," Lin Yu remarked. "With each of the 3 superstars demanding $20 million, do you still have sufficient salary cap space to retain me? If I were to extend my contract early, wouldn't I merely become a pawn in your strategy to form the trio?" Riley too smiled, his scheme unveiled, a facade of amusement masking his thoughts. Yet verbally, he maintained, "Should you choose to renew your contract, we would part ways with Chris Bosh, creating a new triumvirate consisting of you, Dwayne, and LeBron." Lin Yu shook his head repeatedly, unable to believe it. However, Riley sought to persuade him. "Do not doubt, for I am a championship coach. I am acutely aware that Chris Bosh does not complement LeBron and Dwayne. Were it not for his brotherly bond with Dwayne, I would not have considered him at all." Lin Yu interrupted him. "You may forsake Chris Bosh for my sake, or perhaps you would abandon me for Chris Bosh. In essence, no matter how Riley decides, he has already become a betrayer. Look outside at those fans. Would he truly be willing to disappoint them by leaving Miami?" Lin Yu opened his mouth. "It is not I who am being asked to leave now, but you, Pat. However, even if I do not trade you at this moment, you will inevitably depart from Miami at the end of the season. Indeed, but at the very least, I shall leave something behind for Miami." "Leave something behind? What could you possibly leave?" "An O'Brien trophy." Riley shook his head with a chuckle, finding Lin Yu's words to be mere bravado. Lin Yu, however, was quite serious. He had long calculated that with the current strength of the Heat, defeating a lower-tier Eastern Conference team in the first round would be effortless. Starting from the second round, the challenge would escalate. Yet, Lin Yu possessed an 81-point single-game experience card from Kobe and a card commemorating the 7-game spectacle of Linsanity. With more than half the season remaining, he could continue to create memorable moments, and he would acquire even more time-sensitive tools. During the Linsanity era, he had already validated that the enhancement from time-sensitive tools was not a simple one-to-one increase, but rather a multiplicative effect. Utilizing any of these tools would transform him into a deity of basketball. In the second round, which posed a slightly greater challenge, just 1 or 2 time-sensitive tools would likely suffice to guide the Heat through. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the 3 powerhouse teams, Celtics, Magic, and Cavaliers, were relatively evenly matched. Thus, regardless of whom they faced, he would similarly require only 1 or 2 time-sensitive tools to prevail. The 7-game performance of Linsanity, however, spanned across 7 consecutive matches. He could easily unleash his prowess in the last 2 or 3 games of the Eastern Conference Finals to secure victory, then carry the residual effects into the NBA Finals. How could the O'Brien Trophy be merely a dream? Yet, Riley was unconvinced. As the ancient adage goes, words that do not align are best left unspoken. There was nothing more to discuss, Mr. Pat Riley. Trade me, but let me make one thing clear. Riley listened intently. "If you send me to a team I do not wish to join, I will divulge all your plans, and that would be a pure threat. Riley chuckled. But Lin Yu perceived the hint of unease behind his smile. He patted the driver's seat. Let me out, Pat. Chapter 48. Creating two more moments. Pat Riley was indeed somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Lin Yu might truly reveal the Heat's plans to sign both James and Bosch the following summer while retaining Wade, thus forming a triumphant trio. He was not particularly concerned about Bosch and Wade. After all, it was only natural for Wade to remain with the Heat, and Bosch had long desired to leave the Raptors. Everyone knew he would undoubtedly depart Toronto the next summer. LeBron James, however, presented a more complicated situation. James was a person who valued self-preservation. Although the media had been speculating about whether he would leave Cleveland the following summer, his response had consistently been, "There is no team better suited for me than the Cavaliers. Cleveland is my home. I love everything about it. I will not leave until I win a championship." If Lin Yu were to prematurely expose this matter, James would undoubtedly reconsider his original intentions. After all, at this juncture, there is considerable skepticism surrounding James's declaration of unwavering loyalty to Cleveland, questioning why he has not yet signed a contract extension. Thus, Lin Yu's threat indeed strikes a chord. Riley, unwilling to fully incite Lin Yu's ire, merely observed him depart from the luxurious confines of his Mercedes-Benz, opening a cigar box to indulge in another smoke. He had resolved that since Lin Yu desired to depart, a trade was inevitable. As for the destination of that trade, it would unfold step by step. On the very night the entire Heat roster returned to Miami, Yahoo Sports published a column penned by Adrian Wojnarowski, bearing the headline, "The Heat's dynamic duo will disband after just a month and a half. The Lin-Wade connection is no more." Indeed, this article was commissioned by Lin Yu, with WOJ authoring and disseminating it, aimed squarely at those two figures. The influence of Yahoo Sports in North America remains significant, and given the fervor surrounding Lin Yu's potential trade, even Pat Riley, renowned for his foresight, found himself under scrutiny. After all, Lin Yu had undeniably established himself. Even if he were to encounter setbacks, he is still a player capable of averaging over 20 points per game, with his logo three-pointer rendering him virtually invincible. Most crucially, Lin Yu's upcoming contract, due to his status as a second-round rookie, would commence at a mid-level salary, slightly increasing in the following year, only reaching a star-caliber salary in the third year. This implies that the Heat could benefit from Lin Yu's talents at a bargain for 2 more years. Would Riley truly be so irrational as to trade away such a player? These so-called experts and journalists, lacking the insight, remain oblivious to Riley's preparations for next summer's triumphant trio. Lin Yu's reluctance to negotiate an extension in advance undoubtedly necessitates his trade. At this juncture, trading Lin Yu would yield the greatest benefits. If he were to depart as a free agent next summer, the team would gain nothing. Following the publication of this column by Yahoo Sports, TNT promptly followed suit. Charles Barkley, in his program The 5 Blunders, discussed the dynamic duo of Lin Yu and Dwayne Wade without any interference from Lin. In my perspective, the partnership between Dwayne and Lin resembles the legendary backcourt of the Nuggets. Lin's style mirrors that of Carmelo Anthony, while Dwayne's is akin to Allen Iverson. The distinction lies in Lin's modest demands for ball possession, rendering him a more suitable and harmonious partner for Dwayne, thus earning them the title of a more authentic dynamic duo than Melo and AI. Absent a trade, Pat Riley could merely make adjustments around them to forge a competitive roster, yet, regrettably, the situation is otherwise. I am uncertain as to why Pat Riley is inclined to trade Lin Yu. However, I surmise it may be due to the impending free agency market next summer. Having watched the program and heard Barkley's comment, Riley must have felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the prospect of the peak Big Three might slip through Lin's fingers. Nonetheless, Barkley swiftly clarified that, like the Heat, teams such as the Knicks and Nets, which are poised for the lucrative free agency market next summer, are laden with expiring contracts. If Lin Yu is unwilling to extend his contract early, Pat Riley must weigh the risk of losing Lin next summer without any return. Thus, rather than losing Lin next summer for nothing, it would be wiser to trade him now to secure some gains. Barkley's subsequent explanations surely provided Riley with a sense of relief. After an extensive discourse, Barkley showcased a highlight reel featuring various connections between Lin and Wade on the large screen. Lin Yu is also watching this episode, and he is quite pleased with Barkley's performance. With the assistance of Barkley, a segment that boasts exceptionally high viewership, it is believed that Lin will soon incorporate the Lin and Wade connection into his repertoire. This notion is not merely a contrived catchphrase. Rather, it stems from the genuine and thrilling connections he shares with Dwayne Wade. Wade, a dynamic and penetrating guard capable of orchestrating plays, frequently delivers exquisite passes to the off-ball Lin Yu, making such occurrences anything but extraordinary. Although Lin Yu primarily excels in off-ball play, it does not imply a lack of passing ability. In truth, he possesses the passing prowess akin to that of Austin Rivers, sufficient for executing precise long passes. Furthermore, the Miami Heat lacks standout role players, resulting in the offensive play often revolving around a dynamic duo of Lin Yu and Dwayne Wade, who command the majority of ball possession, thus amplifying the likelihood of spectacular connections. Meanwhile, in another part of Miami, Pat Riley, while watching a highlight reel, felt a twinge of regret. It was unfortunate that this player was unwilling to extend his contract prematurely. In fact, Riley had contemplated the notion of forming a triumvirate at its peak, envisioning a scenario where Lin Yu would be included, with each of the three stars agreeing to a slight reduction in salary to create cap space for Lin Yu's mid-level contract. With the triumvirate at its zenith alongside Lin Yu, the O'Brien Trophy would surely be within their grasp. However, with Lin Yu's reluctance to sign an extension, that dream was dashed. As he continued watching the program, he received offers. His assistant presented several faxes, stating, "Lin Yu has indeed become quite sought after. The Rockets, Mavericks, Warriors, Suns, and even the Lakers from the West have all made offers, while from the East, teams like the Magic, Bulls, Knicks, and Nets have also shown interest, totaling 9 teams. If we wait a couple more days, half the league may express interest in him." Riley remained unfazed. There is nothing surprising about it. He is a second-round rookie, and for the initial 2 years of his next contract, he can only command a mid-level salary. This means that, counting this season, his contract will be a high-value proposition for 3 seasons. Moreover, since he plays off-ball and does not dominate the ball, he can be regarded as a top-tier second option. Who wouldn't covet such a player? Indeed, it would be splendid if he were amenable to an early contract extension. Let us refrain from these discussions. Please meticulously sift through these offers, negotiate wherever possible, and ultimately compile the offers for my review. Understood. Despite the presence of WOJ's column and Barclays program support, Lin Yu did not immediately grasp those two concepts. He understood that tangible action in his games was required to propel his situation. Ordinary matches would not suffice. It must be a clash of titans. Lin Yu perused the schedule and noted that upon returning to Miami, the Heat would face a succession of 3 home games. He estimated that after these matches, he would be departing from Miami, as the final game would take place on December 15th. With 3 crucial contests ahead, he felt a surge of determination. The first home game would feature the Toronto Raptors, hailing from Canada. While it may not be classified as a clash of titans, the Raptors were by no means a feeble team. Last season, they were a formidable contender in the lower half of the playoffs, much like the Heat. This season, they found themselves teetering on the brink of playoff contention, rendering this matchup somewhat of a noteworthy encounter. Wade was set to face his dear friend once again, this time the beloved Chris Bosh. Prior to the game, the two exchanged warm greetings. Lin Yu gazed from afar at the grinning Dragon King, Bosh, whose dazzling smile revealed an array of gleaming white teeth. A wave of silent lament washed over him, for this fellow seemed to harbor dreams of joining the Heat next season, forming a triumphant trio with his 2 esteemed comrades. Little did he know, he was destined to transform into a mere shadow of his former self, a pseudo-giant in the upcoming season. As the game commenced, Wade showed no mercy, even against a team led by his close friends. By the end of the third quarter, the Heat had secured their victory, with Wade amassing an impressive tally of 29 points, alongside 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, an exemplary all-around performance. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, as the other half of the Heat's dynamic duo, made his mark with 7 three-pointers and 11 jump shots, netting a total of 35 points, surpassing Wade's score. However, his contributions in rebounds and assists were modest, with just 3 rebounds and 3 assists, and he registered neither steals nor blocks. Notably, all of his assists stemmed from rebounding in the backcourt, leading to long passes to Wade, a connection fondly dubbed the Lin-Wade link. In this singular contest, Wade and Lin Yu collectively scored 64 points, living up to the moniker of the dynamic duo. Lin Yu's connection with Wade was highlighted by 3 assists, generating considerable discussion surrounding their synergy. This match was also attended by Riley, the revered coach who had guided the Heat to their inaugural O'Brien Trophy. In an unusual turn of events, he found himself subjected to the jeers of the home crowd. One particularly robust and bearded fan vociferously inquired, "Why trade Lin? Why?" Naturally, Riley refrained from responding. After the game, he discreetly made his exit. On the ride home, he remarked to his assistant, "Such a performance warrants a better offer than the proposals you submitted. Tell them to raise the stakes." Lin Yu was unaware that his exceptional performance, crafted in pursuit of creating a narrative, had become a bargaining chip for Riley. In the second home game back in Miami, the Heat faced off against the Bucks. This Bucks team, akin to the Raptors, lingered on the fringes of the playoffs. However, unlike the Raptors, who failed to qualify in this season of the past, the Bucks did. Thus, it can be concluded that the Bucks possessed a greater degree of strength. This match could only be regarded as a tentative clash of titans, as Wade was not in optimal form, prompting Lin Yu to step up. Wade's shooting was subpar, hitting only 9 of 22 attempts, accumulating 22 points, 8 rebounds, 1 steal, 2 blocks, and a season-high 11 assists. The majority of those assists were directed towards Lin Yu. In his fervent desire to secure victory for his team, Lin Yu exerted himself, sinking 9 three-pointers alongside numerous fadeaway jumpers, ultimately amassing another 42 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. As in the previous game, both of his assists were long passes to Wade from the backcourt. Post-game, Lin Yu received accolades from TNT commentator Mike Breen, who remarked on the significance of the Splash Brothers. In light of Dwayne Wade's struggles, Lin Yu had risen to the occasion, scoring 42 points and demolishing the Bucks' defense. Consequently, following the game, Lin Yu was notified by the system that he had successfully created 2 narratives, the Heat Splash Brothers and the Lin Wade connection. Congratulations to the host. Narrative creation successful. The Heat's Splash Brothers difficulty level is medium, and the system grants a reward of moderate caliber. Congratulations to the host. Narrative creation successful. The Lin Wade connection difficulty level is medium, and the system grants a reward of moderate caliber, with 2 medium-level rewards secured in one fell swoop. Lin Yu smiled as he contemplated the upcoming game. The Heat's next match would also be a home game, scheduled for December 15th. Even if the trade deadline were to pass, Lin Yu would still participate in this contest. The opponent for this match would be none other than the Cleveland Cavaliers. Medium-level rewards typically entail either an attribute enhancement or a skill reward, accompanied by a time-limited item reward. True to form, the reward for the Heat's Splash Brothers consisted of a skill reward and a time-limited item reward. The skill reward was the post-up move of the peak Carmelo Anthony. Once equipped, the host would gain the peak post-up techniques and proficiency of Carmelo Anthony. The time-limited item reward was the peak Allen Iverson single-game experience card. Upon use, the host would benefit from the entirety of peak Allen Iverson's attributes for the duration of an entire game. It appears that the system has drawn a parallel between the dynamic duo of the Miami Heat and the formidable pair from the Denver Nuggets. This connection, however, is quite reasonable, as Charles Barkley himself has analyzed that the technical attributes of the Heat's duo are more akin to those of the Nuggets. The signature move is Anthony's post-up, which elicited a smile from Lin Yu as he recalled his recent self-assessment. He felt that he now resembled Joe Johnson more closely, albeit lacking one critical aspect of Johnson's game. With the introduction of the post-up, particularly Anthony's, he found himself nearly indistinguishable from Johnson. Yet, distinctions remained. His extraordinary three-point shooting and his exceptional fadeaway jumper rendered him an enhanced version of Joe Johnson. In a different vein, the rewards for the Lin Wade connection were rather unique. Instead of time-limited items, he received 2 attribute rewards, the likes of which he had never encountered before. LeBron James's passing ability. Upon use, the host's passing attribute can be directly elevated to 97 points. Dwayne Wade's individual physical attributes, speed, 99, strength, 81, agility, 99, vertical leap, 91, and stamina, 89, allowing the host to select one attribute for a direct enhancement. It is rather surprising that both rewards pertain to attributes. What could this signify? Lin Yu stroked his chin and speculated that, based on his recent experiences with reward acquisitions, skill rewards were likely more precious than attribute rewards. After all, skills elevate one's potential. The 2 attribute rewards indicated that Lin Wei Lianxian possessed a slightly superior capability compared to an average medium difficulty challenge, yet the advantage was limited. Thus, the system opted to balance it with 2 attribute rewards. James's passing attribute was directly enhanced by 97 points, leaving Lin Yu with no choice in the matter. However, for him, this 97 in passing when combined with Anthony's post-up skill, would significantly amplify his threat in that area, proving to be quite beneficial. As for Wade's singular physical attribute, Lin Yu did not hesitate to select speed. Given that speed, akin to agility, was at a maximum of 99 points. And since agility merely improved lateral movement speed, of little relevance to Lin Yu, who still struggled with forward movement speed, he prioritized enhancing his capabilities. Having completed his enhancements, Lin Yu prepared to face what might be his final game with the Heat. He had heard Brian Windhorst claim that his offensive skills were rather one-dimensional. Chapter 49. A decisive moment on December 15th. The Heat faced the Cavaliers at home in a match that, while not crucial, nonetheless captured national attention. On one hand, Lin Yu's impending trade suggested that this could indeed be his last game with the Heat, making the Heat's twin guns, Lin Wei Lianxian, a sight to behold and cherish. On the other hand, the animosity between Lin Yu and James added another layer of intrigue. After all, during their previous encounter, Lin Yu had left James in a most embarrassing position, a humiliation that was difficult for the proud James to bear. Given James's vengeful nature, it was inevitable that he would seek retribution, and this match presented the perfect opportunity. Surprisingly, however, James remained unusually quiet before the game, declining numerous media interviews and ignoring the throngs of reporters attempting to corner him, an aberration from his typical social demeanor. The assembled journalists were unaware that it was not James's character that had changed. Rather, having suffered a setback previously, he approached this game with great caution. He desired revenge, but he knew he could not voice such intentions before the match. If he were to speak and then fail, the embarrassment would be monumental. In Miami, Lin Yu, awaiting the Cavaliers' challenge, found it peculiar that James was not making any pre-game remarks. Yet, he had no time to ponder such trivialities before receiving a call from Pat Riley. The trade was nearing its conclusion, and Riley, fearing that Lin Yu might disclose details about next summer's potential trio of superstars, chose to grant Lin Yu the final decision-making authority. As long as Lin Yu makes his choice, this transaction will be deemed complete. This also signifies that after tonight's match, Lin Yu will no longer be a member of the Miami Heat. Mentally, Lin Yu remains unchanged. After all, the anticipation surrounding the trade has been building for over a week, and any psychological adjustments should have already taken place. Lin Yu's mind was consumed with thoughts of the options Riley would present him. What if none of them aligned with his desires? Before long, he arrived at Riley's office. The strategist did not engage in idle chatter with Lin Yu, but rather swiftly handed him an A4 sheet filled with the names of various teams. Lin Yu took a look at the document and indeed found only the name of the team, devoid of any specific offer. He paused for a moment. Perplexed, why is there no specific offer? Aren't you just selecting a team? Just choose one. Riley refrained from explaining himself to Lin Yu, yet Lin Yu grasped his intention. To put it plainly, if a concrete offer were presented to Lin Yu, it was likely that he might retaliate by opting for the offer with the least favorable terms. Lin Yu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter with Riley. Instead, he redirected his gaze to the A4 sheet before him. Although it was said to list numerous teams, there were merely three. At the forefront stood the Houston Rockets, followed by the New York Knicks, and finally, the Phoenix Suns. The absence of the Mavericks caused Lin Yu to disregard Donnie Nelson's previous recruitment efforts towards him. Lin Yu stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. It seemed evident to him that from the selection of these three teams, Riley did not wish for him to remain in the Eastern Conference. Even if he were to stay, it would have to be with a team as woeful as the Knicks. Was Riley truly unperturbed by the prospect of the Knicks leveraging his lucrative contract to assemble a formidable trio next summer? Remarkably, he appeared unfazed. For the triumvirate he aimed to forge was nothing short of legendary. With LeBron at the pinnacle of the MVP rankings, Wade in third, and Bosh in 13th. Such a trio would be insurmountable for any assembly the Knicks could muster. The Knicks were the only viable option in the East, while in the West, Riley had only considered the Rockets and the Suns. The Rockets were understandable, their offer undoubtedly substantial. As for the Suns, Lin Yu pondered for a moment, primarily contemplating what the Suns might offer. Could it possibly be Amare Stoudemire? This individual had clearly expressed his intention not to renew with the Suns, and it seemed reasonable for the Suns to exchange him for me. After some reflection, Lin Yu reached a decision. In truth, when the names of the three teams flashed before him, he found little cause for hesitation. The Rockets were definitely out of the question, the Knicks were in disarray. And even with his addition, the prospect of making the playoffs this season was bleak. Ultimately, only the Suns remained as a viable choice. It likely wasn't a simple exchange for Amare Stoudemire, for the Heat, considering that Stoudemire's contract still had a year plus an option left. Activating the player option for the next season would indeed jeopardize their plans for the Big Three. Lin Yu resolved not to speculate further, as it seemed unnecessary. As long as the Suns had Nash and Stoudemire, it was undoubtedly the optimal destination for him. Lin Yu had firmly decided to demonstrate to Riley that his claim of wanting to leave a legacy of an O'Brien Trophy in Miami was not mere bravado, but a sincere and earnest truth. Moreover, the presence of Nash, a master of playmaking, perfectly aligned with Lin Yu's style. Regardless of the options, he should choose the Suns. "I'm going to Phoenix. I'm going to the Suns." Upon making his choice, Lin Yu even chuckled to himself. "This is my final decision." Riley, on the other hand, felt a jolt of surprise. Lin Yu had indeed chosen the Suns, which was the least compelling offer among the three. The Rockets had presented a tempting deal, the promising Aaron Brooks, affectionately known as Little Black Bean, along with a protected first-round pick for the following year. Without delving too deeply into the first-round pick, Brooks had experienced a breakout season, averaging 19.6 points, 2.5 rebounds, and 5.6 assists per game. Aside from his slight physique making him vulnerable defensively, he had very few flaws. Most importantly, his rookie contract, including this season, still had 2 years remaining. With a salary of $1.12 million this year and $2.02 million next year, making it a remarkable bargain. The Knicks' offer, in a sense, was even more enticing to Riley than that of the Rockets. They proposed Wilson Chandler, another third-year player, along with a similarly protected future first-round pick. This season, Chandler averaged 15.3 points, 5.4 rebounds, and 2.1 assists per game, establishing himself as a formidable swingman. His contract was comparable to Brooks. Also a value-laden 2-year deal, extending until the end of the next season. If they could not afford to renew, they could even execute a sign-and trade to recoup some assets. The Suns, however, had made a rather generous offer. General Manager Steve Kerr called and immediately stated, "Aside from Nash, feel free to choose anyone you like." The issue lies in the constraints of salary cap, which limited Riley's choices. He could not select the likes of the high-earning players such as Al Jefferson or Jason Richardson. Among the remaining options, the only worthy candidates were the second-year player Robin Lopez and the third-year player Jared Dudley. Ultimately, Riley opted for Robin Lopez, along with a first-round draft pick from the Suns for the following year. With an average of 8.4 points, 4.9 rebounds, and 1.0 blocks per game, Robin Lopez is already considered a commendable center in this era of scarcity in the position. However, he pales in comparison to talents like Wilson Chandler and the diminutive yet formidable Nate Robinson, who both possess the potential to become star players. Moreover, although the Suns' draft pick comes without protection, given the team's current performance, it is unlikely to hold significant value. Nevertheless, Lin Yu has now chosen the Suns. To prevent the premature revelation of the trio's peak aspirations, Riley had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, it was time for Lin Yu to gather his things, conclude this game, and report to Phoenix. With his next destination confirmed, Lin Yu's anxieties were alleviated. His focus now was to give his utmost in his final game as a member of the Heat, ensuring that this already remarkable journey concludes on a high note. Of course, with formidable opponents ahead, Lin Yu understood that this match would be challenging. Yet, no matter how arduous the game may be, he remains unafraid, ready to forge ahead with unwavering determination. As evening swiftly approached, with merely 2 hours remaining until the commencement of the match, the Cavaliers bus rolled into the parking lot of the American Airlines Center. The first to alight from the bus was James, who once again found himself besieged by reporters. Yet he chose to remain silent. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu also arrived at the American Airlines Center, albeit a tad late, primarily due to a trip home to gather his belongings. He was preparing to relocate to Phoenix, necessitating the transport of his possessions from Miami and the termination of his apartment lease. Having completed these tasks, he finally made his way to the arena, ultimately appearing before the throng of eager journalists. However, like James, Lin Yu opted for silence. His approach to public scrutiny had always been consistent. He refrained from instigating conflict and would only retaliate if provoked, and this occasion was no different. The security team intervened, parting the sea of ravenous reporters, allowing him to slip into the home team's locker room. Upon entering, Lin Yu immediately spotted Wade standing at the center of the room, seemingly awaiting his arrival. All of his teammates, except for Beasley, stood up at that moment, gravitating toward Lin Yu. It was evident that they were aware that following this game, Lin Yu would be departing from Miami, bidding farewell to the Heat. Wade offered a silent high five and a hug, fully cognizant that the NBA is fundamentally a business, having witnessed its intricacies numerous times. Aware of the circumstances, Wade felt a tinge of regret, recognizing that if Lin Yu were to stay, their team would be even more formidable next year. The veteran leader Haslam then approached, embracing Lin Yu and softly whispering in his ear, expressing a hope for future collaboration. Lin Yu patted Haslam on the back, assuring him that all would be well. Next came Rafer Alston, who was particularly disheartened, for he had relied on Lin Yu and glimpsed a sliver of opportunity in penetrating the Chinese market. Now, that chance had slipped away. Keep pushing, Lin. I believe your future accomplishments will be even greater. The locker room had transformed into a farewell gathering, with a palpable sense of melancholy hanging in the air. However, Quentin Richardson soon lightened the mood with a quip, "I'm not sure why we're so sad. Next year, most of our contracts will expire." Little Al scratched his head, realizing he too was among those whose contracts were nearing their end. Even the seasoned captain Haslam and Wade faced similar fates. Only Beasley, who had never been part of this turmoil, chuckled quietly to himself, reveling in the fact that he was one of the few players whose contract remained intact. Thinking to himself, "I am truly the essence of the Heat." Spoelstra was the last to enter, surveying the subtly charged atmosphere of the locker room. Yet he chose to remain silent. He was already aware of the trade situation and harbored his own reservations. Spoelstra understood all too well that without Lin Yu, the Heat's current standing among the league's elite would inevitably decline, jeopardizing his own chances for Coach of the Year. Yet, Pat Riley was not one to be questioned. Spoelstra had no choice but to stifle his concerns. This game would mark Lin Yu's final appearance with the Heat, and Spoelstra resolved to extract every ounce of value from him. This aligned perfectly with Lin Yu's intentions, as he was poised to dominate the court. Spoelstra outlined a straightforward strategy, mirroring the Heat's traditional approach, man-to-man defense, and an offensive scheme revolving around the dynamic duo of Wade and Lin Yu. As the time for the game drew near, it became evident that a grand opening ceremony was in order for such a significant match. While Pat Riley was known for his calculations, he still afforded Lin Yu the respect he deserved. During the pre-game ceremony, Lin Yu was the first to take the court. The announcer exuberantly declared, "Now, let us welcome the magical young talent, Lin, the sharpshooter of the Heat's dynamic duo, the craziest player in Miami, Lin Yu." Before he could finish, the roar of the crowd at the American Airlines Arena drowned out his voice. Pat Riley chose to keep a low profile, absent from the scene. For had he appeared alongside Lin Yu, he would surely have been overwhelmed by the fervent Heat fans, who were already in a state of ecstatic frenzy. Lin Yu raised his head, reveling in the exuberant cheers. This would not be the final occasion he savored the adulation of home fans. Yet within the confines of Miami's American Airlines Center, it would undoubtedly be his last. After Lin Yu's appearance, his teammates followed suit. Yet the pinnacle of the cheers ceased the moment he stepped onto the court. The visiting Cavaliers soon entered the arena as well, and following a brief warm-up, the match commenced. In this game, the Cavaliers' starting lineup remained unchanged, mirroring that of the Heat. The point guard was Mo Williams, the shooting guard was Anthony Parker, the small forward was LeBron James, the power forward was J.J. Hickson, and the center had shifted from Shaquille O'Neal to Anderson Varejao. This alteration was not a deliberate strategy by Mike Brown, but rather a consequence of Shaq's injury, whether genuine or feigned, ensuring he would not participate. With Shaq sidelined, the Heat found themselves at a slight advantage, for Varejao, a blue-collar player, posed no significant threat to their already fragile interior defense. Consequently, this match evolved into a pure battle of perimeter play. With a beep, the jump ball commenced. As Shaq was absent, Mo Williams still lost the tip-off, granting the Cavaliers the first offensive opportunity. LeBron James seized control of the ball, determined to outshine Lin Yu on the offensive end. Thus, he aimed to take as many shots as possible and score abundantly. Right from the start, he made a drive towards the basket. Guarding him was none other than Lin Yu, who, despite conceding a step, was ultimately overwhelmed as James surged past him from one end to the other. With a resounding thud, James executed a layup, the ball ricocheting off the backboard and into the hoop. Just as the game commenced, he secured the first 2 points. Although this shot appeared somewhat reckless, exuding a certain brutal aesthetic, James could not help but celebrate, raising his fist and waving it triumphantly. For someone like James, who was not known for his trash-talking, this gesture served as a clear display of bravado directed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled lightly, remaining unfazed. Was it merely a layup? In this game, apart from the layup, he intended to showcase every offensive technique to LeBron. His role in this match was to embody an offensive kaleidoscope. despite having only acquired a passing skill in Anthony's post-up move. These two elements were sufficient for Lin Yu to transform into an offensive marvel. Simply put, the so-called offensive kaleidoscopes, like Kobe, Joe Johnson, Anthony, and even Jordan, share a common trait: each possesses an exceptional post-up game. Furthermore, they all exhibit remarkable precision in mid-range or fadeaway jump shots. Thus, the foundation of becoming an offensive kaleidoscope is rooted in mastering the post-up, complemented by an array of mid-range offensive attributes or techniques. Lin Yu's qualifications were fully met. Thus, he naturally had the potential to become an offensive kaleidoscope. In the forthcoming offensive play, Wade intentionally aimed to showcase Lin Yu's talent, and Lin Yu decided to start with a small appetizer to test the waters. Chapter 50. Who truly possesses a singular offensive technique? In truth, Wade had no intention of granting Lin Yu the ball for the opening attack. He had grown accustomed to Lin Yu playing off the ball, while he himself orchestrated the plays. Initially, he had planned to take the first shot himself. However, just as Wade prepared to break through and disrupt the Cavaliers' defense, Lin Yu made his move and achieved a breakthrough first. James was defending Lin Yu too closely, completely underestimating Lin Yu's newfound speed akin to that of the Flash. As a result, Lin Yu executed a sudden burst of acceleration, evading James's tight defense, while swiftly maneuvering to create distance between them. For Lin Yu, as long as he remained outside the paint, he was within his shooting range. Wade was acutely aware of this fact and immediately flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu received the ball, with LeBron James positioned merely a step behind him. At that moment, he was confronted with an open basket. Indeed, even though Lin Yu stood a meter beyond the three-point line, this position, devoid of defenders, represented a golden opportunity for him. Initially intending to showcase a post move, Lin Yu abruptly abandoned his original plan. He lightly lifted his foot and launched a three-point shot. In the first offensive play of the game, Lin Yu accelerated past LeBron James, received a pass from Dwayne Wade, and effortlessly released a long-range three-pointer. Swish. An open opportunity beyond the arc was not one to be squandered by Lin Yu. LeBron's oversight was painfully amateurish. This pivotal match was being narrated by the renowned duo of Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith. As Lin Yu's shot found its mark, Barkley exuberantly praised him, while simultaneously critiquing James. On the court, James raised his hands in exasperation, an unmistakable gesture of frustration. This particular play warranted such a reaction from James, but not directed at his teammates or himself. Rather, it was an unspoken question directed at Lin Yu. How have you become so remarkably swift? Of course, James would never vocalize this inquiry. His gesture was not aimed at his teammates, but was merely a facade to mask his own embarrassment. Lin Yu did not indulge him. The moment James raised his hands in a gesture of surrender after making a three-pointer, Lin Yu imitated James's previous action, clenching his fist and waving it triumphantly. James chose to ignore this display, remaining in the backcourt as he received the basketball from Varejao. During the Cavaliers' offensive possession, James took control of the ball from the backcourt, pushing past half-court with unrelenting force. He was completely disregarding his stamina, intent on asserting his dominance over Lin Yu on the offensive end. Initially, after that first attack, he felt a sense of pride, believing Lin Yu was utterly incapable of thwarting him. However, Lin Yu's three-pointer swiftly extinguished his arrogance, a reminder that 3 points outweigh 2. The ensuing aggressive drive that resulted in a layup for James merely served as an attempt to reclaim his pride. With the score at 4-3, the Cavaliers led by a single point. Next came the Heat's turn. Lin Yu aimed to outpace James once more, but this time, James was cautious. As Lin Yu accelerated, James matched him with unyielding speed. The two raced at breakneck speed across the half-court, ultimately allowing Wade to seize an opportunity and penetrate the Cavaliers' defense. Now devoid of James, the score shifted to 5-4, with the Heat now leading by a point. In the Cavaliers' next possession, James found an opportunity to extend his lead over Lin Yu. Once again, he expended his energy, charging forward like a tank, and unleashed a powerful dunk beneath the basket. The American Airlines arena erupted in gasps of astonishment, and James, now exhilarated, flexed his biceps in triumph. Meanwhile, at a manor in Miami, Pat Riley, though not present at the game, was closely following the match, observing the first few possessions, or more directly, Lin Yu's defensive performance in those 3 defensive sequences. Riley concluded that Lin Yu deserved a place in Phoenix. Upholding his vision of future basketball, Riley believed that the court should be composed of 5 players of similar height, each capable of both offense and defense. Lin Yu's height meets the requirements, and his offensive skills are also satisfactory. However, his defensive capabilities fall short. With such dismal defense, Riley suddenly realized that the trade was indeed advantageous. Lin Yu was oblivious to Riley's thoughts. He only knew that James had made 3 shots that could be deemed as the epitome of his capabilities, shots that no defender could contend with. However, the peak performance of James was not everlasting. It was merely a fleeting moment. Such high-intensity breakthroughs could not be sustained throughout an entire game. As the Heat mounted their offensive, Lin Yu resolved to take matters into his own hands. He positioned himself in the front court, backing against James. Adopting a posture that signaled his desire for the ball, Wade directly passed it to him. Despite his belief that Lin Yu lacked ball-handling prowess, he still made the pass. After all, this was Lin Yu's final game with the Heat. With his back against James, Lin Yu appeared poised for a back-to-the-basket play, prompting chuckles from the commentary booth. Particularly from Barkley. Is Lin attempting a back-to-the-basket move? When did he acquire such a skill? The underlying implication was that Lin Yu's maneuver was laughable. Or perhaps, his back-to-the-basket play was merely a fade. Ultimately, he would likely resort to a three-pointer or a fading jump shot. Barkley was not entirely mistaken. However, he misjudged one aspect. Lin Yu's back play was far from mere decoration. Beyond the three-point line, it was a high-post back play. He feinted left, then right, while the imposing James behind him found Lin Yu's antics amusing. Yet, in a surprising twist, Lin Yu executed a spin, seemingly intent on driving inward, only to retreat with a step back and launch a three-pointer. Swish. The crisp sound of the ball brushing the net reverberated through the American Airlines arena, igniting a wave of jubilation. To many, this three-pointer seemed rather unremarkable, as Lin Yu had successfully made numerous similar shots before. However, the intricacies of his earlier back play warranted deeper analysis. Barkley widened his eyes. This back play? It appears to possess some substance. At that moment, Kenny Smith jabbed him playfully. Weren't you once a master of back plays? Can't you discern if this one has merit? Barkley quickly shook his head. No. My back play was different. As he uttered these words, a hint of embarrassment flushed his cheeks. Indeed, Barkley was proficient in back play, but his technique relied heavily on brute strength. In contrast, Lin Yu's recent display showcased a level of skill and finesse. The feints and the deceptive movements, culminating in the step back, required a degree of proficiency that was not easily attained. Watching from his seat, Riley furrowed his brow. Though he was not a master of back plays from his playing days, as a seasoned coach, he recognized the excellence of Lin Yu's performance. He was nearly convinced that this young talent had developed a new facet to his game. Yet, the smoothness of execution suggested that this was not a newly acquired skill. Turning to his assistant, Riley inquired, but the assistant shook his head, indicating ignorance. Riley pondered. With three-point shooting, mid-range capabilities, and now this back play, it seemed this player had undergone a remarkable evolution. What a loss this trade had become. Had Lin Yu revealed his back play a day earlier, Riley could have potentially secured 2 additional first-round picks from the Suns. This illustrates the profound impact a single back play can have. James's expression darkened once more as he activated his full effort mode, laboring through 3 rounds only to be negated by Lin Yu's 2 three-pointers. Particularly striking was the recent shot Lin Yu made, which effectively shattered James's defense, further proving that James's defensive prowess is utterly insufficient against him. As the offensive play transitioned, James had no choice but to steel himself and persist in his full effort mode. Lin Yu was once again struck painfully, and he muttered under his breath, "What a brute." He then contemplated how many more breakthroughs James could achieve at this level. He resolved to put it to the test. As he turned back into the Heat's possession, Lin Yu once more called for the ball. This time, Wade had even less reason to refuse. For Lin Yu's performance in the match had been exceptionally fiery. In the realm of basketball, it is an immutable truth that those in fine form should be given more opportunities to shine. Lin Yu received the ball and continued his offensive play. This time, he executed a high post back down. James, increasingly cautious, found himself on the defensive. Lin Yu executed a swift turn. Having learned from past experiences, he refrained from retreating too directly. To his surprise, Lin Yu boldly penetrated the defense. Despite his rather crude ball-handling skills, his speed was undeniable. By the time James reacted and attempted to harness his explosive speed to catch up, Lin Yu had already disappeared from sight. Inside the three-point line, Lin Yu released a jump shot. Swish. Another high post back down, and a mid-range jumper found its mark. Lin Yu had scored 8 consecutive points to start the game, demonstrating a fiery form. After making that mid-range shot, Lin Yu deliberately glanced at James's expression, which indeed appeared darkened. He understood that he had pushed James to the brink. Prior to the game, Brian Windhorst, a favored reporter of James, had often remarked on Lin Yu's singular offensive approach. With James ramping up his intensity on the offensive end from the outset of the match, Lin Yu quickly deduced that in their previous encounter, James had aimed to compete defensively. This time, however, it seemed he intended to challenge Lin Yu offensively. In terms of defense, Lin Yu felt somewhat intimidated, realizing that he had only managed to succeed against James when he was wholly focused on defense. In this offensive showdown, Lin Yu felt unperturbed. After all, the principle remained: 3 points always surpass 2. During this offensive sequence for the Cavaliers, James gritted his teeth and attempted another drive. Yet this time, he didn't exert his full strength. Without the full force of James's prowess, Lin Yu's step-back defense proved effective. Veteran teammate Haslam joined in to double-team, leaving James trapped with no clear options. He gritted his teeth once more and launched a mid-range shot. Clang! Lin Yu shook his head, taken aback by James's inability to endure. However, there was no time for lamentation. He swiftly turned and dashed toward the front court, as Wade had already secured the rebound in the backcourt, presenting an excellent opportunity for a counterattack. Wade, having claimed the rebound, accelerated forward, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. How could Lin be so fast? From the backcourt's basket to the three-point line, Lin Yu, starting from mid-range, had already reached the grand logo at the front court. Although surprised, Wade's hands moved swiftly, delivering a precise chest pass, sending the ball soaring toward Lin. The basketball landed perfectly in Lin Yu's hands as he continued his sprint. He executed a sudden stop and unleashed a three-point shot. Swish! With an impressive 11 points right out of the gate, this match could very well be his last donning the Heat jersey. He was giving it his all from the very beginning, and the explosive scoring was nothing short of phenomenal. Barkley erupted with praise, while on the court, James's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Lin Yu has scored 11 points, and his tally has just surpassed 8 points. The offensive maneuver he executed left James feeling quite apprehensive. Despite the mounting pressure, James did not exert his full effort on this particular play. Yet, even without activating his full potential, he managed to sink an exceedingly awkward turnaround jump shot after a back-to-the-basket move. Although the shot found its mark, James could not relish the moment, for he realized that without his utmost effort, the outcome of such shots was uncertain. Now, observing Lin Yu, one wonders how he appears so effortlessly composed after each basket. Unbeknownst to James, Lin Yu possesses an indefensible fadeaway jumper along with three-point shooting capabilities. With the addition of a post-up move, he truly embodies the essence of an offensive kaleidoscope, making ordinary single coverage utterly ineffective against him. James's defense, or rather the defensive strategy employed throughout the match, remained conventional single coverage, as he needed to allocate more of his energy towards offensive pursuits. James netted his 10th point of the game, while Lin Yu, having already accumulated 11 points, continued to dazzle. Not only did he maintain his momentum, but he also pressed further, demonstrating yet another high-post backdown. This time Lin Yu decisively penetrated the three-point line. With deft fakes, he relied on his scorching shooting touch and, disregarding whether he had shaken off James, executed a fadeaway jumper. Swish! He reached 13 points, scoring consecutively and displaying no reservations in his final game with the Heat. As Barkley exuberantly praised, Kenny Smith was even more awestruck. It was not merely a display of unreserved effort. Lin Yu's performance was nothing short of astonishing. Observing his offensive repertoire during the game revealed a multitude of skills: high-post isolation, step-back three-pointers, trailing three-pointers, deceptive step-backs leading to genuine drives, and mid-range fadeaway jumpers. He had transformed into an offensive marvel. Barkley chuckled, "I know what you're getting at, Kenny." Indeed. Brian Windhorst once remarked that Lin Yu's offensive arsenal was limited, but tonight, Lin Yu has unequivocally demonstrated otherwise. He is not merely a player with a singular offensive approach. He has evolved into a true offensive kaleidoscope. In contrast, one could observe LeBron James, whose repertoire seemed limited to mere drives. He truly exemplified the notion of having a singular offensive technique. Chapter 51. I never fake a fall. As the offensive battle commenced, Lin Yu swiftly scored 13 consecutive points, awakening James from his stupor. In stark contrast, Lin Yu appeared as a dazzling kaleidoscope of offensive prowess, while James seemed to embody a rather singular approach to scoring. Particularly lacking in three-point firepower, James resorted to relentless drives, attempting to outscore Lin Yu, who could effortlessly accumulate points. This led him to once again stumble into the same trap as their previous encounter. Realizing the futility of continuing to compete in personal scoring with Lin Yu, James came to a revelation. To avert an even more embarrassing scenario, he resolved to adjust his strategy. In simpler terms, he found himself compelled to strive purely for the victory of the game. This mirrored the process of their last confrontation. Though this time the Cavaliers trailed by a mere 5 points, 10-15, while still possessing possession of the ball for the next play. Given that the first quarter had not yet reached its halfway point, such a score could still be deemed competitive. Having decided to alter his approach, James relinquished the offensive reins. To secure a win, his teammates needed to step up. Relying solely on his own efforts would not suffice. For even the mightiest fists cannot contend with many hands. Fortunately, the ball was now in the capable hands of Mo, who did not disappoint James. With a decisive stop-and-pop jumper following a drive, he opened the scoring account for the Cavaliers beyond James, narrowing the deficit to 12-15. Meanwhile, the Heat's offense continued, with James taking on the role of Lin Yu's defender. Although one might presume the offensive duel between them had concluded, Lin Yu remained relentless. Once again receiving a pass from Wade, after scoring 13 points, he found himself unable to halt his momentum. This display thrilled Barkley, who relished the unfolding drama. James furrowed his brow, fully aware that Lin Yu was denying him an easy way out. For the sake of victory, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. What does it mean to humble oneself? In essence, it signified that during this defensive play, James was not alone. He had summoned his ally, J.J. Hickson. As James closely guarded Lin Yu, Hickson prepared to assist as Lin Yu attempted to maneuver with his less than adept ball handling. Upon seeing Hickson approach, Lin Yu discerned that James was reluctant to engage him in a one-on-one confrontation. Indeed, given Lin Yu's current offensive prowess, if James were to solely defend against him, Lin Yu could easily amass 60 or 70 points over his head. At that moment, as Hickson closed in, Lin Yu maintained his composure. He refrained from making a direct shot or pass. Instead, he awaited the precise moment when Hickson, in conjunction with James, established a blockade around him. It was then that he deftly flicked his wrist, and with a resounding thud, the basketball danced gracefully off the floor, perfectly landing in the hands of the rapidly advancing Dwayne Wade, who was slicing through the paint. The elegance of the pass caught Wade off guard. Yet he had no time to express his astonishment, for he was immediately confronted with an opportunity to deliver a thunderous dunk. Unable to contain himself, he leapt off the ground with explosive force. The American Airlines Center erupted in gasps, and with a resounding crash against the rim, the astonishment transformed into a chorus of fervent cheers. However, the initial focus of the crowd remained on Lin Yu's exquisite pass rather than Wade's dunk. TNT's commentator, Barkley, exclaimed, "Behold this pass, it is utterly sublime." Lin Yu navigated through a sea of defenders to find an unguarded Dwayne Wade. This is the Lin-Wade connection, a sight we seldom witness. Beside him, Kenny Smith interjected, No, Charles, there is something amiss with Lin Yu's pass. Even though the Lin-Wade connection is sharp, the Lin Yu of yesteryears has never delivered such a pass. Of course, excluding the Lin Madness era. With his exceptional back-to-the-basket play and now such remarkable passing, could it be that his performance in this game was simply extraordinary? Barkley, having received a subtle hint, immediately speculated that Lin Yu might have once again entered a state of frenzied brilliance. After all, throughout the course of this match, Lin Yu's performance had been astonishingly exceptional. Failing once more to contain Lin Yu, LeBron James on the court furrowed his brows. His mood, increasingly sour, was oblivious to the fact that Lin Yu's exquisite pass was reminiscent of his own style. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yu's pass caught everyone off guard. No one anticipated that he could execute such a play. Coupled with a masterful post-up move, even Mike Brown on the sidelines felt the tenacity of Lin Yu. After a brief pause in the Cavaliers' offense, LeBron re-emerged to attack once again. His performance was equally fiery, as he successfully scored a mid-range shot, bringing the score to 14-17. The Cavaliers were indeed relentlessly challenging the Heat, lending a palpable tension to the game. In the ensuing exchanges, Lin Yu showed no signs of slowing down, understanding well that this was a 48-minute battle. Just as LeBron had initiated his full-throttle mode at the start, engaging in several consecutive plays, he too was compelled to conserve his energy. Nevertheless, the score remained tightly contested. with Lin Yu's explosive play merely helping the Heat maintain a slight upper hand against the current Eastern Conference leaders, the Cleveland Cavaliers. As the second quarter commenced, Lin Yu took a breather while Dwayne Wade led a surge of the Heat's second unit. When Mike Brown called LeBron back to the court, the Heat had already established a 10-point lead at 43-33. LeBron returned, leading a semi-starter unit against Wade. Midway through the clash, LeBron managed to prevail slightly. When Spoelstra summoned Lin Yu from the bench, only 5 minutes and 44 seconds remained in the second quarter, with the score now at 51-45. The Heat's lead had dwindled to just 6 points. Nonetheless, Spoelstra decisively substituted Lin Yu for Wade, signaling that it was Lin Yu's time to take charge. Lin finally returned. After scoring 17 points and providing 3 assists in the first quarter, he had rested for a significant portion of the second. It remained uncertain whether he could sustain this fiery momentum. Barkley felt a twinge of concern. Although he had not wagered with anyone for this match, he still hoped for Lin Yu's victory. If Lin Yu triumphed, it would provide another opportunity to tease Brian Windhorst. Reflecting on his first successful wager in his commentary career, Barkley mused that occasionally provoking Windhorst would render the world an extraordinarily delightful place. Buzz. Amidst the prolonged beeping of the timer, Lin Yu adjusted his jersey and stepped back onto the court, only to find himself facing James, whose eyes glimmered with a deadly intensity. Indeed, James had switched to a different mode. The game was teetering on the edge of defeat, and his anxiety propelled him into this lethal demeanor. At that moment, his expression was grave, and his gaze exuded a palpable sense of menace. More importantly, he dared to shoot, in a recent offensive sequence. James had confidently launched a three-pointer to close the score gap. Barkley remarked, "LeBron James is in exceptional form tonight," and as he faces Lin Yu once again, it remains to be seen whose prowess will shine brighter. As Lin Yu entered the court, it marked the beginning of the Heat's offensive sequence. With Wade absent, Chalmers promptly passed the ball to him. Lin Yu, displaying no hesitation, received the basketball and, confronted by the closely guarding LeBron James, executed a swift spin. He positioned himself against James with his back, for Lin Yu's offensive strategy had become heavily reliant on post plays. Was he ensnared in a trance? No. Rather, he had mastered the art of backing down. Such a technique birthed myriad possibilities. In this particular offensive maneuver, Lin Yu didn't indulge in unnecessary feints. He merely spun around, feigning an inward drive while, in reality, he retreated. James, quick to react, barely took a step back before pivoting to challenge Lin Yu once more. However, he was unprepared for Lin Yu's lateral retreat. As James lunged towards Lin Yu's previous position, they momentarily misaligned, allowing Lin Yu to launch a completely unchallenged three-pointer. Swish. Magnificent. The excitement was palpable as Barkley began his enthusiastic commentary. Meanwhile, in a location within Phoenix, Steve Kerr, the general manager of the Suns, had just submitted Lin Yu's trade to the league and was now attending to the aftermath. For instance, he dialed Nash to inform him of the recent trade, as the star player had the right to be the first to know about the team's decisions. Additionally, he reached out to Robin Lopez, one of the key figures in the trade, to inform him of his transfer to Miami. While managing these communications, Kerr casually turned on the television. After watching just a few plays, his eyes widened in astonishment. What was it like to realize that one had struck gold with a trade just moments after completing it? Indeed, Lin Yu's performance over the past few plays had led Kerr to conclude that he had made a remarkable deal. Just days prior, Lin Yu had not showcased such prowess. Trading Robin Lopez and a low first-round pick for the Lin Yu of those days would have yielded a modest gain, albeit with the risk of Lin Yu not re-signing. However, given Lin Yu's current display, Kerr believed that even in the event of Lin Yu not extending his contract, he had still triumphed immensely. This was akin to a supercharged version of Joe Johnson. Now, he found himself increasingly eager for the second half of the season and the Suns' offensive potential. Although the current iteration of Kerr serves as the general manager, his keen insight has long been evident. Back in the 2009 draft, he had considered trading Amare Stoudemire for the Warriors' 7th pick, intending to select Curry with that choice. However, the Warriors harbored reservations about Stoudemire's injury history, which ultimately thwarted the trade. Presently, with his astute vision, Kerr has readily identified Lin Yu's potential and recognized how seamlessly he fits into the Suns' framework. Nevertheless, even with such clarity, Kerr remains focused solely on the current regular season, hesitant to entertain grander aspirations for the playoffs or the championship. On the court, Lin Yu's three-pointer maintains his scorching form. In a transition, during the Cavaliers' possession, James glanced at the scoreboard before receiving the ball. With a score of 54-45, he had painstakingly narrowed the deficit to 6 points, only to see Lin Yu extend it back to 9. A sense of urgency washed over him, prompting him to charge into the paint. Lin Yu's defense proved insufficient to contain LeBron James, as the score tightened to 47-54, narrowing the gap to 7 points once more. Turning around, it was the Heat's possession. Once again, it was Lin Yu, still employing his back-to-the-basket technique, and yet another pivot. With a swift turn, Lin Yu raised his hand, and James was instantly elevated. Following that, Lin Yu gathered the ball, made a slight adjustment, and then took his shot. Swish. Boom. The cheers of the American Airlines Center erupted, resounding like thunder. King James watched as the score swiftly transformed to 57-47, a daunting 10-point deficit that heightened his urgency. He realized that a 2-point basket would not suffice for the Cavaliers. Only a 3-pointer could salvage their chances. Yet, in his offensive maneuver, he hesitated with his 3-point shot. Uncertain of his accuracy, after a few tense seconds, he ultimately opted for a drive, distributing the ball instead. LeBron surged in, delivering a pass to Mo Williams, who, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a 3-pointer. Mo found himself in a predicament. The ball was passed to him, and he felt compelled to take the shot, steeling himself for the attempt. Clang. The sound of iron echoed heavily, striking a blow to both Mo's heart and James's. The 3-pointer failed to find its mark, and the rebound was in question. Barkley exclaimed, as if to remind James on the court that they still had a chance. However, Dorell Wright dashed to the basket, seizing the rebound, extinguishing their opportunity. Not only had the chance slipped away, but they now faced the looming prospect of an even wider scoring gap. Lin Yu received a pass from Dorell Wright in the backcourt. He did not rush, but instead calmly dribbled the ball past half-court with remarkable composure. Once again, it was LeBron's defense, and once more, it was Lin Yu's back-to-the-basket isolation play. Even his pivot was identical to the previous 2 attempts. LeBron, cautious and on high alert, was intensely focused, suspecting that Lin Yu might execute another step back. However, this time, Lin Yu was indeed determined to drive towards the basket. With his judgment faltering, LeBron found his balance compromised. In a fleeting moment, an idea struck him. As they were engaged in a back-to-the-basket confrontation, LeBron was pressed tightly against Lin Yu, leaving no room for error. As Lin Yu turned, he inevitably found himself engaged in a physical confrontation with James. Of course, in terms of strength, Lin Yu was no match for James. He had no intention of clashing head-on. Instead, he pivoted and aimed to advance. However, as he took a small step forward, Lin Yu sensed something amiss with James. Something was off. This guy was about to fall. Lin Yu suddenly recalled James's famous quote, "I never flop. I don't even know how to flop." Alongside it, another insightful saying came to mind. You know, flopping is part of basketball. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Yu discerned that he could not prevent James from executing his intentions, and thus, he resolved to resort to flopping in an attempt to thwart Lin Yu. Lin Yu discerned the situation promptly and quickly halted his vehicle. With a resounding thud, he executed a dribble, transforming what would have been a few forward steps into a retreat. With a loud crash, James's massive frame collapsed onto the hardwood floor. Yet, the referee's whistle remained silent. Moments later, a crisp sound of the net being brushed echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 52. I perceived his flop. Oh my goodness, was that a fall? Was that a fall? Barkley incessantly questioned his companion, Kenny Smith. In reality, everyone understood that removing the question mark and replacing it with an exclamation point would have more accurately conveyed Barkley's true sentiment. However, Kenny Smith held a differing viewpoint. No, that was not a fall. Not a fall. Barkley looked incredulous, as if he could not fathom such a notion. Soon enough, an occurrence on the court would substantiate Kenny Smith's assertion. After hearing the crisp sound of the basketball brushing the net, James, lying on the floor, became exceedingly agitated. He raised his hands and shouted at the referee, "Did you not see? He knocked me down. He knocked me down." James's fervent display naturally drew the attention of all present. Barkley was momentarily taken aback. Are you implying that Lin knocked down LeBron? Kenny Smith rolled his eyes, astonished at Barkley's lack of comprehension, and felt compelled to clarify. No, I mean, LeBron flopped. Before long, the game was halted by referee Joe Crawford, who felt compelled to intervene. He was reluctant to engage with James, as this was undeniably a legitimate play by Lin Yu without any foul. As for James's fall, to put it bluntly, it was a flop, or perhaps more harshly, one could say James was merely deceived by Lin Yu's feints. Either way, James found himself in an unfavorable position. However, for the officiating crew, such a flop that bore no consequence on the final outcome could easily be overlooked, especially considering that the flopper was none other than the league's promoted face of the new generation, LeBron James. There was even less reason to call a foul. Yet, James remained oblivious to this context, or perhaps he simply did not care. All he knew was that his flop, juxtaposed with Lin Yu's series of deceptive movements, made it appear as though he had truly been outmaneuvered. This was something James could not accept. Being outmaneuvered by a mere feint would render him a mere background figure in a scene that could be endlessly recounted in ridicule. Deep down, James was unwilling to accept this play as it was deemed. Thus, he sat on the floor, throwing a tantrum like a petulant child. Joe Crawford, exasperated, paused the game and turned to admonish James. "LeBron, get up. If you don't, I will have no choice but to call you for a flop." In the event of a foul for flopping during the game, the penalty is equivalent to a technical foul. However, LeBron James chose to disregard this, feeling that even if he were indeed called for flopping, it would be preferable to being perceived as having been toppled by Lin Yu. On the other hand, he harbored a sliver of hope that the referee might side with him. After all, he had previously delivered a memorable game-winning step-back shot in the playoffs with the aid of the officials. What was this minor issue in comparison? Ultimately, Joe Crawford, the head referee, showed no leniency towards James. The sharp, piercing whistle echoed through the arena as Crawford promptly issued James a technical foul. In the officiating report for the game, he noted, "LeBron James flopping, resulting in a warning plus a technical foul." A gasp swept through the American Airlines Center, as many spectators were caught off guard by the ruling that James had indeed flopped. Moreover, this call was not instigated by Lin Yu but rather was requested by James himself. The broadcast on TNT Sports kindly provided a slow-motion replay, revealing that Lin had initially intended to drive forward, prompting LeBron to fall back. However, in a twist of fate, Lin reacted just in time, pulling the ball back and executing a step-back shot. After a moment of contemplation, Barkley offered a hypothetical had Lin not reacted and continued his drive. LeBron's fall might not have been deemed a flop at all. After all, had Lin advanced, there would have been contact between him and James, making it ambiguous whether it was a flop. Despite being awarded a technical foul free throw, Lin Yu felt a sense of loss, wishing that others would acknowledge that he had indeed outmaneuvered James. Toppling James would have been a noteworthy feat, a moment to relish. Now, however, it was James who faced the accusation of flopping, effectively distancing Lin from any credit. Even if there were a highlight, it would solely belong to James. Lin Yu felt he had suffered a significant loss. Having already been wronged, he resolved to capitalize on the subsequent technical foul free throw, lest his sacrifice be in vain. At the free throw line, he steadied himself and accurately converted the additional shot. The score stretched to 61-47, with the Heat suddenly leading by 14 points. James, though seething with restrained fury, understood that if he did not act swiftly, the game would slip away. Turning to initiate an offensive thrust, he entered what could be termed full-throttle LeBron mode. He barreled through Lin Yu, driving forward for a powerful dunk. 2 points secured, he let out a primal roar, pounding his chest in the Heat's backcourt, and took a commanding step forward, striving to uplift his team's spirit. Lin Yu remained unfazed, stationed in the backcourt, awaiting a return from Xiao. He leisurely crossed half the court, continuing his back-to-the-basket play. LeBron, abandoning pretense, called upon Jamario Moon to assist in defense. The combination of LeBron and Moon formed a formidable high-pressure double team, seemingly determined to thwart Lin Yu's efforts. However, Lin Yu responded with a piercing pass that sliced through the Cavaliers' defense, now reduced to merely 3 players. The recipient was Quentin Richardson, who had been lurking in the corner, poised like a coiled spring. With a swift release, Richardson launched a three-pointer, swish. The score escalated to 64-49. After a sequence of offense and defense, LeBron once again glanced at the scoreboard, noting the Cavaliers' deficit had widened by another point to 15. In the commentary booth, Barkley lamented, "The double teaming is ineffective." LeBron seems to have forgotten that Lin remains a master passer. Regardless, the Cavaliers resolutely persisted with their double team strategy to contain Lin Yu, recognizing that while his teammates could receive his passes, they posed significantly less threat. As the first half drew to a close, the Cavaliers' defensive strategy yielded some results. With the score standing at 66-54, they had managed to claw back to within 15 points, staving off complete domination, albeit temporarily. Indeed, it was merely a delay. The second half commenced swiftly, with Lin Yu and Wade reuniting on the court. Within a short span, the score ballooned to a 20-point lead. The game was effectively decided, marking yet another contest that would conclude by the end of the third quarter. Soon, as the third quarter wrapped up and the fourth began, Lin Yu found himself resting on the bench. He realized this was his final game donning the Heat jersey, and all that remained was to await the conclusion of the match and bid farewell to the loyal Heat fans who, despite the game lacking suspense, refused to leave prematurely. With time on his hands, Lin Yu perused his statistics from 3 quarters: 34 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, and 2 steals, a commendable performance indeed, coupled with the victory. It was a fitting conclusion to his tenure in Miami. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu's gaze drifted across the court, landing on LeBron, whose expression was dark and brooding, prompting an amused smile from Lin Yu. Lin Yu pondered why he and the Heat consistently managed to triumph over the Cavaliers by such considerable margins. It is worth noting that the Cavaliers are the top team in the Eastern Conference. However, it cannot be said that this has always been the case. After all, they had faced each other twice this season, both resulting in similar outcomes. Upon reflection, Lin Yu surmised that the Cavaliers' offensive capabilities were rather lackluster, relying predominantly on LeBron James, with perhaps a modicum of support from Kevin Love. Such an offensive strategy, in this era that predominantly emphasizes defense, is barely sufficient. The Cavaliers excel in defense, as evidenced by their ranking first in the league in that regard. Yet, when confronted with the Heat, or more accurately, with Lin Yu's relentless drive, the Cavaliers' defensive prowess proved ineffective, leading to one-sided contests. Furthermore, it is significant to note that the Cavaliers' status as the Eastern Conference leaders is largely attributed to their propensity to dominate weaker teams. In genuine matchups against formidable opponents like the Heat, the Cavaliers often found themselves on the losing side. However, following this particular game, any future encounters between the Cavaliers and the Heat would no longer be regarded as a clash of titans. This is not to suggest that Lin Yu underestimated the Heat. Rather, it is primarily due to Pat Riley's decision to trade Robin Lopez for a single player, which has substantially diminished the Heat's overall strength. Lin Yu initially believed that his participation in the match had concluded, yet in the final moments of the fourth quarter, Spoelstra summoned him back onto the court for a brief half-minute. As he re-entered the arena, the American Airlines Center resonated with applause and cheers. Although the trade had yet to be officially announced, Spoelstra's actions prompted both Barkley and Kenny Smith to realize the implications. Eric Spoelstra was facilitating Lin Yu's farewell to the ardent fans of the Heat. Did this signify that the trade was indeed finalized? Barkley squinted, pondering where Lin had been sent. Half a minute later, the game came to an end. The persistent buzzing of the timer signaled not only the conclusion of the match, but also that Lin Yu was to part ways with his Heat jersey. The American Airlines Center erupted once more in applause as Lin Yu acknowledged the audience, expressing his gratitude to all sides of the arena. In departing, his actions conveyed a clear message to everyone. His tenure with the Heat had reached its conclusion. Over the span of merely 1.5 months, filled with moments of Linsanity and 30 points in 12 minutes, his journey, though brief, was undeniably legendary. After his acknowledgement, Lin Yu intended to seek out LeBron for a conversation. But in the brief moment it took to turn around, LeBron had already vanished from sight. Lin Yu shook his head in resignation, and with a turn, he found himself enveloped in the embrace of his teammates, Wade, Haslam, Alston, and Quentin Richardson. Each teammate offered a gentle pat on Lin Yu's back, a gesture of farewell. However, Lin Yu was granted one last opportunity to bid adieu to the Heat fans, as he was soon called over by the team's press officer for a post-game interview. In truth, the press officer had initially hesitated to allocate this interview to Lin Yu. After all, the game had concluded, and strictly speaking, Lin Yu was no longer a member of the Heat. Such an opportunity for publicity was typically reserved for the team's own players. Moreover, the press officer harbored some trepidation, fearing that Lin Yu might utter something inappropriate before the cameras. Yet, obliged by TNT Sports' specific request for an interview with Lin Yu, the press officer had no choice but to pull him aside for what would be his final interview with the Heat. The interview was conducted by the flamboyant Craig Sager, who donned a striking blue suit that evening, a Hewsome associate with farewells. "Lin, it's good to see you again, though next time we meet, it will be in a different place," the flamboyant host jested. Lin Yu responded with a faint smile, but then Sager's playful demeanor shifted to a more pointed inquiry. "Can you tell me, where will we meet next?" This question, of course, probed into Lin Yu's prospective future with another team. Lin Yu was not easily deceived. He directly informed the man in the colorful outfit that it would depend on their interview arrangements. However, the man persisted, inquiring, regardless of when your next match is scheduled. I will undoubtedly be present at the sidelines to interview you. Lin Yu touched his forehead, contemplating the need to peruse the schedule. He was uncertain whether his next match would be a home game or an away game. What if it were a home game? Ultimately, Lin Yu found himself cornered by the man in colorful attire, and with a smile, he conceded, "All right, I shall inform you. It's the West Coast Arena." The colorful man took a moment to process which team's home ground that was, while Barkley, observing from the commentary booth, exclaimed in astonishment, "The Phoenix Suns?" He then turned to his partner, inquiring whether Lin Yu intended to join the Suns. Kenny Smith nodded in reluctant affirmation, understanding precisely why Barkley was so exhilarated. If one were to identify Barkley's favorite team in the NBA, it would undoubtedly be the Suns. Barkley could be regarded as a legend of the 76ers or the Rockets, yet his pinnacle as a team leader was undeniably with the Suns. Originally a fan of Lin Yu, the prospect of Lin Yu now becoming a player for his beloved team made their connection all the more profound. Meanwhile, the colorful man continued his interview, shifting the focus back to the game. "Let us discuss the match itself, Lin. I recall a particular play where it seemed you had faked out LeBron James, yet the referee ruled it a flop on LeBron's part. Could you share your perspective on that moment?" The moment of LeBron's flop, Lin Yu wished to reinterpret it in a way that suggested he had indeed outmaneuvered James. However, he was acutely aware that following the referee's decision of a flop, TNT Sports had aired a replay. Should he audaciously claim credit for faking out James, he risked becoming the subject of ridicule. Thus, when the colorful man posed the question, Lin Yu resolved to speak candidly. To be forthright, it was indeed a flop. LeBron James attempted to use his theatrics to thwart my scoring, yet he failed to anticipate that I had already seen through his charade. Seen through? Indeed. He had seen through it. Chapter 53. Lin's perception. Lin Yu drove away from the parking lot, pausing at an empty intersection devoid of both people and vehicles. He cast a final glance at the dazzling lights of the American Airlines Center. Just as he settled back into his car, preparing to depart, he received a phone call. "Hello? This is Steve Kerr. Am I speaking with the illustrious Lin Yu?" The caller was none other than Steve Kerr, the general manager of the Suns. "I watched the recently concluded game, including your post-match interview, so I am aware that you have already discerned your future. I am pleased to inform you that the league has approved our trade with the Heat. From this moment forth, you are officially a player for the Phoenix Suns." Kerr's primary purpose in making the call was to extend a warm welcome to Lin Yu. Although it may seem that the Suns only relinquished a prospective starting center and a late first-round draft pick, what truly mattered to them was the acquisition of Lin Yu, a player of significant caliber. His presence marked a star-level reinforcement for the team. Were Kerr to know that the Heat were poised to assemble a formidable trio for the upcoming season, he might even proclaim that the Suns had preemptively formed their own elite trio through this trade. With Nash still lingering at the tail end of his prime, Lin Yu just ascending to his peak, and the peak-performing Stoudemire alongside him, they indeed constituted a triumvirate of excellence. Such a high-caliber acquisition warranted a grand welcome. And after extending his greetings, Kerr informed Lin Yu, "You may remain in Miami for an additional day. Report to Phoenix the day after tomorrow." Lin Yu was just contemplating whether he should fly to Phoenix City overnight, but now Kerr has informed him that it is unnecessary. The primary reason being that there is a game tomorrow evening, and although it is a home game that Lin Yu could attend, it is not essential. After all, the exertion from tonight's match has already been considerable, and forcing himself to rush to another team's upcoming game would seem to invite the burden of back-to-back scheduling upon himself. Thus, Kerr decisively granted Lin Yu a well-deserved rest. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Taking a night to rest seemed prudent, as it would spare him from the potential mishap of underperforming during the Suns' inaugural showcase. Although he had vacated his apartment, the formalities were still in progress, allowing Lin Yu to stay for another night if he wished. Without further deliberation, he made his way back home. Upon returning to the apartment, he collapsed onto the bed, fully prepared to indulge in a slumber until he awakened naturally. During Lin Yu's deep repose, both the Miami Heat and the Phoenix Suns officially announced a trade, the particulars of which even Lin Yu was not entirely aware. This publicized transaction immediately sparked discussions among onlookers. How astonishing it was that the Suns managed to acquire Lin Yu with such minimal assets. It was rumored that Steve Kerr's offer included any player except Steve Nash, indicating that the Heat could have potentially acquired both Amare Stoudemire and Jason Richardson, provided they were willing to part with Jermaine O'Neal to balance the salaries. Yet, Pat Riley opted against this surprising move. From the outset, I expressed my skepticism regarding Pat Riley's decision to trade Lin Yu, and now I am certain of its peculiarity. The only plausible explanation is that he has set his sights on the lucrative prospects available in next summer's free agency. Lin Yu's trade value was inherently limited. Let us not forget that his contract was nearing its expiration, and he was not a restricted free agent. Securing a starting center and a first-round pick in exchange for a contract that still had half a season remaining is quite commendable. For Lin Yu, this trade may indeed prove to be fortuitous. He has bid farewell to Dwayne Wade, welcoming instead a superior facilitator and playmaker in Steve Nash, along with a fast-paced offensive system that aligns more harmoniously with his playing style. Perhaps we shall witness the zenith of Lin Yu's offensive prowess in Phoenix. Overall, the assessment of this trade leaves many perplexed regarding Pat Riley's rationale. Even if Lin Yu was reluctant to extend his contract post-expiration, it seems illogical to have traded him away so readily. Conversely, the Suns, and notably Steve Kerr, have received abundant praise. Even if Lin Yu were disinclined to extend his contract with Phoenix, this transaction holds significant merit. In summary, acquiring Lin Yu has considerably bolstered the Suns' capabilities. The trio of Nash, Lin Yu, and Stoudemire has propelled this team, which had been languishing in mediocrity over recent seasons, back into the championship contention. Meanwhile, the Heat, who had once surged into the title race thanks to Lin Yu's breakout performance, have understandably slipped from the league's upper echelons. As for Lin Yu, the consensus is that he has indeed found the right destination. Lin Yu, a player whose offensive prowess is unparalleled while his defensive capabilities rely heavily on fortune, is ideally suited for a team like the Suns, which prioritizes offense and disregards defense entirely. Initially, many anticipated that Lin Yu's trade would trigger a seismic shift within the league, yet the outcome proved otherwise. The Suns swiftly acquired Lin Yu with minimal effort, resulting in a decrease in discussions surrounding the trade. Consequently, the focus shifted back to the recently concluded match. The outcome and statistics of the game were rather unremarkable, however. The focal point of interest remained Lin Yu's maneuver that left LeBron James off balance, or rather, LeBron's alleged flopping. There are two narratives, one acknowledged by Lin Yu and the other by LeBron himself. Nevertheless, following a segment on TNT that replayed the incident, a consensus emerged: LeBron's fall was indeed a flop. Ultimately, in light of Lin Yu's post-game interview, he unexpectedly acquired a new moniker, Lin the All-Seeing. This revelation took Lin Yu by surprise, as he had anticipated that his move against LeBron would earn him notoriety. Instead, it was LeBron's flop that gifted him this fresh nickname. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Lin Yu, he awoke the next day to find it was already 9:30 a.m. Upon awakening, he sensed a change within his mind, and upon accessing the system, he discovered the truth. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the title of Lin the All-Seeing. A successful creation of a new narrative. But where did Lin the All-Seeing originate? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, he regained his composure and smacked his forehead in disbelief. Could it be that I merely mentioned it in jest, and now I've been bestowed with a new moniker, Lin the Perceptive? Isn't that a reference from football? Peak sees through. Ronaldo does not laugh. He quickly recalled that the origin of this phrase stemmed from the world of football. On one occasion, when Cristiano Ronaldo faced Gerard Pique's defense, he chose to dive, only to have Pique see through the ruse, retracting his defensive foot. Consequently, Ronaldo, unable to halt his momentum, collapsed to the ground, creating an exceedingly awkward scene. Subsequently, Pique declared that he had seen through Ronaldo's feigned fall, hence the term Pique sees through was coined. Although Lin Yu's perception was slightly misguided as he attempted to attack against LeBron's defense, he nonetheless discerned LeBron's feigned fall, demonstrating a remarkable insight akin to that of Pique. This nuance indeed resonates with the notion of Pique's astute observations. However, at this juncture in the footballing realm, Pique had yet to earn the moniker associated with his perceptive abilities, as it would be over a year before he would unveil his capacity to see through Cristiano Ronaldo's simulated tumbles. Lin Yu's recent endeavor in creating a meme can be considered a premature attempt at humor. The difficulty of this meme is relatively low, and thus the system offers a basic reward. However, Lin Yu shook his head at the modest reward, deeming it barely satisfactory. Yet, the rewards bestowed upon him shortly thereafter filled him with a sense of astonishment, revealing to him the essence of surprise. He was granted the option to select one of LeBron James's 5 fundamental physical attributes: speed 99, agility 92, strength 95, vertical jump 94, and endurance 89. The fact that the basic reward included attribute enhancements was indeed a premium version of a basic reward. Indeed, it is the pinnacle of basic rewards. The system implies that even within the realm of low difficulty, there exists a hierarchy of challenge. The meme Lin Yu crafted, known as Lin can see through, although deemed of lower difficulty, stands out as a more challenging variant within that category. Among the 5 fundamental physical attributes, speed was an unnecessary choice as Lin Yu had already attained the maximum value of 99. Similarly, he did not require the vertical jump attribute, having already acquired a commendable 90 from McGee, which sufficed for his needs. After careful consideration of the remaining options, particularly in terms of endurance, Lin Yu found his own stamina to be adequate for now. As for agility, he had reached a stage where he played almost stationary, with little need for lateral quickness. Ultimately, after sifting through each attribute, Lin Yu decided to select LeBron's strength rating of 95, with a speed of 99, a vertical jump of 90, and a strength of 95. Lin Yu's physique could now truly be described as superhuman. Lin Yu never anticipated that he would attain such a reward before completely departing from Miami. It seems that fate has been aiding me. Yet, regrettably, such a fine physique remains unprotected. Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret. In truth, his current condition was vastly superior to his previous state. Previously, his defense relied solely on chance, but now, bolstered by elite speed and strength, his defensive capabilities had evolved beyond mere luck. As he prepared to travel to Phoenix, he knew that the local players were not known for their defensive skills. In fact, even his modest defensive prowess would likely stand out as commendable in that setting. After rising from his slumber and attending to his morning routine, Lin Yu gathered his belongings and found a place to enjoy a meal. He then leisurely hailed a cab to Miami International Airport. He had booked a flight to Phoenix for the afternoon, with an anticipated arrival time in the evening. Before boarding the plane, he placed a call to Dan Fagan. Although Dan had not been involved in the transfer negotiations, he was aware of the 3 options Lin Yu ultimately received. Subsequently, he called Lin Yu to express his disapproval of what he deemed the worst choice. The Knicks boast the largest metropolitan area in the country. Your optimal choice should have been the Knicks. The Rockets provide the best foundation for developing Chinese players. Even if you didn't choose the Knicks, the Rockets should have been your selection. The Phoenix Suns are the least favorable option among them. In response, Lin Yu abruptly ended the call. He had no desire to endure Dan Fagan's incessant nagging about what constituted the best or worst choice. Lin Yu was unaware. He only understood that choosing the Suns would be advantageous for his career. Despite experiencing Lin Yu's cold indifference, Dan Fagan dedicated himself to serving Lin Yu wholeheartedly. He arrived in Phoenix ahead of schedule to meet Lin Yu upon his arrival, and together